Chapter 91. You want to stop me? In front of the fountain statue of the late King Rohel, Sylvia stared blankly at the blood apostle in the distance. She had heard a little about this hero who saved the slums. He was a pagan, but he could use the power of the Golden Rule. Although she had never seen the pillar of light in the slums with her own eyes, she knew that it was the sacred skill of the Golden Rule, the hymn of hope. In the entire Golden Church, there are only her, the Pope, and her daughter Ophinina. At first, Sylvia wondered if the goddess of the Golden Law and the god of the Blood Law had reached some kind of deal, letting his daughter Ophinina disguise herself as an apostle of blood to spread the fame of blood. But then I thought about it and felt that it was unlikely. First of all, with Ophinina's previous strength, she couldn't use the Anthem of Hope. And how could the Golden Law be connected with heresy? She fell into deep thought, and after a while, she suddenly raised her head. Wait, if we look at it from another angle, it was the Apostle of Blood who kidnapped Ophelia, and then used some kind of power to obtain the hymn of hope skill from Ophelia. Wouldn't this be more reasonable? Sylvia seemed to have seen through the truth. She looked at the blood apostle in the distance again, but the black fog had covered the area again and the blood apostle's figure had disappeared. In secret, Lear sighed. He killed the former King Rohel, but did not receive any notification that the high-level professional trial was completed. It turned out that the resurrected undead were not considered the mission target, but he was not particularly disappointed. After all, he had tried out a new power that could compete with extraordinary professionals. Looking at the blood apostle who had disappeared in the black fog, Sylvia was very angry. Ophinina had been missing for a long time, although the oracle of the goddess of the Golden Law told her that Ophinina was still alive and well and was not in danger of life. But as a mother, although there was no change on the surface, she was still very worried in her heart. She gritted her teeth, feeling the increasingly strong atmosphere of heretical laws around her. And finally Sylvia chose to solve the current trouble first. She looked at the former King Rohel who was nailed to her own statue. Under Rohel's body, the secret passage of the tomb had been opened. This time, the souls of other noble undeads around them were also wiped out. King Rosser looked at the entrance to the crypt with an unpleasant expression. Dark mist continued to emanate from the entrance of the tomb, and one could even see a dark mesh structure spreading toward the outside. Apparently corrupt believers are among them. Rosser remembered what his father had told him, that something extremely terrifying was sealed in the underground cemetery of the royal city, and that thing must not be allowed to come out at any cost. He didn't know what that thing was, he just hoped that the corrupt believers would not release it. Rosser, although I don't want to disturb the mausoleum of the Brayfield royal family, the corrupt believers must be eliminated. Sylvia looked at Rosser and said seriously, the royal mausoleums are generally forbidden to non-royal members, and entry by other people will be regarded as blasphemy against the royal family, but I can't care about so much now. Rosser was silent for a long time, and could only smile bitterly and nodded. It doesn't matter. As long as we can eliminate the corrupt believers, I believe the ancestors will forgive us. Sorry to bother you. Sylvia nodded. You go in first. I can't stand watching the late king's body hanging outside like this. Rosser glanced at the body of the late King Rohel still hanging on the sculpture. It was a bit ironic that he was hung on his own sculpture. Sylvia understood Rosser's feelings and didn't say much. The nobles around him also expressed their intention to sort out the remains of their ancestors. They are not fools. There are extraordinary undead spirits of previous kings standing outside, and there might be some terrible things inside. They don't want to work for the Golden Seed. If the Golden Church cannot solve the problems below, there is no point for them to follow. In the end, only Albert and the believers of the Golden Sea chose to follow Sylvia in Avian. Greta, you guys stay up there too. Albert said to the two girls beside him. Why? I can help my father too. Avian retorted immediately. No. Albert didn't waste time talking to Avian and maintained a firm attitude. The blood apostle just now made him feel threatened. Even the carrion giant in the slums before had never given Albert such a feeling. The blood apostle killed the undead of the previous king. Perhaps he had some grudge against the corrupt believers. If the blood apostle also planned to enter the catacombs, Albert did not have absolute confidence that he could protect Avian and Greta. After getting ready, Sylvia walked down the stairs of the tomb with Albert and others. Avian and Greta watched and could only helplessly help the other nobles collect the bodies. After waiting for Sylvia and the others to go down for a few minutes, a figure slowly emerged from the black fog. The blood apostle appeared at the entrance of the tomb, and the nobles screamed when they saw the blood apostle. The scream attracted a lot of people's attention. King Rosser also looked over, and after seeing the blood apostle, his expression became somewhat solemn. Chapter 92. At the critical moment, you have to take action yourself. Sylvia and others walked towards the depths of the catacombs, and they were shocked by the magnificence of the catacombs along the way. How could someone's underground tomb be built like a palace? However, at this time, the palace-like underground tomb was surrounded by a disgusting black mesh structure. These black spider-web-like threads are moving in rhythm as if they are alive, and are even more densely packed like blood. Vessels. An indescribable feeling of oppression hung over everyone's hearts, but they had no choice but to move on. Coming to the downward stairs, the pitch-black mesh structure not only did not decrease, but became increasingly dense. The ground was also covered with this black substance, and they could only move forward by picking through the gaps between the threads. Going down further and further, they finally arrived at the palace on the lowest level. The strong stench was unbearable. The palace was in a mess. The black mesh threads became denser. Above the palace, a huge ball of flesh was hanging high. Dense silk threads are wrapped around the ball of flesh and continued to extend outward. Sylvia's eyes flashed. She could feel that the rich power of heretical laws around her was gathered by the meatball in the sky. You are here. A low voice suddenly sounded. At the back of the palace, Derek, dressed in a black robe, slowly walked out and stared at the people in front of him. Former saint of the Golden Church, do you still remember me? Derek took off his hood, revealing his hideous face. There was a large area of burnt skin on the cheek, with almost no intact skin left. Sylvia was stunned for a moment, looking at the pagan in front of him, and a figure flashed through his mind. She had met Delric when she was in the Rhodes Empire. Before that, Delric was a subordinate of the corrupt chosen one of law and was just a high-level professional. Unexpectedly, he has now been promoted to the extraordinary level. My perfect face was ruined by the dirty golden rule, Dritch said, gritting his teeth. Sylvia's eyes twitched slightly when he heard this. She remembered that Delic's original appearance was extremely ugly, and it was not much better than his current burned appearance. How can you have the nerve to say such a thing? Oh, by the way, now Derek has no face either, so it's okay to say that. Sylvia curled her lips and said, stop talking nonsense. You escaped before, and now you have no chance. She raised the scepter in her hand and the battle was about to begin. Looking at the Golden Church believers and Albert rushing towards him, Delic smiled grimly. Don't you want to know where your daughter is? It must not be in your hands. Sylvia didn't want to say anything more to the pagan in front of her. If Ophanina was here, Darich would have taken it out to anger her, but Delici didn't, and if she was caught by Delici, she didn't think Ophanina would still be alive, but the oracle said that Ophanina's life was not in danger. So Sylvia now feels more and more that it was the blood apostle who kidnapped Ophelia. Darich was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why Sylvia was so sure that Ophelia was not in his hands. His expression was a little unhappy, but it didn't matter. He could personally turn the woman in front of him into a sacrifice for the coming corruption. Darich waved his hand, and the meatball in the air emitted black mist, and countless black threads wrapped around Sylvia like tentacles. Fire of purification. Sylvia shouted, and golden flames rose up around her. The black silk threads were burned to ashes as soon as they touched the flames. Albert also rushed forward at this time, and slashed at Darich with a giant sword like a door panel. Darich quickly dodged, and the giant sword fell to the ground, creating a horrible crack, and even the entire palace trembled. He was healed. The extraordinary war knight in front of him was truly a monster. His power was much stronger than that of the berserker who was known for his strength. No wonder he was able to chop the rotten giant in the slums in half with one sword. Delici quickly controlled the black silk thread in the air to wrap around Albert. At the same time, the meatball in the air also fell down and slowly merged with Delici. The dark threads continued to intertwine and entangle, and under the blessing of the corrupt laws, Derek gradually turned into a hideous monster. It was not a corrupt giant, but more like a maggot, with black threads entangled all over its body. It also has long and thin limbs and a bloody mouth open, just like a snake. This twisted creature felt his scalp tingling when looking at the golden church around him. Albert did not react. He had seen a lot and knew that a truly powerful war knight had to have a will of steel no matter what he faced. He raised the giant sword, the shadow of a mad lion appeared on his body, and he jumped high again. Lionheart slash. The thunder struck the monster, splitting it into two pieces. The golden cultists around all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene, and even Sylvia showed a look of joy. Albert's power was beyond their imagination, but soon, the smiles on their faces froze. The monster that was cut into two pieces did not die. Instead, it quickly gathered together under the black silk thread and turned back to its original appearance. Ha, I admit that you are strong, but under the true power of the corrupt law, any brute force is useless. A crazy laugh came from the monster's body, and countless threads attacked the crowd. The monster also twisted its body and rushed over. Albert raised his greatsword and barely blocked the monster's attack. After the fusion, the monster was not much weaker than him in strength. Sylvia released the sacred fire of the golden law and struggled to resist the monster's attack. Everyone was caught in a bitter fight not far away. Lear, who had already entered the tomb and was hiding on the side, saw this scene. Looking at the twisted, hideous and corrupt monster, he frowned. This kind of fused monster can usually be defeated by killing its controller. He saw the scene where Albert split the monster in half and then the monster was resurrected. He did not see Derek's body in the monster's split body. Albert apparently also felt that as long as he killed Derek, he could defeat the monster in front of him. He swung the heavy sword and began to chop the monster's body open, but no matter how he searched, he could not find any trace of the fused Derek. Lear watched silently. It seemed that Derek had learned his lesson this time. The rotten flesh giant in the slums was split open before, resulting in the rotten flesh dolls inside being killed. He learned his lesson. The long stalemate allowed Derek to gain the upper hand, and everyone was defeated. At this moment, in the shadows, Lier took out the Starlight Sealing Stone he had obtained before. At the critical moment, you have to take action yourself. He raised the Starlight Sealing Stone, activated it, and threw it at the monster in front of him. The gem emitting faint blue starlight instantly sealed off all the power of the law. Everyone also found that their power disappeared in an instant. Delic, who had transformed into a corrupt monster, also revealed his true form in shock, but this is not the end. Lear, who was standing outside the range of the Starlight Sealing Stone, raised the bloody rose. The bright red light gathered, and the rapier turned into a spear, and shot towards Derek without any hesitation. The undead Rohel is not considered an advancement target for high-level professionals, and Lear doesn't believe that Derek, a corrupt believer of the extraordinary class, is not considered one either. The spear pierced into Derek's head with a sound of breaking through the air, piercing Derek and sending him flying backwards, stuck in the wall, although the power of the blood law on the spear was sealed when it passed through the Starlight Sealing Stone. Lear's actual throwing power was not sealed. End of this chapter. Chapter 93. The corrupted true spirit will eventually arrive. Drich, who was pierced directly by the blood-red rose, suffered a fatal blow, and only a little blood was left on his health bar. If he had not been knocked away by the bloody rose and left the range of the Starlight Sealing Stone, recovering some of the power of the corrupted law, he would probably have been killed directly. This time, Lier moved. He quickly bypassed the restricted area of the Starlight Sealing Stone and rushed towards Derek. The blood-red rose turned into a stream of light and returned to his hand. As the saying goes, kill him while he is sick. Before Derek could react, he stabbed the remaining half of his opponent's head with a sword, then pulled out the rapier and stabbed Derek in the heart. Derek, who had just recovered, was stabbed beyond recognition. His bulging eyeballs trembled, and he looked at Lear before he died. No one can stop the coming of corruption. He uttered his last words. You killed the Plague Warlock Drick, superb, and you gain 300,000 experience points. You have completed the high-level Blood Apostle career advancement task. Your level cap has been lifted. You have obtained the high-level Blood Apostle skills. 2 system prompts appeared in front of Lear, and the corrupt believers who had been stirring up trouble in the royal city were killed so easily. Albert and Sylvia both felt a little unreal as they looked at the fallen corrupt believers. Blood Apostle. Sylvia called out Lear's identity in a deep voice. Lear turned around, glanced at Sylvia, and in full view of everyone, he walked over and picked up the Starlight Sealing Stone on the ground. The brilliance of the forbidden law power gradually dimmed, and everyone's law power returned to normal. You don't need to thank me, the bloody demon said lightly. He glanced at the surrounding environment. Besides, now is not the time to be happy. The atmosphere of corruption and lawlessness around us has not disappeared, and there are signs that it is constantly improving. The power of corruption has not disappeared yet. I'm afraid the spirit of corruption is about to descend. Lier put the Starlight Sealing Stone back into the storage ring. If you have a way to disrupt the Advent ceremony, do it as soon as possible. If not, then leave here as soon as possible. He shook his head. The black threads in the palace began to stir. A faint green light flickered above the dome, gradually outlining a huge ritual formation. The meatball on the ground that had originally merged with Derek also emitted a dark mist at this moment, slowly rising, and then sinking into the dome. This series of scenes all indicate that a disaster is about to happen. I'll go first, Lier said softly, and then the incarnation of blood turned into a blood mist and disappeared. Albert and Sylvia were silent for a few seconds, looking at the increasingly bright ritual array above their heads, and finally had no choice but to evacuate. Everyone, evacuate the crypt immediately. Above the Lord's tomb, King Rosser, who had already arranged the remains of the previous king, was about to enter the underground tomb to check the situation, but before he walked to the entrance of the tomb, he felt the entire ground shaking. Densely packed dark green lights flickered on the ground, accompanied by mysterious magic patterns, covering the entire surface of the Lord's cemetery. What happened? What's going on with this magic circle? The nobles around all sensed the dangerous atmosphere. Just then, there were footsteps coming from the entrance of the tomb. Everyone, leave the Lord's cemetery immediately. Albert shouted. Rosser was stunned for a moment, then saw the people from the Golden Church rushing out. What happened? Were the corrupt believers not purged? The corrupt believers were killed by the blood apostles, but the magic circle of corruption had already been set up, and it can't be stopped now. Sylvia explained hurriedly. Leave here immediately. If the corrupt true spirit descends, everyone in the magic circle will be used as a sacrifice. She added, and everyone finally understood the seriousness of the matter. Can't destroy the magic circle that brings corruption? Rosser stared at Sylvia and said unwillingly. There's no time. Sylvia shook her head. In an alley somewhere in the aristocratic district, Lear stood with his own blood incarnation. Looking up, he could see the rolling black fog in the direction of the Lord's tomb. Like the end of the world, it seems that Derek was well prepared. Even if he died, the true spirit of the corrupt law would still come. Originally, Lear thought that he had killed Derek and ruined the other party's plan, so the corrupt spirit would not be able to descend, then he would not be able to complete the fourth ring of blood revival mission. He had already accepted the failure of the mission and considered it as saving the people of the royal city. There was no penalty for the mission anyway, but now it seems that the mission is not over yet. Citizens working in other parts of the royal city also felt the vibration coming from the noble district. The sky was already covered by dark clouds, and the black fog reminded them of the miserable conditions in the slums. What is that? Another pagan? Some people even knelt down in panic and prayed for God's blessing. Some spoke of the golden law, others of the blood apostles. Dai in the crowd, Li Huanhuan, and the other two also saw the image of the aristocratic area. Instead of panicking, they showed excited expressions. Is something big going to happen again? Li Huanhuan's eyes were shining. Let's go and take a look. Da He made the decision immediately. Wait, aren't you afraid of getting caught again? Yao Yao was a little timid. She even had a psychological trauma since she was caught by corrupt believers last time. What are you afraid of? Our internal testing period only lasts a few days. If something happens, we can just die in time. Yao Yao, buy a dagger and carry it with you, and don't always carry that magic staff with you. Dahe waved his hand nonchalantly. In the Lord's cemetery, the black fog in the sky became thicker and thicker, submerging the corpses that had been arranged by the nobles on the ground, and swallowed up without a trace in the green ritual light. King Rosser and the nobles had not yet reacted. They were furious but also horrified, and under the leadership of Sylvia, they quickly left the cemetery. Under the gazes of everyone, the ritual array that devoured the bodies of all the lords and former kings emitted a dark green beam of light that shot up into the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were rolling, and the sky seemed to be torn open. A slender and strange hand reached out from the crack and tore the crack in the sky wider. The next moment, the owner of the hand climbed out of the crack and then fell to the ground of the Lord's tomb. This is a slender humanoid monster with a pair of hands that are also unusually slender and can directly touch the ground. The body was naked, and the skin was gray-green, covered with cracks and sores, from which black mist and pus constantly seeped out. His face was distorted and shapeless, like a piece of stitched meat. His eyes were dark green, and his cheeks were covered with tentacles, each covered with rotten flesh and pus. When he stood up from the earth, an invisible spiritual pollution instantly swept across the entire royal city. End of this chapter. Chapter 94. Mortals are mortals after all. You have been mentally polluted by the spirit of the corrupt law. You are forced to make a will judgment. The judgment is successful. You are exempt from this mental pollution. Looking at the tall corrupt spirit, the system prompt appeared in front of Lear. He only felt a sharp pain in his head, but the pain soon disappeared. The spiritual pollution of mythical creatures. Every law god that comes to the world will carry such pollution. Those who look directly at the true body of the god will be affected by the pollution. Only those with strong will and good luck can resist the erosion of pollution. This is what it means not to look directly at God. The body of the corrupted true spirit is extremely tall, even taller than the rotten giant in the slums. The expressions of all those who witnessed the true body of the corrupt spirit twisted and their minds became confused, dancing and twisting her hands. This spiritual pollution will not be eliminated until the corrupt true spirit disappears completely. Lear saw some people crawling on the ground and wriggling like worms, while others were hugging the street lamps and kissing them madly. The nobles in the noble area had not yet been removed, and now their ugly behavior was exposed. In the Lord's cemetery, after the corrupt spirit descended, its tentacles danced wildly, appearing extremely excited. Is this the new world? I finally escaped from that damn old dream. An illusory voice passed through everyone's heart like a tide. Albert and Sylvia were the first to awaken from the mental pollution, but the others were not so lucky. Greta also woke up, and as soon as she woke up, she saw Avian rushing towards her with red eyes. Brother, can't you care more about your sister? Do you know how worried I have been about you over the years? Avian hugged Greta as if she was someone else. Greta was so upset that she pushed Avian but couldn't break free. Many nobles around also went into a frenzy of confusion, twisting their bodies and intertwining with each other. Greta, take Avian away immediately. Albert's face was extremely solemn, and he gave the order directly to Greta, who was awake beside him. The corrupt true spirit before him possessed incredible power. Although in terms of power level, it was only at the peak of the extraordinary level and had not broken through the saint level. The aura it exuded was the most powerful Albert had ever seen in his life. Greta looked at Albert's serious expression and felt a chill in her heart. It was the first time she saw her Uncle Albert so serious. Without hesitation, she couldn't care less at the moment. Greta let Avian rub against her, hugging her and kissing her from time to time. Then she picked up Avian by the waist and ran straight outside. You naughty brother, how can you hug your sister like this? Avian was still talking nonsense, and Greta could only run wildly with her face red and her head down. Are you the ones who want to stop me from coming? In the sky, the corrupted true spirit also lowered his head and looked at the few professionals who remained sane. When he saw the professionals from the Golden Church, an expression of disgust appeared on his face. You are followers of that bitch, the Golden Law. The Golden Law again. The corrupt spirit was angry, the tentacles on its body directly wrapped around Sylvia below. I can feel the strongest aura of the Golden Law on you. You must be someone favored by the Golden Law, and I will let you fall into corruption. Seeing this, Sylvia's heart tightened, and he quickly dodged the attack of the corruption spirit. Albert rushed forward and slashed the tentacles of the corrupt spirit with his giant sword. The powerful force directly cut off the tentacles, but soon, under the power of the corrupt law, the tentacles began to grow again. Fire of purification. Sylvia also waved the scepter, and the sacred golden law light burned into flames, burning the surrounding tentacles into ashes. Damn the golden law! The corrupt spirit roared, and more tentacles swept over. Everyone was struggling to resist the attack of the corrupt spirit. Albert took a deep breath. The opponent's strength was no worse than his, and was even stronger. There was no doubt that this was the most powerful creature he had ever encountered, but he was not afraid. Instead, he became excited. How long had it been since he had truly fought with all his strength? His expression became excited, and the shadow of a mad lion appeared behind Albert. Roar. The lion's roar was deafening. Albert's golden hair spread out, and the shadow of a mad lion merged into his body, as if he had turned into a lion man. The huge sword in his hand also took on a deep red halo. He exerted force with his feet, and cracks instantly appeared on the ground. Then he jumped high, and the giant sword with a deep red light slashed towards the corrupt spirit in the sky. A trace of caution appeared in the eyes of the corrupted spirit. He raised his hand, and the tentacles formed a shield of rotten meat in his hand, blocking Albert. Albert didn't care and swung his sword down directly. Boom, with a loud roar, the corrupted true spirit was knocked back a distance, and the rotten meat shield in his hand was split in half. The giant sword slashed on the slender arm of the corrupted true spirit, cutting the arm in half. The severed arm fell to the ground, and black mist and liquid continued to leak out from the broken part of the arm. The scene fell into silence, and smiles appeared on the faces of many professionals. Albert's strength gave them hope of defeating the corrupt spirit, but such hope was soon shattered by a cold voice. Human, I admit that you are powerful, but mortals are only mortals, but I am a god. The broken arm on the ground trembled for a moment, and then exploded. Countless dark pus splashed out and landed on the obviously crazy and chaotic professionals around them, as well as some professionals who didn't have time to dodge. The body of the professional stained by the dark pus quickly decayed, and his eyes were gradually eroded by the dark green power of the law of corruption. They stopped twisting their bodies frantically and stood up slowly, staring at Albert and others in the center with sinister eyes. That should be your greatest power. You cut off my arm, but it doesn't matter at all, just like the hair of you humans. The corruption spirit said contemptuously, I am the corruption spirit, the embodiment of the law of corruption. As long as there is the power of corruption, I am invincible. As he spoke, thick black mist rolled up. Under the desperate gaze of the crowd, the mist gathered at the broken end of the corrupted spirit's arm, and soon, a new arm grew out. From a distance, Lear watched all this. The power of the corrupted spirit was beyond his expectations. Players in the past had experienced several battles against the spirits of law, but none as strange as the corrupted spirit. In Lear's sight, the health bar of the corrupted spirit that had been cut down by Albert was restored in an instant. It was completely unreasonable. End of this chapter. Chapter 95. The Golden Law Goddess appears. Albert silently watched the restored corrupt spirit. The damage caused by his full-strength attack was healed so easily. Sylvia also fell silent, a feeling of powerlessness coming over him. The arrival of the corrupt true spirit has exceeded her ability to handle. Such an existence may have to be encircled and suppressed by the Golden Pope and the Golden Church's legions in order to have a chance of defeating it. Are you just going to give up like this? Run away like a lost dog? Sylvia is confident that he can escape from the corrupt spirit, but after escaping, this city will definitely turn into hell. Depressed emotions spread in everyone's hearts. Lier, who was not far away, also frowned. He had just been promoted to a high level, and the two skills he obtained were very powerful, but they did not have much effect against the corrupted spirit. Are we going to lose? This is different from the internal test plot in the previous life. Lear thought that he did not change the plot too much. At most, he just imprisoned Athenina. Could it be that the final corrupt spirit was solved by Athenina, but Athenina is only at a high level now? How can she defeat the corrupt spirit? Lear was puzzled. Just when Lear was confused, a dazzling light appeared between the eyebrows of Sylvia in the center. A sacred emblem appeared on Sylvia's forehead, a symbol of her past as a saint and proof that she had been blessed by the golden law. The believers of gold will never succumb to heresy. A sacred voice sounded from the AI in the light. A shadow slowly emerged, with dazzling blonde hair, golden eyes, and a white gauze dress on her body. She exudes a noble and holy aura. Everyone was attracted by the sudden appearance of the shadow. Continuing, Lear also widened his eyes. The shadow in front of him was the goddess of the golden law, exactly the same as the statue of the golden church. He seemed to understand how Ophelia defeated the corrupt spirit during the internal test in his previous life. Was it a god who came down from nowhere? Lear was a little amused, but he calmed down. Since the goddess of the golden law had come down to take action, it was time for him to prepare to steal the chicken. He controlled the incarnation of blood and approached quietly. Arriving near the Lord's tomb, everyone was attracted by the golden law goddess and no one noticed him, except for one person, or rather one god. The goddess of the golden law glanced at Lear's hiding place inconspicuously, and when her beautiful golden eyes saw Lear, who looked like a blood apostle, she glared at him. Fiercely feeling the gaze of the goddess of the golden law, Lear's body froze in place, and he was sweating profusely. What's going on? Isn't your goddess here to corrupt the real spirit? What does it mean to look at him? Fortunately, the golden law goddess's gaze only stayed for a short while before shifting to the corrupt spirit. Lear breathed a sigh of relief. Golden law. The corrupt spirit uttered an extremely resentful voice, like a bootlicker who was cheated by a scumbag woman. You shouldn't leave the old dream without permission. The golden law goddess looked at the corrupt spirit and said lightly. If I don't leave, will I be kept here forever by you? The corrupted spirit asked angrily. This is the rule. God should not be eliminated, said the golden law goddess seriously. If your believers want to persist to the end, you can naturally spread the faith, but before the blockade is lifted, you can only stay in the old dream. She continued. The voices of the two people talking did not avoid the professionals present. The professionals seemed to have heard some secrets and were a little confused. Only Lear showed a thoughtful expression. Old dream, this is another setting in the game. To put it simply, it is a game copy. Continuing, that was something that appeared long after the game was released. It is very difficult for players to level up in the game, and there is almost no other way to gain experience points except completing tasks. You can kill monsters to level up, but there aren't many monsters to spawn, and monsters won't refresh. So things like old dreams came into being, which are filled with twisted and strange monsters, and can be refreshed infinitely after death. As soon as the old dream appeared, it became a fixed place for players to upgrade. After hearing the conversation between the goddess of golden law and the corrupted spirit, Lear had an idea. Could it be that there is actually a god in those old dreams? I've had enough of the rules you set. The corrupted spirit didn't want to waste any more time talking to the goddess of the golden law, and the thick black fog began to churn with anger. Those who don't follow the rules will be purified. The golden law goddess did not tolerate the corrupt spirits at all. She pointed to Sylvia behind her. My believers, please eliminate the heretical gods. The sacred golden light enveloped Sylvia, and the magical aura in Sylvia's body rose rapidly, soon reaching a terrifying level. Ha, you expect your followers to kill me? The corrupted true spirit laughed. You made the rules and restricted yourselves. You can't kill me directly, and it's impossible for you to kill me with your followers. The goddess of golden law did not respond to the words of the corrupted spirit. She just glanced at the place where Lear was hiding, and then her figure slowly disappeared. Sylvia came back to her senses and felt her body filled with strength, just like the blessing the goddess of golden law once gave her, but now the power was even stronger. Judgment of the Holy Sword. Sylvia shouted, and the scepter in his hand emitted a dazzling light. In the sky, holy swords burning with purifying flames fell from the clouds and continuously pierced the bodies of the corrupt true spirits. The black fog around was also purified a lot, and the body of the corrupt true spirit was obviously shrunk a little, but it did not fall down. I told you, you can't kill me. The corrupt spirit roared, and its tentacles roiled towards the professionals who had been corroded on the ground. Final part, the tentacles wrapped around these professionals, pulling them little by little in front of the corrupt spirit. The dark green energy was transferred from these professionals to the corrupt spirit through the tentacles. Gradually, the damage caused by the Holy Sword's judgment was smoothed out, and the health bar above the head of the corrupted true spirit was slowly recovering. How long can the power given to you by the golden law last? There are countless humans in this city, and I can squander their lives at will. When the power in you disappears, this city will still be shrouded in the power of corruption. The corruption spirit laughed. Lear, who was hiding, watched this scene quietly. Sylvia now had the power to kill the corrupted spirit, but the corrupted spirit's recovery ability was too strong, and he just happens to have the ability to stop blood recovery. In that case, it was time for him to perform. He took out the bloody rose, and at this moment, a powerful force suddenly surged into his body. You have received the attention of the Lord of Blood and gained his power. Your class is temporarily upgraded to extraordinary, your attributes have undergone extraordinary transformation, and the effect of attribute points has been greatly improved. The fourth round of the Blood Renaissance mission has been changed to completely kill the corrupted true spirit and sacrifice it to the Lord of Blood. End of this chapter. Chapter 96, The Real Blood Demon. For K, you have obtained the Blood Apostle skill, Blood Source Unleashed. A series of system prompts popped up in front of Lear's eyes, and a thick blood mist enveloped Lear's whole body. He has undergone an extraordinary transformation. Lear only felt an extremely violent force eroding his body, his flesh and blood. After undergoing extraordinary transformation, different legal professionals will undergo a certain degree of physical changes that are in line with the law. Under the blood prison face, his hair gradually turned pale and his pupils turned scarlet. The violent power directly dispersed the black fog around him. The power of the heretic law attracted everyone's attention. Sylvia, the corrupted spirit, and Albert all looked at the blood apostle shrouded in blood mist. Only a pair of bright red eyes shone slowly in the blood mist. "Who are you?" the corrupt spirit asked in surprise. Sylvia looked nervously at the blood apostle who suddenly appeared. She didn't know what this apostle of the blood law wanted to do previously. Derek was killed by the blood apostle, so he shouldn't be an enemy, right? Lear ignored everyone's reactions. He twisted his neck. The power he gained after the extraordinary transformation made him feel extremely satisfied, and he also had a new skill name, Blood Release Introduction. This ability can only be used by the apostles chosen by the Lord of Blood. You can trace the true meaning of power from blood effect. By fusing the blood of any creature above the extraordinary level, you can release the original power of blood from it. Different blood will gain different skill effects. Using this skill will continuously consume magic points. Current blood quality, non-learning requirements, blood law affinity 80%, mystical attribute 50. The extraordinary class blood apostle has only one skill, and the effect description is also vague. Lear stared at the skill information on the panel, and raised his head after a moment of silence. Since you don't understand the effect of the skill, just try it out. I am the apostle of blood, the oracle of invisible blood, and I will slay the alien gods who blaspheme blood. Lear stepped forward, and the blood turned into a whirlpool that wrapped around the invisible night rose, turning it into a hideous blood-red rose. The bright red blood law rippled around his body, completely enveloping his body. You activated the skill Blood Source Release. Since you failed to fuse other blood essences and stimulate your own blood power, your overall attributes have been greatly improved. The magic of blood wrapped up Lear, and his body slowly expanded. Under the transformation of the magic of blood, he became taller and gradually grew to a height of about 3 meters. The blood magic turned into a physical entity, and Lear's body became hideous. The hand holding the bloody rose turned into a real devil-like claw arm. Lear now can no longer be called a human being in terms of appearance, he is turned into a complete devil, but even so, it still gives people a feeling of nobility and elegance. The Blood King's robe expanded adaptively, still wrapping Lear's body, like a noble among demons. Feeling the changes in his body, Lear took a deep breath. With the help of the liberation of his blood, he could feel the strength in his body being raised again. He also understood the effect of this skill, a transformation skill. According to the skill description of blood release, it should be possible to obtain different transformation effects by fusing different extraordinary bloods. Now that there is no fusion of extraordinary blood, the effect of blood liberation is simply to enhance all of one's own attributes, but this is powerful enough. Lear can feel that his body has improved by another 50% after its extraordinary transformation. He glanced at his character name, Blood Source Liberation, Blood King. It has changed. The aura that Lear exuded after the transformation made Sylvia and Albert's faces change, and even the corruption spirit showed a fearful look. You should be a law god who survived from an earlier era, right? There is no hatred between us. Why do you want to help that bitch of the golden law? The corrupt true spirit was somewhat indignant. All the gods of the old era were trapped in the old dream. Why would there be gods standing on the side of the golden law? Facing the questioning of the corrupt spirit, Lear did not respond. What the Lord of Blood wanted was not to help the golden law, but to turn the corrupt spirit into a sacrifice. He raised the bloody rose, and appeared in front of the corrupt spirit in the next second. The heavy sword carrying the power of the blood law pierced the corrupt spirit's body without mercy. Seeing that the blood apostle was unmoved, the corrupted true spirit became even more angry. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The pitch-black tentacles wrapped around the sky along with the roar of the corrupt spirit, and covered the sky with pitch-black mist. The tentacles blocked all of Lear's escape routes. After the tentacles came into contact with the surrounding objects, they quickly turned them into decayed and dilapidated. It can be seen that the corruption spirit is really angry. The power of the law of corruption carried by its tentacles can quickly corrupt everything, but Lear remains calm, holding the blood-red rose in his hand. He turned his body in an elegant arc and passed directly through the blockade of tentacles under the incredulous gaze of the corrupt spirit. It's like a phantom. The dynasty sword skills that come with the bloody rose. This is an absolutely powerful skill. Unable to select for 1 second, this is a different concept from being invincible for 1 second. It is much stronger than being invincible. After Lear escaped the deadly siege of the corrupt spirit, the knight rose in his hand ignited a bright red flame, as if blood was burning. The next moment, Aslan's royal swordsmanship was activated, and Lear's body appeared above the head of the corrupt spirit, and he stabbed the sword fiercely into the eyes of the corrupt spirit, burning bloodthorn. Dirty black liquid burst out from the eyes of the corrupted spirit. Lear quickly dodged and he could see a negative state appearing above the corrupted spirit's head. The corrupt true spirit that had been constantly devouring the humans around it had stopped recovering its health. How long do you plan to see? After being hit, Lear dodged to the side and shouted to the shocked Sylvia and Albert. The two of them finally reacted. As a believer in Golden War, you want me, a believer in heretical laws, to be the savior? Lear did not hesitate to ridicule him. He is now the Blood King, so we must clarify the character of the Blood King: powerful, noble, and elegant, with aristocratic pride. Be an elegant devil. When the game is officially launched, such a demon will surely attract the attention of players. What is a player? Seeking power, mystery, and status. His current appearance is indeed very ferocious, and perhaps he cannot attract the favor of female players, but what he wants are those players who truly pursue strength and the joy of fighting. Only such a powerful player can assist the Golden Church in its crackdown on heretical laws. As for those players who like beautiful shapes, just let them seduce themselves. He is very confident about his own appearance. Sylvia reacted and her face looked a little grim. But she didn't refute anything. She was already very lucky that such a powerful heretic didn't go against the Golden Church. Even thinking this in his heart, Sylvia still felt a sense of unreality. Golden heresy, fighting side by side. She raised the scepter in her hand and joined the battlefield. Albert also looked deeply at the Blood Apostle, raised his giant sword and rushed forward. The Holy Light and the Mad Lion danced wildly in the black fog, and soon Sylvia and Albert discovered that the corrupt spirit's devouring and recovery ability had disappeared. Is this also the ability of the Blood Apostle? The two of them took a look at the devil standing not far away and were shocked again. Covered in blood, Lear watched quietly, not in a hurry to attack again. When no one was paying attention, a faint blood mist mixed with the black mist spread from around him to the surroundings. There seemed to be something in the faint blood mist, floating in the wind. As a result, there was a trace of blood on the ground. Neither Sylvia nor Albert noticed Lear's little action. Somewhere in the royal city, Li Huan and the other two were lying on the ground, crawling like maggots. You have been mentally polluted by the corrupt spirit, your willpower has failed, and you have fallen into a state of madness. You have lost control of your character. Lost control of the character again, but fortunately, perhaps because they were a little far away from the black fog, the three of them just fell into madness and did not turn into undead like last time. Li Huan was a little speechless. After such a long period of internal testing, he lost control of the character every time when a big scene came. Is this how this game is played? Even if what happened is beyond the player's current ability, but can you at least show me a CG? But there is no CG either. She just caught a glimpse of the towering monster and went crazy. Is this reasonable? The key is that she can't commit suicide. The gaming experience is extremely poor. Li Huan was indignant. Just as she was complaining about the game's mechanics, a twisted figure walked out of an alley not far away. The man walked crookedly, and when he saw Li Huan and the other two lying on the ground, he let out a terrifying roar. Li Huan looked at the person walking towards her with horror. There was no healthy skin left on that person's face. It had become rotten. This was a female noble who had turned into an undead. Li Huan could only watch as the undead staggered in front of her, then pounced on her and started biting her. The rotten smell and the gnawing feeling made Li Huan feel creepy. Am I playing some horror game? Sometimes the game is too real, which can be annoying. Li Huan suppressed the nausea in her heart and could only watch herself being eaten without being able to do anything. The blood bar above her head was decreasing little by little. Finally, after dozens of seconds, the health bar was emptied, her consciousness disappeared instantly, and she returned to the resurrection point. After being resurrected, Li Huan took a deep breath and his mood became a little gloomy. After a while, Yao Yao and Dahe also came back to life, and they both looked frightened. Sister Huan. Yao Yao threw herself directly into Li Huan's arms. She was eaten to death by the undead but was unable to resist. Such a situation was indeed very terrifying for a girl. It's okay, it's just a game. Li Huan comforted. As she spoke, she looked up at the sky not far away. The indescribable figure can still be seen in the black fog. There was a strange gleam in Li Huan's eyes. In the quick glance just now, she couldn't see the whole appearance of the creature, but there was no doubt that it was the kind of alien monster she liked. Sister Huan, let's find a place to hide. Yao Yao grabbed Li Huan's hand in panic. Li Huan said reflexively, no. Well, I mean, that monster over there is obviously an important boss in the game. Shouldn't we go check it out? The time for the internal test is running out, and we still haven't seen a truly powerful boss in its entirety. Don't you feel regretful? She said righteously, so we have to go and see. Lord's Cemetery. At this time, the corrupted spirit had been beaten extremely badly, with both his hands and legs cut off by Albert. He could only crawl on the ground like a bug. The holy sword in the sky continued to fall, carrying with it deadly purifying fire. "What on earth have you done to me?" the corrupted spirit roared. Ever since each attack of the blood apostle hit him, he found that he could no longer devour the corroded humans to restore their lives. The power of the corrupt law was restricted, and as a heretical law, the apostle of blood could actually seal his power. He was one of the most powerful gods of the last age, and when destruction came, he was also one of the few law gods who survived. He had never heard of the law of blood, but they were all poor creatures living in the old dream. Why could the power of blood suppress him? The health bar above the head of the corrupted spirit was reduced to only 1/10, but Sylvia and Albert did not relax at all, and Lear continued to move through the black fog. Compared to Sylvia and Albert's fighting posture, Lear's is much more elegant. 1 second it was above the head of the corrupted spirit, and the next second it appeared on the back of the corrupted spirit. Every blow could reduce the health bar of the corrupted spirit by a small amount, and the pain it brought was more intense than that of Sylvia and Albert. Every time the sword fell, the body of the corrupt spirit would tremble. The inherent characteristics of the bloody rose can magnify the target's pain to the extreme. Another hit and Lear fell to the ground. The corrupt spirit only had a little bit of health left, but he stopped. What the Lord of Blood Source requires is the complete killing of the corrupt true spirit and its sacrifice, and that is all that is required. He moved again, this time no longer attacking the corrupted spirit, but his target was Sylvia. Sylvia was attacking seriously, but before she could react, she saw the bloody demon coming in front of her and punching her in the face. Sylvia flew out immediately, and the scepter in his hand also flew out of his hand. The holy swords that kept falling from the sky disappeared in an instant. Everyone was shocked by Lear's actions. Under everyone's disbelieving gazes, the blood demon raised his hand. As for the appearance after transformation, you can refer to Munger in the Elden Ring. It looks almost the same, but he is not holding a fork. To be honest, the fork is not very good looking. Omega, end of this chapter. Chapter 97 Blood Lord, how dare you snatch someone from me? 3K, what are you doing? Albert shouted. The blood demon stood quietly where he was, completely ignoring Albert's scolding, and only an invisible blood-colored ripple swept across the entire place. Before the surviving professionals could react, branches began to sprout from their skin, and blood-red roses with thorns grew from the branches. In an instant, everyone felt that they had lost control of their bodies. Even Albert felt an extremely evil force corroding his body. He wanted to mobilize the power of the law of war to resist, but the long battle with the corrupt spirit had consumed a lot of the magic power in his body. The remaining magic power alone is not enough to reach the heretical power growing in the body. Lear had a blank expression on his face. This was the blood seed he had released long ago. A faint blood mist has invaded the bodies of everyone present. High-level blood apostle skill, blood blooming. By silently releasing blood seeds, it invades the target's body, slowly gathers strength, and finally grows out. People who are infected by the blood seeds will lose control of their bodies and have their magic power constantly devoured, becoming puppets controlled by Lear. Lear can also choose to detonate and let the blood seeds bloom completely, causing true damage that ignores all defenses, unless it is a creature without flesh and blood. Even a strong man like Albert would be seriously injured if he does not die when Lear detonates and lets the blood seed bloom. This power is similar to the operation of the corrupt spirit transforming the undead. The difference is that as long as Lear does not let the blood seed bloom, the controlled person will not be in danger of life. The branches of the blood-red rose entangled Sylvia and hung her up. The thorns on the branches cut through Sylvia's sacrificial robe, revealing some of her beauty. She gritted her teeth, feeling extremely angry. As expected, heretics are heretics. How could they stand with the Golden Church? I actually believe the other person. Sylvia gritted her teeth. Don't make that expression. I just want you to be quiet for a while. The bloody demon walked up to Sylvia and lifted the chin of the former saint who still had her charm. The corrupt true spirit on the side saw this scene and showed a look of joy. So you are an undercover agent? I knew it. We are all heretics. How could we be in collusion with the Golden Rule? The corrupted true spirit kept talking, but before he could finish, he felt an evil force surging out of his body. Dense blood-red roses suddenly emerged, entangled the corrupted true spirit, and continuously devoured the magic power in his body. The rose flowers covered the body of the corrupt spirit, as if the corrupt spirit was being used as a flower pot. You talk too much nonsense. The bloody demon turned his head. Any living creature made of flesh and blood, even rotten flesh, will be eroded. When not stimulated, the blood seed flows in the body of a living being like normal blood. Once activated, it will grow into a blood rose. Silently, this is the power of blood. The corrupt believers took great pains to allow the true spirit of corruption to descend, but now they have completely served the purpose for the apostle of blood. The Golden Church was also used as a tool. Everyone looked at the blood apostle standing in the center, and the scene suddenly became stiff. Not far away, 3 people who had been transformed into undead were watching this scene intently. It was Li Huan and the other 2 who came to the Lord's tomb at the risk of their lives. They were transformed into undead again. Li Huan only wanted to enter the black fog to see the alien monster, but she forgot that the black fog would transform them into undead. By the time she realized it, it was too late. However, fortunately, they were lucky in relying on the instinct of the undead. The three of them still arrived at the Lord's cemetery just in time to see the scene where the bloody demon bound everyone. The elegant demon stood in the center and just waved his hand, and countless gorgeous blood-red roses bloomed from everyone's body. It's like a gorgeous performance. As for the corrupt true spirit whose limbs had been cut off, Li Huan had completely forgotten about it and was just staring at the bloody demon in the center. She recognized that the other person was the blood apostle Meng whom she had met before, but he had become more charming, and the black robe on his body also gave Meng a more noble temperament. I actually felt the ultimate elegance from a monster? This is quite cool. Can you learn this skill of growing roses from this boss? If you learn this skill, are you still worried about not being able to find a girlfriend? This must be an important NPC, right? This boss also intervened to resolve the slums before. There was a lot of discussion in Li Huanwan's live broadcast room. After a series of operations in the slums and now in the cemetery, the NPC Blood Apostle has been engraved in their minds. Lier didn't know that his heroic performance was seen by the players. He just stared at the corrupted spirit. What are you doing? The corrupted true spirit had no idea what the blood apostle in front of him was thinking. Me? The bloody demon laughed. Of course I will judge the alien god who blasphemed blood. As he said that, the demon stomped his foot and jumped high. The bloody demon came to control. The bloody rose turned into a bright red spear. His eyes were stern, and he stabbed directly at the head of the corrupt true spirit. He is now at a temporary extraordinary level, and is under the blessing of blood liberation. Under the effect of Aslan's royal swordsmanship, his attributes are completely transformed into strength. The horror of this attack reached its peak, and it was completely different from the attack that Lear used to kill Darich before. The true spirit of corruption felt the breath of death. The spear in the air kept getting closer and closer. The irresistible force directly pierced into the true spirit of corruption's head, nailing the true spirit of corruption's skull directly to the ground. The little blood bar on the head of the corrupted true spirit suddenly disappeared, leaving only a barely visible trace of blood. After delivering this blow, Lear fell from the air and stood on top of the corrupt spirit. What exactly are you going to do? What good will it do you to kill me? The corrupted true spirit said with extreme anger, but his tone was very weak. Lear reached out and grasped the hilt of the bloody rose that pierced the head of the corrupt true spirit. He didn't say anything, but a strong bloody light emanated from his body. With the blood-red rose as the center, a magical circle appeared under Lear's feet and soon completely enveloped the body of the corrupt spirit. This is the sacrificial array taught to him by the Lord of Blood. It is similar to the sacrificial array that Lear used to communicate with the Lord of Blood at the beginning, but it is much larger. You want to sacrifice me? Feeling the horrible power on his body, the corrupted spirit finally realized what Lear was doing. It turns out that the talk of desecrating the blood was all lies. The real purpose was to devour him. The Lord of Blood wants to devour him to restore his strength. The anger in the heart of the corrupt true spirit reached its peak. There was actually a god more evil than him who actually wanted to devour the god. Even he just wanted to descend into this city and devour the humans in the city to restore his strength. You can't do this, the corrupted spirit screamed. He could accept being purified by the golden rule, but he could never accept being devoured. The bloody demon ignored the accusations of the corrupt spirit, and the magic circle under his feet became brighter and brighter as Sylvia, who was not far away, also saw the blood demon's intention, devouring God. This God who holds the blood law is more dangerous than corruption. Stop now. The corrupted true spirit was completely panicked. What kind of reward did the blood law give you? I can give you double it. No, I can give you everything. I can make you my king. Become my spokesman, and I will grant you the essence of corrupt laws. The corrupt spirit shouted as if he had risked everything. Lear was stunned for a moment. The source of corrupt laws, up to now, he only possesses the essence of blood. Although he has met other people who possess the essence, he has not figured out what the essence is. Could it be related to the so-called king? He was thinking, but before he could think for too long, the Blood King's robe on his body began to emit light. A figure with white hair and red eyes appeared behind Lier, stared at the corrupt spirit on the ground, and slapped it hard. How dare you snatch someone from me? A crisp voice rang out. The sudden appearance of the figure stunned everyone, especially Lier. He stared blankly at the girl in red beside him. She had a small body, a very delicate appearance, and a fierce aura. What is this? Lier was confused. Do you want to agree to him too? The girl turned her head and stared at Lier with her bright red eyes, with a hint of annoyance in her eyes. What? Did you hesitate when he said he wanted to make you king? The girl asked viciously. No, I just... Lear subconsciously wanted to refute. He was just curious, so he thought about it. He never thought of becoming the king of corrupt spirits. You bastard. You are obviously my king, but you are still looking at that guy outside. The girl suddenly felt aggrieved. The tone was particularly pitiful, like a poor girl who was abandoned by a scumbag. The corners of Lear's eyes twitched slightly. After hearing what the girl said, he almost understood the other party's identity. Are you the Lord of Blood? You are wearing my clothes and using my power, but you still don't know who I am? The girl widened her eyes. The atmosphere became awkward again. The people around looked like they were watching a show. There seemed to be some story between the Blood Apostle and the Lord of Divine Blood. A bloody soap opera is being played out in which a poor god worries himself to death about his believers, but in the end his believers don't recognize him and even want to change jobs. Lear sighed helplessly. What was going on? They usually just gave out tasks and the two had never actually met each other, so how could he know her? This Lord of Blood origin is a little too unreasonable. Although the tasks issued by the Lord of Blood origin before made Lear feel that the Lord of Blood origin is unreliable. I have absolutely no intention of agreeing to the corrupt spirit, he explained. End of this chapter. Chapter 98. The Queen's fate cannot be changed. 3K. The Lord of Blood origin snorted lightly, still a little angry for the law spirit. The chosen king is unique, and can also be said to be a companion. Originally, she planned to hide on the Blood King's robe, but the corrupted spirit wanted to steal her kingship, so she couldn't help it and came out to slap the corrupted spirit. You'd better think so. The Lord of Blood glared at Lear fiercely, then looked at the corrupt true spirit on the ground. Hurry up and sacrifice this disgusting guy for me. Lear nodded helplessly, holding the bloody rose in his hand, and increased his strength. Not far away, the three big black people who had been watching the situation of the Blood Apostles were also surprised by the sudden appearance of the Lord of Blood. Brothers, I feel like I'm in love. Dahe stared at the white-haired, red-eyed girl floating beside the Blood Apostle and said to the live broadcast room, "What kind of amazing appearance is this? And white hair and red eyes. Chinese special attack. I declare that she will be my wife from now on. Whoever urinates yellow, wake him up, he is dreaming in broad daylight. Fuck, there's a person growing on my XP. This game allows you to pinch your face. It is absolutely impossible for anyone to look like this in real life." All the men in the live broadcast room were excited. Dahe also stared with his eyes wide open, but he could not control the body of the undead, so he could only follow the undead's chaotic movements. Soon, the girl's figure was moved out of the camera, and only a few white feet could be seen. Lohe, please stop shaking the camera, I can't see anyone. Immediately, some people expressed their dissatisfaction. This foot is so white, I like it so much. There are also perverts who make perverted remarks. Dahe was a little anxious when he couldn't see the white-haired girl. He couldn't control the live camera. Lear didn't know that the appearance of the Lord of Blood had once again made the players excited. He also thought that the Lord of Blood was very beautiful, about the same level as Milia. He continued with the sacrificial ritual. The corrupt spirit was in complete despair. He fell silent, like the last calm before madness. "Ha, you want to devour me?" The corrupt spirit suddenly laughed. "I have finally survived the destruction and broken free from the cage of the old dream. Do you want to devour me too?" The corrupt true spirit became crazy, and the corrupt laws around it also became chaotic. Thick black fog began to gather towards the corrupt true spirit and continuously merged into the body of the corrupt true spirit. "Let the king you chose be buried with me," he roared madly. The black fog around him became more and more violent, and Lear clearly felt a terrifying force shaking. The Blood Lord's expression also changed. "You want to detonate the law of corruption? Ah, so what? You can't stop me." The corruption spirit laughed wildly. "The power of corruption will be completely liberated, and this city will be shrouded in the power of corruption. I will die, but your king will be buried with me. Give up the sacrifice ceremony and leave here immediately." The Lord of Bloodsource gritted his teeth and immediately said to Lear. Lear was stunned for a moment, not understanding what it meant to detonate the corrupt law, but he could also feel the seriousness of the matter. The unreasonable Lord of Blood even asked him to give up the mission just to escape for his life. He can't leave. Pitch-black tentacles extended from the black fog and directly bound Lear. Lear tried to break free, but the tentacles were now more than twice as strong as before. However, none of this frightened Lear. This body was just the incarnation of his blood, and he could teleport to the original body's location at will. What will happen if the corrupt law is detonated? Lear looked at the Lord of Blood. This was what he really cared about. Corruption will be liberated. The Lord of Blood said in a deep voice, "Originally, corruption was controlled by the corruption true spirit, but once it is liberated, corruption will completely occupy this city. The law is a rule, the essence of the power of the gods. This place will become a hell of corruption. Listening to the words of the Lord of Blood, Lear fell silent. Being called hell by a god, one can imagine how horrible it would be when corrupt laws explode. The royal city will turn into hell, everyone will die, or even live a life worse than death. Thought he could escape, but what about the others? Can you stop him? Lear asked. I'm very sorry. Allowing you to be temporarily promoted to the extraordinary level is already my current limit. What you see of me is just an illusion of me. The Lord of Bloodsource shook his head helplessly. The unrest in the aristocratic district did not affect the citizen district and the slums. Most of the people in the royal city just looked at the black fog rising in the noble area and prayed that the heretics could be eliminated as soon as possible. They had no idea that a catastrophe was about to happen. In the palace, Queen Philia held a scepter in her hand. The entire scepter is made of silver metal, and a huge dark blue gem is inlaid on the top of the scepter. It is the size of 2 fists and emits a mysterious glow. The only flaw is that there is a gap in the gem on the scepter, which is regrettable. On the mirror of the gem, Philia saw everything that happened in the Lord's cemetery. The Apostle of Blood was bound by the corrupted spirit, and the Lord of Blood was floating in the air. The followers of the Golden Rule, Albert, and her husband were all bound by the thorns of the rose. The situation has become a stalemate. Looking at the image in the mirror, Philia's expression was somewhat struggling. Suddenly, the gemstone emitted a faint blue light. The images in the mirror disappeared, replaced by Philia's face. Are you still hesitating? Philia in the mirror whispered. Queen Philia looked at herself in the mirror and fell silent. You know the mission you carry. Philia in the mirror continued. That is your destiny, you cannot disobey. The awakening of Chinching requires your sacrifice. As a believer of Chinching, you should give everything for Chinching. Queen Philia showed an even more struggling expression. She remembered what Lear had told her about Milia's dream, and thought of Milia who was imprisoned in Steward House. Her daughter, or Chinching, could not remain buried in the shadows forever. Philia raised her head, and the image of herself in the mirror disappeared, returning to the scene of the Lord's graveyard. Go and meet your destiny. A deep voice sounded in Philia's heart. She closed her eyes silently, and when she opened them again, her gaze became deep. Philia turned around, holding the scepter, and walked out of the palace. Lord's cemetery. Lear was faced with a choice. The vibrations of the corrupt laws around him became more and more violent. He could not stop the detonation of the corrupt laws. If he wanted to survive, he could only flee like a stray dog. Lear thought of Eno and Milia in the mansion, and Avian and Greta who had left. He glanced at Albert and the many professionals who were tied up by him. Not only them, but also the people of the entire royal city. He had no time to save Milia, nor did he have time to look for Avian. The most he could do was to save his father. Everyone will die, and he will just escape and live a miserable life. This is not the result he wants. Is there really no way out? Lear felt powerless for the first time, but at this moment, a dazzling starlight illuminated the darkness. Under the already dim sky, a figure slowly walked over. Queen Philia held a scepter in her hand, and her whole body was wrapped in starlight. Philia. Rosser's pupils suddenly shrank. He glanced at the scepter in Philia's hand, and his expression became extremely ugly. Albert also frowned and looked at the believers of the Golden Sea. Sylvia and you both looked at the queen, who appeared with astonishment. This is a heretical law. Sylvia said in disbelief. What is the problem? Forget about the corrupt laws. They fled to Briefville from the Rhodes Empire. But what about blood? She had never heard that Philia, now a queen, would also show heresy. This is the queen of a country. Her husband is even a believer in gold. An extraordinary professional of the Golden Law, a professional of the Golden Rule, actually married a heretic. Sylvia felt blasphemous, and she looked at Rose, who had a gloomy expression on his face. Lear also looked at the queen in shock. He had clearly told her about Milia's dream, so why did the queen still show up, even directly exposing his identity as a Chinching law professional? The queen ignored everyone's reactions and walked straight to Lear. The tentacles around her actually spread out under the starlight, like a mouse seeing a cat. Queen Philia looked at the devil in front of her with a peaceful look. She knew the true identity of the devil, but she did not reminisce with Lear. Please make way, King of Blood, she said with a smile. The tentacles on his body were untied, and Lear subconsciously walked to the side. Queen Philia raised the scepter, and the starlight seal stone in Lear's storage ring lit up. The starlight sealing stone directly broke through the space of the storage ring and appeared in the outside world. Under Lear's shocked gaze, the starlight sealing stone fell into the gap of the gem on the scepter and merged into it. Lear was stunned. How could someone steal other people's equipment? The scepter with the gemstone added emitted a dazzling light. Philia placed the scepter in front of his chest and suspended it in the air. Whose believer are you? The corrupt spirit reacted at this time, and his corrupt laws were actually trembling. Queen Philia ignored corruption's words, and the next second, a huge magic circle enveloped the body of the corruption spirit, and the chains shining with starlight completely bound the corruption spirit. The corrupt law magic power around was actually completely sealed in the magic circle. No, how could you possibly seal my laws? The corrupt spirit went completely crazy. Chinching's sealing technique? The Lord of Bloodsource looked at this scene and subconsciously said the name of the magic circle. Hurry, kill him, the queen said to Lear hurriedly. Lear also reacted and grasped the bloody rose that was inserted on the head of the corrupt spirit again. Believer of Chinching, why are you helping me? Asked the Lord of Bloodsource. Respected gods, I didn't help you, I just followed my mission. The queen shook her head. Is this your mission? Do you know what the believers of the Golden Law will do to you? The Lord of Blood Origin shook his head. The queen remained silent and prevented the corrupt spirit from detonating the corrupt laws, but she was still a heretic, and the Golden Church would have no second way of dealing with heretics. What awaits her is only the judgment of gold. End of this chapter. Chapter 99. The Weird Queen. 3K, what a ridiculous mission. The Lord of Bloodsource showed a disdainful expression. She stopped talking to the queen and looked at Lear, who was maintaining the sacrificial circle. Shen Xing is not trustworthy. Don't trust the girl next to you too much. The Lord of Bloodsource put his arms around Lear's neck and whispered in Lear's ear. Lear was stunned for a moment, not knowing what the Lord of Blood meant. The Lord of Blood did not explain, but just stared at Lear. You are the king I chose, it is enough for you to stay by my side forever. She hugged Lear's neck tightly. Although she was just a shadow, Lear felt a little suffocated. After the Lord of Blood Origin said the last sentence, he turned into a stream of light and merged back into the long robe of the Blood King. It was not until the Lord of Blood left that Lear reacted and his expression became a little complicated. The Lord of Blood may look beautiful and petite, but in essence he is still a god who has survived for who knows how many years. Although their actions seem unreliable, no god is a naive fool, and everything they do has a purpose. This time, the sacrificial array on the ground had been constructed, and under the queen's ban, the corrupt spirit could not move. A red moon appeared in the sky at some point, and then it split in the middle and turned into a hideous mouth. Then it fell down suddenly. He swallowed the corrupt spirit in one gulp. The corrupt spirit let out a shrill scream, and Lear even heard the sound of something being chewed and crushed. This is devouring? So simple and crude. When the body of the corrupt true spirit completely disappeared in the bright red magic circle, a drop of gray-green liquid was suspended in the air. Take it. This is my reward to you. The voice of the Lord of Blood Origin sounded in Lear's heart. You have completed the 4th round of the mission Blood Renaissance. You have obtained the Blood of Corruption, 5th ring of Blood Renaissance. Follow the guidance of blood to find the Dusty Blood Dynasty in the Old Dream. Mission rewards? Failure penalty, none. The system panel popped up, and the gray-green liquid in the air floated in front of Lear. Corrupted God's blood. Mythology. The blood left behind by the gods who govern corrupt laws after their death contains the power of the origin of corrupt laws. When you reach the extraordinary limit, use it to advance to the extraordinary level. The Lord of Bloodsource added in Lear's mind. Lear remembered the skills he had acquired after advancing to the extraordinary level with the power of the Lord of Blood. To liberate the blood source, one needs to fuse the blood of creatures above the extraordinary level in order to unleash its power. Corrupted divine blood. This is the divine blood from the gods, objects of a mythical class, a class Lear had never even heard of. The most powerful item he had ever seen in his previous life was only at the legendary level. If he uses divine blood to advance to the extraordinary level, what kind of powerful power will he gain? Lear's mood was agitated, but before he could be happy for long, he felt the strength in his body rapidly ebbing away like a flood. The power protection of the Lord of Blood was lifted. His body quickly returned to its original appearance and became normal human size. Then a feeling of emptiness from the bottom of my heart surged up. This is the feeling brought about by the massive consumption of magic power. After experiencing the battle with the corrupt spirit, there is not much magic power left in Lear's body. Without the supply of magic power, the blood-red roses that were entangled around everyone quickly withered and turned into ashes. The bound Sylvia fell to the ground, and the magic power in her body was almost gone due to being constantly devoured by the bloody rose. She stood up tremblingly and looked at the Blood Apostle and Queen Philia on the other side. It seems that the only ones who still have the ability to fight are the Blood Apostle and the Queen. But these two are heretics. If they wanted to kill people here to silence them, no one would even have a chance to resist. Sylvia gritted his teeth, the humiliation in his heart becoming more and more magnified. She was blessed by the Golden Law, but in the end she was just used as a thug by the Apostles of Blood. Even now, if she wants to survive, she can only pray for the mercy of the heretics. What a shame. The atmosphere became a little heavy, and Lear looked at the other professionals who were on guard across from him. Leave here, King of Blood. A deep voice sounded. Queen Philia looked at the devil in front of her. Leave here, your goal has been achieved and there is no need to stay here any longer. The Queen said again. Lear frowned as he listened to the Queen's words. What does it mean? The Queen asked him to leave, but she had no intention of leaving with him. Didn't she know that her identity as a heretic law professional had been exposed? If you stay, you will only be judged by the Golden Law. What about you? Lear asked in a deep voice. Queen Philia did not answer Lear's words. Her expression was cold. She just walked to Lear and handed the scepter in her hand to Lear. Give it to Milia. After saying this, the queen turned around and walked towards King Rosser. Lear stood there blankly, the scepter in his hand emitting a mysterious light. He didn't understand what the queen wanted to do when the heresy had already been exposed. He did not run away but walked into the trap. By the way, why didn't the queen disguise her identity, but directly exposed her own Morningstar law? Lear felt that the current queen was particularly strange. The queen in front of him was not as amiable as she was when they met before. Instead, she became extremely cold, as if she had become a different person. Philia. Rosser looked at his wife walking towards him, not knowing what to say. The queen walked over to Rosser and laughed. She gently stroked her husband's cheek and said, "I'm sorry, Rosser, for keeping this secret from you for so long. I am actually a believer in heretical law," she said. Rosser was stunned. He knew about this from the beginning. Why did Philia say such a thing? After a long silence, Rosser sighed and said, "Philia, even if you are a heretic, you are still my wife. You should just leave here. No one can stop you." "If I leave, what about you?" the queen said gently. "The Golden Church will not forgive a believer who marries a heretic." Sylvia on the side was slightly moved. Did the queen sacrifice herself voluntarily in order to prevent Rose from being tried by the Vatican? This was too selfless, and she envied such feelings. Everyone else was also touched by the queen's feelings for Rosser. Only Lear, who was standing far away, narrowed his eyes. With his face covered in blood, he stared at the queen. This was really abnormal. He did not doubt the queen's feelings for the king, but when the queen said she was willing to accept the trial of the Golden Church for Rose, Lear always felt an indescribable awkwardness. He did not feel touched, but instead a feeling of unreality came over him. It seemed like the queen was seeking death on purpose, which was too contrived and totally illogical. The queen ignored everyone's reactions. She just slowly lowered her head and leaned in Rosser's arms, from an angle where no one could see. The queen blinked, and her charming blue eyes suddenly lost their color, like a doll without a soul. The situation developed with many twists and turns. People were worried that the heretics would kill people to silence them, but unexpectedly, the queen turned herself in. The only one left was the blood apostle still standing not far away. Sylvia still did not let her guard down. In her opinion, the blood apostle was the most dangerous. Lear stared at everyone for a long time, then finally turned around and disappeared into the night. Lear went straight back to Stuart Mansion. The queen's condition made him feel very strange, but as his magic power was almost exhausted, he could not take the queen away by force. The protection of the Lord of Blood had disappeared, and he had returned to a high-level state. The blue secret dewdrop bottle was also used in the battle just now. Although so many professionals around him were also short of magic power like him, there were also a group of extraordinary professionals such as Albert. With their own attributes, it was difficult for him to resist. The matter of the queen still needs to be considered carefully. When everything calms down, I can use Lear's identity to visit the queen before the Golden Church tries her. It was already late at night when they returned to the Stuart Mansion. Lear walked straight in. Eno and Milia were sitting in the living room, waiting anxiously. They sensed that something big was happening outside, but Lear had warned them not to leave the Stuart Mansion under any circumstances. Seeing Lear appear, Milia threw herself directly into Lear's arms. The girl's eyes were red, and it looked like she had been crying for a while. What happened? Lear was a little at a loss. I was dreaming again. Milia lay in Lear's arms and said softly. Lear frowned. He felt that something was wrong with the queen. Was Milia dreaming again? Is it the dream from before? He asked softly, holding Milia and sitting on a chair beside him. Milia nodded, then shook her head. This time I dreamed that my mother took the initiative to be captured by the Golden Church. Why did my mother do this? Lear was a little surprised when he heard this. Milia had already dreamed about what had just happened. You've come back from outside. Do you know what happened? How is our mother now? Milia asked worriedly. It's nothing, it's just that the corrupt believers were discovered and have now been completely eliminated by the Golden Church. There's nothing wrong now. Lear replied. What about the Queen Mother? Have you seen her? Your Majesty, the Queen is fine and there is no danger. You can rest assured. Lear told a white lie. He still didn't know whether the Queen really wanted to commit suicide or if something had happened. Now it would be better not to tell Milia that the Queen had been captured by the Golden Church. He slapped his head and suddenly remembered the scepter the Queen had given him. By the way, Her Majesty the Queen also asked me to give you something. Lear took out the scepter given to him by the Queen from the storage ring. He had not yet looked at its attributes. The silver scepter looked particularly luxurious, and the huge gem on it also emitted a mysterious glow. Chapter 100 The Manipulated Queen, 3K, Name, Morningstar Scepter Category, Legal Relics Attributes, Spell Power plus 2000 Casting Speed plus 100% Mana Recovery Speed plus 100% Feature 1, Star Realm. You can see the scene within a radius of 10 kilometers through the gemstone mirror of the Morningstar Scepter at night. Feature 10. Star Resonance. When casting a spell with the Star Scepter, there is a 100% chance of triggering Star Resonance, which increases the power of the next spell by % and does not consume any magic power. Special Skill 1, Morningstar Sealing Technique releases the power of the Morningstar Law, seals and invalidates all the target's law abilities, lasts for 1 hour. When there are multiple targets for sealing, the duration is halved for each additional target, and the cooldown time is 24 hours. Special Skill 2, Illusionary Star. Transform yourself into a star spirit body, enter the state of Illusionary Star within 30 seconds, and cannot be selected. You will exit the Illusionary Star state when attacking or releasing spells. Requirements: Affinity with Qinqing Law 80%. Description: a relic of the law from the Law of the Cold Star, which can seal other laws and seems to contain other mysteries. Looking at the attributes of the scepter in his hand, Lear's eyes widened. It turned out to be a weapon of the law relic category. Generally speaking, the relics of law are all kinds of strange props, and the effects are also strange. Very few weapons and equipment are relics of the law, but once a relic of law that is a weapon or equipment appears, it must be extremely powerful. Lir remembered that in his previous life he had a law relic called the Sword of Blasphemy, whose powerful attributes and effects even surpassed many legendary equipment, the Morning Star Scepter. In front of him is also a weapon that is a relic of the law, and its effect is equally powerful. The spell strength was directly increased by 2000. You should know that the Blood Rose that Lear advanced to the holy weapon level only increased the attack strength by 400. With 4 powerful characteristics and special skills, Lear suddenly felt that his Bloody Rose was garbage. He was jealous, but this was a magic weapon and was bound by the laws of Chenxiang. It was obviously prepared for Milia, the princess of Qinqing. My mother gave it to me? Milia blinked and looked at the mysterious staff that Lear took out. An extremely familiar feeling surged in her heart. Yes, this is a gift from the Queen, so don't worry, the Queen will be fine. Lear nodded and handed the scepter to Milia. Emilia took the scepter, and under the mysterious glow of the gem on the top of the scepter, the worries in her heart slowly calmed down. After calming Milia down, Lear picked up the girl and went back to his room, where they spent the whole night in silence. The next day, Albert found Lear. Where did you go yesterday? Albert looked at Lear with a frown. Such a big thing happened in the royal city yesterday, but he didn't even see the shadow of Lear. Lir shrugged. I heard that the high priest of Sylvia found the corrupt believers in the Lord's cemetery. When I saw that monster appear, I hid. That must be the god of law. I didn't expect that corrupt believers would be so crazy as to summon the god. He sighed. So you hid yourself? Albert's mouth twitched slightly. What else? Lear said as a matter of course, my dear father, although I am a reincarnated person, I am only a mid-level professional now. You don't expect me to fight with the gods, do you? Albert opened his mouth. What Lear said made sense. When he saw Lear fighting against the carrion giant in the slums before, he subconsciously thought that Lear would also help to eliminate the corrupt spirit. Now that I think about it, if a mid-level professional had come here yesterday, he would have been in great danger. Of all the nobles and professionals present yesterday, only a few mid-level professionals were lucky enough to survive, and most died. It can be said that the entire aristocratic class of the royal city was severely damaged. Oh. By the way, father, it seems that you have destroyed that god. It's incredible. Lear exclaimed. Albert shook his head. It's not us who are going to purge the corrupt spirits. Who is that? Lear asked puzzledly. It's the Apostle of Blood and Her Majesty the Queen, Albert replied. The Blood Apostle and the Queen? Lear pretended to be surprised. Yes. Albert nodded, and then his expression became a little gloomy. There is something I want to tell you. You know that the Queen and Milia are both believers in the law of the Morning Star. We were able to defeat the corrupted true spirit this time because the Queen exposed her own law of the stars. Now the Queen has been captured by the Golden Church. Albert's tone was a little low. He didn't quite understand why the Queen did this yesterday. There was obviously a better way. Even if he wore a black robe to cover it up, his identity would not be exposed. He could just leave and nothing would happen, but the Queen did not take any hiding measures. She directly exposed her power and surrendered to the Golden Church. The Queen has been caught? Lear pretended to be shocked. Yes, I came here today to tell you about this. The Queen has been arrested. Don't let Milia know about this. Albert warned. After a brief shock, Lear recovered, nodded, and then asked, how was Her Majesty caught? You may not believe it, but the Queen surrendered herself. Albert was silent for a moment, then said helplessly, a surrender? Yes, the Queen took the initiative to accept the trial of the Golden Church. Where is the Queen now? Asked Lear. In the prison of the Golden Church. Albert answered, looking at his son. What do you want to do? Why did the queen surrender herself? Lear did not answer Albert's question, but asked back, I don't know either. Albert shook his head. Both father and son fell into a strange silence. After a long while, Lear saw that the silence was almost over, so he raised his head and asked, Father, can I go to the Golden Church to visit the queen? If you want to go, go ahead, but if you want to rescue the queen for Milia, I hope you can tell me before you act. Albert nodded. Father, you have no objection to me rescuing the queen? Lear raised his eyebrows. Why should I object? Philia has been my friend for many years, and I have no connection with the Golden Church. Even if Philia is a heretic, as long as she is still the kind Philia I know, I will not watch her being executed by the Golden Church. Albert answered seriously. For the first time, he felt that the Golden Church was so extreme that any heretic would be purified. Even if Philia controlled the corrupt spirit and saved the royal city, they would not show the slightest mercy. Lear nodded silently after hearing this. A day passed in a flash. What happened in Lord's cemetery is known to everyone, except Mira, who was imprisoned in Steward House. Lear specifically told no not to show Milia the latest newspaper. It has been reported in the newspapers that the Queen and the Blood Apostles eliminated the heretics, but the Queen and the Blood Apostles themselves are heretics. This caused an uproar and all kinds of comments arose. Some people praised the Blood Apostle and the Queen, while others believed that it was the Queen and the Blood Apostle who brought about the corrupt heresy. When Lear walked out of the house, the noble area was still in a mess, and there was blood on the ground in some places that had not been cleaned up. Many people died in the aristocratic district this time. Most of them were nobles, while the citizen district and the slums were not affected much. After experiencing two disasters in the slums and the urban areas, the entire royal city of Brayful seemed a little depressed. When Lear arrived at the Golden Cathedral, many golden cultists were coming and going. Lear walked straight in. The believers around him took a look but did not stop him. As soon as he entered the room, Lear saw Sylvia with a sad face. Your Excellency the High Priest. Lear walked forward and greeted. Sylvia looked up and saw that Lear had no reaction. Albert had already greeted her before, and Lear was going to see Queen Philia. After all, they had fought side by side in the battle against corrupted spirits, so Sylvia agreed to Albert's request. I don't know what you want to do, but I hope you don't have unrealistic fantasies, otherwise even the Stewart family can't protect you. Sylvia warned. Lear smiled but said nothing. The Queen is in the innermost part of the prison. You only have 10 minutes. She turned to the golden cultist beside her and said, take him down. Lear nodded and followed the golden cultists. When Lear arrived at the deepest part of the prison, he saw Queen Philia. At this time, the Queen still exuded a noble temperament. It seemed that Sylvia did not make things particularly difficult for the Queen. Can I talk to the Queen alone? Lear said to the golden cultist beside him. The golden cultist hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked away. The Queen in the prison looked up, and when she saw Lear, she smiled bitterly. It seems that Your Majesty the Queen doesn't want to stay in prison either. Lear looked at Philia. At this time, Philia no longer had the weird feeling she had in the Lord's cemetery before. She had become the Queen. Lear knew. Lear shook his head helplessly. Your Highness, I have already reminded you before. Why did you still show up and take the initiative to expose your power and even let yourself be captured by the Golden Church? Listening to Lear's words, the Queen showed an embarrassed expression. I don't know either. I didn't intend to interfere in the affairs of corrupt believers, but I received an oracle from the Morning Star Scepter. Oracle? Lear frowned. Yes, the gods told me that if I want Milia to awaken, I must make a sacrifice. As long as I die, Milia's Morning Star law will awaken in extreme grief. The oracle foretells that I will be captured by the Golden Church, and after being judged, Milia will awaken. I don't know whether I should believe this oracle. When I saw the scene of the Lord's cemetery in the mirror of the Morning Star Scepter, I originally planned to hide my identity and help you, but then I lost consciousness. Lost consciousness? Yes, I didn't know what happened. When I woke up, I was thrown into prison. The Queen sighed. End of this chapter. Chapter 101, The Girl Sealed in the Star Scepter. Your Highness, do you mean that you are completely unaware of your behavior in the Lord's tomb? Lear said in a deep voice. It was exactly what he felt. He felt that something was wrong with the Queen at that time. The Queen is not a fool. The act of surrendering to the Golden Church is too bizarre no matter how you look at it, and that oracle, is it from the god of the law of Morningstar? It is not impossible to let the Queen sacrifice herself in order to stimulate Milia's awakening. Lear felt more and more confused. These gods of heretical laws seemed unreliable. He pondered and suddenly thought of a question. Your Majesty, you said you got the oracle from the Morningstar Scepter? Yes, is there any problem? The Morningstar Scepter is a relic of the law passed down from the Morningstar Law and originally belonged to Morningstar. Queen Philia blinked. Big problem. Lear's face changed. At that time, the controlled Queen clearly said that she would give the Morningstar Scepter to Milia. What was controlling the queen, and why did she give the Morningstar scepter to Milia? If it was the god of the law of the Morningstar who bestowed his relics on Milia, then that would certainly be a good thing. But what if the one who controlled the queen was not the god of the law of the Morningstar at all? Your Highness, since you did not surrender voluntarily, I will find a way to rescue you, but you will have to wait for a while. Lear took a deep breath. He just wanted to go back and see how Milia was doing. I have something else to do and I have to leave, he said finally, and without waiting for the queen's response, he quickly left the prison. Looking at Lear's hurriedly leaving back, Queen Philia felt a little puzzled. At Stewart Mansion, Miria was sleeping on her bed, taking a nap. She spent most of her time at Stewart House resting. After all, she couldn't go out and there was nothing to play in the house. In the bedroom, the Morningstar scepter was placed on the bedside. Suddenly, the gem on the top of the scepter emitted a dark light. An illusory figure appeared in the room, looking almost exactly like Miria, except that he had long black hair and black eyes. She looked quietly at Milia sleeping in the bed. With a strange emotion in her eyes, she floated to Milia's side and said in a soft voice, "My dear sister, you never thought that I would survive. I spent endless silence in a dark cage, while you became a godman. It's really unfair." As she spoke, she seemed to be thinking of some unpleasant past events. The bedroom was silent, and only the girl's murmurs could be heard. Milia was still asleep, breathing steadily at the girl in the air. Stared at Milia for a long time. "All the stars shine on you, and I can only be your shadow. But I won't always be your shadow." She said one last word. The Morningstar scepter on the side suddenly emitted a black light, like the darkness on the back of a star. The girl came to Milia and slowly stretched out her hands. Just as she was about to attack Milia, hurried footsteps were suddenly heard outside the house. The girl immediately stopped what she was doing and frowned. The footsteps outside the door were getting closer and closer. Listening to the sound, she gritted her teeth and finally got back into the Morningstar scepter. Just as the girl returned to the Morningstar scepter, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. "Milia!" Lear went straight into the bedroom. The loud noise woke Milia up from her sleep. The girl opened her eyes dazedly and looked at Lear with a blank face. "What's wrong?" Milia asked with her head tilted. Lear looked at Miria, and then looked at the Morningstar scepter placed on the bedside. "Milia, nothing happened to you, right?" Lear walked to Milia and sat directly on the bed. "Me?" Milia was stunned for a moment. "I'm fine, what's wrong with me?" The girl was confused. Lear smiled awkwardly. Was he too sensitive? He shook his head and picked up the Morningstar scepter beside him. As soon as he touched it, he felt a cool touch. He looked at the scepter in his hand, and the information of the Chinching scepter appeared in front of him again. His eyes fell on the last item description. It seems to contain other mysteries. "Can you leave the Morningstar scepter with me temporarily? I want to study it," Lear said immediately. He always felt that there was a secret on the Morningstar scepter. "Take it if you want it. I can't use it anyway." Milia nodded nonchalantly. She just felt that the scepter had a familiar feel to it, but other than that she could only treat it as an ornamental piece. If Lear taking it can help Lear, so much the better. "Then I'll take it and study it." Lear smiled and picked up the Morningstar scepter. Directly holding the Morningstar scepter, Lear came to the study and carefully looked at the gem on the scepter. Apart from looking very luxurious, he couldn't see anything wrong with it. "Could it be that I really think too much?" Lear sighed and could only put the scepter into his storage ring. Let's put it aside for now. The most important thing now is the Queen's matter. When it was evening, Albert came to Stewart Mansion again. "I heard that you went to meet Philia. Did you gain anything?" Albert asked straight to the point. The Queen did not expose herself voluntarily. Lear did not hide anything and told the whole story. "You mean the Queen is controlled by the gods?" Albert's eyes widened. He could never have imagined this would be the result. "Maybe, but it doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that the Queen was forced to voluntarily accept the trial of the Golden Church. I plan to rescue the Queen." "What do you think, Father?" Lear asked. "I can support you. What are your plans?" Albert nodded and asked. Lear fell into deep thought. After thinking about it, he suddenly thought of the three players including Li Huan. Anyway, the players are not afraid of death, and now the internal beta test may only last a few days, so it is a good opportunity for these players to make use of their remaining energy. "I need to think about it, Father." Lear pretended to think. "You'd better hurry up. The Golden Church is already preparing to put Philia on trial." Albert shook his head. "If all else fails, we can only take Philia away by force." "Robbed?" Lear suddenly felt that his father was a little too bold. He suddenly thought of a question. What is the attitude of His Majesty the King now? "Rosser?" Albert's tone suddenly became a little sarcastic. "He dare not violate the golden law. Even if Philia is willing to sacrifice his life for him, it is not as important as the golden law. He remembered that Lear had asked him what would happen to Rose if the queen was discovered. He just felt that his trust in Rosser was so ridiculous. End of this chapter. Chapter 102 Players Make Trouble in the Golden Cathedral, Part 3, Time Does Change a Person. Albert's eyes became deep. After the queen volunteered to be arrested, he went to find Rosser and wanted to know Rosser's attitude. As long as Rosser is willing, the entire Stuart family can face war again. Even if it is the Golden Church, they are never afraid, but Rosser refused, saying he could not betray his faith in gold. Between family and faith, Rosser chose the latter. Brayfield was once a believer in war, but after converting to gold, he became a coward. People can have faith, but they cannot just have faith. Late at night, after Albert left, Lear transformed into the appearance of the Blood Apostle again. Following the blood marks on Li Huan and others, he came to a wasteland. Li Huan and the other two did not log off late at night, but continued exploring the royal city. Ever since they experienced the underground cemetery of the Lord's tomb, they always wondered if there were some secrets beneath these ancient buildings, and they began to become keen on digging up people's ancestral graves at night. It's no wonder that they actually reaped quite a lot, discovering a lot of coins in some tombs. Come quickly. Look what I found. Li Huan suddenly said excitedly. She was standing at the bottom of a pit, next to an open coffin. Yao and Dahe on the other side heard the sound, put down the hoes and shovels in their hands, and ran over quickly. Li Huan was holding a pin with some dirt on it and a long-tailed cat decoration on it. Name, long-tailed cat pin. Category, legal relics. Introduction. This brooch is made in the image of the long-tailed cat Legima, which is said to be a fairy cat that appears in fairy tales and plays on the big clock tower effect. Wearing the pin will protect you from being hurt when falling from a height. Relics of the law. Yao and Dahe both widened their eyes. I've seen this kind of law relics on the forum. They are very rare items, but their effects are also varied. Yao recalled the information she had seen on the forum. Li Huan was secretly delighted. Does this count as finding a treasure? Judging from its rarity, it should be, but the effect, Dahe nodded, then shook his head. The effect of this relic of law is a bit too weird. It provides immunity to damage from falling from a height. Is it intended to prevent people from jumping off a building and dying? All he could think of was that it would be useful in some critical moment where one had no choice but to jump off a building. It's fine as long as it's rare. Li Huan didn't care at all. She looked at the fairy cat on the pin whose tail was so long that it wrapped around its body. The more she looked at it, the cuter it found it. Dahe curled his lips, still a little jealous. Rare things like the law relics, even if they didn't have much effect, must have a plot and story behind them, which was exactly what a plot-conscious person like him needed. He turned around and encouraged himself. Since Li Huan could dig up the treasure, why couldn't he? So he planned to continue digging the grave, but a voice broke the silence of the night. Digging people's graves late at night is not a good hobby. The sound was full of weirdness, and the three of them were startled. Li Huan shuddered and almost threw away the long-tailed cat pin in her hand. Who? Dahe turned around quickly. In the darkness ahead, there was a pair of scarlet eyes, and the Blood Apostle slowly walked out of the darkness. Li Huan and the other two were stunned when they saw the appearance of the person who came. They were silent for several seconds. Li Huan rushed to the side of the Blood Apostle. Mr. Munger. Why did you come to see me just now? Li Huan's face was full of resentment. Lear was stunned for a moment. Are we familiar with each other? Do you know how hard it has been for me to wait for you? Ever since you awakened my law of blood last time, I have wanted all the time to become a believer of blood and do my part to promote the law of blood. Li Huan chattered on and on. Dahe was shocked by Li Huan's words. How could he be so shameless? Where is your Valkyrie dignity? Although the Blood Apostle's power has been deeply rooted in people's hearts after the events in the slums and the Lord's cemetery, but, Lord Blood Apostle, Li Huan and I are good friends. After witnessing your powerful strength, I am also deeply attracted by the power of the blood law. I hope you can let me become an apostle of blood. Dahe also stepped forward and said devoutly. Lier was somewhat amused by the way Li Huan and Dahe sang the same tune, but this was also in line with the style of the player in his previous life. He coughed lightly and said, I am very happy that you can recognize the power of the blood law. If you are willing to join the blood cult, I welcome you. But I still have to say that if you join the blood cult, the Golden Church will regard you as heretics. Are you really ready? The Blood Apostle's tone turned serious. I'm ready. Li Huan nodded immediately. Me too. I've long been annoyed with the Golden Church. They claim to be holy, but they do hypocritical things. Dahe also expressed his loyalty. Lier looked at the exaggerated appearance of the two people, but didn't care. He just nodded. In that case, I welcome you to join the blood cult. You have joined the heretical sect, the blood cult. Your current reputation is friendly. Your reputation in the Golden Church is forced to become hostile. The moment Lier finished speaking, Li Huanhuan and Dahe got the hint. The two of them looked delighted, except Yao Yao, who had a complicated expression. As she still wanted to follow Lier, the blood apostle nodded. Since the players have already joined the blood cult, it is time to change their jobs and let them go to work after the job change. Since you have joined the blood cult, I will grant you the power of blood. But before that, I need you to do something for me. Lord Blood Apostle, no matter what it is, just give us your orders. Since we have become believers of blood, we are prepared to die for blood. Dahe immediately said in a righteous and loud voice. Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao, who were standing by, felt it was shameless. I am very pleased that you have such awareness. I really need you to die for me. The blood apostle chuckled. Dahe was stunned. He was just talking nonsense. Do you really want me to die? I have been observing you these days and have seen that you have the power to come back to life from the dead. You are very special. I observed for a long time before I confirmed that this power of resurrection did not come from other law gods, but from you yourselves. Li Er revealed the player's secret. The three of them were a little shocked. The NPCs in this game were too smart. Previously, Lear knew the player's situation through the oracle, and now the blood apostle also knew it. Lier ignored the player's shock and said, You should have heard about the queen. She is also a believer in the heretical law. She saved the royal city, but was captured by the Golden Church. As a fellow heretic, I feel very sad. The queen is clearly a hero who saved the royal city, but she is being tried and executed because of the Golden Church. I plan to rescue the queen, and I hope you can cooperate with me. You have triggered the mission, assist the blood apostle Munger to rescue the queen. D-level, the queen saved the royal city, but was captured by the Golden Church because of her heresy. The blood apostle Munger denounced the hypocrisy of the Golden Church and planned to rescue the queen. Mission objective, assist the blood apostle Munger's actions. Quest reward, 10,000 experience points, job transfer to blood law class blood hunter / blood knight. The job transfer task has arrived, and Li Huanhuan and Dahe's eyes light up. Players are never afraid of difficult tasks, they can do anything as long as they are rewarded. While secretly editing the task, Lier looked at the excited Li Huanhuan and Dahe, and a sly smile appeared on his face under the bloody mask. Since players are not afraid of death, they should make good use of this feature. The next day, in front of the Golden Cathedral, the arrest of the queen has caused a lot of controversy. But the Golden Church still has not announced how to deal with the heretic queen. So every day there are many reporters from newspapers waiting here, waiting for first-hand news. While a group of reporters were watching boredly, two figures appeared at the gate of the Golden Church. They were Li Huanhuan and Dahe. Li Huanhuan and Dahe were carrying two large buckets of feces, with a look of resistance on their faces. The reporters around looked at the two men curiously, and were immediately surprised when they saw the manure they were carrying. Do we really have to do this? Li Huanhuan said in a dilemma. What are you afraid of? We can be resurrected. Besides, don't you want to switch to the profession of blood law? Dahe answered while enduring the foul smell. Li Huanhuan took a deep breath. She tried her best to change her job. The two men stood at the door of the Golden Cathedral and waited for the door to open. The Golden Church members inside came out. The two men seized the opportunity, scooped up a spoonful of manure with a dung shovel, and threw it at the members. The believers who had just walked out were drenched in feces before they could react. Who am I? Where am I? Why is there poop? The golden cultists who went out were all crazy, and among them stood the golden bishop Gas. The reporters around also went crazy and took pictures of the scene crazily. Hypocritical Golden Church. On what basis do you want to arrest Her Majesty the Queen? Her Majesty the Queen has clearly saved the entire royal city. You are actually trying to judge Her Majesty the Queen? Dahe and Li Huanhuan sang in unison, throwing feces and shouting at the same time. The reporters nearby keenly heard the secret in their words. One reporter ignored the stench and moved closer. Madam, what do you think about Her Majesty the Queen saving the entire royal city? When these words were spoken, the reporters pricked up their ears. They only knew that the Queen and the blood apostles had eliminated the corrupt believers, but they did not know the specific circumstances. The secrets are only known to those who participated in the battle and survived. They also interviewed those survivors, but everyone kept silent. There is a secret here. End of this chapter. Chapter 103 Players Make Trouble in the Golden Cathedral, Part 3. Li Huanhuan listened to the words of the reporters around her and her heart was once again filled with disgust towards the Golden Church. She also learned about the Queen from the Blood Apostle. Although she and Dahe witnessed the whole process, they were too far away to hear the conversation and did not know some of the details. At first she thought that it was only the Queen and the Blood Apostle who defeated the corrupt monster, but in fact, without the Queen, the entire royal city would be destroyed. The Golden Church concealed the truth. At that time, the corrupt true spirit was planning to self-destruct and completely release the law of corruption. At that time, the entire royal city would have turned into hell. It was the queen who stood up and used the power of the law of Morningstar to seal the law of corruption. The queen is the hero who saved the entire royal city. Li Huanhuan spoke out the truth loudly, and the reporters around her became excited. This is big news. No wonder the Golden Church has been slow to announce the trial of the queen, so this is the reason. However, after a brief excitement, these reporters became embarrassed. This involved the affairs of the Golden Church. If they reported it casually, it might lead to the liquidation of the Golden Church. Some reporters wrote and underlined in their notebooks, while others had flickering eyes. Some citizens living near the Golden Cathedral also gathered around, and when they heard Li Huanhuan's words, they were all shocked. I in the shadows not far away, Lier looked at the indecisive reporters and the onlookers, and a smile appeared on his face. When these reporters go back, there will always be those who are not afraid of death who will report what happened today, and the onlookers will also spread the news. Albert said that the Golden Church intends to try the queen, so let everyone know the truth, using public opinion to coerce the Golden Church. Is it a tough trial of the queen regardless of public opinion, or a compromise? In the crowd, Bishop Gas stood there in a daze, holding the notice he had just received. The queen would be tried in the afternoon, but now, it was the queen who saved us? Is this true? Isn't the queen a heretic? You idiot! So what if you're a heretic? The blood apostle saved me twice. The crowd began to talk, and the noise attracted attention from inside the Golden Cathedral. Maury walked out of the Golden Cathedral in confusion, and smelled a foul odor straight away, and also felt something warm splashed on his face. He touched his cheek and looked down to see a streak of shit yellow color. He was stunned for a moment, and after a few seconds, when he realized what was on his face turned red and he bent down and vomited. After vomiting, he raised his head angrily and saw two people who were constantly throwing feces at the Golden Church. When he saw Li Huanhuan, his eyes widened. "It's you!" Maury roared. "You damn heretic, how dare you come to me?" Maury recognized Li Huanhuan. Wasn't she the immortal heretic from before? He got mixed up with the blood apostle, and in the end he was stripped naked and dropped on a street lamp. Li Huanhuan also saw Maury and was shocked. She almost forgot that she had a grudge against the Golden Church. She glanced at Maury, who was rushing towards her angrily, and smelled the foul smell on his body. She had dug it out of the pit with her own hands early in the morning, and it was still warm. She didn't want to touch such a disgusting thing, and Maury was probably trying to catch her. Li Huanhuan immediately raised the dung bucket and threw it directly at Maury, then pulled it out and stabbed it into his own heart. Before she died, she shouted, "If the queen must be judged, I am willing to follow her to death." This shout shocked everyone. Why did he commit suicide? Was he indignant about what happened to the queen and so expressed his dissatisfaction with the Golden Church by committing suicide? This is too extreme. However, this scene also made the eyes of the reporters around red. Fuck the Golden Church. If you don't report this news, are you still a journalist? Dahe, who was standing by, was stunned by the scene. Isn't there such a setting in the plot? Maury looked at Li Huanhuan and was so angry that he was fuming. He knew that the other party could be resurrected, so he committed suicide so decisively. What a damn heretic, humiliating him time and time again. He looked at Dahe on the other side. Catch this heretic! Maury roared. The two of them who came together must be accomplices. Dahe reacted, picked up the dung bucket and smashed it at the golden cultists around him. The foul-smelling substance flew everywhere, and the golden cultists all avoided it. Dahe said with disdain, "Do you think you can kill me? Hypocritical Golden Church. Even if you kill me, I will definitely come back from hell. Don't kill him." Before Daher could finish his words, Maury interrupted him with angrily. "He is in the same group as the woman just now. They are both heretics who can be resurrected from the dead. Catch him. I want him alive. I will torture you severely," Maury said with a distorted expression. Dahe was dumbfounded. How did this NPC know that he could be resurrected? And why did he want to capture him again? Dahe didn't understand, and by the time he reacted, the golden cultists had already surrounded him. Dahe was startled and was about to draw his sword to strike himself, but the sword in his hand was knocked away. "You think I'll give you a chance to commit suicide?" Maury walked up with a ferocious expression. "You damn heretics, you have repeatedly challenged the golden law. I will let you know what cruelty is." The golden cultists around rushed forward and tied up Dahe directly. The foul-smelling thing also got on Dahe's body. Damn, how could this happen? Dahe's cheeks turned red as he thought of Li Huanhuan, who had just committed suicide. I was tricked. This damn woman knew there was something wrong with this NPC, but she didn't tell him. He wanted to curse, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the foul smell made him retch. What happened? A cold voice came from not far away. The commotion in front of the Golden Cathedral finally caught Sylvia's attention. She walked out and saw the mess on the ground, and her expression became gloomy. The sacred golden cathedral is actually covered with such filth. Who dares to challenge the golden church like this? When Mori saw Sylvia appear, he immediately showed a respectful expression. High Priest Sylvia, it's like this. He walked towards Sylvia, but before he took a few steps, a ray of holy light knocked him back. You don't have to come over. Sylvia looked at the filthy Mori with some disdain, waved his hand, and then looked at the golden Bishop Gas beside him. Gas, you tell me. Mori took several steps back and almost slipped on the slippery and dirty stuff on the ground. Bishop Gas at the side could not bear to watch, and then explained to Sylvia, it is like this, Your Excellency the High Priest. 2 minutes later the bishop told what had happened. You mean someone told others about the queen? Sylvia frowned. Yes. Bishop Gas nodded. Sylvia took a deep breath. This was going to be troublesome. After the queen surrendered, UR proposed to conceal her contribution. Considering her pagan status, Sylvia understood that if what the queen had done was exposed, she would definitely be praised and supported in the royal city, but the queen was a heretic. Would the Golden Church go against the will of the people of the royal city and judge a hero? So she condoned war's behavior, but now the queen's affairs have been exposed. Who did it? Sylvia bit her lip. Knowing the truth, only those who had participated in the elimination of corrupt true spirits would know. Your Excellency the High Priest, what should we do now? Should we post the notice? Bishop Gas asked carefully. Wait a moment. Sylvia sighed helplessly, and she looked at the tied-up Dahe on the other side. Is this the news you spread? She asked. Dahe glared at him and said, It's me. Hypocritical Golden Church, don't try to hide the truth. Who sent you here? Sylvia asked, ignoring Dahe's trash talk. You don't know. There will always be righteous people who will expose the evil of the Golden Sea. Dahe still shouted in a pretentious manner. The onlookers around became much quieter when Sylvia appeared, but they didn't leave. Sylvia became annoyed. Things always went beyond her expectations. Take him away and lock him up for interrogation. Then she looked at the crowd outside and said, Let the people outside disperse, and clean up all these things on the ground. Sylvia gave the order, and at that moment, a deep voice sounded, I really can't stand it. Has the Golden Church become so corrupt now? On the roof, a figure appeared there at some point, and no one even noticed it. That person, wearing a luxurious robe, had a ferocious face and a bright red light flashing in his eyes. It was Lear, who was posing as the Apostle of Blood. The appearance of the Blood Apostle immediately caused a commotion. Some people in the crowd showed horror, while others even prostrated themselves on the ground like devout believers. The reporters at the scene were even more crazy. What good day is today? Big news came one after another, and there was no way to record them all. Blood Apostle, is that you? Sylvia seemed to understand who arranged everything today, but why? Although the Blood Apostle and the Queen are both heretics, the laws they believe in are completely different. Why does the Blood Apostle do this? The Queen and I fought side by side and tried our best to defeat the true spirit of corrupt laws, but you, the Golden Church, are planning to put the Queen on trial? There was a hint of anger in the Blood Apostle's voice. We are heretics, but heresy does not mean evil. If the Queen had not sealed the corrupt law spirit, the entire royal city would have fallen. Do you want to judge a hero? End of this chapter. Chapter 104. Your daughter is in my hands. 3K. The Blood Apostle's voice traveled far and wide, and was so powerful that everyone at the scene could hear it. Compared to the two unknown people, Dahe and Li Huanhuan, the name of the Blood Apostle is known to everyone. Even among the crowd there were many believers of the Blood Apostles. The crowd started to make noise again, and under the bloody face, a smile appeared on Lear's face. Letting Li Huanhuan and Dahe tell the story of the Queen was just to stimulate discussion, and finally the Blood Apostle would tell it. Even if the Golden Church wanted to deny it, the truth had already been imprinted in everyone's heart. What exactly do you want to do? Sylvia took a deep breath. Hand over the Queen, said the Blood Apostle in a deep voice. Impossible. Sylvia refused immediately. The Golden Church tried heretics. This was a matter of faith and had nothing to do with anything else, really? The Blood Apostle laughed and suddenly said, Then let's make a deal. Deal? Sylvia was stunned. The Blood Apostle didn't say anything more and directly took out a scepter from under his robe. This is a completely white scepter with golden patterns, exuding a sacred aura. When Sylvia saw the scepter in Lear's hand, she was stunned. She stared at the scepter. It was the scepter she gave to her daughter personally, and it was also the weapon she used when she was a saint. The Holy Spirit scepter, a weapon of extraordinary level. You should know what this is, right? The Blood Apostle murmured softly. It was you who kidnapped Afanina. Sylvia became a little agitated, and the other golden cultists beside him were also stunned. The long-lost saint was actually kidnapped by the Blood Apostles. It seems that you recognize this scepter. The Blood Apostle said calmly. You are right, this is what I got from Ophelia. I took off this scepter because I want to tell you that your daughter is in my hands, so let's make a deal. How about you hand over the queen to me and I'll return your daughter to you? When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. The blood apostle actually made such a request, exchanged the queen for the saint. The scene became somewhat quiet, and Lier quietly waited for Sylvia to make a choice. If Sylvia agrees to exchange the queen for the saint, then he can rescue the queen. As for whether he will really return Ophanina to the other party after rescuing the queen, that is of course impossible. Ophanina knew his secret. Unless one day he took the initiative to expose the relationship between Lier and the blood apostle, Ophanina would be imprisoned at home forever, so this deal is just a scam. But then again, Lier doesn't care whether Sylvia agrees to the deal or not. He asked Li Huanhuan and Dahe to cause trouble in the Golden Cathedral today just to delay the time of the Golden Church's trial of the queen, so that he would have enough time to prepare to rescue the queen from prison. If the queen's trial came too soon, I'm afraid his cheap father would really be so bold as to rob the execution ground. According to the original plot of the game, Albert was liquidated by the Golden Church in order to protect him, who communicated with the blood law, and finally the entire Stuart family was destroyed. This means that although the Stuart family is powerful, it still cannot compete with the Golden Church. If Albert really impulsively rescued the queen, then the original plot of the game would probably be repeated. It's just that the object of protection changed from him to the queen. Lier would not let this happen, so he had to delay time so that Albert would not act impulsively. If possible, Lier even planned to rescue the queen without letting Albert intervene, which would completely avoid the possibility of the Stuart family being liquidated by the Golden Sea. He already had a plan in mind. Now it just took a little time. I don't have time for you to think about it for so long. Seeing that Sylvia remained silent, Lier continued to put pressure on the other party. I'll only give you 3 days. If you want, you can publish the news in the newspaper. We will do the transaction in the Lord's cemetery. If you refuse, if the queen dies, your daughter will not survive. The blood apostle uttered his last threat, and then his body turned into a cloud of blood and disappeared. Sylvia looked at the disappearing blood apostle. She still didn't speak. On one side is the Golden Faith, and on the other side is her own daughter. She has never felt such pain before. A great goddess of the Golden Law, didn't you say that Ophanina's life was not in danger? The other golden cultists were all confused. The situation was a bit complicated, but now that the blood apostle had left, they were relieved. However, there was still one person who was in despair. Dahe looked at the place where the blood apostle disappeared. No, I haven't been saved yet. Am I not a believer in blood? Why don't you save me before you leave? If you really can't, you can just stab me to death with a sword. In just 30 days of the internal beta test, he has been arrested for the second time. Does he have to spend the rest of the internal beta test in jail? Just when Dahe looked like he had lost all hope in life, a deep voice sounded in his heart. You stay in the prison of the Golden Church and find out the news about the queen. I know that you and your companions can communicate over long distances. If there is any situation, please inform her and tell me. It is the voice of the blood apostle. Dahe was stunned for a moment. How could the other party convey messages in his mind? And how did the blood apostle know that he and Li Huanhuan could convey messages remotely? He felt more and more that the NPCs in this game were somewhat mysterious. The farce in the Golden Cathedral soon spread throughout the royal city, and the matter concerning the queen also became a hot topic. Queen Philia has always had a positive image in the royal city. She often goes out to care for the citizens, so after learning that the queen is a heretic, many people in the royal city still have goodwill towards the queen. Now that what happened in the Lord's cemetery was completely exposed to everyone, the discussion about the queen became more complicated. At Steward Mansion, Lier was very satisfied with the farce he had just caused in the Golden Cathedral. It all depends on Sylvia's choice. If the other party agrees to the deal, that would naturally be a good thing. If the other party does not agree, Lier must also be prepared to forcibly take the queen away from prison. He needs to figure out the layout of the prison where the queen is imprisoned in the next few days to avoid any mistakes. Lier had not thought too much about the situation in the prison when he visited the queen before. We also need to be prepared for the possibility that Sylvia agrees to the deal, but is just pretending to agree like him. In short, you must be cautious. In the afternoon, just when Lier was about to visit the queen again in the name of Stuart, someone from the Golden Sea came on his own initiative. It was the Golden Bishop Gas. At this time, the filth on the Golden Bishop's body had been washed away, but Lier could still smell some faint stench. Your Excellency the Bishop, what do you want to talk to me about? Lier moved a little further away from the Golden Bishop without leaving a trace. Lier's little action did not escape the eyes of Bishop Gas. The corner of Bishop Gas's mouth twitched slightly, but he was not angry. Thinking of the scene of being splashed with feces in the morning, he felt disgusted. He has washed it 3 or 4 times, but can still smell that faint smell. What a damn heretic! High Priest Sylvia asked me to come. He took a deep breath and said, High Priest Sylvia? Lier was stunned. Sylvia didn't consider Affinina's affairs at this time, so how could he have time to let Gas come to find him? That's right, Master Lear, Bishop Gas took out a badge from his arms. Because of your previous inference, we found the trace of the corrupt believers. The Golden Church promised to reward those who found the trace of the corrupt believers. This is the honorary badge of our Golden Church. With this badge, you can freely enter and exit the Golden Cathedrals in various places. At the same time, you can also use the badge to go to the Golden Church headquarters in the Rhodes Empire and obtain the qualification to meet His Holiness the Pope. You have completed the first objective of the mission, Traces of Corrupted Believers and Saints. You gain 30 experience points, Golden Law Affinity plus 10%, Golden Tree Emblem. Your Golden Law Affinity reaches 30%, you gain Strength plus 2, Constitution plus 2, Dexterity plus 2, Intelligence plus 2, Mysticism plus 2. Looking at the system panel that popped up in front of him, Lier was stunned for a moment, and it took him a few seconds to react. He almost forgot about this mission. The Golden Rule Affinity that was previously deducted by the Golden Rule Goddess has returned. Silently turning off the panel, Lear took the Golden Tree Emblem from Bishop Gas. Carved on it is the typical Golden Tree symbol of the Golden Church. It was like a pillow falling asleep. He had originally planned to visit the Queen in the name of Stuart. With this, wouldn't he be able to enter and exit the Golden Cathedral at will? But I still have to stay away from Sylvia and you are. It would be suspicious if we were seen. As for the qualification to meet the Pope mentioned on the Golden Tree Emblem, Lear didn't care much about it. With his identity, going to the headquarters of the Golden Church to meet the Pope would probably be like throwing a meat bun at a dog, and there would be no return. Please express my gratitude to High Priest Sylvia on my behalf. Lier put away the Golden Tree Emblem with a smile and smiled at Bishop Gas. I will. Bishop Gas nodded. By the way, I heard that something big happened in the Golden Cathedral this morning? Lear suddenly asked. The smile on Bishop Gas's face froze for a moment. He was really talking about something irrelevant. He said a little uncomfortably, yes, the Blood Apostle appeared in the Golden Cathedral and said that he was the one who kidnapped Her Highness the Saint. Oh? The Blood Apostle kidnapped the Saint? Lear asked in surprise. Yes, Archpriest Sylvia is very distressed now. I'm afraid the Golden Church will not be stable in the near future. Gas nodded and answered helplessly. End of this chapter. Chapter 105. Milia awakens? 3K. The Blood Apostle proposed to exchange the Saint for the Queen. I don't know what choice High Priest Sylvia will make. Bishop Gas added to himself. Is the Queen still in prison? Asked Lear. Yes, Master Lier. Gas nodded, and then suddenly said as if he had thought of something, by the way, since the Blood Apostle has admitted that he kidnapped Her Highness the Saint, perhaps Her Highness the Princess is also in the hands of the Blood Apostle. If High Priest Sylvia is willing to exchange the Queen for the Saint, perhaps he can also find out the whereabouts of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Bishop Gas made a reasonable guess. Lear was stunned for a moment and his expression became a little strange. Master Lear, you can wait. I have already given you the things and it is time for me to go back to the church. After Bishop Gas said this, he said goodbye to Lear and left. Looking at Gas's leaving back, Lear shook his head. He turned around and walked towards the study. As soon as he walked out of the living room, he saw Milia coming out from the corner. The girl looked at Lear with a hint of grievance and confusion in her eyes. Lear was stunned. Milia usually stayed in the bedroom at this time. Why did she come here? His heart skipped a beat for no reason, wondering if Milia had heard his conversation with Bishop Gas just now. My mother was captured by the Golden Church? As soon as Milia opened her mouth, Lear's heart sank. He was silent for a long time, then smiled helplessly and said, Did you hear everything? Milia bit her lip. After hearing Lear's answer, she became even angrier. Why did you hide it from me? You knew I dreamt that my mother was arrested. Milia. Lear stretched out his hand, wanting to hold Milia in his arms. Milia took a step back and avoided Lear. You haven't told me why you hid it from me. Lear's outstretched hand stopped in the air. He could see that Milia was really angry, but this was normal. After all, her mother was captured by the Golden Church. According to the original plot development, the Queen would be tried by the Golden Church. I just don't want you to worry, Lear explained. Don't let me worry? You're lying to me like this? Last time you said that Mother is not in danger. Are you going to keep it a secret from me until Mother is tried? Milia shouted with tears in her eyes. Just when the girl's emotions were getting a little out of control, Lear reached out and hugged Milia forcefully in his arms. Okay, he said, a hint of severity in his tone. Why do you think so? Lear held up Milia's head and looked at her. You are my fiancée. Although there was a gap between us at the beginning, you and I have been together for a while. Do you think I will keep it a secret from you until Her Majesty the Queen is tried? I love you and truly regard you as my wife. The Queen is your mother and my mother as well. How could I watch the Queen being judged? Lear's voice was sonorous and powerful. Milia stared at Lear blankly, and the irritability in her heart gradually subsided. I'm already preparing a plan to rescue the Queen. I didn't tell you just to avoid making you worry. Looking at the calm girl, Lear's tone softened. Feeling the warmth of Lier's body, Milia's mood slowly calmed down. She bit her lip and said with some self-blame, I'm sorry. I'm just scared. Those dreams have become reality. I'm afraid that my mother will really. I promise you that I will bring Her Majesty the Queen back safe and sound. Lear said firmly. Milia looked at Lear's serious expression, her cheeks slightly reddened. She tiptoed carefully and kissed Lear on the lips. Thank you. That's what I should do. Lear smiled. Milia also smiled and rubbed against Lier's arms. After a few seconds, a trace of disappointment suddenly flashed in her eyes. Do you think I'm useless? Lear frowned, not understanding what Milia meant. My mother said that I was chosen by the laws of Chinching and cannot be discovered by the Golden Church. I can only hide here with you, but I have no ability at all. I need you to protect me. Even if my mother is caught, there is nothing I can do. Milia continued to say that she was really disappointed. She hoped that she could have power instead of just staying by Lear's side and being a vase. The Queen Mother said that she would have power once her Law of the Morning Star awakened, but how long would she have to wait? Lier listened to Milia's words. He understood her distress. In the game plot, after Milia awakens, she will become very powerful, there is no doubt about that. He wanted to comfort Milia, but at this moment, his storage ring emitted a faint blue light. The Morningstar scepter appeared out of thin air in the room, and slowly floated in front of Milia. Milia was stunned for a moment, looking at the Morningstar scepter in front of her, and the same familiarity as before surged into her heart. She reached out and touched the gem on the Morningstar scepter, and Milia's shadow appeared in the gem's mirror, but her pupils were black and her hair was also black. The figure disappeared in a flash, and then Milia felt that she had a deeper connection with the Morningstar scepter. Milia! Lear looked at this scene and felt a little nervous. He still remembered that the Queen received the oracle from this scepter and then lost consciousness. Lear, I seem to be able to use the power of this scepter. Milia was stunned for a few seconds, feeling the information in her mind, and suddenly said in surprise. She held the Morningstar scepter, and the star's light gradually shone, and then sank into Lear's body. You are blessed by the skill illusionary stars and enter an unselectable state for 30 seconds. The system prompt appeared in Lear's eyes, and Lear became illusory, with a layer of faint starlight covering him. Illusionary stars, this is the special skill that comes with the Morningstar scepter that Lear has seen, a very powerful skill. He looked at Milia in some disbelief. He did not sense any breath of law from her, but Milia activated the power of the Morningstar scepter just like that. Looking at the radiance on Lear's body, Milia was very excited. Lear, I can also use the power of the law of the Morningstar. Well, congratulations. Your Morningstar law must have gradually awakened. Lier echoed. He looked at Milia with a serious expression. Milia, do you feel uncomfortable or something? Or are there any changes in your body? No, I feel fine, and these lights are very comfortable. Milia looked at Lear strangely, not understanding why Lear asked this. What's wrong? It's okay, I'm just worried that gaining power will cause harm to your body. Lear was silent for a few seconds and finally shook his head. So, can I help you in this future? Milia said excitedly, according to the information I got, this scepter has two skills, one is the Morningstar sealing technique, and the other is the illusory star. Well, of course you can. Both of these skills are powerful, but don't expose them easily. Lier nodded. Although he thought it was strange that Milia suddenly gained the ability to control the Morningstar scepter, he didn't want to spoil Milia's interest. Then, when you want to save our mother, can you take me with you? Milia looked at Lier with hope. I want to help you, too. Lier looked at Milia and felt a headache. Although Milia could use the Morningstar scepter, she was still a weak girl, and Milia's current situation was a bit complicated. Milia was missing, and it would be strange for her to appear rashly. Milia, you are missing now, and you can use the Morningstar scepter. If you go out, you will be regarded as a heretic by the Golden Church. Lear tried to make Milia give up the dangerous idea of going out. I can disguise myself. I just hope no one sees me. Milia pouted and retorted. Lear was silent for a long time before he said helplessly, well, I will let you know when we rescue the Queen, but you must listen to me completely. I will be good. Milia nodded and answered seriously. Late at night, the Golden Cathedral is brightly lit. Sylvia and other Golden cultists gathered around the table, discussing what happened to the Blood Apostles during the day. This incident has a great impact on the church. The news that the Queen sealed the corrupt spirit to save the royal city has spread. If we continue to judge the Queen, I am afraid it will cause unrest among the residents of the royal city of Brothile. Someone said worriedly. And Her Highness the Saint. We didn't expect that. We have been fooled by the Blood Apostles. The ones who kidnapped the saint were not corrupt believers at all. Some people were also angry as Sylvia was in deep thought. She had been thinking about it for the whole afternoon but still hadn't made a decision. Wu-Er and Mori on the side looked at each other, coughed lightly and said, I think Her Royal Highness the Saint is more important than the Queen. The Queen is just an ordinary heretic, but everyone should know what Her Royal Highness the Saint means to the Holy See. If Her Highness the Saint makes a mistake and angers the goddess of golden law, it will be our fault. Wu-Er spoke with great righteousness, and Mori beside him nodded in agreement. They didn't care about the Queen at all, as long as the saint could come back. After all, the saint's disappearance was Mori's fault, and Wu-Er was still helping to conceal it, which was an even greater crime. As long as the saint comes back, their punishment will be lighter. Sylvia was also moved when she heard what Wu-Er said. Given the importance of the saint to the Holy See, she could indeed be exchanged for the Queen, and Afanina was her daughter. It is reasonable for her to accept the deal made by the Blood Apostle. However, this feeling of being coerced and played with made Sylvia very angry. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? End of this chapter. Chapter 106 The Golden Church's Plan, 3K. Seeing Sylvia remain silent, Wu-Er thought that the other party was still hesitating, so he rolled his eyes and said, I know that agreeing to the deal with the Blood Apostle is a shame for the church, but as long as Her Highness the Saint can come back alive, it will be worth it. Besides, we don't have to really hand over the Queen. Wu-Er's voice suddenly became deep. Everyone's eyes turned to all, including Sylvia's. The Blood Apostle is threatening us with the Saint. Why can't we take advantage of their tactic? Wu-Er said seriously. Why don't we pretend to hand over the Queen, but just to lure the Blood Apostle to appear, ambush the good people, and rescue the Saint during the transaction? Not only can we save the Saint, we don't have to let the Queen go, and we even have a chance to capture the Blood Apostle. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell silent. The Golden cultists around them thought about it and thought, this seems to be a good decision. Wu-Er looked at the people who were lost in thought and was also excited about his own idea. This was really a solution that would kill two birds with one stone. Although it was a bit immoral, how could he talk about morality with heretics? There is no need at all. But before he could be happy for too long, Sylvia frowned and said, the method you mentioned is indeed feasible, but are you sure we can ambush the Blood Apostle? Everyone has seen how powerful the Blood Apostle is. He is mysterious and elusive. You have also witnessed this before when you were fighting against the corrupted spirit. How do you plan to rescue Ophelia from him? Or do you think you have the confidence to defeat the Blood Apostle? Sylvia pointed out the loopholes in Wu-Er's plan. What is the strength of the Blood Apostle? That kind of elusive speed and strange abilities are simply hard to guard against. Sylvia has no confidence in being able to fight the Blood Apostle, let alone Wu-Er, the tank guard knight. She is just like Ophinia. As the previous saint, she possesses the abilities of both praying and judging. Wu-Er was speechless by what Sylvia said. He had not thought about this problem at all. Thinking of the powerful combat capability of the Blood Apostle, his expression became a little ugly. I can unite with other powerful people in the royal city. Wu-Er said unwillingly. For example, the War Knight of the Stuart family, and Rosser. I heard that the Dean of the Arcane Academy is also an extraordinary wizard. Sylvia listened to Wu-Er's words and still shook her head. Albert is a believer in war and was once a close friend of the Queen. If the Blood Apostle rescued the Queen, he would be overjoyed. How could he help us? Likewise, Rosser. The Queen is his wife. Asking him to give up his wife is already the biggest concession. Do you still want him to personally send the Queen to face trial? And the princess may also be in the hands of the Blood Apostle. And what about the Dean of the Arcane Academy? I also know about the extraordinary wizard you mentioned. He is a believer in arcane law and may not necessarily help the Golden Church. Moreover, he seems to be very close to the Stuart family. Sylvia broke Wu-Er's fantasy without any hesitation. The atmosphere became somewhat dull. Wu-Er took a deep breath. He thought his proposal was very good, but he did not expect it to be rejected so quickly. However, he still did not give up. Even if Albert and Rosser won't help us, that extraordinary wizard may not. As long as we can offer enough benefits, I believe we can get him to lend a hand. Ha ha. Sylvia smiled. Okay, since you said so, then you can go and invite that wizard. If you can invite that wizard, then we will act according to your plan. Of course, the Golden Church will not reimburse the reward for inviting the wizard. If we successfully rescue Ophinia, your and Maury's mistakes can be written off. Sylvia added. Sylvia was no fool. How could she not see what UR was planning? UR was eager to rescue the saint so that he and Maury could reduce the punishment. If he could capture the Blood Apostle at the same time, it would be a great achievement. Not only would the punishment be removed, he could even be rewarded. But the plan is good, but implementation is not easy. End of the meeting. Only UR and Maury were left. Father, are we going to invite the Dean of the Arcane Academy? Maury asked. Go. UR gritted his teeth. If the plan can really succeed, then he will be a hero. His reputation and status within the Vatican will be improved. You only have to pay some money to invite an extraordinary wizard, and the benefits will be far greater than the cost. In the dark dungeon, Dehe was dressed in rags and was tortured beyond recognition. Although he himself didn't feel anything after being caught, he turned his touch to the lowest level. Maury's torture was like tickling, but it looked a little creepy. He turned his head boredly and looked to the other side, where the queen was imprisoned. Unlike him, the queen was still glamorous and beautiful. Although she no longer wore luxurious clothes, she was at least clean and tidy, which was somewhat out of place in this dungeon. Are you also a believer in heretical laws? The queen not far away suddenly said to Dahe. Dahe was stunned for a moment. Through the dim light, she could see the appearance of the queen. She had silver hair and blue eyes. She was extremely beautiful. She was no less beautiful than the white-haired little girl she had seen in the Lord's cemetery before, and she had added a touch of maturity. Dahe was a little embarrassed, then nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. What law do you believe in? The queen asked again. The law of blood. Dahe answered obediently. Blood? The queen was obviously stunned for a moment. She looked at the young man in front of her. The law of blood was the heretical law that Lear believed in. The young man in front of him believes in blood, so it must be related to Lear. Do you know Lee? The Blood Apostle, the queen asked again. Of course, it was the Blood Apostle who let me in. Your Majesty, don't worry, Lord Mung is already preparing to rescue you. Dahe nodded. Is that so? The queen murmured to herself. Lear had said he would save her when he visited her before, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. But she soon became confused. She could feel that the young man in front of her was just an ordinary person. What could Lear let him in for? To send him to his death? You should be just an ordinary person. What can the Blood Apostle let you do by sneaking in? The queen asked her doubts. Dahe smiled. The NPC in front of him didn't seem as mysterious as the Blood Apostle and Lear, and he didn't know the situation of these players yet. He immediately laughed and said, Your Majesty, I am not a human from this world. I am an alien from another world. My companions and I will never die in this world. Even if we are killed, we will be resurrected. In addition, we have the ability to communicate over long distances. That's why Lord Munger allowed me to sneak in and get information about you. The queen widened her eyes when she heard what Dahe said. A stranger from another world? Resurrection from the dead? Long-distance communication. She couldn't believe what the other person said, but Dahe's tone didn't sound like nonsense. Seeing the queen's shocked expression, Dahe felt inexplicably good. Both Lear and the Blood Apostles behaved as usual after knowing that they could be resurrected. This is a resurrection. Just when he was trying to show off in front of the beautiful queen, he suddenly heard a conversation not far away. Do you think High Priest UR can ask Dean Irwin to help him deal with the Blood Apostles? I think it's a bit difficult. You haven't been to the Lord's cemetery and haven't seen the Blood Apostle. I feel that even with Mr. Irwin's participation, it will be difficult to defeat the Blood Apostle. Two golden cultists came over, and Dahe immediately shut his mouth and frowned when he heard their conversation. If you ask me, wouldn't it be better to just use Her Majesty the Queen to exchange for the saint? Why did you have to invite Dean Irwin to ambush the Blood Apostles in order to snatch the saint back? If it succeeds, that's fine, but if it fails, as the golden cultist continued to speak, Dahe's eyes widened and the queen also raised her head. In the Arcane Academy, Li Huanhuan, who was studying and reading with Yao Yao in the library, suddenly received a message and the message bar vibrated. She opened it immediately and saw the message from Dahe. The Golden Church intends to invite the Dean of the Arcane Academy to ambush Munger and take back the saint. As soon as she saw the content of the message, Li Huanhuan stood up from her chair abruptly. Yao Yao, who was reading a historical biography with great interest, was startled. What happened? Dahe has sent news. Li Huanhuan directly showed the news to Yao Yao. The Golden Church is too shameless. How can they do this? After seeing the content, Yao Yao felt disgusted with the Golden Church again. Stop talking about this, let's quickly tell Mr. Munger the news. Li Huanhuan said immediately. As she spoke, she left the library with Yao Yao. When we arrived at the place where we had agreed to meet with the Blood Apostle, it was a dilapidated house. When they walked in, they saw the Blood Apostle, sitting quietly on a chair with a somewhat empty look in his eyes. The two looked at the Blood Apostle in front of them with some surprise. For a long while, the Blood Apostle did not move. Li Huanhuan walked up, hesitated for a moment, and touched the horns on the Blood Apostle's head with some excitement. Suddenly, a red light flashed in the Blood Apostle's eyes, and his gaze became lively. The Blood Apostle looked at the two people in front of him and was silent for a long time before asking, "What do you want?" Li Huanhuan was startled by the sudden movement of the Blood Apostle, and her cheeks were slightly red. "It's like this, Mr. Munger. Da He has sent a message about the Golden Church." "Oh? What's the news?" asked the Blood Apostle in a deep voice. "The Golden Church intends to pretend to accept your deal, and then invite the Dean of the Arcane Academy to ambush together and take back the Saint." Li Huanhuan said in a low voice. End of this chapter. Chapter 107. Erwin, I will also help you find the Princess Lear, who was far away in Steward Mansion, also received the information through the incarnation of blood. He could guess that the Golden Church might do something tricky, but he didn't expect that they were planning to invite Erwin to join them in dealing with him. Lier's expression was a little heavy. Before, when he was in the Lord's cemetery, it was because of the protection of the Lord of Blood that he briefly gained the power of the extraordinary class, but now he is just a high-level professional. If it was just Sylvia and he still had the confidence that he could use the blood incarnation to lure Sylvia away, and then use his real body to save the queen. But now with the addition of Erwin, things are different. A superordinary mage possesses a myriad of abilities. Apart from being weak in close combat and having a fragile body, he has almost no other shortcomings. The methods are much more comprehensive than those of other professionals. If he wants to save the queen, he must stop Erwin from helping the Golden Church. Lear looked up at the night outside the window. The next day, Lear left the mansion early in the morning. It was already late at night when he received the news yesterday. He didn't want to disturb Erwin, so he had to visit him before Erwin agreed to the Golden Church. When we arrived at the Arcane Academy, there was a carriage parked at the door with the emblem of a golden tree carved on it. Lear's expression looked a little unhappy. He had gone out very early, but it seemed that he was still overtaken by the Golden Church. He walked into the Arcane Academy, causing a commotion, and many students became excited when they saw Lear. The Lear of today is no longer the Lear of the past. His reputation as a dual law professional has long been known. Not long after he entered the academy, he saw Divine Triveni also saw Lear, and was stunned for a moment, then showed a happy expression, and ran to Lear. "Lear, long time no see. How come you have time to come to the academy today? Are you here to learn new spells?" Lear stopped and felt a little anxious, but he still smiled and said, "I have something I want to find Uncle Owen for." "Looking for father?" Triveni was stunned. "Yes, I wonder where Uncle Owen is now." Lear asked if father was just meeting with someone from the Golden Church. "It seemed to be the high priest you are." Triveni replied, "Can you take me to see it?" Lear smiled at Triveni, blushed a little at Lear's smile, then nodded. "Okay, come with me." Director's office. Erwin frowned as he listened to the words of the Golden High Priest in front of him. "You want me to help you capture the Blood Apostle?" "Yes, Mr. Elvin, I heard that you are the only extraordinary wizard in the royal city. With your help, I think we can definitely capture the Blood Apostle." Yuar nodded with a smile, "But I heard that the Blood Apostle intends to exchange the saint for the queen. Don't you plan to agree?" Alvin asked again. "That was the Blood Apostle's request. How could we agree to a heretic's request?" War denied it immediately. "The Blood Apostle kidnapped the saint. This is a provocation to the Golden Church. We plan to pretend to agree to the Blood Apostle's request and then unite to capture the Blood Apostle, so we need your help." Yuar told him his plan, and Erwin showed a thoughtful expression. Although he did not participate in the operation to eliminate the corrupt believers, he had heard of the power of the Blood Apostles. It was reasonable for the Golden Church to invite him to capture the Blood Apostle together. But he actually admired the Blood Apostle, a heretic. The Blood Apostle was not as evil as other heretics. Instead, he did a lot of good things. And as for the queen, Erwin also felt a little sorry for him. Seeing Erwin's silence, Yuar felt a little anxious. The longer he remained silent, the more likely the other party would reject him. He gritted his teeth and took out a necklace from the storage items. "Sir Erwin, if you are willing to help us, this relic of law will be your reward. This necklace is called the Chain of Holy Glory. It has the ability to accelerate magic cultivation. It can also protect the wearer from a fatal attack. It can be triggered once every 3 days." Yuar placed the necklace on the table. "Any relic of the law is precious. Even if its effect is not strong, it still represents a relic of the gods. The necklace in front of him was obviously very powerful. It could speed up magic cultivation and save lives at the same time. For a magician, it was even more precious. Mages are inherently fragile, and even though they have spell shields, it is impossible for them to maintain the shields forever, so mages are very afraid of being assassinated by powerful assassins. With this relic of law that can block a fatal blow, there is a chance to counterattack. Irwin was moved. Sir Irwin, you should know how precious this necklace is. This is the greatest sincerity I can show. Uar said seriously, listening to Uar's words. Irwin nodded and said, since His Excellency the High Priest has invited me so kindly, I will naturally help the Golden Church. I will accept this necklace. You can contact me when you are ready to take action. Excuse me, is Uncle Irwin here? Just as Irwin was about to accept the necklace, a voice came from outside the dean's office. Irwin and Uar in the room were both stunned for a moment. Irwin recognized that it was Lee Ayre's voice. He put away the necklace, glanced at Uar, and said, come in. The door opened and Lear and Devine walked in. As soon as he entered the door, Lear felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere, and his heart sank. Uar also saw Lear. He did not have a good impression of Lear and stood up immediately. Mr. Irwin, since we have already agreed on our business, I will not disturb you. He glanced at Lear, then said goodbye to Irwin and left. Only Lear and two others were left in the dean's office. Uncle Irwin, what does the High Priest of Uar want to see you about? Lear asked. Hearing this, Irwin immediately said, you asked the right question. I also wanted to talk to you. You should have heard about the Blood Apostle. Lear nodded when he heard this. The Blood Apostle kidnapped the saint and planned to exchange her for the queen. I think that since the saint was kidnapped by the Blood Apostle, the princess is likely in his hands as well. Irwin deduced, just now, the Golden Church invited me to help capture the Blood Apostle, and I agreed. I think as long as we catch the Blood Apostle, we should be able to find the princess's whereabouts. You helped me rescue Divine, and I will help you find the princess. Irwin said sincerely, while Lear opened his mouth slightly, not knowing what to say. And now that you've said that, how can he still ask Irwin not to help the Golden Church? The princess might be in the hands of the Blood Apostle. Don't you want to find the princess? Lear had never felt so miserable. End of this chapter. Chapter 108. The Queen is missing. 3K. When he returned from the Arcane Academy, Lear felt helpless. He ultimately failed to stop Irwin from interfering in the Queen's affairs. Irwin wanted to help him find the princess, which was perfectly fine, and Lear didn't even know how to argue with that. Although he failed to stop the cooperation between Irwin and the Golden Church, Lear was not too distressed. The Golden Church planned to pretend to agree to the deal and then attack him during the transaction, but Lear had no intention of keeping the appointment at all. He just wanted to divert the Golden Church's attention. Before the agreed transaction, once he figured out the internal layout of the Golden Cathedral, he would take action directly. In the afternoon, Lear came to the Golden Cathedral. At this time, there were still many reporters in front of the Golden Cathedral. Lear looked at the reporters with a serious face and read out the notice in his hand. The Golden Church is willing to agree to the Blood Apostle's request and exchange the Queen for the Saint Girl at the Lord's Cemetery the day after tomorrow. Uar spoke seriously on the surface, but he was very happy in his heart. Sylvia had already accepted his plan. If he succeeded in rescuing the saint and capturing the Blood Apostle, it would be a great achievement for him. The reporters around looked at each other in bewilderment. The Golden Church actually compromised? Please publish this news in the newspaper and make sure the Blood Apostles can see it. Uar said again, reminding the reporters around him. All the reporters nodded. Even if Uar didn't say it, they would not let go of such news. Now the most concerned issue in the entire royal city was the matter of the Queen and the Blood Apostle. This will affect their performance. Lear watched from a distance, and after receiving satisfactory news, the reporters dispersed and Uar returned to the Golden Cathedral. After waiting for half an hour, Lear also walked towards the Golden Cathedral. He walked straight in. The golden cultist guarding the door saw Lear coming. Mr. Lear? The believer recognized Lear's identity and said respectfully, Is High Priest Sylvia here? Lear asked. You're looking for the High Priest? The church member was stunned for a moment, then said with some embarrassment, The High Priest is not in the church right now. If you're looking for the High Priest, you may have to wait a while. Not here? Yes. Lear glanced at the interior of the church without leaving a trace, and then said, Can I go into the church to take a look and wait for a while? The golden cultists hesitated when they heard this. Seeing the golden cultists' hesitation, Lear took out the golden tree badge that Gas had given him and said, This should allow me to enter. Looking at the emblem in Lear's hand, the Golden Church's eyes widened, and then his attitude changed. Of course, Mr. Lear, with the emblem you can stay freely in the Golden Church anywhere. Lear nodded when he heard this. In his previous life, someone had obtained the golden tree emblem. Simply put, this emblem meant that one could stay freely in the Golden Church, and the Golden Church would meet one's living and food needs within normal limits. It's almost like a permanent golden meal ticket to the Vatican. With this, Lear can cross Sylvia and enter the Golden Cathedral directly. After all, the Golden Cathedral is generally not open to outsiders. At most, only the prayer room outside allows ordinary believers to pray. The interior of the church is a real Golden Cathedral. Generally, only internal personnel of the Golden Church and legal professionals are allowed to enter. Or, when princes and nobles who believe in the golden law hold weddings, they can apply to borrow the cathedral. Lear smiled, put away the golden tree emblem, walked past the believers and entered the cathedral. When Lear arrived at the hall, he didn't see anyone. He felt a little strange because the afternoon should be the prayer time. However, the fact that there was no one around made it easier for him to plan his route, and as he walked alone, Lear came to the entrance to the underground prison. There was a guard guarding the entrance. Lear stood far away and waited for the guard to turn his back. He quickly walked up to him, knocked the guard unconscious with a knife, and then walked in. Lear soon arrived at the Queen's place where the guard had brought him before, but the prison was empty. The Queen is gone. Across the prison, the bound Dahe saw Lear and was stunned for a moment. Mr. Lear. Lear reacted from his confusion over the Queen's disappearance and saw Dahe, who was imprisoned opposite. "Where is the Queen?" Lear asked. "The Queen was taken away by people from the Vatican," Dahe answered subconsciously. "Where did you go?" "I didn't hear that." Dahe smiled awkwardly. Lear frowned. Things were again beyond his control. It was bad enough that the Golden Church invited Irwin, but now even the Queen has disappeared. Did the Golden Church move the Queen? Was it because they were afraid that he would break out of prison early? Where would they move her? Lear took a deep breath and regretted why he didn't give the Queen a blood mark when he met her before. Lear walked around the prison in despair, but there was indeed no sign of the Queen. After more than 10 minutes, he returned to where the Queen was supposed to be with a somewhat grim expression on his face. He was silent for a few seconds, and finally turned and left. Dahe looked at this scene with some surprise, and watched Lear's back disappear into the prison. The Queen was missing, which was unexpected. When Lear returned to the mansion, he also received news from the incarnation of blood. Dahe passed the information to Li Huanhuan and then to him. "What's wrong?" Seeing that Lear looked absent-minded, Milia asked with concern. "It's okay, I'm just thinking about how to rescue the Queen." Lear smiled nonchalantly. "I heard that the Golden Church has agreed to exchange the Queen Mother for the Saint." "Are you really going to let the Saint go?" Milia asked. She already knew what Lear had done, but if she let the Saint go, her and Lear's affairs would be exposed. Even if she brought her mother back, they would still be in danger. The Golden Church didn't really agree. They just pretended to agree to my request and then wanted to lure me out and arrest me. Lear shook his head. Milia's eyes widened, and after a while she said angrily, "How could the Golden Church do this?" "Don't worry, I will rescue Her Majesty the Queen. I will not return the Saint to them, and our secret will not be exposed." Lear stroked Milia's hair gently. His tone was relaxed, but his heart was a little heavy. "By the way, are you familiar with the Morning Star Scepter?" Lear suddenly asked. "I have already mastered it." Milia laughed when she heard Lear mention the Morning Star Scepter. She directly picked up the scepter on the bedside, which was emitting a faint blue light. "I have mastered both features of the scepter. I can see anything that happens within a range of 10 kilometers through the gemstone mirror," Milia said proudly, and the scene outside appeared in the sapphire mirror of the Morningstar Scepter. It was already dark outside and the environment was somewhat murky, but the image in the mirror of the Morningstar Scepter was very clear, and even in places without light it could be seen clearly. Looking at the image in the mirror, Lear suddenly had an idea and said to Milia, "Can you adjust the image to the location of the Golden Cathedral?" "Of course." Milia nodded, slid the scepter a few times, and the Golden Cathedral appeared in the mirror. And Milia continued to click, and the image in the mirror continued to expand, and finally she passed through the stained glass on the dome of the cathedral and entered the interior of the church. In the hall, Sylvia was talking with a group of golden cultists. Lear was shocked by the function of the Morning Star Scepter. "The mirror of the scepter also has the function of perspective? As long as the starlight can shine in, you can see it." Milia nodded. Lear didn't know what to say. This function was really beyond belief. "If you get closer, you can hear their conversation," Milia added. Her hands slid across the mirror, and soon Sylvia's voice was heard from the mirror. "Just in case, I have moved the Queen. When we trade with the Blood Apostle, Gas will lead the other golden cultists to guard her. You and I will take the dummy to the Lord's cemetery to lure out the Blood Apostle. You must have Archmage Elvin hide in the dark and not alert the enemy. In the cathedral, Sylvia was making preparations for the transaction, completely unaware that two pairs of eyes were watching them. Lear stared at Sylvia, hoping that he could tell him some information about where the queen was transferred to, but he was disappointed. Sylvia said nothing. "How is it? Is this information helpful to you?" Milia looked at Lear carefully. She really hoped that she could help Lear. Lear came back to his senses and smiled. "Of course, it helps a lot." He patted Milia's little head, but this was not to comfort her. Although Sylvia did not directly say where the queen was transferred to, she said that Bishop Gas would be there to guard her, which means that Bishop Gas knew the whereabouts of the queen. Lear's eyes became gloomy. If that was the case, he could find out the whereabouts of the queen through Garth. Sylvia and Ur, the two strongest fighters of the Golden Church, planned to capture him together with Erwin, and only sent Gas to guard the queen. This was a good plan. If the Blood Apostle comes to fulfill the deal, they can do their best to capture the Blood Apostle. If the Blood Apostle's deal was a scam, it was a diversion to lure the enemy away from their mountain hideout, and they were planning to go to the Golden Cathedral to snatch someone away, but the queen had already been transferred. It can be said that Sylvia was very thoughtful and anticipated that the Blood Apostle might be deceiving them. Lair smiled. Sylvia was very powerful, but he had a trick: learn more about remote monitoring and perspective. He pondered for a while and made a plan in his mind. Since Sylvia intended to deceive him, he would play along. The Blood Apostle would go to the appointment, and his real body would rescue the queen. Sylvia thought he had attracted the Blood Apostle, but it was just an incarnation of Lear. End of this chapter. Chapter 109, Queen for Saint. The transaction begins. The news that the Golden Church was planning to make a deal with the Blood Apostles quickly spread throughout the royal city. The reporters in the royal city were all working very hard, and for a while a large number of residents in the royal city were looking forward to it. After appearing many times, the Blood Apostle already has many believers in the royal city. Although they do not have an affinity for the blood law, they also regard the Blood Apostle as an angel of God. Lear came to the Golden Cathedral again. This time he was looking for Bishop Gas. With the golden tree emblem, he easily entered the Golden Cathedral and happened to meet Bishop Gas in the church. "Bishop Gas." Lear walked up and greeted him. "Master Lear." Bishop Gas was stunned. "I heard that the Golden Church is planning to make a deal with the Blood Apostles. Is this true?" Lear asked, pretending to be melancholy. "It's true, Master Lear. What can I do for you?" Bishop Gas nodded. The melancholy expression on Lear's face became much calmer because of Bishop Gas's answer. He said with some expectation, "Bishop Gas, the Milia you mentioned earlier might have also been kidnapped by the Blood Apostles. Could you please ask High Priest Sylvia to tell us when we trade with the Blood Apostles that our Stewart family is also willing to trade with the Blood Apostles? As long as the Blood Apostle is willing to release Milia, the Stewart family is willing to pay any price." Lear's tone was full of emotion, and Bishop Gas was slightly moved. He pondered for a moment, nodded and said, "Don't worry, Master Lear, I will definitely explain it to High Priest Sylvia, and I will definitely help you find out the whereabouts of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Then I'll leave it to you." Lear said gratefully, and couldn't help but give Bishop Gas a hug. Bishop Gas did not refuse, thinking that Lear's feelings for the princess were sincere. He did not notice that when Lear hugged him, a barely visible red light entered his body. The hug lasted only a few seconds, and then Lear let go of Bishop Gas. After chatting with him for a few more words, Lear left. He had already put a blood mark on Bishop Gas's body, so as long as Bishop Gas went to find the queen, he could follow him and find the queen's location. Now we just have to wait for the day when trading starts. Lear walked out of the Golden Cathedral with a satisfied smile. When Lear returned to Stewart House, he met Albert. Albert seemed to have been here for a while. Seeing Lear appear, he stood up and asked, "Did you know that the Blood Apostle planned to exchange the saint for the queen?" "I know. What are your plans?" Albert asked again. Lear knew that Albert was asking about Milia and the queen. If the Blood Apostle replaced the queen, how would he explain it to Milia? Albert didn't know that he was the Blood Apostle, and Lear didn't want to reveal his identity for the time being. He pondered for a moment and said, "Father, can you trust me?" "What?" Albert was puzzled. "Don't do anything and don't interfere in the affairs of the Golden Church. Leave everything to me and I will bring the queen back," Lear said seriously. Albert looked at Lear with a deep gaze. At this moment, he thought a lot about the relationship between the Blood Apostle and Lear. Before Lear woke up, he was communicating with the blood law. He knew about it. Maybe Lear and the Blood Apostle knew each other. After a long silence, he said, "I can trust you, but if you fail to bring the queen back, I will do it myself." Lear smiled and said, "I won't bother you to do it." Soon the day of the transaction came. In a dilapidated house somewhere in the royal city, the Blood Apostle stood in front of Li Huanhuan and tied Li Huanhuan up with life-binding shackles. I don't know if it's because he was used to tying up Ophelia at home, but when Lear tied up Li Huanhuan, he also tied her up in an extremely shameful way. It shows Li Huanhuan's graceful figure to the fullest. Yao Yao widened her eyes at the side. "Can you just watch this?" Li Huanhuan's live broadcast room also became lively. "Damn it. Why did this NPC save the Valkyrie in the first place?" It seems he has been plotting something bad against her. Is this game so exciting? Can this be broadcast? Where is the super administrator? You know what, the Valkyrie has a pretty good figure. Li Huanhuan looked at the blood apostle who had tied her up with a blushing face. The other party's ferocious face did not change at all, and he just tied her up seriously. Mr. Meng. Mr. Minga, what are you going to do? Li Huanhuan asked tremblingly. I'm using you to pretend to be a saint. Lear explained casually. Huh? Li Huanhuan was stunned, and Yao Yao beside her was also stunned. What's wrong? The blood apostle raised his head in surprise. The Golden Church is ambushing me and trying to arrest me. Of course I can't really take the saint with me, so I'm just using you as a disguise. You have a similar body shape to the saint, and you can't tell if you cover your face. Lier said as a matter of course, and took out Ophelia's scepter from the storage ring. This scepter is also placed on you. The aura of the golden law on it will bring you closer to the saint. He tied the scepter directly to Li Huanhuan's body. Li Huanhuan looked at the scepter. Name, Holy Spirit Staff Category, Scepter Grade, Extraordinary Attributes, Spell Power plus 90, Spell Chanting Speed plus 20%. Features, Divine Protection. The Holy Spirit scepter emits a gentle and powerful holy light, providing continuous healing effects to the holder. At the same time, divine protection can be automatically triggered when the holder's health is below a certain threshold, instantly restoring a large amount of health and protecting the holder from fatal damage. Special skill, Holy Judgment. The Holy Spirit scepter gathers the energy of holy light and casts holy judgment on the designated target or area, causing a large amount of holy damage. The cooldown time is 1 hour. Requirements, Golden Rule affinity 30%. This is an extraordinary level weapon, with extremely powerful attributes, characteristics, and special skills. Li Huanhuan hasn't changed her job yet, so where has she seen such advanced equipment? But even such a powerful equipment was tied to her body by Lier. Okay, you just need to be obedient. You can be resurrected and there will be no danger. After this task is completed, I will reward you with the mission and let you switch to the profession of blood law. Lier said as if he was coaxing a child. Li Huanhuan's face turned red. The blood apostle's words made her feel like a little girl, but who is she? The Valkyrie of the live streaming world. The comments in the live broadcast room started scrolling like crazy, full of mocking words. Li Huanhuan could already foresee that her appearance today would soon be uploaded to video websites for people to see, and everyone would see her shameful side. Lier didn't know what Li Huanhuan was thinking. He picked Li Huanhuan up by the waist and carried her on his shoulders, then walked out of the door in a swagger. End of this chapter. Chapter 110. The Queen's True Whereabouts. 3K. The Lord's Cemetery has not been fully recovered since the last battle with the corrupt spirits. Many tombstones have fallen to the ground and the fences of the cemetery are in tatters. At this time, there were many people surrounding the Lord's cemetery, including fearless reporters, nobles and citizens. Didn't I say that nobles and citizens are prohibited from watching? Sylvia frowned and looked at the increasing number of people around him, his face looking a little unsightly. There will be a tough battle to fight next. With so many people surrounded, what if the blood apostle goes crazy and starts killing people? Upon hearing this, Yuar stepped forward. It was his decision to let these people in. As Sylvia, we are about to capture a powerful heretic. How can there be no one to witness this great battle? Yuar said in a high-pitched voice, and with so many people, it will be convenient for Lord Irwin to hide inside and ambush the blood apostle. Sylvia listened to Yuar's explanation and felt that he was too stupid. She said coldly, "You'd better pray that nothing goes wrong." Don't worry, Sylvia, we have 3 extraordinary professionals. No matter how powerful the blood apostle is, he is only one person, and our professional combination is strong enough. Yuar answered confidently. There are royal knights, mages, and a saint who can be both a praying man and a judged warrior, mage and priest, a classic combination. Just as Sylvia and Yuar were talking, there was a commotion in the crowd not far away. The crowd that had originally surrounded the place slowly dispersed, leaving a path. A hideous figure appeared at the end of the road. It was the blood apostle. Many people in the surrounding area knelt down immediately, and reporters were taking pictures desperately. Lier carried the masked Li Huanhuan and walked straight to the door of the Lord's tomb, confronting Sylvia. Continued, the two sides looked at each other without speaking. A tense atmosphere was spreading. Lear saw Wuer's hostile gaze, which he did not hide. Your Golden Church clearly published an announcement in the newspaper that you want to make a deal with me, but I don't see any sincerity in the eyes of this high priest. The blood apostle said slowly as Sylvia glanced at Yuar beside him. Yuar's hostility was too obvious. At least he had to wait until the blood apostles entered the Lord's cemetery. They had already set up the magic circle. What a waste, who can't do anything good but always makes things worse. Sylvia cursed in her heart but smiled on the surface. She said to the blood apostle, "How could it be? We have brought the queen." Sylvia motioned to the golden cultist nearby to push up a wheelchair. A woman wearing a veil was pushed up, and her beautiful long silver hair could be seen. We brought the queen, and you should have brought the saint as well, right? Sylvia looked at the girl carried on Lear's shoulders. The blood apostle chuckled, of course. He reached out and slapped Li Huanhuan on the butt, and a crisp sound spread throughout the cemetery. Woo! Li Huanhuan exclaimed, her face flushed beneath her veil. No one told her there would be such a plot when she arrived. While the blood apostles in the Golden Church were making a deal, Lear was also preparing to leave Stuart Mansion. Milia, why don't you stay at home? I will rescue the queen. Lear suggested to Milia helplessly. It was still too dangerous to let Milia go out with him. Now that Uar and Sylvia were in the Lord's cemetery, he was confident that he could rescue the queen alone. Besides, the queen's position is not suitable for Milia to go there now. Hearing Lier's words, Milia pouted immediately. You said you would take me with you. Continued, Lier sighed, well, put on the mask. He took out a light blue mask from the storage ring and handed it to Milia. Emilia took the mask, put it on obediently, and then put on a black robe. Lear also put on a bloody prisoner mask, and the two of them walked towards the queen, one in front and one behind. According to the blood mark hanging on Bishop Gass's body, the queen's place is in the palace. The queen was imprisoned in the palace, and this was also the reason why Lear did not want to take Miria with him, imprisoning the queen in the palace must have been agreed by King Rosser. Rosser agreed to imprison the queen in the palace, agreed to the request of the Golden Church, and gave up the plan to let the blood apostles rescue the queen. The king gave up the queen and Milia's mother. What would Milia think if she knew? In the palace prison, Rosser stood outside the prison door, and inside was his wife. The two looked at each other, and no one spoke. I'm sorry, Philia, you're willing to sacrifice yourself for me, but I can't betray the golden rule, Rosser said with a bitter expression. Philia remained silent. Although she had no memory of her actions in the Lord's cemetery, she had heard others describe it roughly. It seems touching that she turned herself in for Rose, but if it was really her, she thinks she would not do that. It would be better to say that I will not be so foolish as to deliver myself to the Golden Church. She should leave quietly and try to cut off ties with Rose. They have been husband and wife for so many years, and they have also considered what would happen if they were discovered by the Golden Church. It's probably just parting ways, but the current situation made it very difficult for both her and Rose. Continued, when Philia thought of the scene where he surrendered after being controlled by something, he couldn't help but feel a little resentful. Philia, please leave, Rosser suddenly said in a deep voice. Philia raised her head and asked in surprise, aren't you afraid that if you let me go, you will be punished by the Golden Church? I am a supernatural professional. The most the Holy See can do is punish me. Besides, I am the king of Brafel. They also have to consider the impact on the kingdom. They will not do anything to me. Rosser smiled and said it easily, but Philia knew that this matter was not that simple. The Golden Church would definitely put pressure on Rosser to hand over some of his power. The reason why the kingdom of Brafel changed from a believer in the law of war to a believer in the law of gold was because the Golden Church caught hold of it. By the time the War Church reacted, the king had already become a believer in gold. The most powerful legal sect used to be war, with gold and arcane catching up later. Unfortunately, the Church of War is now in decline, and only controls the Nox Empire and Stuart. Just as the two were talking, the guard outside suddenly ran in a panic. Your Majesty, the Blood Apostle has broken in. What? Rosser was stunned. A Blood Apostle? Shouldn't he be in the Lord's cemetery? The queen in the prison's eyes lit up when she heard this. At this time, outside the palace hall, a group of royal knights looked vigilantly at the two figures in front of them, one of whom was the Blood Apostle. Lear stood in front of the hall. With the blessing of the Blood King's robes, his blood incarnation could share the effects of the Blood Law's relics. As long as he wanted, two Blood Apostles would appear, but there is only one Knight Rose, and he did not give the blood incarnation of the Lord's cemetery, but kept it in the hands of the original body. Emilia stood behind Lear, holding the Morningstar scepter in her hand, and didn't understand why Lear brought her to the palace. Continued, when the two sides were confronting each other, Bishop Gass, who was assigned to guard the queen, rushed over, accompanied by Mori and other golden cultists. Seeing the Blood Apostle, both of them were stunned. Why did the Blood Apostle appear here? Didn't he go to the Lord's cemetery to keep his appointment? Blood Apostle, no need to waste any more time talking nonsense, just leave the queen to me, Lier said in a deep voice. The incarnation of blood in the Lord's tomb and Li Huanhuan pretending to be the saint would probably be exposed soon. He had to rescue the queen as soon as possible. Bishop Gass and Mori both looked unhappy. How did the Blood Apostle know that the queen was here? Who leaked the secret? I don't want to say it a second time. Lier's tone was cold, and the next second his figure came to Mori's side. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and directly hung Mori up with life-binding shackles. What are you doing? Let me go. Maury shouted in panic. He was a mid-level professional, but he was completely unable to break free from Lear's life-binding shackles and could only struggle continuously in the air. On the other side, King Rosser also rushed over and frowned when he saw this scene. Blood Apostle. Your Majesty, I know the Queen is now imprisoned in the palace. Hand the Queen over to me, otherwise, I will not guarantee the life or death of this waste. Lear held the blood-red rose in front of Maury's eyes. When he saw Maury, he thought of a way. Maury was the son of the High Priest of UR. He could use Maury to threaten Rosser to hand over the Queen. Now if Rosser doesn't want to see the son of High Priest UR die, he can only exchange him for the Queen. I didn't expect that a waste like Maury could be put to good use one day. Under the bloody face, Lier smiled. Before coming to the palace, he had wondered whether he would fight with Rosser. Now it seems that if everything goes well, he can easily take the Queen away. Rosser listened to the words of the Blood Apostle and remained silent for a long time. Finally, his eyes became sharp. Ophelia is my wife. I will not hand her over to an unknown heretic like you. Final panel. Rosser's tone was firm. The reason why he agreed to let the Golden Church lock Philia up in the palace was because he didn't want the Blood Apostle to take Philia away. No matter what, Philia is his wife. Even if he himself bears the punishment of the Golden Church and lets Philia go, he is unwilling to hand Philia over to a man of unknown origin. Wife? When the Golden Church wanted to judge the Queen, did you ever think that she was your wife? Lear said coldly, with some disdain for Rosser's words. Milia, who was standing by, was a little dazed as she listened to the conversation between the two. What happened between her father and mother? She had never thought about such a question. End of this chapter. Chapter 111, Leaving with the Queen, 3K, Lord's Cemetery. The transaction between the Golden Church and the Blood Apostles is still ongoing. This time, Sylvia was looking at the Blood Apostle opposite with an extremely dangerous look. This damn heretic actually molested her daughter in front of her mother. Seeing his daughter struggling, Sylvia wanted to rush up and cut the Blood Apostle into pieces. Can you put the saint down? She gritted her teeth, the anger in her tone difficult to conceal. The Blood Apostle heard this but did not take any action. He could sense the current condition of his main body and he needed to delay time as much as possible. There was silence for a while, and when Sylvia seemed a little impatient, the Blood Apostle finally spoke. Don't be anxious, beautiful High Priestess. Before making a deal, we must confirm it first. So, can you lift the Queen's veil and let me see, he said, his eyes fixed on the Queen who had not moved. Sylvia's heart sank when she heard this. Their original plan was to lead the Blood Apostle to the cemetery where a magic circle had been set up, and then join forces with Elvin to capture the Blood Apostle and rescue Ophelia, but the Blood Apostle was too cautious. Sylvia came to the Queen with an expressionless face, then carefully took off the Queen's veil, revealing the Queen's appearance. It was indeed the Queen's appearance, exactly as Lear had known her, but the hint of nervousness in her expression still made Lear feel something was wrong. There is also a huge difference in temperament, and the real Queen had long been transferred to the palace. The Blood Apostle chuckled. He didn't expect that Sylvia could produce an almost identical counterfeit. Is it okay? Sylvia looked at the Blood Apostle, calm on the surface but a little nervous inside. Miss Sylvia, if you are not sincere, this deal can be cancelled. The Blood Apostle smiled. What do you mean? The Blood Apostle's words made Sylvia's heart tighten. Do you think you can deceive me with a counterfeit that is blessed with an illusion spell? The Blood Apostle shook his head slightly. Sylvia's expression turned ugly. The Blood Apostle actually saw through that the Queen here was a fake. Is it a test or does he really see through it? This is an illusion spell cast by the extraordinary wizard Elvin. It shouldn't be seen through so easily, especially at such a long distance. What are you talking about? What illusion spell? Do you want to break the contract? Sylvia pretended to be stupid and said in a very tough attitude, as if the Blood Apostle was talking nonsense and wanted to break the agreement. You know it in your heart whether it is true or not. I don't want to waste words with you. The Blood Apostle shook his head again. Under Sylvia's angry gaze, he moved the hanging saint in front of himself and sniffed the fragrance on her body with pretended fascination. To be honest, I'm actually quite reluctant to return the saint to you. She tastes very good. Both her body and her blood are delicious. He said like a connoisseur appreciating delicious food. The Blood Apostle's tone was calm, and the onlookers looked at each other in bewilderment. The Golden Church actually used fakes to deceive the Blood Apostles? Is this still the sacred and solemn Golden Church in our impression, and what did the Blood Apostle say? The saint tastes good. Sylvia was completely stunned, and after a brief silence, his body began to tremble. What did you do to Ophelia? She stared at the Blood Apostle in front of her, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. The Blood Apostle looked at Sylvia fearlessly. I've already said that your daughter tastes very good. I like her very much. You deserve to die. Sylvia could no longer bear it, and the scepter in his hand shone with a sacred light. In front of the palace hall, the Blood Apostle and King Rosser were fighting fiercely. There is still some pressure on the high level to the extraordinary, but compared with the judge of the Golden Law, Lear's Blood Apostle is obviously more weird. A light red ripple swept across the entire venue, and immediately almost all the golden cultists and royal knights fell to the ground with red faces. Having reached a high level, Lear's blood resonance has become more domineering. He can manipulate the target's blood to stop it from flowing, and finally make the target fall to the ground and become unconscious. These operations are already very simple. Only Bishop Gass, a high-ranking prayer master, managed to hold on. Lier looked at Bishop Gass, who was still standing. The auxiliary ability of a high-level prayer was very strong. He couldn't keep Gass to assist Rosser. Immediately, he raised the blood-red rose, and the heavy sword in his hand turned into a blood-red spear, shooting towards Bishop Gass. Bishop Gass, who was already dizzy due to the resonance of blood, was furious when he saw this. He was about to defend himself, but the bloody rose had already pierced his eyes. The blood-red rose pierced Bishop Gass's shoulder, and directly pierced him and his spear into a big tree in the distance. The powerful impact caused Bishop Gass to faint. Then the bloody rose turned into a stream of light and returned to Lier's eyes. At this time, King Rosser's attack also arrived, with the long sword in his hand carrying a sacred glow, the divine pursuit of the extraordinary judge. Lier was not in a hurry. The next second his figure turned into a ball of blood mist and disappeared. When he appeared again, he had come to a golden cultist who was bleeding from all 7 orifices. High-level Blood Apostle skill, Echo of Blood. In addition to the previous Blood Bloom, this is another skill obtained after advancing to a high-level Blood Apostle. The Blood Apostle can travel through space through blood. He can move anywhere there is blood. It's similar to the Mage's Flash, but requires blood as a medium. Damned heretic. Is all you can do about it is hide? Rosser roared. The Blood Apostle in front of him was too agile, not as strong as him, and his magic level was not as good, but he could not do anything to him. Damned heretic? Her Majesty the Queen is also a heretic. Does she deserve to die too? Lear responded coldly. Philia is different from heretics like you. Rosser took a deep breath. I don't know who you are, nor do I know your relationship with Philia, but Philia is my wife. I will not watch her being tried by the Golden Church. I will let her leave safely instead of handing Philia over to someone like you. Lear was stunned for a moment. What did Rosser mean? Was he planning to let the Queen go? For a moment he was a little confused. He thought that the king's agreement to imprison the Queen in the palace was a sign of his complete loyalty to the Golden Sea and a signal of his complete abandonment of the Queen. But now it seems different from what he imagined. Not far away, Milia watched Lear and his father fighting, feeling a little overwhelmed. On one side was her fiancé, and on the other was her father. Who should she help? Why did they fight? Anyway, just when Milia was struggling, a figure suddenly appeared behind Milia. She patted Milia on the shoulder and said, Milia, why are you here? Milia was startled and quickly raised the Morningstar scepter and turned around. Just as she was about to say something, she saw her mother looking at her with a smile on her face. Mother? Milia showed a happy expression. Queen Philia stood in front of Miria and looked at her daughter. Why are you here? Didn't I ask Lear to hide you? I asked Lier to bring me here. Milia was a little embarrassed, and then raised the Morningstar scepter in her hand. Mother, I can use the Morningstar scepter now. I can also help Lier. Oh, is that so? Philia was a little surprised. She stroked Miria's head and said, It seems that your Morningstar law is about to awaken. As she spoke, she turned her head and looked at the Blood Apostle and Rosser who were fighting not far away. Philia shook her head helplessly. Milia, let me use the Morningstar scepter. Milia did not hesitate and handed the Morningstar scepter in her hand to Philia. After taking the Morningstar scepter, Philia directly activated the power of the Morningstar scepter, and a magic circle emitting mysterious light instantly appeared under the feet of Lear and Rosser. Lear and Rosser, who were still fighting fiercely, suddenly felt that they had lost their strength. They both staggered and almost fell. Enough. How long do you want to fight? Philia cursed with a smile. Lear and Rosser were both stunned when they heard this. They looked to the side and saw Philia looking at them. The Queen was released. Lear was a little surprised, and Rosser's expression was a little gloomy. When he came to see the Blood Apostle, he opened the prison where the Queen was imprisoned and let Philia escape quickly. Letting Philia go freely will allow the Blood Apostle to take the blame, so that Philia will not fall into the hands of the Blood Apostle, nor will he be judged by the Golden Church. Philia, didn't I let you escape? Rosser said in a deep voice with some dissatisfaction, so I'm out, right? The Queen smiled. You should understand what I mean. I want you to avoid the Blood Apostles and leave. Rosser was still somewhat dissatisfied. Are you jealous, dear? Philia walked to Rosser and kissed her gently on the face. Rosser's face turned red, but he didn't say anything. Philia smiled and stopped teasing her husband. Instead, she said to Lear, "Thank you very much for coming to save me." "No need," Lear shrugged and was about to say something when he was interrupted by Rosser. "Philia, do you know the Blood Apostle?" Rosser asked with some disbelief, looking at the Blood Apostle with hostility in his eyes. Ever since he learned that the Blood Apostle was going to exchange Philia for the Saint and the Golden Church, he felt very uncomfortable. He could not disobey the Golden Church, but a heretic was coming to save his wife. This made him feel like he was being replaced. Moreover, he had no idea who the Blood Apostle was or what his relationship with Philia was. This is the jealousy that any man would have, that his beautiful wife knows an equally powerful man, but as a husband he doesn't know it. Any man will have a sense of crisis. End of this chapter. Chapter 112 Ending and Leaving. 3K, Rosser, well, the Blood Apostle is the descendant of one of my friends. Don't think too much about it. Philia shook her head helplessly. She had been with the Rossers for so many years, how could she not know what the other party was thinking? Youngster? Rosser was stunned for a moment, looking at the Blood Apostle in front of him suspiciously. Since he was the younger generation of a friend of Philia, he must know him, but he couldn't tell who he was. The other person's face was hideous, like a real devil. Rosser was a little confused. "Your Majesty, are you going to let the Queen go?" Lear suddenly asked Rosser. "What's the problem?" Rosser snorted coldly. "Do you think I will really watch Philia being killed by the Golden Church?" Lear remained silent upon hearing this. Why would he come here if he had been told this? Seeing that the Blood Apostle stopped talking, Rosser didn't want to talk to him anymore, so he turned to Philia and asked, "Philia, I can't betray the Golden Law, so I can only ask you to leave the royal city temporarily." "It's okay. I understand your difficulties. Ever since I was discovered by the Golden Church, I have been prepared and have thought about what to do next." Queen Philia smiled gently. "Have you planned what to do next?" Rosser asked in surprise, glancing at the Blood Apostle while speaking. As long as Philia doesn't leave with the Blood Apostle, he can accept anywhere she goes. "Yes." Queen Philia nodded. "I plan to follow Albert to the Pharaoh fortress. That is Stuart's territory and the scope of the War Church. Without the Golden Church, I will not be in danger." Hearing Philia's words, Rosser thought for a few seconds and nodded. "It's indeed a good choice. It's a good opportunity to take Milia with us. She doesn't have to hide in Stuart House anymore. Once we go to Fort Pharaoh, we won't have to worry about being discovered by the Golden Church." Philia added, glancing at Milia beside Lear. Milia was wearing a light blue mask at this time, and her body was wrapped in a black robe, with her hair covered. Rosser had not recognized her yet. Lear was holding Milia's hand and did not let Milia and Rosser recognize each other. Philia could understand that Lear did not want Rosser, a believer in the Golden Rule, to know his identity. If Rosser knew that Stuart's successor was the Apostle of Blood, it would increase the risk of exposing Lear's identity as the Apostle of Blood. It will have an impact on the Stuart family. In that case, I will explain to Albert and ask him to take Lear and Milia to Fortress Pharaoh. Rosser finally sighed helplessly. If Philia and Milia both left, he would be the only one left in the palace. He does have a son, who is Milia's brother, but he is currently studying at the Imperial Law Academy of the Rhodes Empire and will not be able to return until he finishes his studies. Rosser felt a little resentful. Why was the Golden Rule's doctrine to eliminate all heresy? Although Philia had never done anything evil, this was the first time he questioned the Golden Rule. On the other side, in the Lord's cemetery, the incarnation of blood was suffering from Sylvia's crazy attack. It turns out that you should never mess with a madwoman. After being provoked, Lear felt that it would be difficult for him to cope with Sylvia alone. After confession, his overall attributes dropped a lot. If it weren't for the echo of blood and Aslan's royal swordsmanship, he would have been caught. In addition, there were two extraordinary professionals, Ur and Irwin, next to him. Ur can be ignored, but Irwin is troublesome. The mage's frost spell restrictions and arcane spell attacks would have made Lear's situation even more difficult if there hadn't been so many people watching around, limiting Elvin's ability to use large-scale spells while dodging. The Blood Apostle sensed that the main body had finished the job, so he threw Li Huan out. Before throwing him out, Lier also pulled out the Holy Spirit scepter that was tied to Li Huan. Li Huan's mouth was stuffed with cloth and she couldn't speak. She could only make terrified whimpering sounds. When Sylvia saw her daughter being thrown back, she was shocked and quickly hugged her daughter. At this time, the life-binding shackles tied to Li Huan also disappeared. Sylvia lifted the veil, only to see a strange face. Li Huan looked at the woman in front of him with an embarrassed look on his face. She was very beautiful, but also very annoying. She acted decisively, took out her sword, and stabbed it into her chest, demonstrating on the spot what a clean suicide is. Sylvia stared blankly at the strange girl who committed suicide, when a voice came to her ears. "You don't really think I would be so stupid as to bring the saint here, do you? I will take good care of Ophelia for you." The Blood Apostle whispered softly in Sylvia's ear. Sylvia raised her head suddenly, and the anger in her heart could no longer be suppressed. Just when she was thinking of catching the blood apostle at all costs, the blood apostle in the air turned into a blood mist and disappeared. Blood apostle! Sylvia roared. After being teased again and again, she was on the verge of exploding. Alvin fell from the sky and looked at the place where the blood apostle disappeared. He could feel that the blood apostle had not yet reached the extraordinary level, but he was able to hold on for so long in the hands of the three extraordinary professionals and finally escaped really great. He shook his head. He had done his best anyway, and the final result was not something he could control. War also came over, and the high priest also looked a little ugly. He recognized the person who had just committed suicide. It was the one who had committed suicide at the door of the Golden Cathedral before, not the saint. It turned out that the blood apostle did not bring the saint with him from the beginning, but brought an impostor just like them. Now his perfect plan has completely failed. Not only did he fail to rescue the saint, but he also failed to capture the blood apostle, but fortunately, they moved the queen and she is still there. UR took a deep breath. Don't you find it strange? Erwin on the side suddenly spoke. What? UR looked at Erwin. Don't you think it's a little strange that the blood apostle brought an impostor with him to deal with us? Erwin continued. He knew that the person he brought was a fake, and that we didn't bring the queen, but he didn't run away right away. Instead, he delayed with us for so long. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. At this moment, a golden cultist with blood on his face ran over from a distance. Seeing Sylvia and UR, he said in panic, the queen was taken away by the blood apostle. What did you say? UR's expression changed completely, and he looked a little bit unbelievable. The blood apostle was clearly fighting with them just now, but he rescued the queen in the blink of an eye? Even teleportation can't be so exaggerated, right? And how did the blood apostle know where the queen was hidden? 2 days later, at Stewart Mansion, Lear sat in a chair, opposite Queen Philia and Princess Miria, and next to him was Albert. 2 days had passed since the transaction between the Golden Church and the blood apostles, and the news had almost spread. The queen was rescued, but the Golden Church failed to get the saint back. It is rumored that the blood apostle has the ability to create clones, and he used his clones to trick the Golden Church. Then he went to the palace to injure King Rosser and finally took the queen away. The Golden Church planned to use robbery to rescue the saint and capture the blood apostle at the same time, but in the end it became a complete laughingstock. Albert had a strange feeling when he looked at Queen Philia and Milia, who were getting along so well with each other. Lear said he could bring the queen back, and he really brought the queen back. Albert also went to the scene to watch the transaction between the blood apostles and the Golden Church, but he didn't expect that both parties had ulterior motives. Lear, do you know the blood apostle? Albert suddenly asked Lear. You know me, right? Lear smiled. The other party just sent the queen to you directly? Albert still felt a little unbelievable. Yeah, about the same. Lear nodded. Albert looked at Lear deeply. His son was indeed connected to the blood apostle. It seemed that this was related to the communication of the blood law between the original Lear and him before he awakened. He shook his head. He was not very opposed to this. He had a good impression of the blood apostles. At least they did not seem like the evil heretic law believers. Philia, do you really want to go to Fort Pharaoh with us? Albert asked. Of course, Rose should have told you. Don't you welcome me? Queen Philia blinked. Albert smiled when he heard this, and felt like he was back to the time when Rosser had not yet become king and the three of them were on an adventure. Of course not. I'm glad Rosser made this decision. Then let's set off in 3 days. It will be safer if we leave earlier. Albert said after thinking for a while. Now the Golden Church is searching the whole city for the blood apostles like crazy. We must take the queen and Milia away as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. Father, please take Her Majesty the Queen away first. Lear suddenly said. Albert looked at Lear and frowned. Aren't you going with me? I still have some things to deal with. Lear smiled. Lafanina is also imprisoned in the basement. If we want to take the saint away, we cannot take her with Albert. I'm with Lear too. Milia walked to Lear and hugged his arm. She also guessed why Lear was leaving late. The Queen and Albert looked at the two men in a strange manner. Albert pondered for a moment, then said, Well, I don't know what you have to do, but I hope you can know the limits. Don't worry, Father. I know what I'm doing. Lear nodded. End of this chapter. Chapter 113. The saint who gradually became a useless person. 4K. 3 days later. In front of Stewart Mansion, a carriage was ready to go. King Rosser, who had disguised his identity, looked at Queen Philia in the carriage with a somewhat lonely expression. Aren't you going with Albert? Rosser glanced at Lear, who was silent beside him. After a while, Lear smiled and didn't explain anything. The maids in the house packed their luggage and got on the carriage one by one. These maids had all awakened their affinity with the blood law, so Lear dismissed them out of concern. Fortunately, he let Albert take them to the Pharaoh fortress. Moreover, these maids knew everything about him, so he wouldn't need to look for other servants when he arrived at Fort Pharaoh. Silly brother. You really don't want to come with us? Avian in the carriage looked at Lier reluctantly. Sister, you guys go first, I'll catch up soon. Lier nodded at Avian. I'll be waiting for you at Fort Pharaoh. Don't make me wait too long. You are my son after all, and Fort Pharaoh will be handed over to you in the future. Albert also glanced at Lear. Lear nodded, and then the carriage slowly drove away from Stewart Mansion, leaving only Lear and Rosser. When you and Milia plan to leave, please notify me. Rosser reminded Lear and left. The entire Stewart house was deserted, leaving only Lear and Miriam, Eno, and Adele, and Athenina in the basement. Master, when are we leaving? After returning to the mansion, Eno walked up to Lier and Milia also came out of the bedroom and looked at Lear with hope. As long as she left the royal city and went to the Pharaoh fortress, she could go out openly and no one would know her. There would be no golden church either. Wait a week. Lear thought for a moment. It would take about half a month to get to Fort Pharaoh by carriage. If they set off in a week, the queen should have been settled by the time they arrived at the fort. Lear had to find a place to settle Athenina down first, and it depended on Albert's arrangements for him. It would be best to have a separate mansion so that he could continue to keep Athenina under house arrest. Moreover, he had not been back to Fort Pharaoh for more than 10 years, so he did not know much about the situation in the fort. Lear shook his head. He had a feeling that this trip to Fort Pharaoh would not be peaceful. Time passed slowly and the royal city gradually calmed down, but only the lives of the citizens of Wangcheng have calmed down, while the lives of the Golden Church have not calmed down. Sylvia intensified his search for the whereabouts of the Blood Apostle in the royal city. Lear stayed indoors, and the upper echelons of the kingdom all knew that the Stewart family would leave the royal city and return to Fort Pharaoh. Albert has already gone ahead, and Lear will leave soon. Not on the third day, Lear met the player again. This is the last day of closed beta. In the living room, Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao handed all the props and items on them to Lier. Mr. Lier, Yao Yao and I are about to return to our original world. Could you please keep these things for us? As Li Huanhuan spoke, she and Yao Yao took out all the valuables on them. Lear took a look and saw that most of them were coins and some rags, but he also saw a rare item. The long-tailed cat pin turned out to be a relic of the law. Looking at the effect of the long-tailed cat pin, Lier's expression was a little strange. It had only been a few days since the internal test, and Li Huanhuan had already obtained a relic of law. Her luck was a little too good. I can keep it for you, but I need to remind you that I will leave the royal city in a few days and go to the Pharaoh fortress on the border. If you come back, you have to find me there to get these things back. Lier smiled. The two women were stunned for a moment and looked at each other. Li Huanhuan asked, Mr. Lier, what kind of place is Fort Pharaoh? That is the base of our Stewart family, a place that believes in the laws of war, Lear explained. Believe in the laws of war? Li Huanhuan's eyes lit up. She always liked tough battles. The laws of war sounded like something that meant being good at fighting. Yes, there is only the war church in the Pharaoh fortress. There are no other orthodox sections. Does that mean even the Golden Church is gone? No, Lear replied. Li Huanhuan nodded. She was just about to stay away from the Golden Church. After this internal test, her impression of the Golden Church had dropped to freezing point. It would be a good decision to go to the Pharaoh fortress after the public beta test, but she thought of the Blood Apostle again. Ever since she was thrown to Sylvia by the Blood Apostle last time, the Blood Apostle has disappeared, and even the blood law profession as a reward for the task was not given to her. The mission is shown as completed, and the user is prompted to find the Blood Apostle to claim the reward, but the person is gone. Li Huanhuan showed a slightly resentful expression. What's wrong? Lier noticed Li Huanhuan's mood change and asked. Nothing, I just thought of someone. Li Huanhuan forced a smile. When we come back, we will go to the Pharaoh fortress to find you. Lier nodded and watched Li Huanhuan and the other girl leave without saying anything else. After the two left, he put away the items on the table and took a look at the long-tailed cat pin. Maybe it would be useful. He thought about it and took a sip of the tea on the table. He always felt that he might have forgotten something. After thinking for a few seconds, he suddenly raised his head and finally remembered. I haven't transferred Li Huanhuan to the blood law profession yet. It was late at night and Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao stood on the roof of the clock tower, looking at the night view of the royal city below. In 3 hours, their internal test would be over. After a month, I still feel reluctant to give up. This game is too real, and those NPCs are also very annoying. Yao Yao, are you sure you want to go to the Pharaoh fortress during the public beta? You have changed your job to a mage, and there is no arcane academy there. Li Huanhuan looked at Yao Yao and said. It's okay, I'll be wherever Mr. Lear is. And Mr. Lear is also a wizard. I can learn from him. Yao Yao answered nonchalantly. The two girls were chatting idly, and a dark shadow slowly emerged behind them. So you are here. The blood apostle walked out from the shadows. Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao turned their heads reflexively. Seeing the blood apostle, Li Huanhuan became a little excited. It seems that the blood apostle is not a liar. She almost thought that the blood apostle would run away after using her. According to the agreement, I will let you switch to the blood law profession. Are you ready? The blood apostle said in a deep voice. I'm ready. Li Huanhuan raised her hand immediately. Lier didn't say any more nonsense. A bright red light flashed in his eyes, and a strange magic circle appeared under Li Huanhuan's feet. There are two classes in the blood law, Blood Knight and Blood Hunter. The former is more of a warrior, while the latter is more agile. I choose Blood Knight. Li Huanhuan made the decision without thinking too much. She liked frontal and aggressive battles. Lier said nothing more after hearing this. The power of the blood law was directly integrated into Li Huanhuan's body. You changed your job to the blood law class Blood Knight, you gain mysticism +5, constitution +5, you have obtained the Blood Knight apprentice skills, blood contract, bloodthirsty / Li Huanhuan felt a large amount of information appearing in his mind, and the skills of the Blood Knight were engraved deep in his soul. She suddenly opened her eyes, grasped the long sword at her waist, and swung it forward. The long sword wrapped in bright red sword energy hit the wall of the bell tower directly, shattering the thick bricks. Li Huanhuan showed an excited expression. Lier looked at this scene. Since Li Huanhuan had changed his job to Blood Knight, he basically couldn't escape. It was extremely difficult for players to change their job in the game, and it required extremely precious and rare items. Well, now that you have completed your job change, it's time for me to leave. The blood apostle said in a deep voice. Mr. Munger, I am now a professional of the blood law. If I want to upgrade my rank in the future, where should I find you? Seeing that the blood apostle was about to disappear again, Li Huanhuan asked hurriedly. I'll be there when you need me. Lear answered ambiguously. He is about to go to the Pharaoh fortress. Since the things of Li Huanhuan and others are in his hands, he will naturally come during the public beta test. He can then find them. After Lier finished speaking, he disappeared into the night without waiting for Li Huanhuan to say anything else. Watching the disappearing figure of the blood apostle, Li Huanhuan sighed helplessly. The only good thing about this blood apostle was that he was too elusive. Lier did not go home directly after leaving. In addition to Li Huanhuan, there was another person. Golden Cathedral, underground prison. Dahe felt like he had been forgotten. He had been locked up here for 5 or 6 days. Before, there were people who came to torture and interrogate him, but now, there was no one left. I heard that all the believers of the Golden Cathedral were out in force, frantically searching for the whereabouts of the blood apostle in the royal city, and even the prison guards were transferred away. He hadn't eaten for 2 days, and his character panel was warning him that he was about to die. Dahe was a little helpless, but it didn't matter now. The internal test would be over soon anyway. It was just that the reward for the Blood Apostle's mission had not been claimed yet, and Dahe was itching to get it. Just as he was waiting for the countdown to the internal test, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the cell. Dahe was stunned for a moment, looked up at the figure that suddenly appeared, and looking at the ferocious face, he suddenly felt like tears welling up in his eyes. Time flies, and the week that Lear planned has passed. He came to the basement, but he had not yet told the other party that he was about to take Ophelia away. Ophelia also knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world. The door of the secret room was pushed open, and Lear saw the saint, who seemed to have gotten used to imprisonment. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Ophelia turned her head. She was used to Lear coming to suck her blood every morning. Even when Lear came in, he didn't move and continued to lie lazily on the bed. During the days of imprisonment, someone would bring her food every day, and she would go to sleep after eating. She had never experienced such a feeling before. As at being treated as a pet by others, Ophelina began to feel that there was nothing wrong with this. However, she was a little disappointed that Lear did not come to whip her again. Hey, my dear saint, it's time for us to leave here. Lear said with some amusement as he looked at the saint, who was gradually becoming a useless person. Ophelina blinked and looked at Lear, and it took her a while to react. Leave here? Where to go? Was this bastard going to show mercy and let her go? Seeing that Ophelia didn't move, Lear walked forward helplessly, pulled Ophelia up, and whispered in the saint's ear, "We are leaving the royal city, you have to go with me." Leave the royal city? Ophelia was stunned. Lear did not answer, but leaned down and bit Ophelia's neck, tasting the blood of the pure saint. He let go of her mouth only when all the magic power in Ophanina's body was sucked out by him. Ophanina's face turned a little red. When Lear sucked her blood, her body always had some special reactions, making her feel weak legs and hot and uncomfortable. Although she didn't want to admit it, Ophanina felt that she might have really become a perverted woman. Your mother is so angry with me. Now the whole royal city knows that the saint has been possessed by the blood apostle. We must leave and go to a safer place. Lear looked at Ophelia jokingly. Mother? What did you do to my mother? Hearing Lear mention her mother, Ophelia finally had some reaction. Nothing, just let your mother think that the blood apostle has possessed you. Lear smiled slightly. How could you do this? Ophanina said with a flushed face. Now her mother knew about her affairs. How could she face her mother in the future? You can only stay with me for the rest of your life. What if your mother finds out? Lear kissed the wound on Ophelia's neck. Okay, don't say anything extra. Now you just need to follow me. Letting go of Ophanina, Lear took out a sack from his storage ring. In order to prevent you from being discovered, I have to let you bear with it for a while. You want to put me in a bag? Ophanina couldn't believe it. The city gate is being searched. Your portrait has been posted all over the royal city. For extra safety, this is the only way. Lear shrugged. He had originally planned to tie Ophanina up and put her in the carriage and leave, but Sylvia set up a search at the city gate, so he had no choice but to do this. I'm not asking for your opinion, I'm just informing you. As he spoke, the life-binding shackles appeared out of thin air. Controlling the life-binding shackles, Lear directly tied up Ophelia's hands and feet, like a mummy. After doing all this, he took out the sleeping pills that he had used to knock out Ophanina and covered her mouth and nose with them. Just like that, Ophanina fell asleep with a look of resentment on her face. Lear puts Ophanina into a sack and carries her out of the chamber. End of this chapter. Chapter 114, Sudden Assassination, 4K. As soon as he walked out of the secret room, Lear saw Milia coming towards him. Milia had changed into a maid outfit at this time. Her beautiful silver hair had turned into short black hair, and her deep blue eyes had turned black. If you were not someone who was very familiar with Milia, you probably wouldn't be able to tell that the girl in front of you was the princess. How is it? Milia lifted her skirt and turned around on the spot. Very beautiful. Lear smiled. Milia's cheeks turned red, and she said unhappily, I'm asking you, how is my disguise? It's very suitable. I think even His Majesty the King might not recognize you if he doesn't look carefully. Lear touched his chin. Milia nodded, looked down at her own, and approved of what Lear said. Where is the saint? Milia suddenly asked. Here. Lear pointed to the sack on his shoulder. You put the saint in a bag? Milia covered her mouth, a little surprised. Won't this be dangerous? It's okay. A high-level professional won't get hurt so easily. Lear shrugged. As he spoke, he walked to the carriage parked in the garden, opened the door, and in front of Milia, he placed Ophelia directly in the space under the carriage seat. Then the cushion was put back on. As if nothing had happened, Milia was stunned. Looking at Lear's skillful movements, she suddenly felt fortunate that she was Lear's fiancée, otherwise, she would probably be keeping the company of the saint now. Milia's body trembled slightly, and her expression became a little complicated. After settling Ophanina, Lear and Milia came to the living room where the king had been waiting for a long time. Next to them stood Ino and Adele. Since advancing to a higher level, Lear could feel that his control over the blood law profession had become more comprehensive, and now that Adele knows Lear's identity, she is almost completely loyal to him, both physically and mentally. Seeing Lear and a strange maid appear, Rosser was stunned for a moment, looked at the maid carefully, and then said strangely, You are Milia? Yes, father. Milia gave Rose a hug. How could you let Milia wear a maid's clothes? Rosser looked at Lear with some dissatisfaction. It has nothing to do with Lear. Milia said immediately. I borrowed this from Ino, and I took the initiative to dress like this. Rosser looked at his daughter helplessly. It had only been a short while since she had turned her elbow outward. Okay, Milia, you must be careful when you follow Lear to the Pharaoh fortress. Write to me if you have any problems. I understand, father. Milia nodded. After everyone chatted for a while, Lear, Milia and Ino got on the carriage. Lear drove the car while Milia and Ino sat in the carriage. Sylvia searches the city gates every day now. Are you sure there is no problem? Rosser asked in a deep voice as he looked at Lear, who was about to drive away. Don't worry, there will be no problem. Lear smiled, pulled the reins, and the horse started moving. Watching Lear and others leave, Rosser also left with some melancholy. A carriage engraved with the Stuart lion family emblem drove along, and many nobles stopped to watch. The Stuart family was planning to leave the royal city, and this news had already spread. The Duke of Norton stood on the street, watching the slowly approaching carriage, and felt relieved. Although Albert had accepted his compensation before, the Stuart family was still a huge rock weighing on his heart. Now that Stuart is gone, he can finally relax for a while. As the carriage passed in front of him, Duke Norton saw Adele sitting in the carriage. Adele also saw her father, but her eyes did not fluctuate at all. She is Lear's now, and everything about her belongs to Lear. Lear drove the carriage and arrived at the city gate in about half an hour. Sylvia also stood at the entrance of The city gate, watching the people coming and going, the former saint looked a little tired. It seemed that the matter of the blood apostle really worried her. The carriage drove up to Sylvia and stopped. "Your Excellency the High Priest." Lear greeted with a smile. Sylvia glanced at Lear, then glanced inside the carriage, where three beautiful maids were sitting side by side. She also heard that the Stuart family was planning to move out of the royal city, but she didn't say much. "Let them pass." Sylvia said to the golden cultist beside him. The blockade was lifted. Lear smiled and said to Sylvia as he was about to leave, "High Priest Sylvia, I believe that Her Highness the Saint must still be alive. May the laws of war bless you." Sylvia was stunned for a moment, and the golden church around him looked at each other. Lear chuckled, said no more, and drove the carriage out of the city gate. It wasn't until Lear walked away that Sylvia reacted, and her eyes looking at Lear became a little complicated. After walking a long way and no longer seeing the walls of the royal city, Lear stopped. He heard bursts of humming sounds coming from the carriage. Emilia and the other two girls also felt something vibrating under the cushion. "Let Nina out." Lear nodded to Emilia. Emilia stood up, and Eno and Adele also stood up and sat on the cushions on the other side. Emilia opened the cushion and saw a sack squirming inside. Taking out the sack, Emilia untied the rope. Ufanigna stuck her head out with messy hair and an angry face, but her mouth was stuffed with a towel and she couldn't speak. It was not until Emilia took out the towel that she glared at Lear, who was driving. "Lear, how could you do this to me? Your Highness, please be careful with your words. You are my prisoner now. No matter what I do to you, you cannot resist." Lear continued driving and said lightly. Nina paused, gritted her teeth, but said nothing more. After spending so much time with Lear, she almost understood him. If you speak nicely to the other person, he will not make things difficult for you, but if you go against Lear, the outcome will definitely not be good. Ophelia snorted coldly and looked out the window. "Since we have left the royal city now, can you untie it for me?" "No, you have to stay like this until we arrive at Fort Pharaoh and settle you down." Lear ruthlessly rejected Ophelia's request. The carriage was driving on the main road. The roads in the kingdom were not as smooth as those in Lear's previous life. They were just ordinary dirt roads, but the ground was still flat. In the carriage, Ophelia looked at the scenery outside boredly. She was not restrained now. In the end, Lear untied her. After all, the journey to Fort Pharaoh is long, and as a woman, Nina always has some needs, so Lear untied some of the life-binding shackles so that Nina could deal with her own physical needs. Of course, it would only be untied during the day and tied again at night. Lear didn't want to have to worry about whether the saint would escape when he was resting at night. Emilia glanced at Nina, who was sitting opposite her. She had tried to talk to the saint along the way, but Nina had always been indifferent. The sky gradually darkened. They had been traveling for a week and were halfway through the journey. In another week, they would reach Fort Pharaoh. Lear stopped the carriage and fed the horses some hay, then he took out some food from the storage ring and everyone started eating. After eating and drinking, everyone found a sheltered place to rest. Myriad and the other two girls got off the carriage and set up the tent, while Lear slept in the carriage with Ophelia. Soon everyone fell asleep. In a dark corner, three black shadows were slowly approaching the carriage where Lear and others were. The shadow paused when he saw the lion logo on the carriage. This should be it. This is the family emblem. The leading man in black said in a deep voice, "Get ready, move quickly, and make sure to kill everyone in the carriage and tent. Mr. Roberto, he's just a mid-level wizard and 3 maids. There's no way they can survive." Another man in black said disdainfully, "Can we keep the 3 maids for a while? I saw them during the day and they were all so beautiful. Damn the nobles, such beautiful women are just maids." The remaining fat man suddenly said. He looked at the tent not far away with lustful eyes. "It's up to you, Habib. As long as you can kill Lear, you can do whatever you want with the remaining women." The man in black named Roberto nodded. "I want the maid with long black hair." "Ah, Gio, it seems you're greedy too." The bloated Habib laughed. After the 3 of them finished speaking, they carefully walked towards the carriage. Under the cover of night, their figures could not be seen, as if they had disappeared. Just when the 3 men arrived in front of the carriage and were about to open the window, the blood apostle with a hideous face was staring at them from the big tree above their heads. When the 3 men were about to take action, he jumped down from the sky. The 3 cautious people were startled and suddenly burst into speed. Retreating violently, they stared at the devil who suddenly appeared. His bright red pupils emitted a strange red light, and the horns on his forehead were also terrifying and hideous. "What is that?" Roberto, the leader, whispered. The blood apostle did not answer, but just looked at the 3 people in front of him. In the carriage, Lear, who was originally sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt the unusual movement of the blood apostle. Before going to bed, he gave the blood incarnation a simple command to keep watch. Now that the blood incarnation was moving, it meant that something unusual had occurred. When Lear woke up, the red light in the eyes of the blood apostle outside flickered and became more lively. He looked at the 3 people in front of him. Based on Lear's gaming experience in his previous life, he recognized the three people's professions at a glance. Spy, under the law of war, there is another class besides War Knight and Berserker known for his powerful stealth, tracking and assassination abilities. Why would there be a spy here? And his level is not LOW. On the carriage, Lear looked through the window and saw one high level and two middle level ones. This is already a powerful force. In the Dark Knight, neither side spoke and the atmosphere was a little weird. Lear got off the carriage carefully. Seeing the three spies, he thought in Brayfield, almost all the professionals of the law of war stayed in Stuart's territory, not to mention the high-level spies. The other parties seemed to be coming for him. Why would the spies in Stuart's territory come looking for him? It happened late at night, and it was obviously a conspiracy, or an assassination. Lear walked out from the darkness and appeared before everyone. "Are you here to kill me?" he asked directly. The three spies were stunned when they saw Lear, and then their eyes became gloomy. The young man in front of them was their target, and they had seen his portrait. Roberto, the leader, looked gloomy. He had planned to assassinate Lear without anyone noticing, but now he was discovered. But it doesn't matter. A mid-level mage can't cause any trouble. The only thing that made him feel a little afraid now was the devil standing not far away. "My friend, our target is Lear. This is an internal affair of the Stuart family. If you don't want to provoke Stuart, don't interfere." Roberto threatened. The blood apostle still didn't speak, but Lear raised his eyebrows. "These three spies are indeed from the Stuart family, but are they here to assassinate me?" Lear raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that the Stuart family was not as simple as he had imagined. He had been away for so long, and not everyone wanted him, the heir, to return. Is there anyone who wants to compete with him for the position of Stuart's heir? Lear thought to himself, but soon he shook his head. Avian goes back to the Pharaoh fortress once a year. She has never heard that Albert has other children, and she has never heard of Albert having other sons in the game plot of her previous life, who wanted to kill him. Lear fell into deep thought. "My friend, do you want to provoke the Stuart family?" Seeing that the blood apostle did not move, Roberto threatened again. This time the blood apostle raised his head, red light flashing in his eyes. Lear also raised his head and looked at the three spies in front of him. He waved his hand, and the blood apostle came to him. "Are you going to threaten my avatar?" He gave a funny smile. "Incarnation?" Roberto was stunned for a moment, then he understood. This devil in front of him who gave him a strong sense of oppression was actually the incarnation of the assassination target. You are professionals of Stuart, but you come to assassinate me, the heir of Stuart." Lear interrupted Roberto directly. "I am curious, who wants me dead?" He looked at Roberto with a gentle smile on his face. There was no malice in that smile, but it made Roberto's hair stand on end. "Could you please tell me?" Lear took out the Night Rose. End of this chapter. Chapter 115, The Assassin from Stuart. 3K, you triggered the mission assassination from the Shadow Sea Level. You were assassinated by unknown spies. They came from your hometown of Stuart. These spies were instructed by someone, and there seemed to be some secrets hidden behind them. Mission objective, kill these spies. Task reward, 5 experience points, 10 gold coins. The task panel popped up in front of Lear. Lear just took a look and closed it. He was used to it. Roberto's expression turned gloomy. Things were beyond his expectations. The information clearly showed that Stuart's heir was only a mid-level wizard, but which wizard had such a terrifying incarnation? Moreover, the opponent's own magic fluctuations were obviously not at the intermediate level, and there was also that black and purple rapier. Even at such a distance he could still feel a sharp aura. Roberto took a deep breath, was silent for a few seconds, gritted his teeth and said to his companions around him, "Do it." Upon hearing the order, the other two spies rushed forward without hesitation. Lear did not move. The incarnation of blood beside him rushed forward. Bright red life-binding shackles appeared in the darkness and wrapped around the two of them. The two spies were very skillful and knowledgeable. The sudden appearance of the chain startled them, but they reacted quickly. The power of the law of war on their bodies fluctuated, and their speed suddenly increased, quickly bypassing the incarnation of blood. Lear looked at the other party's actions and realized that he was a very experienced spy. He was not like Mori, who had professional skills but very low combat effectiveness. They are professionals who have truly experienced combat. However, mid-level professionals are still mid-level after all, and are not worth mentioning at all. A faint blood color flashed in the eyes of the blood incarnation, and the blood resonance was activated. The two spies who passed the incarnation of blood and rushed towards Lear suddenly felt a sense of suffocation, and the blood in their bodies seemed to stop flowing. This feeling did not last long, but it was enough to stop the actions of the two. Then the life-binding shackles wrapped around them again. This time, the two had no ability to resist at all and were directly wrapped up like a dumpling by the life-binding shackles. When the two recovered from the feeling of suffocation and wanted to struggle, they found that their strength was rapidly fading. Not far away, Roberto's expression became even uglier as he looked at the two people who were tied up after just one encounter. Just one incarnation easily dealt with 2 mid-level spies without even making any big moves, and even the original body didn't move. As a good spy, when you judge that you cannot defeat the enemy, you will evacuate immediately. A spy is a profession responsible for investigation and assassination, and there is no need to fight as hard as a berserker. After just a moment of thought, Roberto turned around and burst out with terrifying speed. He actually ran away. Looking at Roberto's escape, Lear found it a little funny. He narrowed his eyes, and the blood swirled in his hands, then wrapped the night rose. A terrifying and hideous blood-red rose appeared in his hand. He raised the bloody rose, and the bright red light turned the heavy sword into a spear, and then Lear threw it out with force. Roberto ran desperately. The intelligence was wrong. The air of steward in front of him was not a mid-level wizard at all, he thought to himself, but the next moment, a buzzing sound came from behind, and Roberto's hair stood on end. He looked back and saw a bright red light rushing towards him like red lightning, carrying the breath of death. Roberto instinctively used his strongest means of saving his life and forced his way out. A high-level spy skill that removes the control effect on oneself, forcing oneself into an unselectable detached state. That lasts for 1 second, and moves 100 meters in the selected direction. The moment Roberto activated his skill, the blood spear pierced through his body. Feeling the violent force, Roberto was frightened. The next second, his body appeared 100 meters in front of the right. Roberto breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to speed up his escape. But before he could feel at ease for a moment, the bright red spear 100 meters away turned and stabbed at him again. Death Thorn Piercing has the attribute of a guaranteed hit, so escaping like this is completely meaningless. This time Roberto didn't have time to react. The spear pierced Roberto's shoulder straight through, carrying Roberto all the way, crashing into several large trees, and finally stuck in a tree trunk. Roberto's face turned pale, and the health bar above his head dropped significantly. Lier smiled at the scene, then instructed the blood incarnation beside him to bring Roberto back. The 3 spies were captured by Lear without any resistance. The incarnation of blood tied Roberto with life-binding shackles, and the bloody rose had returned to Lear's hands. The hideous hole on Roberto's shoulder showed how terrible the blow just now was. Blood continued to flow from Roberto's body. If he didn't have the physique of a high-level professional, he would have died long ago. What happened? Milia and her 2 daughters, who were resting in the tent, were also awakened by the sound of fighting. Nothing, just 3 assassins. Lear smiled. Assassin? Milia's eyes widened. Lier nodded without explaining, but looked at Roberto. Now can you tell me, who sent you here? Roberto was silent. Having been a spy for so many years, he knew better than anyone what would happen to people like them if they were caught. Even if they told Lear the truth, the other party would never let them go. Who would let go of an assassin who wants to kill them? You will never know. How can you, a person who has betrayed the laws of war, be qualified to return to Fort Pharaoh and inherit the glory of Stuart? Roberto said sarcastically with a miserable smile. As he spoke, he suddenly chewed something in his mouth. After about 3 seconds, his body began to tremble and dark blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Without giving Lear a chance to interrogate him, his health bar began to drop madly and finally emptied completely. Roberto actually committed suicide. Lear frowned slightly. The other party committed suicide so decisively that he didn't even have time to stop him. He looked at the other 2 spies again. Their bodies began to tremble like Roberto's. In a very short time, the blood bars above their heads were emptied, and they turned into 2 dead bodies. These are a high-level spy and 2 mid-level spies, not just any random people. Die in the whole Stuart. There is only Albert, an extraordinary level war knight. Apart from Albert, high-level professionals are the strongest, but now the other party committed suicide without hesitation. Who could make a high-level professional willing to commit suicide for him? Lear was silent. You have completed the mission Assassination from the Shadow, C rank. You gain 5 experience points and 10 gold coins. Milia and the other 2 girls also showed expressions of fear when they saw this scene. The way the 3 people committed suicide was still somewhat creepy. Lear. Milia grabbed Lear's sleeve. It's okay, they just committed suicide. Lear came back to his senses and smiled indifferently. You go and rest, it's okay now. As he said that, he pulled Milia and the other 2 girls back to the tent. After comforting the 3 women, Lear returned to their bodies and searched their belongings, but found nothing useful, only some coins. That he used the night rose to cut off the heads of the 3 people, took out a wooden box from the storage ring, froze the heads of the 3 people with frost spells, and put the heads into the wooden box. Since the 3 men came from Stuart, Lear planned to wait until he arrived at Fort Pharaoh to investigate the 3 men's background. High-level professionals must not be unknown people in the Pharaoh fortress. After settling everything, Lear returned to the carriage. Ophelia also woke up, looked at Lear and asked, "What happened?" "It's none of your business." Lear shook his head. Ophengina gritted her teeth, snorted coldly and turned her head away. There was no conversation that night, and the second half of the night was calm. As the sunlight shone through the outside of the carriage, Lear and his companions packed their luggage and set off again. What happened last night was just a small episode. Although Lear felt it was a little strange, he didn't care much about it. This was the confidence given to him by his own strength. In the following days, the group did not encounter any more danger. They walked and stopped, and finally arrived at the Pharaoh fortress a week later. Fortress of Pharaoh it is located in the southwest of the Kingdom of Breville, bordering the Kingdom of Nox in the south, and in the west is a series of continuous decisive mountain ranges with a large number of magical beasts and monsters. This is the largest city in the southwest of the kingdom. Its area and prosperity are comparable to that of the royal city of Brayfield. People here believe in the laws of war. The customs are simple, and the residents are very strong in combat, because they have to defend against the beast tide in the Decision Mountains every year. The War Church awakens the laws of war for the residents free of charge every year, which has led to a large number of professionals here. As the carriage gradually approached the Pharaoh fortress, the towering city walls were completely different from those of the royal city. They looked more majestic and more solid. Lear recalled his memories of his previous life. He had been here before, and he was shocked when he came here for the first time in his previous life. The atmosphere here is completely different from that of Brayfield. There is no such deeply rooted class distinction between nobles and commoners. There is only one noble family here, the Stuart family, although there are many knights under the family, but most of them were born as commoners and then received knighthood from the Stuarts. They manage public security in all parts of the fortress, and there are rarely cases of bullying, because the War Church helps civilians awaken their affinity for the laws of war for free. People here will go to the fortress arena to settle their grievances when they have a fight, using duels to resolve conflicts, but this does not mean that there is no darkness here. It is just much better than other cities. Simply put, Pharaoh Fortress and Brayfield Royal City are two completely different places. In the previous life, some players joked that Stuart's territory is another kingdom with complete autonomy and self-control, and it is a country within a country. End of this chapter. Chapter 116. Arrival at Fort Pharaoh, 3K. The carriage arrived at the city gate. Before arriving at Fort Farlow, Lear erased the Stuart family lion emblem on the carriage to avoid attracting attention. The reason why I separated from Albert was to have time to settle off Ninia. Are we there yet? Milia looked out the window curiously through the curtains. It was also her first time to come to the Pharaoh fortress, and she was a little shocked when she saw the scene before her. We're here, but we'll have to wait a while before we can take you to see Her Majesty the Queen. Lear nodded, then glanced at Ophelia. In case Ninia made a scene, he handed Milia a handkerchief. This is the drug I prepared. Let's knock Ophelia unconscious temporarily. Lear said lightly. Ophelia, who was originally indifferent, sat up straight when she heard Lear's words. What are you going to do? Ninia was very angry. Is there any human rights left? He knocked her out at any time. Milia was also a little hesitant. Let's do it. Ninia's affair cannot be discovered. We must be cautious until we are completely settled in Fort Pharaoh. Lear's attitude was firm. Although the possibility of others recognizing Ophelia is not high, it is better to be prepared. At Lear's urging, Miriam finally took action and put her handkerchief over Ninia's mouth and nose. Ninia looked unwilling, but she had no choice but to fall asleep soon. Lear waved his hand and removed the life-binding shackles from Ophelia, then took out a woman's lace hat from his storage ring and said, Cover Ophelia. We will find a hotel to put her up there later. Milia did as she was told and placed the lace hat on Ninia's head, making it look as if she was asleep. This time, the carriage also drove to the guards at the city gate. The guard walked forward and was slightly startled when he saw Lear's appearance, but he immediately returned to normal. He said, the fee to enter the city is 10 copper coins. Lear took out 10 copper coins from his pocket and handed them directly to the guard. The guard didn't say much and then waved and let him go. Passing through the deep city gate passage, bustling noises can be heard from all around. There is an endless stream of pedestrians and carriages coming and going, a dazzling array of strange stalls, and a little bookboy shouting and selling newspapers. Most of the pedestrians around were wearing armor and had weapons on their waists or backs. Most of these are adventurers from the Fortress Adventurers Association. As soon as Lear entered the fortress, he could feel the gazes cast at him from all directions. His appearance is so outstanding, and with his golden hair, he looks particularly noble and elegant. Lear sighed slightly. Even though he had erased the Stuart family crest on the carriage, that damn charm could not be erased. Look at that man, he looks even more handsome than Knight Yazan. Good lord, who is that gentleman? He's really handsome. Does any of you know him? There was a burst of chattering all around, and Milia in the carriage couldn't help pouting when she saw these women staring at Lear. What a bunch of women who don't know how to be reserved. How can they stare at a man like this? It's so rude. Lear turned a blind eye to these discussions. He was looking for a more upscale hotel to accommodate Ninia, but he could not remember the layout of the Pharaoh fortress very clearly. Just when he was feeling distressed, a hot lady walked up to him. The woman was wearing armor, and although it was winter, large areas of her skin were still exposed. This is a professional of war law, and he seems to be quite strong. Handsome man, you seem to need help? The woman stared at Lear intently and licked her rosy lips, as if she was looking at some delicious food. My name is Hannah, I'm a gold-level mercenary, and I'm quite famous in the Pharaoh Fortress. You seem to be new here, do you need me as a guide? Lear smiled and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. My name is Lear, beautiful lady. As you can see, we have indeed just arrived at Fort Pharaoh, and now we are planning to find a better hotel to stay in. Do you have any good recommendations? I can pay you if you can take me there. Listening to Lear's words, the eyes of the woman named Hannah lit up slightly. It turned out that a man who looked like a gentleman was also very pleasant to talk to. Although many people had flattered her and praised her beauty before, the feeling coming from Lear's mouth was completely different from that coming from other people's mouths. Hannah's eyes became a little hot, and she smiled like a flower. Handsome Lear, I'm just looking for a hotel. What kind of hotel do you want to find? I hope it can be a hotel with better security and more privacy. Money is not a problem. Lear also smiled. Is that so? Hannah blinked. From Lear's words, she learned another piece of news. This guy was not short of money. He was handsome and rich. She hadn't tasted such a high-quality man for a long time. Just as she was thinking about how to trick Lear, Milia in the carriage couldn't help it. We don't need your guide. The girl opened the curtain and looked at Hannah angrily. She really couldn't bear it anymore. The woman in front of her was openly seducing her man, although the other party hadn't expressed it too directly. But as a woman, how could Milia not understand that kind of burning look? The sudden appearance of the girl made Hannah stunned for a moment. She looked at Miria with a flash of surprise in her eyes. The smooth silver hair and blue pupils made her feel ashamed. For the first time, she felt a little insecure about her appearance. Milia. Lear also turned his head and saw Milia's determined eyes. He shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and then looked at Hannah beside him. I'm sorry, ma'am, my fiancé is a little shy, so can you show me the way? We can just go there by ourselves. Fiancé, Hannah came to her senses and looked at Lear and Miria, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. She did seem a little redundant. She was a little disappointed. Since the other party was married, she didn't want to destroy the relationship between the couple. Okay then, the hotel you're looking for is. Hannah gestured to Lear for a while, and the route was quite complicated. Lear listened carefully and finally nodded. Did you really remember it? Do you need me to draw a map? Hannah asked. No, ma'am, I've already written it down, thank you for your help. Lear smiled. Hannah was a little surprised that she had memorized it in such a short time. The place was not far away. Lear gestured toward Hannah without explaining. Then we'll meet again if we're lucky. Lear said goodbye, pulled the reins and drove away in the carriage. Hannah watched the carriage leave, feeling a little regretful as she stood there. She shook her head and left as well. After the two of them walked away, the guard in front of the city gate came out and looked at the direction where Lear left with some suspicion. Then he handed over the task of guarding the city gate to other guards and hurried away. In an ordinary room, a fairly handsome young man was pacing back and forth in the room, his expression somewhat worried. This time, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. When the young man heard the sound, his expression changed and he became expectant. He opened the door and saw the person coming. He was a little disappointed that it wasn't the person he was waiting for, and then asked, "What's the matter that brought you here in such a hurry?" "Sir, I saw the person in the portrait you gave me at the city gate," the guard said quickly. "What did you say?" The young man was startled, his expression became gloomy, and then he seemed to have thought of something. "Then have you seen Mr. Roberto?" "Mr. Roberto? No, has Mr. Robert gone out?" The guard was a little confused. The young man's expression became even more gloomy. He was silent for a long time before asking, "Did you see where the person in the portrait went?" The guard was stunned for a moment, then remembered the conversation in front of the city gate just now. "I think he went to the Kent Hotel." "Kent Hotel?" The young man's originally gloomy expression eased slightly when he heard this. His eyes flickered, and he seemed to be thinking a lot at that moment, and finally his eyes became gloomy. "Okay, I get it. You can go down now. Don't let anyone know what I asked you to do." He waved his hand, signaling the guard to leave. The guard nodded, turned around and was about to leave, but just as he turned around, the young man behind him drew the sword from his waist and stabbed the guard in the chest. The guard's body froze for a moment, and he subconsciously touched the sword that pierced his chest. "You?" He turned his head with an incredible expression on his face. "Don't blame me for being cruel. You know things you shouldn't know. I will take good care of your wife," the young man said grimly. The guard's expression gradually became ferocious. He stretched out his hand to grab the young man in front of him, but the light in his eyes soon disappeared. The young man curled his lips in disdain, then drew out his sword and let the corpse fall to the ground. He took out a sack from the side, put the body on the ground into it, and then threw it aside skillfully. After doing all this, he looked at the wall beside him. On the wall hung a portrait of a man with blonde hair and handsome appearance. "Lear, you didn't go to Stuart's mansion. Are you giving me a chance?" he muttered to himself. "As a wizard who has been away from Stuart for more than 10 years, what qualifications do you have to come back? And you shamelessly want to be Stuart's successor? I will let you know that only a true war knight is qualified to be the heir of Stuart. And you should stay in the royal city honestly." End of this chapter. Chapter 117, for K, another assassination. The carriage moved slowly along the street, following the route Hannah had just indicated. Along the way, many girls and ladies showed interest when they saw Lear driving. Although he rejected Hannah's request to go with him, Lear's charm will not disappear. As he got closer to the bustling area, more and more people were looking at Lear. Milia pouted in the car. "What's wrong with the women in this city? Why are they so unrestrained?" She was a little annoyed, and at the same time she felt a sense of crisis. She knocked on the partition of the carriage. Lear turned his head when he heard the voice. "What's wrong?" "Stop for a moment," Milia said softly with a blush on her cheeks. Lear was a little confused, but he still pulled the reins to stop the carriage. When the carriage stopped, Milia opened the door and got out. She closed the door, came to Lear, and sat in the front seat. Milia acted as if nothing had happened. She carefully held Lear's arm and whispered, "Let's go." Lear raised his eyebrows and thought Miria was kind of cute. "Hold on tight and don't fall down," he said with a smile and started the carriage moving again. There was Miria sitting next to Lear, as if asserting her sovereignty, but it did not reduce the attention, but instead attracted more people's attention. Lear didn't care, and soon the carriage arrived at the hotel Hannah mentioned, Kent Hotel. The style of the hotel is quite quaint. There is a garden at the entrance and a fountain sculpture. It looks more like a manor than a hotel. Lear drove the carriage to the door and stopped. Everyone got off the carriage. He glanced at the unconscious Ophelia in the carriage, thought for a moment, and then carried Ophelia on his back. Milia looked at this scene and pouted, but didn't say anything, and everyone entered the hotel. "Welcome." The hotel maid looked at the man and 4 women who came in, nodded with a smile, and when she saw their faces clearly, she was a little surprised. The appearances of the 5 people are all outstanding. Although they are wearing ordinary clothes, their temperament cannot deceive people. Could it be that the offspring of a big family came out to gain experience? The maid thought. "Excuse me, are there any rooms here?" Lear asked as he walked forward with Ophelia on his back. "Yes, sir. How many rooms do you want?" "1 room," Lear said with a smile. One room?" The maid's expression became a little strange. She looked at Lear's handsome and burly figure, and then looked at the 4 beautiful girls behind Lear. "Yes, I hope it can be bigger so that we can live in it." Lear added, ignoring the maid's strange expression. "Yes, our luxurious suite is fully equipped with various facilities and has 2 large beds, which is enough for 5 people to rest." The maid smiled and said, "But the price is a bit. Please book a room for me." Lear didn't care about the price at all. The 500,000 gold coins that Duke Norton paid as compensation were still with him, and Albert didn't want them at all. "Okay, sir, the deluxe suite is 10 silver coins a day. How many days do you plan to stay?" the maid said excitedly. The deluxe suite is the most luxurious room in their hotel. The cost of 1 day's rent is more than 1 month's income of an ordinary civilian. Usually only powerful professionals will live there. If Lear stayed, she could get a lot of reward commission. Lear glanced at Ophelia on his back, thought for a few seconds and said, "Then let's open it for a month." "A month?" The maid widened her eyes. "Yes, 1 month." Lear smiled and took out 3 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to the maid. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, and 30 days is 300 silver coins, which is 3 gold coins. The maid still felt a little dreamy after receiving the gold coin from Lear. She immediately said with an excited smile, "Okay, sir. I will do it for you right away." The maid happily went to complete the check-in procedures. Soon, Lear received a bunch of keys. "Sir, this is the key to the luxurious suite on the 4th floor. Please follow me." The maid greeted warmly. Everyone followed behind, walked through the long corridor, came to a tall building at the back, and then went up the stairs to the 4th floor. After leading Lear and others to the door, the maid left tactfully. Before leaving, she said that if they needed anything, they could go to the front desk to find her. Everyone entered the room and Lear closed the door. There were 2 large beds in the room, and Lear placed Ophelia on one of them, but he used his mental power to sense the room, and after finding nothing unusual, he said to Adele, "You and Ophanina should stay in the hotel for the time being. Once Milia and I settle down in the Pharaoh fortress, we will come to pick you and Ophanina up." "What are you going to do next?" Milia asked, sitting on the bed. "Of course I'm going home to see my father." "Milia, you must miss Her Majesty the Queen a lot." Walking to Milia, Lear gently stroked the girl's long hair. No one here knows your identity. Once you get to Stewart Mansion, you can live like a normal person. But if you want to go out, you'd better tell me. After all, we just got here. Lear added that he remembered the assassin he encountered when he came to Fort Faro. The current Stewart family is not as simple as he thought. Milia nodded. Soon it was evening, the maid brought the meal, and Ophelia woke up. She was angry at what Lear had done to her, but she could do nothing about it. After dinner, Lear bit Ophelia's neck in front of everyone. They were all in the secret room before, and although Ofankina felt a little embarrassed, she was used to it. But now the three girls next to her were staring at her. Her shame reached its peak in an instant, and at the same time, an inexplicable excitement rose in her heart. The golden law source material carrier's shame, grief, and excitement emotional fluctuation values have reached 98%, and you have gained 3% of the golden law affinity. The long-lost reminder of improving the affinity of law appeared in front of Lear. He looked at Ophelia under him with a playful expression. What are you looking at? Ophelia asked in shame and anger. Nothing. Lear smiled. We have done this many times before. I thought you were used to it. And, you seemed very excited just now? Who's excited? Ophelia's cheeks were as red apples. She struggled to break free from Lear's hand, retreated to the bed, and wrapped herself in the quilt. Seeing Ophelia's embarrassed look, Lear stopped teasing her and said, I will come here to suck once a day, and I will leave the incarnation of blood here. If you want to escape, you can try, but if you are caught by me, you will be punished. He seemed to have found another characteristic of Ophelia. Emilia and the other two girls looked at the interaction between Lear and Ophelia with strange expressions. It was completely dark outside. Lear planned to take Milia and Iro home tomorrow, so everyone went to bed. Lear and Miriam shared a bed, and the other three shared a bed. Silent all night. The next morning, after breakfast, Lear took Milia and Eno away. He held in his hand the map that he had asked the hotel maid to prepare. The Faro fortress was very large, and the Stewart family's mansion also covered a large area, located at the innermost part of the fortress. After looking at the route, Lear put the map away, and Milia still sat with him at the front of the carriage. Eno was alone in the carriage, which made Eno, as a maid, feel strange. The carriage started moving. There were still many pedestrians and carriages passing by on the road. After about 10 minutes, the carriage turned around an intersection. Hurry, stop. On the other side of the lane, another carriage came galloping, and the driver tried desperately to control the horses, but to no avail. The horses seemed to be frightened, their eyes were a little red, and they were running like crazy. They didn't show any intention of stopping when they saw Lear's carriage. The vendors on the roadside were also startled and retreated to both sides. The pedestrians around them also dispersed, leaving Lear alone in the middle of the road. Unable to hide, Emilia showed a panic expression and grabbed Lear's sleeve. Lear narrowed his eyes slightly, and when the carriage was about to reach him, a bone-chilling chill instantly swept over him. The ground was covered with cold frost, extending all the way to the oncoming carriage. The next second, the carriage that had originally collided was frozen into an ice sculpture, and under the action of inertia, it stopped just in front of Lear's carriage. This scene stunned the passers-by around. They looked at Lear, who was sitting motionless in the carriage. Mage, someone said in astonishment. In the Faro fortress, almost all the people are professionals of the law of war, and professionals of other laws have not appeared for many years. A wizard. That's a bit strange. Just as everyone was looking at Lear curiously, the carriage frozen by the ice suddenly exploded with a deafening noise. Fragments of ice and carriage flew everywhere, hitting the onlookers who were nearby. Many people were injured as a result. Lear did not expect the carriage to explode. But he reacted quickly, and a magic shield appeared in front of him, barely blocking the impact of the explosion. The flames burned on the broken carriage, the ice that frozen the carriage melted, and the coachman's already broken body fell out of it. Oh, by the laws of war, how could this happen? A vendor nearby said in disbelief. The other onlookers also reacted and looked at the bodies of Lear and the driver in the middle of the road, and there was a lot of discussion for a while. Lear also looked at the coachman's body, and he sensed a hint of conspiracy. The explosion just now was quite powerful. If he hadn't frozen the carriage in advance and set up a magic shield, he would have been in a mess. If it was an ordinary mid-level professional, he would be seriously injured if not killed after being hit by the carriage and then caught off guard by the explosion. He glanced at the flames burning on the carriage, which smelled of gunpowder. There was gunpowder on the carriage and the horses were out of control, so it is hard to believe that this was an accident. It seems that the person who sent someone to kill him has done it again. Lear shook his head, somewhat disdainful of the person behind the scenes. This idiotic assassination method was too low level and could not pose any threat to him at all. Moreover, it was very bold to carry out such a blatant assassination after he had already arrived at the Faro fortress. What happened? A stern voice suddenly came from not far away. A stern-looking young man in armor came over with a team of guards. Looking at the mess at the scene and the corpses on the ground, his expression became serious. It's Knight Finn. Someone called out the name of the leading knight. The knight named Finn walked to the wreckage of the carriage and checked the condition of the carriage. Then he raised his head and looked at Lear, who was not far away. "Sir, could you please tell me what happened?" "This man's carriage lost control, I froze it, and then it exploded." Lear briefly described the situation. Nightfin frowned. "You said it exploded?" "Yes, if you don't believe it, you can ask the merchants next to you. They saw it too." Lear shrugged. Nightfin pondered for a moment and walked over to a nearby vendor to find out what was going on. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he came back and said, "Sir, I understand the situation. Can you please come with me now?" "What?" Lear was stunned. According to the situation at the scene, the carriage was indeed out of control, but it suddenly exploded after being frozen by you, which is very suspicious. "Do you suspect that I was the one who caused the carriage to explode?" Lear narrowed his eyes and looked up and down at the knight in front of him. "This needs to be confirmed, sir." Knight Finn replied in a deep voice. Looking at the attitude of the knight in front of him, Lear clearly felt that he was being targeted. He was silent for a few seconds and then laughed. "I won't go with you. Do you want to violate the public security regulations of the Pharaoh Fortress?" Knight Finn's attitude turned cold. "I don't know what law and order you're talking about, but a carriage filled with explosives was running rampant on the street, and the guards of your fortress were completely unaware of it." Lear chuckled and said, "The carriage exploded. Instead of confirming the identity of the deceased, you want to arrest me?" "We will confirm the identity of the deceased, sir, but you are indeed suspected of murdering him." Knight Finn insisted. Lear laughed. He looked at the knight in front of him. He found the other party's unreasonable attitude a little ridiculous. "You can try to catch me." He didn't want to waste time talking to the knight in front of him. After all, he was just sent by the people who wanted to kill him. "Since you are stubborn, don't blame me for taking action." Knight Finn's eyes became sharp. He raised the sword in his hand and was about to take action. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from not far away. "What are you doing?" Not far away, 2 beautiful girls slowly walked over. Lear looked back and saw that they were Avian and Greta, who had arrived at the Pharaoh Fortress in advance. "Lear?" Avian saw Lear in the carriage and made a surprised sound. End of this chapter. Chapter 118. For K, you should understand the difference between high and low sister. Lear was also very happy to see Avian coming over. "Sister?" Now it was Finn's turn to be confused. He looked at Avian, then at Lear, stunned for a few seconds, then his eyes widened. "You are Master Lear!" Finn exclaimed. Seeing Finn's attitude, Lear raised an eyebrow. The other party didn't know him, and it seemed that he was not pretending. Lear originally thought that the knight who was looking for trouble was being instructed to arrest him, but the other party did not know him. Is it that the person behind the scenes did not tell Finn his identity, or is Finn just a fool? He thought for a few seconds, then smiled at Finn. "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lil Stewart. Do you still want to arrest me now?" "Arrest? What's going on?" Avian frowned. "It's okay, it's just a misunderstanding." Finn quickly shook his head, looking at Avian with a bad look, and his whole body trembled, but Avian didn't intend to let Finn go. She looked at the corpse on the ground and kept questioning him. After listening to Finn's whole story, Avian became angry. How could something like this happen when you patrol the fortress every day? What if the explosion hurts someone? She asked Finn. Finn could only smile awkwardly, not daring to say anything back. Seeing Finn was so afraid of Avian, Lear showed a strange expression on his face. His sister seemed to be different in the Pharaoh Fortress than in the royal city. Avian glared at Finn, then looked at Lear. This matter must have nothing to do with Lear. He just returned to the fortress. Anyway, you'd better find out what's going on as soon as possible. Lear, you too. Why didn't you tell the guards at the city gate when you arrived at the fortress? Now come home quickly with me. Your father and mother have been waiting for you for a long time. She complained again. Lear nodded. Let's go, sister. You and Greta come up. Avian didn't hesitate and pulled Greta into the carriage. Lear glanced at Finn and drove away in the carriage. Finn stood there, watching the carriage leave, and breathed a sigh of relief. He shook his head helplessly and could only call the guard beside him to take the body away and clean up the scene. The many vendors nearby looked at each other in bewilderment after hearing what Avian had just said. What did Miss Avian just say? That Mr. Lear is Miss Avian's brother? Why haven't I heard that Lord Albert has a son? You don't know this, I think. I still remember Master Lear, but that was more than 10 years ago. An elderly man stood up and said, Master Lear went to the royal city more than a decade ago and has not returned since then. It seems that he has been called back by Lord Albert now. What is Master Lear doing in the royal city? Someone asked. I heard that he was learning magic. The old man answered uncertainly. Magic? Everyone was stunned and had strange expressions on their faces. Lear was unaware of the gossip behind the scenes. He had already arrived at Stewart House in his carriage. Compared to the Stewart mansion in the royal city, the mansion in the Pharaoh fortress is obviously more magnificent and comparable to the royal palace in the royal city. Looking at the magnificent building in front of him, Lear couldn't help but sigh again. It was no wonder that the players in his previous life said that Stewart's territory was a country within a country. No matter how you look at it, this building is comparable to the royal palace. Lear shook his head and stopped the carriage at the door. The guards at the door were stunned when they saw the strange carriage, but they became respectful when they saw Avian getting off the carriage. Mississippi. Avian nodded, ignored the guards, and walked into the building with Lear. Lear, do you still remember our home? Avian asked. Of course, Lear replied cheekily. Oh, really? Then do you know where your previous room was? Avian continued to ask. Lear was silent, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had no idea what was going on. Seeing that Lear didn't say anything, Avian smiled and stopped teasing Lear. Instead, she took Lear to the living room. Albert was leisurely drinking his morning tea, with a very beautiful woman sitting next to him. When Lear looked at it carefully, he felt an extremely intimate feeling. Father! Look who's here! Avian said loudly. Albert and the woman turned their heads and saw Lear, Myria, and Eno approaching. Albert raised his eyebrows. You're back. I'm back, father. Lear nodded, then looked at the woman beside him. The woman stood up when she saw Lear and stopped only when she was in front of Lear. You little bastard, you finally decided to come back, the woman scolded with a smile, but her eyes gradually turned red. Lear took a deep breath. This feeling of blood being thicker than blood made him feel a little overwhelmed. After a while, he said, I'm so sorry, Mom. I should have come back sooner. Hearing Lear's address to her, the woman's body trembled slightly, and she finally couldn't help but shed tears. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back, she said, reaching out and holding Lear in her arms. The hall fell silent, and no one disturbed the reunion between mother and son. But not long after, a voice came from behind. I heard that brother Lear is back? A young man in knight's armor walked in. He was handsome and looked much older than Lear. Everyone was disturbed by the young man who suddenly broke in. When Avian heard what the young man said, her brows immediately raised. Yazan, what are you talking about? What's wrong? The young man named Arson shrugged innocently. I just want to see my brother Lear. Lear turned his head and felt a strange breath. He glanced at the young man behind him, and then looked at Albert beside him. I have never heard that I have a brother? Oh, you don't know yet. My father was Uncle Albert's comrade in arms. After my father died, Uncle Albert adopted me. I have always regarded Uncle Albert as my godfather, so I say you are. Yasin explained with a smile, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Albert. That's enough. Albert said in a deep voice, Yazan, you are Kag's son. Kag died because of me, so I adopted you. But whether it's you or Kag, you are both Stewart's retainers. Lear is my son and will be the Duke of Stewart in the future, and you will be Lear's knight squire. Arson, I allow you to call me uncle when no one is around, but you should also understand the difference between the superior and the inferior. Albert said a lot in a row, and his tone was very stern. It was obvious that Yasin's rude words made him angry. The atmosphere in the hall became a little heavy. Lear looked at his brother with a changeable expression and found it a little ridiculous. Was it that the person who sent people to assassinate me twice before was this kind of person? At first he thought it was some powerful elder knight in the family, but just such an ignorant knight. An adopted child was thinking of killing him, the legitimate Stewart heir, and then becoming the new Stewart heir. If this is true, Lear has to admire the thinking of this brother. The world of law is similar to the Middle Ages in the West. The nobles attach great importance to blood inheritance, and an outsider can never inherit the title. Even if they rebelled and occupied the Pharaoh fortress, they would never be recognized by the kingdom. They would only become bandits who occupied the mountains and were attacked by all the nobles. Okay, Arson, you should be more careful next time. You should leave first and don't come in and out of Stewart House casually. Albert ordered them to leave. I understand, Uncle Albert. Yazan smiled absent-mindedly, then turned and left. While waiting for Yasin to leave, Avian pouted and said, what an arrogant guy. Albert also sat down, thinking it was just a minor incident. Lear's mother Sophia looked at the two people behind Lear. When she saw Milia's iconic silver hair, her eyes lit up and asked, are you Philia's daughter? Yes, Auntie, I'm Milia. Milia nodded a little stiffly. I knew that Albert had made an engagement with Lear. Come and let me see. Sophia walked to Milia. Lear looked at this scene, smiled, and came to Albert. Do you want to ask about arson? Albert seemed to know what Lear was thinking and said in a deep voice. Yes. Lear nodded. Come out with me. Albert sighed, then stood up and walked outside. Lear followed, and the two of them left the hall together. Sophia looked at the backs of the two people leaving without saying anything. She turned her head and said to Milia, Milia, you must miss Philia too. I will take you to meet your mother. As she said that, she pulled Milia and walked in another direction. Only Eno and Avian were left in the hall. Looking at Eno, who seemed a little left out, Avian smiled and said, Eno, let me take you around. With that, she took Eno's hand and left the hall. Outside the hall, Albert took Lear to the study and they sat down. Albert was silent for a while, as if recalling the past. Yazan is Kag's son, I have said it before. Kage was my former bodyguard. He died during a beast tide because he defended me from the attacks of the monsters. His last wish was for me to raise his child. I agreed. At that time, Yazan was already more than 10 years old. You also left the Pharaoh fortress and went to the royal city, so you didn't know. I began educating Yazan, hoping to train him to be as good a knight as his father. Yazan lived up to expectations and performed well in the Knights Templar. He is now close to a high rank. But I don't know since when, Yazan has been claiming to be my adopted son. I know all this, but I don't care. After all, his father died because of me. Arson seems unwilling to be just an adopted son. Lear smiled and said pointedly. Albert was silent. Of course he knew about Arson's little thoughts, but he just regarded them as the ignorant delusion of a junior. Father, did you know that I was assassinated on the way to Fort Pharaoh? Lear said suddenly. What? Albert was stunned for a moment, then his expression became a little serious. What happened? Lear took out the frozen heads of the 3 people who assassinated him from the storage space. These are the 3 men. Do you know them, father? Albert looked at the face in the ice and suddenly his eyes widened. Roberto. Father, do you know him? Of course I know him. He is Kag's brother, and he died several years ago. Albert looked incredulous. Is he Kage's brother and Arson's uncle? Lear raised his eyebrows, finding it a little interesting, and Albert said that this person had died a few years ago, but why is he alive and well now, and why did he assassinate him? Do you think it was Arson who arranged Roberto to assassinate you? After a brief shock, Albert suddenly understood what Lear meant. Obviously. Lear nodded. Albert's eyes became sharp. He could tolerate Arson's little thoughts and actions, but assassinating his son, this is intolerable in any way. Just like an emperor, I can tolerate your corruption and bribery, and tolerate your forming cliques, but if you dare to attack the prince, you will only die. I'll ask Yazan about it. Albert said in a deep voice. What Yazan did had touched his bottom line. No need, father. Lear shook his head. Let me investigate this little thing myself. Do you do it yourself? Yes. Lear smiled nonchalantly. When he came into contact with Yazan just now, he felt a strange breath that did not belong to the laws of war, nor to gold and arcane. That's heresy. As an apostle of the law of blood, he easily smelled the scent of heresy on Yazan, and knew that heresy was involved. As the public beta of the game draws closer, various heretical laws have begun to surface. I wonder what heretical laws Arson has come into contact with. Lear became interested and shook his head. No matter what it was, he would fight back. Since Arson wanted to do something to him, he would be exposed one day. Instead, he was more interested in the mission given to him by the Lord of Blood. After completing the 4th Ring of Blood revival, he obtained the 5th Ring mission, follow the guidance of the blood to find the Blood Dynasty in the old dream. The guidance was still there when he was in the royal city. The vague direction it pointed to was the direction of the Pharaoh fortress. But when Lear came to the Pharaoh fortress yesterday, the guidance of the blood suddenly disappeared. Could it be related to the heretical law in Yasin? Lear fell into deep thought. End of this chapter. Chapter 119, 3K. I can let you replace the Ershiching district Thump Square. This place is located on the edge of the Pharaoh fortress, close to Decision Mountains. Every time 2 Beast Tide comes, the soldiers and adventurers of the Pharaoh fortress will gather here and wet for mobilization. The square is connected to a huge arch known as the Arc de Triumphe. It's rumored that the FRST Duke of Stewart walked through THS Gate and bowled the Pharaoh fortress here, thus taking in the important task of resisting the Beast Tide in the Decision Mountains. The Arc de Triomphe was originally 2 natural stone arch, and was later built into TS current appearance by craftsmen. In the center of Triumphal Square stands a statue of the FRST Duke of Stewart, with 2 gloomy face. Yazan walked to the Trumpnal Square and came Toth wore Tiger Knights, which he led. Many members of the Knights showed respect when they saw Yazan. This adopted son of the Duke was quite prestigious in TE Knights Templar both in terms of strength and character. There were even rumors that Arsene would become the next Dukov steward, a thuff they didn't know where the rumor came from. 'Twas enough for them to take it seriously. Yazan calmed down, smiled, nodded as a gesture, and then walked into a room outside. Entering the lounge nearby, he closed the door and his expression became ferocious. He regarded Albert too as dull since he was a Cid, and even though his father died because of Albert, he see not have any resentment after learned that he would be adopted by Albert. He became even more excited after being adopted. He served diligently in the Knights of the Pharaoh Fortress for more than 10 years, and finally came the leader of one of the 3 Mahor knightly orders. He renamed the Original Knightly Order the Knights of the Fighting Tiger, corresponding to the Order of the Wild Lion, directly led by the Stuart family. Albert had always admired him, and even did not deny it when he heard that he was the other party's adopted son. He once thought that Albert also treated him as his son. Under this special care, Arsene had the unprecedented idea that the other party wanted him to be the Heha, was ecstatic and spread rumors that he would become the next Duke of Stuart. Aftoff, he knew that Albert had 2 Zon in the royalty, that Zon had a bank in war and chosen Arcana. How could such a person be qualified to inherit Stuart Oni? Until recently, Albert went to the royal city to meet his real son. Albert then returned Akaniae that the Zon would return to Fart Farah. What does this mean? Are you planning to abandon him? He remembered Whst Albert Thackle just sighed. The reason why he said that to Lear was to test Albert's thoughts, but the result made him fell desperate, as Albert SSID. Both he and his father were just Stuart's retainers, and his previous fantasies were as ridiculous as a clown. He seems that you have understood what rely is. Just when Arsene was feeling resentful, 2 female voice was heard from the side. His 2 tall woman, wearing tight feminine clothes and holding 2 pipe in her mouth. She looks to around 30 years old, but still as charm and as beautiful. Listening to the woman's words, Yazan turned his head and said angrily, I don't understand, just because there is no blood relationship? How can 2 useless wizard like LR be qualified to inherit he of Stuart's Hannah? LR is not the waste you said. The woman suddenly laughed and took out a document and put it in the table. This is some information found about Lear. The woman knocked on the table. You said that Lear was a waste in the past. Then, might agree with you, but it's Elferent now. What? Yazan said irritably. You'll know once you take it. Look, the woman pushed the document towards Yazan. After taking the document, Yazan began to browse through FT, looking at contents on the document. His expression gradually became shocked. A dual law professional, he sighed in disbelief. That's right, the woman Amilad. Laris regained the favor of the law of war and has become a law professional. That's why Albert called Lear back to Pharaoh Fortress. Liar, i.e. no longer a loser. Have never heard of 3 Cuzza law professional. How could this happen? Yazan's eyes became dull and he looked a little lost seeing Yazan's dejected look. The woman's eyes flashed with contempt. You don't have to be so depressed. It doesn't matter whether Lee Reese a dual law professional or not. Nave already said it. No noble would choose an outsider as their hate. The nobles place more emphasis on blokeline than you think. Albert is too professional, of extraordinary level and still in high prima. Yenith absent and his previous gone, he can still have another 1 inch from the beginning. Your fantasies were UST fantasies. Day creams enough? Shay. Yaran Rory angrily. WS no use for you Tob angry. Must telling the truth. The woman named Sheila exhaled 2 pu of smoke and continued to speak nonchalantly. Yazan clenched his STSI. When he really faced the reality, the feeling of loss made his heart swallowed by anger. The room fell into a brief silence. Looking at silent Yazan, Sheila said in a tempting tone, how about it? Do you want to consider my previous suggestion? Kill Lear and bring back the body. You are not Albert's son, but can make you replace Lear and become Albert's son. Anyway, you have already assassinated Lear twice, so you don't mind assassinating him 2 few more times. But this time, I need Lear's body to be well preserved. Yazan lowered his head, listening to Sheila's words, and did not speak for a long time. In the evening, Lear took Mila for a walk in the mansion. Although he wanted to move out as soon as possible, idea place with a private yard to VE, and imprison off Anina again, he had to stay for it. While after returning to his hometown, Thomas his mother. How you feel? Lear asks Mila beside him. Fee. Very happy. Mila jumped up and down like an elf in the night. Used to have to hide in my bedroom, but now I am free. Master, dinner is ready not far away. Eno trotted over, and the lit maid had changed into her old maid. Out, I understand. Lear nodded and pulled Maya towards the restaurant. There were already quite a few people there when they arrived at restaurant. Maya trotted over to Philia and hugged her mother's arm. Everyone please take a seat, Albert said casually. Everyone is sit down, waiting for the chef to serve the food. Albert looked at Lear. Lear, now that you are back, you should be ready to participate in the governance of the Steward territory, of course. Father Lear nodded. With such a large territory to a backing, he would rather take it. Hearing Lesser nod, Albert breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Lear, the reincarnated person, would not be interested in the territory. After all, some strong people care more about their own strength. Lear was such a person before his reincarnation, he would be a little distressed. It would be such 3 waste if such too large territory had no one to inherit it. Okay, during this time we'll help you get familiar with the affairs in the fortress. Albert smile, Albert. What are you taking about? You let Lear work A equals E non ash comes BSCK? Haven't even hack a good look at him. Sophia on the SC stared in SSI Sayatidi, Albert way itis embarrassy because he had not considered his wife's thoughts. It's okay, mother, we'll come to 288 you off and Lear quickly tried to emoth tinge over. Sophia smiled only after hearing what Liar said. The chef began to serve the dishes. Delicious dishes were brought cut one after another, and everyone was enjoying the meal putting a piece of chicken into her mouth. Greta looked at Lear and asked, Lear, when will you come back to Knox with me? Degree F less raised his head and way stunned for a moment. Go back to Knox, yes, don't you want to become my Lionheart Knight? The contract ceremony of the Lionheart Knight can only be performed at in Knox. Greta way little depressed. She could yes that list CN take this mstruto ERTSTA. Greta, you want Lear to be your Lionheart Knight? Sophia was surprised. She knew what the Lionheart Knight represented. She glanced to Semilla beside her, and her expression became 3iti strange. Yes, Aunt Sophia thin Lear iita, but Greta knocked immediately. After hearing this, Lear was silent. Originally, he was very interested in the Lionheart Knight, but after experiencing the power of that extraordinary blood apostle he was not so interested in the Lionheart Knight anymore. To IGN contract to become Lionheart Knight, you have to go to the Kingdom of Nox and bind yourself with Greta Inktace of spending that IME on completing the mission of the Lord of Blood. You might as well follow the gods. That way you have a better future than Greta. Okay, Greta, let's talk about the Lionheart Knight later. You have to get your father's approval. Albert spoke up. Besides, Lear has just returned to Fort Pharaoh. He needs to inherit the affairs of the fortress and will not leave in the short term. Greta felt unwilling to hear what Albert said, but she had nothing to say. The dinner ended peacefully. Leah walks up to Avian and asked, careful, what Lionheart Knight? Avian smiled and explained, and after about 5 minutes, I understood. Avian looked at Mia's frown, rolled her eyes, and sighed. I heard from my father that Lionheart Knights of the opposite sex usually become close partners with the contractor. Mealy's way stunned for a moment. When she hear? Trace of panic latched across her eyes. She sold Gusoi to Ivan and hurriedly ran in the direction of Lear. Looking to me as leading back, Avian smiled playfully. End of this chapter. Chapter 123K, Establishment of the Knights. The next day, Lear woke up from his sleep and found Milia, who was in dishevel, beside him. For some reason last night, Milia took the initiative to make him feel good. Although she only used her mouth and other parts of her body, it made Lear feel very comfortable. His slowly growing affinity with the law of the Morningstar also reached 20%, gaining +3 intelligence and +7 mysticism. After getting dressed, Lear looked at Milia, who was obviously awake but still pretending to be asleep. He smiled and walked out the door without exposing the little princess. Eno had prepared breakfast, and after breakfast, Lear went to see Albert. When he arrived at Albert's study, Albert was standing in front of the window, looking at the soldiers doing morning exercises outside. The day's plan begins in the morning. Now that you are back and ready to inherit Stuart's territory, I hope you won't be too lazy. Albert glanced at Lear, who pushed the door open. I won't fall behind in my training. Lear nodded. It's good that you know. Albert nodded, and then he continued, from now on, I plan to officially integrate you into the Pharaoh fortress. I have already notified the lords and knights from other territories. They will all gather at the Pharaoh fortress in a few days. I will arrange for you to meet them then. They will all be your knight squires in the future. You need to establish your authority and manage them well. At the same time, I hope you can establish a new knight order in the Pharaoh fortress. The knights? Lear asked in surprise. Yes. Albert nodded. There are currently 5 major professional knight orders in the Pharaoh fortress. In addition to the Mad Lion Knight Order directly under Stuart, there are 4 smaller knight orders. Their leaders are all outstanding young people. The Yazin you met before is the leader of the War Tiger Knights. They are responsible for the daily security of the Pharaoh fortress. You are my son and the future Lord Stuart. I hope you can form a new order of knights and become the leader of the younger generation. At this point, Albert paused, and then said helplessly, you know, when you were young, you abandoned the law of war and chose the law of arcane. Many people know this. Although you have regained your memory and the power of the law of war, they will still be prejudiced against you. If you can build a strong knight order, you can regain your prestige. Listening to Albert's words, Lear raised his eyebrows. He understood what Albert meant. Although he was the legitimate heir of Stuart, being an heir did not mean that he would be recognized. It would be meaningless for a lord to inherit a territory but not be recognized by his subjects. I understand, father. Lear nodded. It's good that you understand. I will take you to the place where the knights train today. There are many reserve knights there. You can recruit them there or in the fortress on your own. Albert smiled and believed that Lear could do it well. The two of them didn't waste any more time talking and, led by Albert, headed towards the place where the knights were training. About half an hour later, the carriage arrived at the triumphal square. Lear glanced at the tall statue standing in the triumphal square. That's a statue of our ancestor, the first Duke of Stuart. Albert's eyes were filled with reverence. The carriage stopped steadily. At this moment, there was already a group of knights training in the square. All of them were women. They were wearing black armor with red patterns on it. It forms a beautiful landscape. Leading the group was a red-haired female knight, holding a long sword and looking very heroic. That's the Red Eagle Knights, one of the 4 great knight orders I told you about. It's made up entirely of women, and the leader is Letitia Harvey, a mid-level war knight. Albert explained, don't underestimate these girls. Apart from Yasin's War Tiger Knights, the Red Eagle Knights are ranked second among the 4 major knight orders. Everyone, be serious. We must defeat Yasin in the next night's confrontation. The red-haired female knight not far away shouted. She was watching the female knights in training with a serious expression, when suddenly she heard the sound of a carriage moving. She turned her head and saw a carriage with the Stuart lion family emblem slowly approaching. She was startled and immediately asked her knights to stop their actions. Everyone is standing still. Albert and Lear had already gotten off the carriage and walked towards the female knight. Letitia, you and your knights are always so diligent, Albert praised. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Albert. Letitia blushed and looked at Albert with admiration, just like a little girl looking at her idol. She suddenly noticed the young man standing next to Albert. Seeing how handsome he was, Letitia was stunned for a moment. The young man in front of him was even more handsome than Arsene, and had a natural noble temperament. Let me introduce him to you. He is Lear, my son. Albert smiled. Son? Letitia was completely stunned. When did Lord Albert have a son? As she thought about it, she suddenly remembered what her father had once told her. More than 10 years ago, Lord Albert's son left the Pharaoh fortress and went to the royal city to become a wizard. Could it be that the young man in front of him was the son who left the Pharaoh fortress more than 10 years ago? Letitia guessed. Lear stepped forward and held out his hand. I'm Lear, nice to meet you. Letitia. Letitia looked at the handsome Lear in front of her, her cheeks slightly reddened, and she also stretched out her hand. This time, people came one after another outside Can Square. When they saw Albert, they all became respectful. Lear turned around and saw knights wearing 3 other types of armor. It should be the other 3 knight orders that Albert mentioned. Lear also saw 2 familiar faces in the crowd, Arsene and Finn, who had blocked his way and tried to arrest him. The numerous members of the Knights Templar lined up one by one and were divided into 4 groups. Yasin glanced at Lear with a calm expression, and without saying anything, he stood in front of his war Tiger Knights. Hundreds of knights stood in the triumphal square. These were not ordinary knights, each of them was a professional in the law of war. The sunlight shines on the armor of these knights, reflecting a dazzling light. Lear looked at the people in front of him. The Red Eagle Knights, which were composed of women, had the smallest number of people, less than 100. Yasin's War Tiger Knights had the largest number of people, about 150. These knights looked at Lear beside Albert with curiosity or doubt. Who was qualified to stand beside the Steward Lord? Among the crowd, only Arsene and Finn knew Lear's identity. The former had a blank expression, while the latter looked a little embarrassed. Albert stood in front of everyone, his eyes swept across the neatly arranged knights, and his voice was loud and majestic. My brave knights, I haven't come here to review you for a long time, but now I see that you are in such an orderly manner. I am very satisfied. You are the knights of the Pharaoh fortress, in charge of the order of the fortress, and this is what should be done, the knights shouted, with a hint of heat in their eyes. Albert nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Lear beside him. I have brought a special guest today. Lear. Let me introduce him to them. Lear stepped forward and smiled at everyone. I am Lear, Lear Stuart. As soon as the word Stuart came out, all the knights showed astonishment, especially the members of the Fighting Tiger Knights. They looked at Lear, then at their captain, feeling a little weird. Yes, he is Lear Stuart, my son. Albert openly stated Lear's identity. He is my future successor, and he will fight with you to protect our homeland. I brought Lear here today to announce that Lear will establish a new knight order, join your 4 major knight orders, and will also participate in the subsequent knight order confrontation. Albert spoke slowly, and the 4 major knights looked at each other. Lear was also a little stunned. It was fine to establish a knight order, but what was this knight order fighting against? Lord Albert, Master Lear, is Master Lear going to establish the Knights Templar by drawing personnel from among us? Letitia stepped forward and asked. Of course not. Lear selects people from the reserve knights and also recruits people from the adventurers in the fortress. Albert explained. The captains of the 4 major knightly orders breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't take people from their own orders, it would be fine. The members of these orders were all trained by them with great effort. Lord Albert, I have heard of Master Lear. I remember that Master Lear went to the royal city more than 10 years ago and changed his job to a mage. A leader of the Knights Templar stepped out from the crowd and looked at Lear with some doubt. He is the leader of the Ice Crusher Knights, Carlton Genus. Lear did go to the royal city more than 10 years ago, and he is indeed a wizard. Albert nodded. Lord Albert, please forgive my disrespect. Master Lear is a wizard. Can he lead a group of knights? Carlton said uncertainly. Following Carlton's words, everyone began to show doubts. They didn't know about Lear's situation before, but now they know. A wizard wants to form an order of knights. Listening to Carlton's words, Albert was not angry, but looked at Lear. Some people think you can't lead a knight group well. What do you think? Lear smiled. He understood what Albert meant. Now was the time to establish his authority. He walked forward and glanced at everyone present. Whether you can lead a knight group well is not something you can say. Since you don't believe it, any one of you can come up and challenge me. I don't use magic, I only compete with swordsmanship. End of this chapter. Chapter 121, 3K, Blasphemy of the Law. Essence. He once said this to another person: a wizard asking for a duel without using spells sounds like a humiliation or self-humiliation. The knights present looked at each other in bewilderment. None of them knew what this young master wanted to do. The 4 captains of the knights standing in the front also looked at each other. Arsene looked at Lear with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Albert personally acknowledged that Lear was the heir, which dispelled the rumors he had spread before. Feeling some strange looks from the knights, Arsene clenched his fists. Suddenly, when everyone was hesitant, he stood up and looked at Lear. Since Master Lear is so confident, let me give it a try. Yazan took out a huge sword out of thin air. It was more than 1 person tall. The sword was black and felt heavy and powerful. Since being adopted by Albert, he has been learning Albert's style, and his weapon is also a giant sword that advocates strength. This is a high-level giant sword. Being able to pick up a high-level weapon as a mid-level war knight shows that Arsene's talent in the laws of war is indeed not weak. The other 3 knightly teams on the side looked at Arsene in some astonishment. Although Lear said that he could accept the challenge, they were Stuart's retainers after all, and it would be an act of insubordination to rebel against their superiors, and Yazan actually took out his high-level weapon. Is it necessary to be so serious? Yazan didn't care about other people's thoughts at all. He just wanted to see how strong the heir who could be recalled by Albert was. How was he stronger than him? Lear and Albert also looked at Arsene, who had come out. The former's expression did not change, while the latter sighed. If Arsene didn't have such unrealistic ideas, Albert could ensure that he would live a wealthy life, which would also be an explanation to his father. But Lear naturally would not refuse Yazan's challenge. He just smiled and the 2 walked to the center of the square. The knights made way for them, leaving only Lear and Yazan standing in the center. Lear took out the knight rose from the storage ring. The dark rapier was exposed in the sunlight, full of mystery and luxury, yet also carrying a deadly edge. As soon as this weapon appeared, it attracted the attention of the knights around. Judging from the aura emitted by the knight rose, it is far superior to the giant sword in Yazan's hand. It is an extraordinary weapon. Extraordinary weapons are so rare, but I didn't expect that Lear would have one in his hand. Albert also looked at the rapier in Lear's hand. He had seen it many times, but he didn't know where Lear got this weapon from. There was a hint of jealousy in Arsene's eyes, and he naturally regarded the rapier in Lear's hand as a subsidy from Albert. To be fair, I will not use Knight Rose's special skills. Lear held the rapier upright in front of his chest. Yazan snorted coldly. Without saying anything, he rushed directly towards Lear, and at the same time, the white light of the law of war emanated from his body. Of the War Knight's charge, a simple displacement skill, and the apprentice-level status skill Knight's Oath, slightly increase his own damage and defense. Facing Arsene's sudden attack, Lear remained calm. When Arsene rushed in front of him, Knight Rose passed along the sword of the giant sword, and the blade drew sparks on the giant sword. Lear just slightly turned his body to avoid Arsene's powerful attack. The giant sword hit the ground, leaving a slight dent, but it quickly recovered. The ground of Triumph Square is blessed by a special magic circle and can repair itself through magic. After dodging Arsene's attack, Lear moved to the other side, looking calm and composed from beginning to end. Angered by Lear's calm appearance, Arsene roared and rushed towards Lear again, with bursts of violent buzzing around his body. War Knight skill, Storm Assault. Carrying the heavy sword, Arsene's speed increased to an extremely high level, like a rushing locomotive, but Lear just shook his head. The speed was very fast, but there were too many flaws. He didn't even need to activate Aslan's royal swordsmanship. Lear chose another extraordinary sword technique, the Nightingale sword technique. This was also a very famous sword technique in the previous life, and it was almost a must-learn sword technique for professionals who prefer to use swords skillfully. The effect of swordsmanship is very simple, which is to increase movement speed and attack speed. There is no bonus to attack strength, only extreme speed. Lear's figure became slightly darker, and the knight rose in his hand became darker, like a nightingale at night, drawing a graceful arc and avoiding Arsene's attack again. Then he touched the armor on Arsene's back with the knight rose in his hand. The corrosive properties of the knight rose directly penetrated the armor, leaving a blood mark. Yazan was knocked off balance by the impact from behind, and he had to force the giant sword in his hand into the ground to avoid falling. The knights watching the scene widened their eyes. Fast, too fast. They only saw that Lear dodged Yasin's storm attack in the blink of an eye like a nightingale, and then pierced Yasin's armor with a sword. Albert also narrowed his eyes slightly. With his vision, he naturally saw that Lear used a powerful swordsmanship, which might be high level or even extraordinary. Is this the power that the reincarnated once had? He was a little jealous, but this kind of swordsmanship was obviously prepared for those agile law professionals, and it was completely incompatible with a power-oriented professional like him. The square fell into a brief silence. Lear did not take advantage of Arsen's disadvantage to pursue him. He shook his head. Before he obtained Aslan's royal swordsmanship, the Nightingale swordsmanship was the swordsmanship he used most often. It's a pity that in the setting of law, different sword techniques cannot be performed at the same time, otherwise his various sword techniques can enhance his strength to an incredible level. After stabilizing himself, Yazan turned around suddenly. The pain in his back did not panic him, but made him even more angry. In the Fighting Tiger Knights, Sheila, who was dressed in tight clothes, narrowed her eyes at Lear. The man in front of her exuded an extremely strong aura of the law of war. She could even feel that it was stronger than that of Duke Stuart and Albert. But how is this possible? Even if he was favored by the war, it was too much favoritism. I don't think we should need a competition. After all, swords have no eyes. I just want to prove that although I am a wizard, I am capable of leading a group of knights, that's all. Lear raised his eyebrows. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a strange gaze. Turning his head, he saw a woman among the Fighting Tiger Knights. This is the only woman among the knights except the Red Eagle Knights. Compared to the other knights, the woman in front of him was obviously much older. Noticing Lear's gaze, the woman in the knight group smiled beautifully and winked at Lear. Discover the source of blasphemous law causes a certain degree of negative emotional fluctuations in the carrier of the law source and can gain corresponding law affinity. A system prompt suddenly popped up in front of him, and Lear was stunned. Of blasphemy against the law? Roar. Before Lear could think about it, a roar resounded through the sky. You are affected by the War Knight's skill War Roar. Your movement speed decreases by 20% and your attack speed decreases by 20%. Lear felt his body grow heavy in an instant. Arsen was staring at him intently, and a storm was brewing around him. War Knight's intermediate skill. Summon the Storm. As the strongest attack skill before the intermediate level of War Knight, Calling Storm not only has a large attack range, but also has a certain control effect. The knights around looked at Arsen in disbelief. It was clearly just an ordinary sparring match, but he actually used such powerful skills. Albert's eyes were also a little deep, but he did not stop. The wind was howling so violently that even the knights watching the battle were affected and had to use all their strength to keep themselves steady. The longer you charge the storm, the more powerful it will be, and since the storm will gather around you, you don't have to worry about being attacked by surprise. If someone wants to launch a surprise attack, they have to break through the storm vortex around the user, which is equivalent to automatically colliding with the storm head. Lear came back to his senses. His expression didn't change. In his previous life, he was a war knight and understood the power of this skill, but no matter how powerful it was only a mid-level skill. The storm vortex is not truly airtight. The long sword in his hand emitted a roar of war, and a barely visible light golden light lit up. The next moment, Lear's figure turned into barely visible light and shadow and instantly disappeared from the spot. When the speed reached its maximum, Lear easily passed through the gap in the storm vortex and came in front of Yazan. The knight rose in his hand emitted a light golden light, and his agility was instantly transformed into power, hitting the blade of Yazan's giant sword. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and Arsen looked at Lear, who appeared in front of him in astonishment. The next second, he felt an incomparable force coming from the giant sword in his hand. His wrist was shaken so hard that it hurt and the huge sword slipped out of his hand. Under the powerful impact, Yazan flew backwards and hit the storm vortex. He was baptized by the storm vortex he had created. The armor on his body fell apart in the storm, revealing his naked body. Outside the storm, before everyone could react, they heard a loud bang, and then a figure was blasted out from the storm, hit the ground, and rolled several times before stopping. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. Arsen had fainted at this time. His armor was completely shattered, and he was only wearing an inner lining that had turned into strips of cloth. Large areas of his body were exposed, including the small male symbol. Many female knights of the Red Eagle Knights blushed and turned away when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that the usually handsome and majestic Yazan would have such a small thing. End of this chapter. Chapter 122, 3K, Yazan feels green on his head. Although small ones can be cute sometimes, this is usually found on petite women. After seeing what happened to Yasin's body, many female knights became disillusioned with Yasin. At this moment, Arsen's giant sword suddenly fell from the sky and stuck into the ground, making a fierce buzzing sound, like a whaled eye in the center of the square. The storm gradually dissipated, revealing Lear's figure, holding a knight rose in his hand. There was not a single scar on his body, And even his clothes were not overly messy. The eyes of the other 3 captains of the knightly orders and many knights looking at Lear have changed. Lear has won respect with his strength. As for Yazan, who was lying on the ground not far away, he was almost forgotten. After a long while, the members of the War Tiger Knights reacted and rushed to Yazan, helping him up. They were relieved to find that Yazan was just unconscious and did not suffer too much physical damage. Take Arson down to rest, Albert said to the knight. The knight nodded respectfully, picked up Arson, and walked towards the lounge. Now, no one should have any doubts about Lear's establishment of the Knights Templar. Albert walked up to the knights. No, Carlton, the leader of the Ice Crusher Knights, nodded awkwardly. In that case, let's arrange it this way. Albert nodded with a smile, and left first. After Albert left, all the knights looked straight at Lear. Letitia walked up to Lear with excitement. Master Lear, are you really a wizard, not a war knight? Of course, I'm a wizard, but I can use the power of the law of war. Lear nodded with a smile, and then an icicle appeared in his hand. Finn and Carlton, the other 2 captains of the knights, also came over and were surprised when they saw the ice in Lear's hand. Master Lear, do you mean that you can use the power of both the arcane law and the law of war? Carlton asked. Yes, Lear replied. Carlton and Finn looked at each other, with a hint of shock in their eyes. They had never heard of a dual law professional. After a moment's silence, Carlton said apologetically, I'm sorry, Master Lear, I doubted you without knowing you. Finn on the side also stood up and said quickly, I am also very sorry, Master Lear, I didn't know your identity yesterday and contradicted you. Seeing this sudden change in the 2 people's attitude, Lear smiled secretly in his heart. It seemed that he had succeeded in establishing his authority. After showing his strength, he, the heir of Stuart, had been recognized. Did you talk back to Master Lear? Finn, what did you do? Letitia looked at Finn with some confusion, and Carlton also looked over at her. Facing the gazes of the 2 men, Finn felt a little embarrassed. Seeing that Lear didn't say anything, he could only repeat what happened yesterday. You mean someone was running rampant on the streets in a carriage filled with explosives and almost hit Master Lear? Letitia said with a frown. Yes. Finn spread his hands. He almost arrested Lear as the murderer with his brain. He simply doesn't think too much, and his intelligence attribute is not high, so he doesn't think often. Carlton also frowned and asked, have you found out the identity of the coachman? No, the driver's body was burned beyond recognition and there's no way to find out. Finn shook his head. After hearing this, Carlton stopped talking. He felt a little strange. How could a carriage loaded with explosives just happen to hit Lear? He carefully glanced at Lear beside him, but Lear had a blank expression on his face, as if he didn't care at all. Master Lear, were you using some kind of swordsmanship just now? Letitia, who was standing aside, had already put the matter of the coachman out of her mind. Thinking of Lear's elegant fighting style just now, she felt a little admiring, but Lear had no intention of chatting with the female knight. He looked in the direction of the War Tiger Knights, and the woman was gone. A blasphemous law source carrier. The last person he encountered was Greta, but because she was the carrier of the law of war, he didn't have too many thoughts. He just wanted to increase his affinity with the law of war to 90% when he had time. There was no strong desire to capture Greta, but it is a blasphemy against the source of the law. He was very interested in this, a new heretical law, and he didn't know what kind of power it would have. It seems that the person behind Yazan is the source carrier of this blasphemous law. Sorry, I still have something to do. Let's talk later. Lear said with a smile and walked towards the outside of the triumphal square under the gaze of the 3 people. In the lounge, Sheila looked at the ragged Yazan lying on the bed with a hint of contempt in her eyes. Yazan's injuries were not serious and he could recover after drinking a bottle of healing potion in the Pharaoh fortress. Because there are no prayers from the Golden Church, the law professionals usually rely on potions when they are injured. Sheila was an experienced pharmacist. She took out the healing potion she had made from her storage items and poured it into Yazan. What a useless waste. She shook her head, no longer caring about Yazan's injuries, and turned away. When she walked out of the lounge, she saw Lear walking out of the triumphal square. Lear also saw Sheila, and they stared at each other. Lear was a little surprised. He originally wanted to test the carrier of the source of blasphemous law, but he didn't see anyone after searching for a long time. He didn't expect to meet him like this. Beautiful lady, how is Arson's injury? It shouldn't be too serious. Lear asked, pretending to blame himself. Sheila was stunned for a moment, looking at Lear in front of her, feeling a little strange. Master Lear, Yazan is fine, I have given him a healing potion, he will be well soon. That's good. Knight Arson is also an important retainer of the Stuart family. It would be bad if he was seriously injured because of me. Lear said pretentiously, and then suddenly changed the subject. Beautiful lady, may I know your name? Sheila felt somewhat uncomfortable being looked at by Lear. She was almost 30 years old, and as a believer in blasphemy, she had been working for the revival of blasphemy and had never considered being too intimate with a man. Lear now looked like he was chatting her up and showing that he was very interested in her. Could it be that this Stuart heir likes a mature woman like me? Sheila thought to herself. and smiled slightly on the surface. "My name is Sheila, Master Lier. I am the pharmacist of the War Tiger Knights. If you need any medicine, you can come to me." "Pharmacist?" Lear pretended to be surprised. "Yes, Master Lier, the potions used in the training of the 4 major knightly orders are all provided by me. In the future, your 5th knightly order can also purchase potions from me, and I will give you a discount." Sheila blinked and said charmingly, "Thank you very much, Miss Sheila." Lier smiled and extended his hand to Sheila. Sheila was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and stretched out her hand to shake hands with Lier. Just as the two were shaking hands, the door of the lounge was opened. Yasin changed into a spare set of clothes, and as soon as he walked out the door, he saw Lier and Sheila holding hands, looking very intimate. Looking at the two people's posture, he didn't react for a while. He was stunned for several seconds before shouting, "What are you doing?" This roar attracted the attention of other knights who were still training not far away, and everyone looked over. Lier and Sheila were also disturbed by Yasin's roar, and they both looked at Yasin at the same time. "Knight Arsene." Lear chuckled and called out Arsene's name, looking at Lear's smile, and then looking at Lear and Sheila's hands held together. Yasin felt anger rising. "Lear, what are you doing with Sheila?" Yasin said angrily. "You mean Miss Sheila?" Lear glanced at Sheila. Sheila wanted to pull her hand away, but Lear didn't let go. He smiled and said, "I heard that Miss Sheila is an excellent pharmacist who provides potions for the 4 major knight groups. I am about to establish the 5th great order of knights, so I want to get to know Miss Sheila." As he spoke, he pulled Scylla towards him, and could feel the charm of a mature woman. Sheila did not resist Lear's little action. The young master of the Stewart family seemed to really like mature women, which was exactly what she wanted. Instead of waiting for that loser Arsene to kill Lear and bring back his body, it would be better to do it yourself. Blasphemy needs to devour a professional with a strong affinity for the law in order to recover. Although Lear in front of him is not as strong as Albert, the aura of law on him is much stronger than Albert. Sheila even followed Lear's wishes and rubbed against Lear's arms. When Arsene saw this scene, he felt a green sensation above his head and he couldn't bear it anymore. He had known Sheila in his earlier years. Because she was pretty and a pharmacist, he kept Sheila in the Fighting Tiger Knights. Yasin has always regarded Sheila as his woman. Although he has never really expressed it, almost all members of the Fighting Tiger Knights understand his thoughts. But now, Sheila was actually being affectionate with Lear, the steward heir whom he hated. Looking at Yasin's increasingly ferocious face, and then looking at Sheila beside him, Lear seemed to understand the relationship between the two. A strange smile appeared on his face. "Ahem, well, that's it. I hope Miss Sheila can take care more of the knight order I'm about to establish in the future." Lear smiled gentlemanly, took Sheila's hand and kissed the back of her hand. This scene made Yasin's anger explode completely, and Sheila's cheeks also blushed slightly. No one had ever done this to her in her life. Just when Arsene was about to fight with Lear, Lear turned and left without giving Arsene a chance to speak. End of this chapter. Chapter 123, 5K, War Law Affinity Limit and Goodbye. Hannah looking at Lear, who was gradually walking away and didn't take him seriously at all. Arsene was filled with anger that he had no place to vent. "Sheila, why do you want to be so close to Lear?" Yasin said angrily. "Master Lier is just communicating with me. I am a pharmacist. Isn't it normal for me to cooperate with the knight order he is about to establish?" Sheila answered nonchalantly. "You know that's not what I'm talking about." Yasin was furious. He was extremely dissatisfied with Sheila's attitude. Seeing Yasin's angry look, Sheila's expression became indifferent. She walked up to Yasin and said in a low voice in his ear, "You have to understand clearly that no matter what I am going to do, it has nothing to do with you. I am not your subordinate. On the contrary, I helped you step by step to become the leader of the War Tiger Knights. If you still want to replace Lear and become the heir of Stewart, you only need to do what you need to do." There was a hint of contempt in Sheila's tone. She knew what Yasin thought of her, but it was just a fool's idle fantasy, just like Yasin's fantasy that Albert would give up Lear and make him the heir of Stewart. Seeing Yasin's expression gradually solidified, Sheila left without saying anything more. After leaving the triumphal square, Lear first went to the Kent Hotel and sucked away all the magic power that Ophanina had accumulated with great difficulty. Then he left under the angry gaze of Ophanina, and it was already afternoon when he returned to Stewart Mansion. There was a carriage parked at the door, with the sword-edge symbol of the Church of War carved on it. Avian and Greta stood together, along with some people wearing War Church sect uniforms. Lier raised his eyebrows and his eyes fell on the old man in the lead who was wearing a red and gold robe. The red and gold colors were the attire of the Bishop of the Church of War. "Greta, are you really going back to Nox?" Avian asked reluctantly. "Yes, Avian, since Lear can't go back to Nox with me to perform the Lionheart Knight ceremony for the time being, he has to go back as well." Greta nodded. She seemed calm on the surface, but she still felt a little unwilling in her heart. Lear, a believer in the law of war, had never taken the initiative to look for her since they met. She expressed her willingness to let Lear become her Lionheart Knight, which is a great honor for any believer in the law of war in the Church of War, but Lear did not seem to care much. Greta took a deep breath and suppressed the irritation in her heart. And no matter what, Lear was the person with the strongest aura of war law she had ever met, and she would not let Lear go, this time when she returns to Nox, she will definitely tell her father and ask him to come with her to Fort Pharaoh. Since Lear is unwilling to leave, let his father bring the ritual materials to the Pharaoh fortress to conclude the contract. She will never let go of anyone she likes. Greta thought of the taste of the law of war in Lear that made her unable to stop. This was the lion-hearted knight who belonged to her, and no one would be more suitable than Lear. "Miss Greta, are you leaving?" Just then, Lear came over and greeted with a smile. Greta was stunned when she saw Lear, and then her eyes became complicated. "Yes, I am ready to return to Nox." Lear nodded and decided to go back, but before that he had to do one thing. "Miss Greta, although we have not spent a long time together, your courage and fighting spirit have always impressed me." Lear praised with a sunny smile. Greta was stunned for a moment, and Avian beside her looked at Lear in surprised. It turns out that Lear still values her very much? Greta was slightly delighted. There is no girl who doesn't like to be complimented by others, especially when the person is a handsome and graceful man. A smile appeared on Greta's face, but before she could be happy for long, Lear walked up to her and hugged Greta in his arms in front of everyone's astonished eyes. "I will miss you, Miss Greta, and Stuart's door will always be open to you." Lear spoke gently in Greta's ear, and the hot air he exhaled blew on Greta's sensitive cat ears. The girl's body trembled as if she was electrocuted. Feeling Greta's soft body, Lear felt very comfortable, but he only stayed for a few seconds and then let go. A system panel popped up in front of his eyes. The shyness emotional fluctuation value of the war law source carrier reaches 98%, and you gain 1% war law affinity. Since you do not have the essence of war law, your affinity for war law is increased to the upper limit of 90%. Your affinity for the law of war has reached 90%. You gain Strength +4, Constitution +3, Agility +3. After just one glance at the panel, Lear turned it off. This was Greta's last value before she left. His original affinity with the law of war was already 89.9%, and he only needed the finishing touch to reach 90%. Naturally, he would not miss these 10 attribute points. However, without the source of war law, the affinity of war law can only be increased to 90%. Lear didn't know this. After a brief silence, Greta finally reacted. Feeling the tingling sensation gradually spreading from her ears to her whole body, her face instantly turned red. "Liar, what are you doing?" Avian also reacted. "Just a farewell between friends?" Lear shrugged. Avian opened her mouth and said, "There's nothing wrong with friends hugging each other when saying goodbye, but you don't seem to be very familiar with Greta, right?" This seemed like deliberately taking advantage of the girl, but looking at Lear's sunny face, Avian didn't know what to say. "That's what you said." Just when the atmosphere was a little weird, Greta spoke up. The girl's cheeks were still a little rosy, her eyes trembled slightly, and she looked at Lear with a meaningful feeling. "You said that Stuart's door will always be open to me." "I will come to you again," Greta said seriously. "When I come next time, you won't have the chance to refuse me again. I will definitely make you my Lionheart Knight." Greta's words were so decisive that Lear was a little surprised, but he just smiled. After saying this, Greta took one last look at Lear and got into the carriage. Of the war church members around them followed, and the war bishop stayed at the end. Before leaving, he glanced at Lear and said, "Master Lear, you can come to the war church when you have time. War will bless you." After saying this, the war bishop smiled at Lear and got on the carriage. "Brother, you don't have any ideas about Greta, do you?" After the carriage left, Avian looked at Lear with a strange expression. "How could that be? I already have Milala." Lear spread his hands, his expression sincere, without any abnormality. Seeing that Lear looked like a gentleman, Avian reluctantly believed Lear's words. She asked again, "I heard that father wants you to establish a new knight order?" "Yes, sister, do you want to join me?" Lear nodded and asked casually. "Okay, since it's your knight's order, I'll join." Avian nodded immediately. "Have you thought of a name for the knight's order?" "A name?" Lear fell into thought. After a long while, he said, "How about calling it the Knights of the Blood Alliance? He is the Apostle of Blood, so it is reasonable to call him the Knights of Blood." "The Blood Knights?" Avian thought about it but didn't think anything of it. However, the blood reminded her of the blood apostles of the royal city. The next day, Lear got up early. Milila and he had just arrived at the Pharaoh fortress and they couldn't stay at home all the time, so he took Milila out, take a walk to visit the Adventurers Guild to post a quest to recruit members of the Knights. Ordinary members of the Knights Templar can be selected from the reserve knights in the fortress, but a Knights Templar cannot be led by Lear alone, there must be a deputy team leader and a team leader, as well as logistics. It's not just a matter of picking 100 knights from the reserve knights and doing it. Where are we going? Milia followed Lear and walked on the wide street. The little princess looked around and felt that everything was new and interesting. I'll take you for a walk and visit the Adventurers Guild. Lear held Milia's hand and answered with a smile. Adventurers Guild? Yes, you should have heard about it. I need to establish a knight order and plan to recruit some people from the Adventurers Guild. Lear nodded. Is it okay? I heard that the knights you founded belong to the Stuart family. Are the people in the Adventurers Guild trustworthy? Milia asked with some doubt. It is not up to me to trust you, but those who want to become Stuart's retainers. Lear said calmly, the Stuart family is the real emperor in Pharaoh Fortress. Even if your father comes, he will not be more majestic than my father. The prestige of the Stuart family has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people of the territory. I want to establish a knight order, which is an honorable thing for many people. So, it's not that I should consider whether I can trust them, but that they should let me trust them and let me understand their loyalty and their value. Lear's words were very domineering. Although he had not been in Farlow Fort for long, he almost understood the status of the Stuart family in Farlow Fort. It is the absolute authority. Milia seemed to understand what she heard. When she was in the royal city before, the royal family needed to identify their loyalty when recruiting knights, but it seemed to be different in the Pharaoh fortress. Looking at Milia's thoughtful expression, Lear naturally knew what the little princess was thinking. The fortress of Pharaoh is different from the royal city. Lear explained, the royal city has many nobles, as well as the Golden Church and the Arcane Academy. Although the royal family is the royal family, they do not have absolute control over the royal city. And the Pharaoh fortress is completely controlled by the Stuart family. Even the Church of War does not have the prestige of Stuart. For the people here, Stuart is the only commander. Don't forget one more thing. Stuart's Wild Lion Knights are stationed in the Pharaoh fortress. Lear continued, that is the true foundation of the Stuart family. Everyone in it is a professional. Unlike the young knights who maintain the order of the fortress, the weakest members of the Mad Lion Knights are all beginners of the law of war profession. We also have a large number of mid-level law professionals and quite a few high-level law professionals. Even if the 4 major youth knight groups in the fortress unite to rebel, they will only be suppressed directly by the Mad Lion Knights. Why is the position of the Stuart family so stable in Fort Farlow? The one they rely on is the Order of the Mad Lion. Lear still remembers the scene in his previous life when the Golden Church besieged the Stuart family. The Mad Lion Knights had nearly 10,000 people. The strength of the lowest level knights is close to the middle level, which is a force that is enough to overthrow the entire kingdom of Brefel. As long as Albert wanted, he could lead the Mad Lion Knights to sweep across the royal city of Brefel and ascend the throne. In the original game plot, if it weren't for the immortal players, the outcome of the battle with the Golden Church would be unknown. It was also because of the Wild Lion Knights that Stuart was able to defend the Decision Mountains and resist the terrifying beast tide. Milia listened to Lear's words. Although she had never seen the Knights of the Mad Lion, she could still feel their power. In comparison, the Brayfield royal family is much weaker. I don't know why. Although they are from the royal family, they are not as good as Stuart, a duke and a nobleman. In every aspect, the two of them talked as they walked, and stopped at some stalls when passing by. Lear followed Milia's nature and just treated it as accompanying her shopping. After walking around for about an hour, the two arrived at the door of the Adventurers Guild. This is a tall stone building that covers a large area. There are many people wearing armor and holding weapons coming and going around it. The guild sign is a golden shield with a pattern of crossed swords on it. The guild has 2 entrances, with armored guards maintaining order. Lear took Miriam into the hall. The spacious hall was brightly lit. In the center was a huge fireplace, and the firelight illuminated the murals on the surrounding walls and ceiling. As soon as the two entered the door, they attracted the attention of many adventurers. Lear and Milia's looks and temperament are so outstanding, completely different from the rough adventurers here. Feeling the gazes all around, the classic scene as imagined, where people were attracted by Milia's beauty and then had a conflict, did not occur. Lear raised his eyebrows and walked towards the reception desk. There was a beautiful lady in front of the reception desk. When she saw Lear and Milia, there was a flash of surprise in her eyes. The couple is talented and pretty, but that's all. Sir, how can I help you? The front desk receptionist asked with a smile. Although Lear and Mira are unknown, they must be extraordinary with such appearance and temperament. Lear listened to the reception and glanced at the large wooden board hanging on the wall. The IT is covered with various mission notices, ranging from simple supply delivery to dangerous monster clearing missions. After browsing the contents on the board, Lear said to the receptionist, I want to issue a task. Please tell me, sir. No matter what kind of task you want to post, there will be adventurers to help you complete it. The receptionist said with a professional smile. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lear Stewart. I am currently establishing a night order and I need some elite adventurers to join. Lear said lightly. The originally noisy hall became silent after Lear's words, and even the bard nearby stopped playing. Sir, you said your last name is Stewart, the receptionist asked in disbelief. Yes. Lear nodded. Albert is my father. Are you the Lord's son? The receptionist covered her mouth. The Lord's son? Doesn't Lord Albert have only one daughter? I heard that Lord Albert did have a son, but he went to the royal city more than 10 years ago. There are rumors out there that Lord Albert's son has returned. Lord Albert's son intends to establish a new order of knights? Is there a chance that we can become Stewart's retainers? Following Lear's answer, many adventurers in the hall became agitated. Lear was not surprised by the reactions of the adventurers around him. It is very difficult to become a Stewart's retainer. Generally speaking, the Stewart family will not absorb new people from the Adventurers Guild. Even the Knights of Arson and his group select members from the reserve knights that the Stewart family has cultivated since childhood. Those people were orphans adopted by Stewart, or some residents of the royal city sent their children to the reserve knight camp and stayed there after passing the assessment. The quality of the children who stay in the reserve knight camp is recognized, and they naturally have more advantages than the adventurers of varying quality. Lear came to the Adventurers Guild not to recruit ordinary adventurers, but to recruit some elite adventurers. The other 4 major knightly orders, in addition to a large number of apprentice-level professionals, also have many junior-level professional captains and even mid-level professional captains. Lear now only has himself as the team leader in Avian, a mid-level professional. According to his understanding, the reserve knight camp was almost entirely filled with apprentice-level war law professionals who were left over. Once there was a professional who broke through to the initial stage, he would be immediately absorbed by the 4 major knight orders. Now that Lear has gone to the reserve knight camp, he can only pick up the remaining apprentices from others. So he came to the Adventurers Guild and recruited some beginner and mid-level personnel to serve as a slightly higher-end force for the knights. Just as the hall was in an uproar because of Lear's words, a charming voice suddenly sounded outside the guild. Little handsome Lear? Lear turned his head and saw the beautiful woman named Hannah whom he met when he first came to Fort Pharaoh. Hannah still looked the same as when they first met, her armor showing off her hot body perfectly. As soon as Hannah appeared, she attracted the attention of many adventurers in the hall. It can be seen that Hannah has a good reputation among adventurers. Handsome Lear, are you here to see me? Hannah looked at Lear, making no secret of her admiration for him. Emilia, who was standing by, pouted when she saw this scene. End of this chapter. Chapter 124, RK has been modified. The Adventurers Guild president who promotes his daughter Hannah. Do you know this, young master? A burly man with a rough appearance walked up from behind Hannah. The big man had a thick beard and carried a huge axe on his shoulder. Next to him was a petite girl who looked pure and lovely. Walton, didn't I mention him before? The handsome boy I met at the city gate. Hannah said casually. The adventurers around looked at each other in bewilderment. Lear was the Lord's son, and it was a bit disrespectful for Hannah to dare to call him that. The receptionist at the front desk was also a little overwhelmed, and quickly reminded, Miss Hannah, this is Master Lear, the Lord's son. Hannah was stunned for a moment, silent for a few seconds, then looked at Lear suddenly. I am Lear Stewart. Lear smiled at Hannah. Stewart is the Lord's surname. Ha! Hannah's eyes widened, as did the big man next to her, and the petite girl covered her mouth. Master Lear, I'm sorry. I apologize for being rude to Hannah. Hannah just likes. The big man named Walton hurriedly stepped forward and explained. It's okay, Lear smiled, finding the two's reactions funny. There's no need to use those complicated etiquette on me. I think Ms. Hannah is very straightforward. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally somewhat depressing atmosphere suddenly dissipated. In this world where nobles rule everything, the difference between the noble and the humble is huge. Some adventurers have been to other cities, and some commoners will be beaten if they slightly contradict the nobles. The fact that Lear could say such words really impressed many adventurers present. Hannah's cheeks also blushed. After knowing Lear's identity, her gaze towards Lear became even more burning. No woman would not be interested in a handsome man who was powerful and has a high status. Amilala, who was standing by, saw Hannah's look and became angry again. She reached out and gently twisted Lear's waist, feeling a slight pain in his waist. Lear turned around and saw Milala staring at him with her eyes wide open and her lips pouting. Seeing the jealous look on the little princess's face, Lear thought it was cute. Why hadn't he noticed that Milala was so jealous before? He reached out and held Milala in his arms. Seeing this, Hannah calmed down a lot. I'm here to post a recruitment mission. Lear smiled and looked at the receptionist beside him. Master Lear, please go ahead. The receptionist respectfully took out a pen and paper. I will hold a recruitment for the knights in the fortress arena in a week. All professionals above the beginner level can sign up. Lear said, his eyes sweeping over all the adventurers present. I will select the 5 best adventurers from those who have signed up to join my knights and become Stuart's retainers. They will also receive a mid-level quality weapon or equipment. Mid-level weapons and equipment? These are too precious. You are too superficial. The most important thing is to join Master Lear's knights and become a retainer of Stuart. This is the real honor. There are only 5 spots available, so I have no chance, right? As soon as Lear finished speaking, there was a commotion in the hall. Some were excited, some were depressed, and almost everyone was eager to become a Stuart retainer. Lear could also understand that this was just like the civil servants in his previous life, with an official background, and directly under Lear, the future heir of Stuart. Maybe he would become a Knight of the Lord in the future. Hannah and the other 2 on the side became a little excited after a brief shock. So that's it. Please help me distribute this task. Lear said to the receptionist who was standing there. Yes. The receptionist was surprised and nodded quickly and started writing. She had already foreseen how crazy these adventurers would be. Was this the first time that the Stuart family was recruiting talents from the Adventurers Guild? In the past, only when there was a beast tide would the adventurers of the Adventurers Guild be entrusted to jointly resist the beast tide. I wonder if those high-level professionals in the guild will be tempted. The receptionist was lost in thought. Lear didn't know what the receptionist was thinking. He just hoped to recruit some mid-level or entry-level professionals. High-level professionals are strong anywhere. Unless there are extraordinary ones, high-level professionals are the strongest. In the entire kingdom, there are not many high-level professionals. For example, before in the royal city, the Golden Bishop and the Duke of Norton were high-level professionals with noble status. Such a strong man would not lower himself to become a member of his knight order. Looking at the adventurers talking around him, Lear shook his head. Most of them were just apprentice-level professionals. There were only a few beginners, and the intermediate ones. Lear looked at Hannah and Walton. These 2 were mid-level professionals. Feeling Lear's gaze, Hannah said excitedly, Master Lear, we will sign up. I'll wait for you at the fortress arena. Lear nodded, without saying anything else, and turned to leave the Adventurers Guild. Just as he was about to leave, a guard in armor walked up to Lear. Master Lear, our president hopes to see you. The guard said respectfully. President? The president of the Adventurers Guild? Lear was stunned. Yes. The guard nodded. Lear hesitated for a moment and said, lead the way. Please follow me. The guard led the way, and Lear followed, holding Milala's hand. Following the guard all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Adventurers Guild, the guard stopped in front of a room and opened the door. Lear took Milala in and saw a middle-aged man sitting on a chair. When he saw Lear, he stood up quickly. The middle-aged man glanced at the guard and signaled him to leave. The door was closed until the guard's footsteps faded away. The middle-aged man put on a respectful expression and said, meet Master Lear. Lear was stunned for a moment. Who are you? Farouk Gifford, commander of the 4th Legion of the Mad Lion Knights. The middle-aged man introduced himself. Lear was a little surprised. The president of the Adventurers Guild was actually a member of the Mad Lion Knights. He could feel that the man in front of him was very powerful and was a high-level professional. You are a member of the Mad Lion Knights. Why did you become the president of the Adventurers Guild? Lear asked with some confusion. Master Lear, the Adventurers Guild was originally founded by Lord Albert. The man named Farouk replied. Was it built by my father? Lear was even more surprised. Yes, the Adventurers Guild was originally established to coordinate the ordinary professionals in the fortress. Although the qualities of these adventurers vary, they are a powerful force when integrated together. Farouk nodded. Lear listened to Farouk's words and quickly understood the reason. Pharaoh Fortress was different from Breffel Royal City. The War Church would awaken the laws of war for the people for free, which led to the large number of professionals here. Stuart will select outstanding people to become reserve knights, and naturally he cannot let the rest of them wander around casually. I understand, Knight Farouk, what do you want to talk to me about? Lear nodded and asked, hearing Lier's words. Farouk smiled. I heard that Master Lier is planning to establish a knight order. If you need elite candidates, I can recommend them to you. Lear's expression turned a little strange. Farouk's words gave him a strong sense of déjà vu, as if someone in his previous life had used his connections to ask him for help. Do you have anyone you can recommend? Lear asked calmly. After all, the other party is a high-level professional and the commander of the Mad Lion Knights. He should give him some face. My daughter, Charlene, just turned 20 this year. She is already a mid-level war knight. I think she should be able to help you, Master Lear. Farouk said with a smile. As expected, he wanted to take the back door. Lier felt a little amused, but a 20-year-old mid-level war knight had good talent, so it was not impossible for him to join his knight order. Your daughter? Lier pretended to be surprised. Since she is already a mid-level war knight, didn't the 4 major knight orders invite her? Farouk showed an embarrassed expression when he heard this. He felt a headache when he thought of his daughter. He had been troubled by his daughter's special hobby for a long time. As a woman, she doesn't like men and only wants to be with other girls all day long. Of the 4 major knightly orders, Charlene only accepted the invitation from the Red Eagle Knights, which was composed entirely of female knights. However, she was driven out after the Red Eagle Knights had been troubling for a while. It was the leader of the Red Eagle Knights who came to him personally and took Charlene away. Farouk hesitated for a while, but finally made a decision that he must not let Lear know about Charlene's habit. Otherwise, if she was rejected, no one would want his daughter. We have been invited by all 4 major knightly orders, but Charlene was feeling unwell at that time, so she declined all of them. Farouk said calmly. Lier raised his eyebrows. He knew immediately that this was a lie. He looked at Farouk, wondering if this knight was hiding something. After a few seconds of silence, Lier said, I'm sorry, Knight Farouk. I have issued a mission to select 5 outstanding adventurers to join my knights in the fortress arena in a week. Selection? Farouk was stunned. He only knew from Albert that Lear would recruit people from the Adventurers Guild, but he didn't know about the selection. Yes, if Knight Farouk wants your daughter to join my knights, you can go to the fortress arena in a week. Lier nodded and said. A mid-level war knight came to his door. How could Lear refuse? No matter what Farouk is hiding, as long as you can pass his selection, it means you meet his requirements. End of this chapter. Chapter 125, 3K, Milia and Millis. Are you really going to let the daughter of the Adventurers Guild president join your knights? Milia said somewhat unhappily as they left Farouk's office. She had no objection to Lear establishing a knighthood, but she would be somewhat unwilling if there were many beautiful women in the knighthood. In the Pharaoh Fortress, Lear's status was extremely noble, his appearance was extremely handsome, and he had great strength, so it was hard not to attract those women. Milia thinks that she is just a weak and pitiful little princess. She can use the Morning Star Scepter but cannot use it openly, so she is just a pretty vase in the Pharaoh Fortress. Although it was better than being in the royal city and he was free, he could not help Lear. She felt a sense of crisis from Greta. Although Greta had left, this feeling did not disappear, but became stronger and stronger. Whether or not to let her join depends on whether Charlene can pass my selection. Lier replied with a smile. She looked at Milia, who looked a little absent-minded, and patted her little head. The two left the Adventurers Guild, and the news that Lear was recruiting members of the Knights gradually spread in the Pharaoh Fortress. Many people did not know that Albert had a son, and the name Lear officially appeared in the eyes of the residents of the fortress. After sending Milia home, Lear went to the Kent Hotel. Today's bloodsucking had not yet begun. Going to the hotel every day and sucking off Anina's blood is a very annoying thing, but Lear has no choice. If he doesn't suck out off Anina's magic power and lets off Anina run away, that would be a big deal. Milia watched Lear leave, and she was still feeling a little annoyed. Sitting in front of the dressing table, Milia looked at herself in the mirror. Her mother had always said that she would become very powerful once she awakened the law of Morningstar, but there had been no movement for such a long time. She picked up the Morningstar scepter beside her. The light emitted by the Morningstar scepter gave her some power. Could it be that her awakening was related to the Morningstar Scepter? Milia looked at the sapphire mirror of the Morningstar Scepter, and her appearance was also reflected in it, but the person in the mirror has dark eyes and dark hair. I didn't expect you to have lost your memory. A deep voice suddenly sounded from the room. Milia was stunned for a moment, silent for a few seconds, and then suddenly startled. She quickly stood up and looked around the room. The door was closed, the windows were shut, there was nothing. Are you hallucinating? Milia blinked. Are you looking for me? The voice sounded in Milia's ears again, and this time Milia was sure that she had not heard it wrong. She turned her head in panic and saw a young girl whispering in her ear, looking at her with a smile. The girl looked almost the same as her, except for her black eyes and long black hair. There was no other difference. At this moment, half of the body of black-haired Milia was suspended in the air, and the other half fell on the gem of the Morningstar scepter like smoke, just like a ghost in the story. Ah! Milia screamed, but the sound seemed to be eliminated by some force, and only the girl could be seen with her mouth open. You, who are you? Milia ran away quickly. Is this an evil spirit? She had read in some storybooks that the dead souls lingered and eventually turned into evil spirits, but why does this evil spirit look like me? Me? I'm Millis. The girl in the air said with a faint smile. I am your sister. When destruction came, you sealed me in the scepter of Morningstar and reincarnated into a godman alone. I waited for endless years in the cold and silent darkness, Millis whispered in her heart, but she didn't say these words to Milia or her sister. Milia no longer remembers her. The sister who abandoned her has been reincarnated, but all her powers have been sealed. She has forgotten everything and has become an ordinary person. She would become jealous of a man and become heartbroken, completely losing the dignity of the former goddess of Morningstar. Maybe this is retribution? Millis? Milia looked cautiously at the girl in the air who looked almost the same as herself. She felt a sense of familiarity from her. Yes, I am Millis, the spirit of the Morningstar scepter. Millis lied with a smile. At the beginning, she persuaded the queen to surrender in order to make Milia feel the pain of losing her mother. She would occupy Milia's body, seal Milia in the body, and let Milia watch the queen being executed with her own eyes. But then Lear appeared, and Millis sensed a dangerous aura from Lear, so she temporarily gave up the idea of possessing Milia. She stayed in the Morningstar scepter. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar sister, Milia became weak and allowed herself to be bullied by the man named Lear. She forgot everything and put all her thoughts on Lear. The goddess Chinching became a little woman. Millis found it a little ridiculous. The spirit of the Morningstar scepter? Facing Millis's gentle voice, Milia gradually let down her guard. The Morningstar scepter was given to her by her mother. Since it is the spirit of the Morningstar scepter, it shouldn't be a bad thing, right? Yes, I have been sleeping in the scepter of Morningstar for endless years. My mission is to awaken the laws of Morningstar. Millis still had a smile on her face, her tone extremely gentle. Can you awaken my Morningstar law? Milia was delighted when she heard Millis' words. Of course, that's my mission. Then how do I awaken my Morningstar law? Milia asked quickly. As long as her Morningstar law awakens, she will definitely have powerful strength, and she can also completely give herself to Lear. Listening to Milia's question, a smile appeared on the corner of Millis's mouth. It is not difficult to awaken Milia. The law of Chinching has been sealed, and the seal will loosen when the emotions are extremely unstable. There is one thing she said that she did not deceive Queen Philia. If the queen was really purified by the golden church in front of Milia, in extreme sadness, Milia would have a chance to awaken, but something unexpected happened. But it doesn't matter. Millis thought of another way. Since Milia is now wholeheartedly devoted to the man named Lear, kill Lear in front of Milia. Let Milia do it herself, and when Milia wakes up, she wants to see what expression her sister will show. Millis's heart was filled with hatred. Death was only a relief. She wanted to make Milia feel pain. Just like the lonely and helpless pain she felt when she was sealed in the Morningstar scepter. The magic powering you is too weak. If you want to awaken the law of Morningstar, you must absorb magic power. Millis said nonsense seriously. What should I do? Milia still didn't quite understand. Your man possesses powerful magic. If he is willing to help you, I think your awakening will be much faster. Millis lowered her head and pretended to be thinking. Milia did not see the meaningful look in Millis' eyes when she lowered her head. It was evening when Lear returned from the Kent Hotel. He had a good time with Adele in the hotel. Since bringing Adele to Fort Pharaoh, he had indeed ignored Adele and just let Adele stay in the hotel with Afanina. This is really hard to explain. It's like being a prisoner. When walking into Stewart Mansion, Lear was still thinking that it was time to find a house in the fortress. It was not safe to let Ophenia and Adele live in the hotel all the time. After all, there were too many people and eyes. Moreover, he is about to establish a nightly order. Before, the residents of the fortress didn't know much about him, the heir of Stewart, but once his nightly order is established, everything will be different. The knights maintain order in the fortress. How would it look if others knew that he, the heir of Stewart, went to the hotel every day? It kind of tarnishes Stewart's reputation. Soon it was time for dinner and everyone was enjoying the meal. While eating steak, Albert asked Lear, "How is your night group preparing?" "I have posted a mission in the Adventurers Guild and will select 5 elite adventurers from the fortress arena in a week to join my knights." Lear replied. Albert nodded. "Selection? That's a good idea. I'll let the butler talk to the arena." "Did you meet Farouk in the Adventurers Guild?" Albert asked again. "I saw it." Lear nodded, but his expression was a little strange. "What's wrong?" Albert noticed that something was wrong with Lear. Knight Farouk wishes to have his daughter join my order as well. Let Charlene join? Albert was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. What's the problem? Lear asked. Nothing. Charlene is not that easy to get along with. Albert shook his head but didn't say much. Lear felt even more strange. Knight Farouk was hiding something, and his father seemed to know something as well. Could it be that this Charlene was a hot-tempered tigress? He picked up a piece of steak with a fork and put it into his mouth. He felt a little interested, but didn't care too much. No matter how violent a woman is, he is confident that he can make her calm and peaceful. The dinner ended with laughter, and Lear and Miria went upstairs amidst everyone's ambiguous gazes. When Lear returned to the bedroom, he saw Miria staring at him. What's wrong? Lear asked with some confusion. I have something to do, can you leave for a while? Milia said nervously. Lear stared at the girl in front of him. He felt a strange aura, but he did not refuse the girl's request. How long will it take? Just wait outside for a moment, I'll call you in. Milia replied. End of this chapter. Chapter 126, 3K, Blasphemy against the Dark Star Goddess. Do we really have to do this? Milia said to herself after Lear left and closed the door. Don't worry, just leave everything to me, and I will help you awaken. Millis floated out from the Morning Star scepter beside her. Okay, then, come up. Milia hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. When Millis in the air heard this, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes, and then she reached out and held Milia in her arms. Her originally illusory body slowly merged into Milia's body, and Milia's azure eyes and long silver hair gradually turned black. Milia only felt that endless darkness enveloped all her senses, and the feeling of dead silence and despair became a little unbearable for her in just a short while. Millis, who had taken control of Milia's body, felt the condition of Milia inside her body, and a hint of contempt flashed in her eyes. But she couldn't bear it for just a moment, and she had endured this cold darkness for who knows how many years. Just when Milia felt panic and unable to control herself, the feeling of dead silence and despair disappeared. Although it was still dark all around her, she could feel the situation outside. Leave it to me from now on. A low moan sounded in the darkness. It was Millis's voice. Lear, come in. Millis shouted outside the house. Lear, who was outside the door, also heard the sound. He immediately opened the door and saw Milia standing in front of him. Milia with black hair. Milia, you. Lear was a little surprised. Milia's temperament had completely changed. She became cold and no longer had the weak feeling she had before. Just when Lear wanted to ask what was going on, the system panel popped up in front of him. Discover the Dark Star Law Source material carrier, causes a certain degree of negative emotional fluctuations in the carrier of the law source, and can gain corresponding law affinity. The words Lear was about to say got stuck in his throat. Dark Star Law? Shouldn't Milia be the Morning Star Law? He narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly thought of something, and glanced at the Morning Star scepter that Milia had placed on the bedside. Lear, come in quickly. Millis, who occupied Milia's body, ran to Lear, pulled Lear directly into the room, and then closed the door. She looked at the man in front of her. He was indeed handsome, but no matter how handsome he was still a mortal. It was incredible that her sister would fall in love with such a man. Millis complained in her heart. She pulled Lear to sit on the bed. She lied to Milia that she needed magic power to speed up the awakening of the law of Morningstar, so that she could absorb the magic power from Lear with a legitimate reason. The magic power in Lear is very strong, much stronger than that of ordinary high-level professionals. He uses Lear as a power bank to absorb magic power, while restoring his own strength, and finally kills Lear. This was Miri's plan. The plan was perfect. As long as he didn't behave too weirdly by using Milia's body, no one would notice. But she didn't know that Lear had a trick. What's the matter with your hair? Lear asked. Hearing Lear's question, Millis replied perfunctorily, my Morningstar Law may be about to awaken, so my body has changed. Oh, don't worry about it. Lear, do you love me? Milia said coquettishly. Lear couldn't hold back after hearing these words. With a shy personality like Milia, it is impossible for her to say such words. Milia, who was trapped in darkness, blushed instantly when she heard this. Although Lear complained in his heart, he still smiled on the surface. Of course, Milia, I love you. As he spoke, he reached out and gently stroked Miria's cheek. Feeling Lear's touch, Milia's body stiffened. Before, she had only watched Lear and Milia being intimate in the Morningstar scepter, but now she was doing it herself. She had never experienced such a feeling before. Lear naturally sensed the abnormality in Milia's body, but he did not expose her. This so-called Dark Star Law Source carrier occupied Milia's body. He didn't know how Milia was doing now. Before figuring out the situation, he should try not to let this guy who had taken over the magpie's nest become suspicious. Mealy suppressed her psychological discomfort and pretended to be happy and said, "Then Lier, are you willing to help me awaken the law of the morning star?" Lier raised his eyebrows and said in line with Mires's words, "Of course, if you can awaken the law of the morning star, I will certainly help you." "Do you already know how to awaken the law of the morning star?" Seeing that Lier did not doubt her, Mires was secretly delighted. She said, "Yes, I got the Oracle of Qinsheng. I need to absorb magic power to awaken the law of Qinsheng." "You want to absorb my magic power?" Lier understood what Milis meant. "Are you willing? I know this is a bit too much. If you don't want to, I can practice slowly by myself." Milis looked at Lier pitifully, and Lear's eyes twitched as he looked at her lustfully. This feeling made Lier feel like he had met a green tea bitch from his previous life. Although they are the same skin, Lier still prefers the previous Myriad. He smiled, showing no resistance on the surface. "Of course I am willing, as long as I can help you, Milia, I can do it." "How are you going to absorb my magic power?" Lier asked. "Just give me your hand." Seeing that Lier agreed directly, Miris was overjoyed, but she was not too excited in her confession, and said gratefully. Lier stretched out his hand without hesitation. Milis took Lier's hand and whispered, "Then I'm going to start." As he spoke, a dark purple light emanated from Milia's body, and Lee immediately felt his magic power being attracted and flowing into Milia's body, but the speed was not fast. Milis was like an unfamiliar novice, absorbing the magic power in Lear's body bit by bit. Milia, who was trapped inside her body, also felt that the dark space around her seemed to be reinforced and became more solid. Milis continued to absorb the magic power in Lear's body carefully. She needed to act a little unfamiliar because the original Milia was an ordinary person and it was impossible for her to be so skilled in absorbing magic power for the first time. She hoped to absorb Lear's magic power for a long time, and then increase the strength of absorbing magic power little by little. Milis thought so, but Lear didn't want to do that. He looked at Milis, an evil smile on his face. "You're absorbing too slowly," Lear said suddenly. "Huh?" Milis was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Lear wanted to say, but the next second Lear threw her onto the bed. "If you want magic power, I can give you all of it." Lear grabbed Milia's hands and pressed her under him. Under Milis' astonished gaze, he kissed Milia's lips directly, and the magic power of his body was continuously injected into Milia's body with the kiss. Lear greedily tasted the little princess. Just as usual, Milis was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. The touch on Milia's body reached her soul without reservation, just like she was being kissed. After a brief moment of daze, Milis came to her senses and began to struggle. "Lear, you let me go." She struggled, but Lear lay on top of her, making her unable to move. After all, Milia's body is just that of an ordinary person. How can she escape from Lear's hands? "You." Milis was about to cry. When had she, the great dark star goddess, ever suffered such humiliation? Although this was not her body, the feeling was real. The dark star law source material carrier's shame, anger, and humiliation emotional fluctuation values have reached 98%, and you have gained 3% of the dark star law affinity. A system panel popped up in front of Lear, showing the new law affinity. He raised his eyebrows and continued his actions. Milia, who was trapped in the dark space, looked at this scene in a daze. Lear kissed her body, but it was Milis who felt it all suddenly. Milia felt like her man had been taken away from her. She wanted to tell Lear that it wasn't her. Lear clearly loved her, but now he was kissing another soul. Milia clenched her palms, her mood became flustered and irritated under Lear's constant kissing, and a faint blue light emanated from around her body. Miles was enduring Lear's invasion, and she could no longer bear it. This damn mortal actually dared to blaspheme her. Immediately, she released her control over Milia's body, transformed into a dark purple light and sank into the Morningstar scepter beside her. Milia felt dizzy and regained control of her body. Her eyes returned to their original deep blue color and her hair turned back to a beautiful silver color. Feeling that she had regained control of her body, Miria had tears in her eyes. The two looked at each other, and Lear realized that the real Miria was back. "Kiss me." Milia's tone was a little tearful. Lear raised his eyebrows, spoke with his actions, and kissed her directly. The two bodies rolled on the bed for a long time before stopping. Milia was breathing heavily. When Milia and Lear were kissing just now, she felt a panic she had never felt before. She was afraid that Miles would take over her body and imprison her forever in that dark space, taking away her body, taking away Lear, and taking away everything she had. "Lear." After a brief silence, Milia raised her head and looked at Lear, who seemed to be hesitant to speak. "Want to go out for a walk? We have just arrived at Fort Pharaoh and it's not the evening yet for us to go out for a walk." Lear said suddenly. Emilia was stunned for a moment, glanced at the Morning Star Scepter, and finally nodded. The two packed their clothes and went out hand in hand. Milis hid in the Morning Star Scepter, still recalling the feeling just now, her cheeks as rosy as a red apple. "I was actually desecrated by a mortal." But why did it feel good? End of this chapter. Chapter 127, 3K, the Lord of Blood returns. Milia followed Lear all the way until they reached the garden behind the mansion and stopped. Lear. Milia called Lear's name in a low voice. Don't you have anything to say to me? Lear turned his head and stared at Milia, making the girl feel a little guilty. Milia bit her lip. She was a little hesitant as Millis had told her not to tell Lear about it. It shouldn't be you just now. Seeing that Milia didn't speak, Lear sighed. Milia was stunned for a moment, you know? Of course I know. Lear flicked Milia's forehead unhappily. With your personality, you won't speak to me so directly. Milia held her forehead, feeling a little pain, but she felt very happy in her heart. Even though Miris took over his body, Lear still recognized that it was not her. Tell me, what happened just now? Lear pulled Milia into his arms and asked again. That he pinched Milia's face somewhat domineeringly and said seriously, don't hide it. Seeing Lear's tough look, Milia stuck out her tongue and slowly began to tell the story. 5 minutes later. You mean that's the spirit of the Morning Star Scepter? Its name is Millis? Lear narrowed his eyes. Naturally, he would not believe such nonsense. If he did not have the golden finger, he might still believe it if it was the spirit of the weapon. However, his golden finger clearly said that it was the carrier of the source of the Dark Star Law. A Dark Star and Morning Star, do they sound related or opposite? The Queen was also bewitched before. She said she could help you awaken the law of the Morning Star? She needs to absorb my magic power? Yes. Milia nodded obediently. You just believe it? Lear looked at the silly girl in front of him helplessly. This seems like a conspiracy no matter how you look at it. I'm afraid only a naive little girl like Milia would believe it? Shouldn't I believe it? Milia blinked, and then seemed to understand something. Is Millis lying to me? Lear sighed. Millis was definitely not the spirit of the Morning Star Scepter, but it was hard to say whether Millis could help Milia awaken the Morning Star Law. Was it that Millis who controlled your body just now? Lear asked again. Yes. Aren't you afraid that she will take over your body and not give it back to you? Lear rubbed Milia's little head. The little princess had no sense of crisis and allowed an unknown thing to take over her body. This was simply putting her life in the hands of others. A trace of fear flashed in Milia's eyes when she heard that. She felt very flustered when she saw Lear kissing Millis just now. If Millis had been sealing her and Lear hadn't noticed, that feeling would be too terrifying. I'm sorry. After a long silence, Milia apologized pitifully. Looking at Milia's expression, Lear shook his head helplessly. The Morning Star Scepter will be kept with me from now on. It is impossible for him to hand over the Morning Star Scepter to Milia after knowing that there is a problem with the Morning Star Scepter. Although Milia can use the power of the Morning Star Scepter, there is no danger in the Pharaoh Fortress, and Milia has no place to use those powers. By the way, since that spirit said you need magic power to awaken, I will input some magic power into you every day to see if it works. Lear said again. Milia nodded and hugged Lear tightly. She looked into Lear's eyes and suddenly said with some jealousy, Lear, since you knew that the one just now was not me, you still kissed her. Lear was stunned for a moment. Isn't that your body? It's mine. But I can't feel it. Milia pouted. You can feel it now. Lear hugged Milia and kissed her on the lips. It's really cute that she can be jealous like this. Under the moonlight, men and women hugged and kissed each other, unable to control themselves. What are you doing? Just as Lear was greedily tasting Milia's taste, a teasing voice came from behind him. Lear and Miria were both startled and looked towards the place where the sound came from. Queen Philia was looking at Lear and Miria with a smile on her face. The atmosphere was silent for a few seconds, and Milia's cheeks instantly blushed. Mother. She broke free from Lear's arms and trotted into Philia's arms. Milia, you are not children anymore. It's better to continue this kind of thing in your room. Philia patted her daughter on the back and Milia remained silent, feeling somewhat socially dead. Previously, at Steward Mansion, Lear had been caught by the Queen Mother when she was forcing herself upon him, and now she was caught by the Queen Mother again. The shyness emotion fluctuation value of the carrier of the Chinching Law source material has reached 97%, and you have gained 1% of the Chinching Law affinity. The long-lost reminder of the Law affinity improvement appeared in front of him, and Lear looked at the Queen without changing his expression. Lear, I know you young people are full of energy, but you can't take Milia to a place like this. Philia said with some reproach. Lear showed a slightly embarrassed expression. Sorry, Your Majesty, I just brought Milia to see the moonlight, and I couldn't help myself. By the way, Your Highness, have you heard of the Dark Star Law? Lear suddenly asked. Dark Star Law? Philia frowned and looked at Lear strangely. Don't you know? The Queen shook her head. I haven't heard of it. What is the matter with you asking this? Nothing, I was just saying it casually. Lier smiled, then I'll take Milia back to the room. Good night, Your Majesty. As he spoke, he walked over to Miria, and the little princess raised her head from the queen's arms, took Lear's hand and left, taking Milia back to the bedroom. Both of them fixed their eyes on the Morningstar scepter on the bedside. This is a dangerous relic of the law, which houses its spirit of the instrument. If it is placed randomly, it is hard not to be worrying. Lier pondered for a moment, picked up the scepter, and put it into the storage ring first. After putting away the scepter, Lear pulled Milia back to bed. The two hugged each other, and only after Milia fell asleep did Lear get up carefully. The Morningstar scepter could no longer be placed in Milia's hands, but he was a little worried about putting it in his own storage ring. He took out the scepter again and looked at the deep and beautiful gem on it. After a moment, he left the bedroom alone again, facing the night. Lear left Steward Mansion directly and came to an empty grove. He stuck the scepter into the ground beside him and said, "Will you come out on your own, or wait for me to destroy you?" Lear's voice was cold. The Morningstar scepter was a powerful relic of law. For professionals of the Morningstar law, its preciousness was comparable to that of legendary weapons. But he would not keep an item that had hidden dangers, no matter how powerful it was. Milia was his wife, and he would not allow anything that might hurt Milia to exist. He doesn't need Milia to become powerful. He can protect Milia. Even if Milia never awakens the law of Morningstar in her life and is just a vase, he doesn't mind. The grove was silent, and Millis and the Morningstar scepter completely ignored Lear's threats. It seems that Milia still told Lear about her affairs, but what can he do? She is just a high-level professional. If the Morningstar scepter could be destroyed so easily, she would not have been sealed in the Morningstar scepter for so long. Looking at the Morningstar scepter, which had not changed at all, Lear's eyes became sharp. He took out the night rose and added a swirling blood to it, turning it into a blood rose. The heavy sword pierced the gem on the Morningstar scepter without hesitation. Ding! A buzzing sound was heard in the grove, and the Morningstar scepter emitted a faint blue light. The tip of the blood rose sword stopped only a few centimeters away from the gem, unable to move forward an inch. Liar's eyes focused and he continued to exert his strength, activating the Aslan Royal swordsmanship. All of his attribute points were transformed into strength, but the layer of dark blue light did not change at all and was as solid as a rock. Millis and the gem looked at this scene with a look of contempt. Lear continued to attack in defiance of the evil, stabbing the gem with his sword again and again, but to no avail. He took a deep breath, and with a ruthless heart, the blood-red rose was gradually wrapped in bloodlight and turned into a spear. Holding the spear, just as he was about to stab, a voice suddenly rang out. "What are you doing?" The sudden sound made Lear tremble, and the bloody spear in his hand also dissipated under the sound. Lear turned his head and saw the Lord of Blood with white hair and red eyes floating beside him. "Lord of Blood?" Lear said in astonishment. "My dear king, what are you doing? Playing with a stick in the middle of the night?" The Lord of Blood floated in front of Lear and reached out to touch Lear's cheek. "Stick?" The corner of Lear's mouth twitched slightly. He glanced at the Morningstar scepter and thought it was a stick. "It's been such a long time, why haven't you found the old dream that I guided you to?" The Lord of Bloodsource was teasing Lear just now, but the next second he became aggressive and glared at Lear with a bad look. Lear was stunned for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. "Lord Bloodsource, it's not that I don't want to find it, it's that your guidance has disappeared." "What?" The Lord of Bloodsource was stunned for a moment, then frowned slightly and sensed it. After more than 10 seconds, her expression became a little serious. "Someone actually cut off my old dreams?" Lear looked at the Lord of Blood Origin with a changeable expression. He didn't want to care about the old dream now. He just wanted to get the Morningstar scepter. Since he couldn't destroy the Morningstar scepter, could the Lord of Blood Source do it? After hesitating for a moment, he patted the Blood Lord on the shoulder, pointed at the Morningstar scepter beside him and said, "Can you destroy this stick?" End of this chapter. Chapter 128, 3K, Millis, you can't eat me. What? The Lord of Blood Origin frowned and looked at the stick in front of Lear. "This stick contains a source of the Dark Star Law." Lear said calmly, "I don't like her very much." "Didn't you devour the true spirit of the corrupted law before? Can this Dark Star Law's source carrier be swallowed?" "It would be best if I could swallow it and retain the original power of this stick." Since the Lord of Blood Source was able to devour the corrupted true spirit before, if he could devour this carrier of the Dark Star Law source and retain the original power of the Morningstar scepter, wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? The Lord of Blood Origin listened to Lear's words and his eyes fell on the Morningstar scepter that was emitting a faint blue light. She hadn't paid much attention to it before, but after observing it carefully, she discovered the hidden secret. There is actually a spirit of law in this scepter? The Lord of Blood Source widened his eyes and then revealed a greedy expression. After experiencing destruction time and time again, her strength was extremely weakened. The last time she swallowed the corrupt true spirit and digested it, her strength was restored a lot. If she could devour the spirit of law and the scepter in front of her, her strength would definitely be restored more. Inside the Morningstar scepter, Millis looked at the white-haired girl who suddenly appeared, and a sense of crisis arose in her heart. She felt that the girl was the same kind of creature as herself, a god. And she was much more powerful than she was now. After hearing what Lear said, she was even more frightened. This damn mortal, not only did he blaspheme me, but now he even wants another god to devour me. Millis panicked. In the originally dark space, blood-colored chains appeared out of nowhere. The Lord of Bloodsource looked at the Morningstar scepter like a cat looking at a mouse. The bright red shackles directly grabbed Milia, who was hiding in the gem. A dark purple light flashed, and a figure was dragged out, tied up. Both Lear and the Lord of Blood Origin looked over, and Lear was stunned when he saw the figure. Except for the long black hair and black eyes, she looks almost exactly like Milia. You can't do this to me. How could you let her devour me? Millis struggled in panic, somewhat incoherent. She had originally wanted to kill Lear and make Milia feel pain, but her plan had just begun and now she was going to have a stillbirth. Not only that, I'm about to get into trouble. Such a strong scent of source. Your power is more delicious than that useless corrupted true spirit. The Lord of Bloodsource licked his lips and stared at the bound girl intently. Just as she was about to devour the spirit of law in front of her with a murderous look in her eyes, Lear spoke. Wait a moment. Lear stopped the Lord of Blood from doing this. The girl in front of him looked so much like Milia that it was hard for Lear not to feel that the true spirit of the Dark Star Law had some connection with Milia. What are you doing? The Lord of Bloodsource was somewhat dissatisfied. This person cannot be eaten now. I don't know her identity yet. Lear shrugged. You can't let her eat me, I'm Milia's sister. If you let her eat me, Milia's Morningstar Law will never forgive you when it awakens. Milia shouted in horror. The only way she could think of was to use her relationship with Myriad. It is a fact that she is Milia's sister. If Lear really cared about Milia, he would never kill her. Although she hated Milia, Milia had now lost her memory, and Lear was unaware of the grudge between her and Milia. Sister? Lear raised his eyebrows. This coincided with his guess. You said you are Milia's sister. Do you have any evidence? Lear continued to ask. How do you want me to prove it? I look the same as Milia, isn't that enough to prove it? Millis said anxiously. Appearance can be disguised, which is not enough to serve as evidence. Besides, Milia is under the law of the Morningstar, and you are under the law of the Dark Star. Your laws are also different. Lear tried to induce Millis. So what? Milia is the law of Morningstar, and I am the law of Dark Star. We are sisters. I am the dark side of Morningstar. Millis tried her best to explain. Is Milia the reincarnation of the true spirit of the Morningstar Law? Lear asked again. Why are you asking me if you already know everything? Does Milia's Morningstar Law really need to absorb magic power to awaken? No, it will only awaken when the spirit is under great stimulation. If you hadn't rescued Philia, Milia's Morningstar Law might have awakened. In order to survive, Millis told everything she knew. Having asked this, Lear did not ask any more questions. Have you finished asking? Can I eat her now? The Lord of Blood licked his lips, already impatient. I've told you everything I know. You can't let her eat me. Millis panicked. Don't eat her. Lear finally chose to stop the Lord of Blood. She is Miria's sister. So what? You are my Blood King. The Lord of Blood stared at Lear and said with great dissatisfaction. Lear sighed helplessly. Even if I owe you, I will try my best to help you find your old dream. Miri's is Miria's sister, and the other party should not be lying. Although Lear feels that the relationship between the two sisters may not be harmonious. If the awakening method of the Morningstar Law is really as Millis said now, it means that Millis had deceived Milia before. Why did Millis lie to Milia? There were secrets between the sisters that he didn't know about, but no matter what, Millis was Miria's sister. As for the matter between the two sisters, let Milia handle it herself after she awakens. Now, just keep an eye on Millis. Could you please help me seal up Millis? Let her stay in the Morningstar scepter and not interfere with the outside world. Lear continued to say to the Lord of Bloodsource. Listening to Lear's words, the Lord of Blood Origin was angry and annoyed. Lear was his king, but now he was turning his elbow against him. Whether it is Milia or Millis, neither of them has a substantive contract with Lear. It is obvious that she is the god who has a contract with Lear. Millis' eyes widened when she heard Lear's words. I've already said that I'm Milia's sister, and you still want to seal me? Lear glanced at Millis and ignored her. The most important thing now was to please the Lord of Blood. I will make it up to you. Lear took the Blood Lord's hand. He thought about it and suddenly realized that he didn't know the Blood Lord's name. By the way, I don't know your name yet? The Lord of Blood was silent for a long time, and finally said viciously, "You'd better compensate me. My name is Lillian, I will keep a close eye on you. I promise that I will try my best to complete any task you give me from now on." Lear bowed slightly, took Lillian's hand and kissed the back of her hand. Seeing this, Lillian blushed, but did not struggle. She snorted softly and looked at Millis beside her, with a strong red light gathering in her eyes. Bright red chains wrapped around Millis, then dragged her into the Morningstar scepter. Finally, the chains wrapped around the scepter, turning into blood-red lines that were engraved on the gem. "I have sealed her. Now she can only stay in the gem and cannot come out. However, the power of this scepter has also been sealed a little," Lillian said. "That's enough." Lear nodded. "As long as Millis no longer poses a threat, it will be enough. I have done your job, you'd better help me find my old dream as soon as possible," Lillian said unhappily. "Of course, no problem. You just said that your old dream was isolated. Where is your old dream now?" Lear asked. "Over there?" Lillian pointed to the Decision Mountains to the west of the fortress. "I can feel my old dream is in that mountain range." Lear looked towards the Decision Mountains, which is a very dangerous place in the game and also a border. On the other side of the mountain is a more vast land, and the real strong ones also gather on the other side of the mountain. The Decision Mountains are a barrier that blocks the player's initial map and advanced map. Both the Kingdom of Briefville and the Rhodes Empire are the player's initial maps. The upper limit of the level here is just the peak of the extraordinary level. There is not even a saint, and the most is only a half-saint. In the later version, when the resurgent heretical laws survived the siege of the Golden Church and formed their own forces, the barrier of the Decision Mountains will be opened and more advanced maps will be open to players. Lear remembered that there were a large number of high-level and even extraordinary monsters in the Decision Mountains. These were the touchstones for players. Only players who passed the Decision Mountains with their strength were qualified to go to more advanced maps. The monsters there can be constantly refreshed, which makes it a very special place in the game, but it does not add experience points, it is just a pure trial. I understand. I will go to the Decision Mountains as soon as possible to find your old dream. After recalling the memories in his mind, Lear nodded. That's better. Lillian snorted. She didn't say any more nonsense and merged back into Lear's bloody king robe. After Lillian left, Lear picked up the Morningstar scepter, and instantly he heard Millis's angry voice. Why do you seal me? My sister has sealed me in the Morningstar scepter for so many years. I finally broke free, but you still want to seal me? Millis roared. The anger in her heart reached its peak, just like when Milia sealed her in the first place. You really don't have a good relationship with Milia. Lear chuckled after listening to Milia's words. Millis paused, realizing that she had let the cat out of the bag. She stared at Lear through the sapphire mirror, and the resentment in her eyes seemed to want to devour Lear. Ha, I don't know what exactly happened between you and Milia. If you want to figure it out, you'd better wait until Milia wakes up. Lear shook his head and threw the scepter into the storage ring without waiting for Milia to speak. End of this chapter. Chapter 129, 3K, The Man Who Died Under the Curse. The next day, Milia woke up from her sleep and felt the warmth of Lear's body. She felt at ease. Miriam didn't notice that Lear went out again after she fell asleep last night. Looking at Milia's delicate face, Lear recalled what Millis said, that Milia's Morningstar law would only awaken when her spirit was subjected to extreme stimulation. Such conditions are not difficult, but they may be a torture for Milia. Lear sighed in his heart and decided to keep the news secret for the time being. It's time to get up, my princess. Lear rubbed Milia's smooth face. The two got up and had breakfast. Then Lear went out and thought about his next plan. The members of the Knights Templar will be selected in a week, and 100 knight apprentices will be selected from the preparatory knight training camp. The mission of Lillian, the Lord of Blood, the Old Dream and the Decision Mountains, and buying a house in the fortress to accommodate Ophelia and Adele. There is still a lot to do. Lear walked on the street and thought for a moment, and decided to solve the resettlement problem of Ophelia and Adele first. Although this kind of small matter could be easily resolved by talking to the housekeeper at the Steward Mansion, Ophelia's affairs could not be known to others, so Lear had to find a house himself. He went to the newsstand and bought a newspaper. People who were in a hurry to sell their houses would place advertisements in the newspapers. Lear had seen this in the newspapers of Brayfield. Moreover, the owners of newsstands are generally well informed. Lear took the newspaper and sat on a bench in the square. Some citizens were having a heated discussion nearby. Have you heard? The Lord's son is about to establish a new knight order and plans to hold a selection in a week. Of course I've heard about it, but I'm just an apprentice spy, and my rank is only level 3. There's no way I'd be chosen, right? Lear listened calmly while reading the contents of the newspaper. The headline was the news that he was about to establish a nightly order. The group of newspaper reporters were really quick, comparable to the reporters in the royal city of Brayfield. By the way, this is the first time I've heard that the Lord has a son. I heard that he's a wizard who believes in arcane laws. You probably don't know this, but my friend in the Knights told me that the Lord's son is a dual law professional who can use the power of both the arcane law and the war law. I heard that he and Knight Commander Yasin had a duel in the Triumph Square, and he easily defeated Knight Commander Yasin. There was a hint of pride in the citizen's tone as if he was saying something remarkable. His companion's eyes widened. Defeated Knight Commander Yasin? Is that true? Of course it's true. I'm already planning to watch the Knight selection in a week, and then I'll be able to see the Lord's son in person. Take me too. If you want to see it, you'd better buy your tickets for the arena as soon as possible. I heard that the tickets are almost sold out. As the two of them talked, Lear raised an eyebrow, feeling as if his idol from his previous life was having a concert. The fact that these citizens were so surprised just by defeating Yazin shows that Yazin has worked hard to improve his reputation in the fortress over the years. He shook his head and continued reading the newspaper. They were all content related to the people's livelihood in the fortress. The carriage that exploded in front of him was also reported, and there was also news that another adventurer had disappeared in the Decision Mountains. Seeing this, Lear paused slightly. He thought of the old dream of blood that Lillian had told him about being isolated in the Decision Mountains. Without dwelling too long on the report of the missing adventurer, Lear continued reading and saw some news about houses for rent and sale in the corner. There were quite a few houses for sale in the newspaper, and Lear chose a small villa in a remote location. There is little traffic, which is suitable for pagans to hide. Following the contact address left in the newspaper, Lear quickly arrived at the villa. The villa is located at the junction of the western and northern parts of the fortress, almost at the border of the fortress. Lear glanced at the house number on the villa's gate, number 9, Lake Street. He pressed the doorbell on the front door. After about a few dozen seconds, there was a sound of footsteps and the door was opened. The visitor was a fat middle-aged man in ordinary clothes. He looked at the handsome Lear outside the house and was stunned for a moment. What do you want? The fat man asked in confusion. Lear picked up the newspaper in his hand and pointed to the news of the house for sale in the newspaper. Do you have a house to sell? Looking at the newspaper, the fat man took a while to react. Are you here to buy a house? The man was a little excited. It had been a month since he released the news, and no one had come to see him. Yes, so, are you selling it? Lear put down the newspaper in his hand and asked with a smile. For sale. Of course. The man nodded repeatedly. Dear guest, please come and take a look first. I promise that this villa will satisfy you. When the man learned that Lear was here to buy a house, his attitude changed instantly and he directly invited Lear into the house. The furnishings in the house are quite nice, and you can tell that it has been carefully decorated. Led by the man, Lear looked around and finally came to the inner room. The fat man turned on the light on the bookshelf, and the bookshelf slowly moved away, revealing a secret door. There is a hidden secret room in my villa. You can hide some things for people there to prevent them from being discovered by your wife or someone else. The man showed a smile that all men understand. Lair's expression became a little strange, and he followed the man into the secret room and took a look. The secret room is not big, probably the size of a bedroom, and it is empty with nothing in it. What do you think, sir? The fat man said flatteringly, as if he was afraid that Lear would think the house was not good and turn around and leave. How much do you plan to sell it for? Lear asked. 800 gold coins, not 750. 750 gold coins will be enough. The fat man thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and cut the price himself without waiting for Lear to bargain. 750 gold coins was already considered cheap in the fortress of Pharaoh, a city comparable to a royal city. Although the location of this house is remote, the decoration is quite good and you can move in right away after buying some furniture. Lair felt a little strange. The man in front of him seemed eager to sell the house and was even willing to make a small loss. May I ask why you want to sell this house? Lear asked. The obese man was stunned for a moment, then his expression became a little nervous. He pretended to be calm and said, because, well, I plan to leave Fort Pharaoh, and this house is useless, so I plan to sell it. The man's acting was very poor. Lear knew at a glance that he was lying. He stared at the man for a long time before saying, I think this house is very good. I am willing to buy it, but I hope you can tell me the real reason why you want to sell this villa. I'm telling the truth, sir. I just want to leave, so I plan to sell the house. The fat man had some cold sweat on his forehead, but he still pretended to be calm. Lair glanced at the man, without saying any more words to him, and turned around to leave. Seeing Lear leave so decisively, the fat man became completely anxious. Wait a minute, sir, if you are willing to buy this house, I can give you another 50 gold coins. Lear ignored the man's words. 50 gold coins were nothing to a nouveau riche like him who had a huge sum of 50 gold coins given by the Duke of Norton. Seeing that Lear was unmoved, the fat man gritted his teeth and had to tell the truth. "Okay, sir, I give up and I will tell you everything." The man became a little dejected. Hearing this, Lear finally stopped and turned his head slightly. "I spent 800 gold coins to buy this house. You should know, sir, that in the fortress, a house like this usually costs thousands of gold coins. When I bought it, I thought I had found a bargain, but later I found out that the original owner of this house died in the house." The man spoke slowly. Lear listened quietly, not interrupting the man. "You may think that it's just a death, and it's a good deal to save several hundred gold coins, but then I went to find out." The fat man continued, his expression suddenly became terrified. "Before he died, the man's body twisted into a snake-like shape and his limbs became short, as if he was cursed by a demon. He shouted, his face becoming somewhat hideous with fear." Lear frowned. If the man's description was true, then it might really be related to the curse. It is normal for a curse from heretical laws to have such terrifying power. In his previous life, he had seen many scenes in the game where people were cursed to death or even turned into monsters because they accidentally communicated with gods with heretical laws. What happened to this man later? Was his death ever investigated? Who handled the matter? Lear asked. This case was originally handled by the Fighting Tiger Knights, but later on, because they found no signs of homicide and no evidence that the original owner of the house had any enemies, the case was dropped. The fat man recovered from his fear and calmed down a little. Lee's eyes narrowed at the man's words. It was the Fighting Tiger Knights who handled this case, and he thought of someone. Sheila, the pharmacist of the War Tiger Knights, is also the source carrier of the blasphemous law. Then was there anything unusual after you lived there for so long? Lear continued to ask. The fat man was silent for a while, and finally said helplessly, "I had a nightmare." End of this chapter. Chapter 130, 3K, the blasphemous true spirit occupying the old dream of blood nightmare? Yes, I often dream of a giant black snake with a human face on its body. Every time it would swallow me, and I would wake up in shock. The fat man said tremblingly, as if he remembered the horrible dream. Lear was silent for a while, and after a few seconds, he asked again, "Do you know the identity of the original owner who died?" The fat man raised his head, with a hint of fear in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he said, "I remember that he was a very good adventurer in the Adventurers Guild. He seemed to have reached the middle level. He had great talent, but he died in the end. It caused a commotion in the Adventurers Guild. Some people said that he had communicated with heretical laws and was cursed to death. A mid-level adventurer died inexplicably, and Lear remembered the news about missing adventurers in the newspaper. Could there be any connection between the two? Sir, I have told you everything I can. I shouldn't have hidden it from you. This villa is cursed. If you need a house, you'd better look somewhere else." The fat man has given up. He has already explained the matter of the villa so clearly. How could anyone still buy this cursed villa? Perhaps this villa should be sealed forever. He has been struggling these days over whether to sell the villa. After all, there is a curse on it, which is to persecute others. 700 gold coins? Lear said suddenly. Hearing what Lear said, the fat man was stunned. "Didn't you just say you were willing to reduce the price by another 50 gold coins and sell it to me for 700 gold coins? Lear said again. The fat man finally reacted and said in disbelief, "Sir, this is a cursed house. I don't care about that." Lear smiled. "If you are willing, sell it to me for 700 gold coins. We can sign the contract now." "Are you serious?" The fat man still felt like he was dreaming. "Of course, I wouldn't joke about such things." Lear smiled slightly. More than 10 minutes later, when Lear put a bag of gold coins and the contract in his hands, the fat man still felt it was unreal. Lear saw the man out of the villa and closed the door. He glanced at the dark villa, and his terrifying mental power instantly swept across the entire house. After about 10 seconds, Lear frowned. He didn't find anything unusual, but his intuition told him that there was indeed something strange in this villa. Lear walked around the villa. Again, first floor, second floor, third floor, fourth floor, and finally back to the bedroom and walked into the secret room. Feeling the dark atmosphere in the secret room, Lear narrowed his eyes slightly. There are some things he can't see, but that doesn't mean he has no way to deal with them. There is a god living in him. After a moment of silence, Lear whispered, "My dear goddess Lillian, you should be able to feel my voice. Can you come out for a moment?" A rich blood-red light emanated from his body, and the power of the blood law was trembling. As the blood-red light rang out in the dark secret room, the surrounding environment seemed to have changed, and Lear saw that something seemed to be twisting in the air. A series of illusory snake shadows appeared in the air, wriggling continuously. Lear stared at the snake shadows, somewhat surprised. He had originally wanted Lillian to help him take a look, but he did not expect that these snake shadows would appear just by emitting the power of the blood law. What is this? The snake shadow in the air kept approaching Lear, but Lear could not feel any entity. As if it was some kind of lingering phantom, the snake shadow opened its ferocious mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and pounced towards Lear. Lear did not sit there and wait for death. He took out the Night Rose and slashed at the snake shadow with a sword. The moment Night Rose came into contact with the snake shadow, the scene in front of her suddenly became unreal. The original secret room disappeared, replaced by a rich blood color. Between the broken walls, there was a huge pool of blood in the center. In the pool of blood, a dark and hideous figure was constantly wriggling. This is a ferocious big snake with black scales all over its body and a large number of arms under its body. In the center of the snake's body, there is a human face, which looks particularly hideous and terrifying. The big snake seemed to sense being watched and suddenly raised its head from the pool of blood. The ferocious snake head spit out its tongue, and the human face on the snake body opened its eyes and stared at Lear in front of it. Another delicious food. The human face of the big snake uttered greedily. Lear looked at this scene with a serious expression. At this moment, a system panel popped up in front of him. You have witnessed the projection of the blasphemous true spirit. You have been mentally polluted by the blasphemous true spirit and are forced to make a will judgment. Judgment successful, you are exempt from this mental pollution, blasphemy against the true spirit. Lear's eyes rested on a line of words on the system panel. The giant snake in front of him was a god in charge of blasphemous laws. As expected, the death of the previous owner of this villa was related to the heresy law. Sheila is the source carrier of the blasphemous law, which means that Sheila's shadow is also involved in this matter. Lear was silent. He had never heard of the blasphemy law in his previous life, and he did not understand the power of this law. Just as Lear was thinking, the surrounding environment changed again, the vision became dark, and he saw the dark secret room again. What are you doing again? A pleasant voice sounded in my ears. Lillian, the Lord of Blood, floated in the air. Looking at the dense snake shadows all around her, she frowned. With a casual wave of his hand, a beam of bloodlight was emitted, and the dense snake shadows around were instantly dispersed. Looking at the place where the snake shadows disappeared, Lillian's eyes suddenly focused. That's it, she said suddenly. Lear came back to his senses and asked, what is it? It is this power that cuts off my old dream, Lillian said hastily. As she spoke, she became increasingly angry. No! Not only that, this damned god also took over my old dream. Seeing Lillian's frustrated look, Lear roughly understood the situation. The blood pool scene just seen was probably Lillian's old dream, but now it was occupied by the true spirit that blasphemed the law. Is that blood pool your old dream? Lear asked. That's right, Lillian replied angrily. Was that great snake I saw an apparition? Lear asked again. It's an illusion left by the power of law, but I have exorcised it now. Lillian nodded, still looking a little angry. If he can leave an illusion here, then his real body must be hidden in my old dream. In that mountain range. How could Lillian not be angry when her things were taken away? Hearing Lillian's words, Lear raised his eyebrows. This was not good news. Originally, Lillian's mission was just to find the old dream. Now that the old dream of blood has been occupied by another god of heretical laws, the difficulty of the mission has increased significantly. That big snake looks like it's not easy to deal with. Its deterrent power is even stronger than that of the corrupted spirit. With his current strength, it would be difficult to kill the big snake. Previously, the corrupt spirits were defeated with the help of the Golden Law Goddess, who made Sylvia her thug, and finally everyone joined forces to kill them. My goddess, your old dream has been occupied by another god. What should I do now? Lear asked helplessly. When Lillian heard what Lear said, she understood what Lear meant in just a moment. She said nonchalantly, just go find him. I have absorbed the power of the corrupt true spirit, and now my strength has recovered a lot. I will give you more power to kill that god. No one can touch my things. That disgusting snake should be killed, Lillian said viciously. Just as Lear and Lillian were discussing how to deal with the blasphemous true spirit that occupied the old dream of blood, Sheila in the alchemy room of the War Tiger Knights trembled all over. She was dragged into the illusion and returned to the pool of blood. The blasphemous snake was wriggling in the pool of blood. Sheila reacted and quickly knelt down, saying respectfully, Lord God, is there anything you want to summon me for? The blasphemous serpent stopped wriggling and raised its pale face. A dark power of law and magic gathered in the air to form a portrait of a person. Find this man, bring him here and make him my food. The blasphemous snake made a terrifying sound. Sheila raised her head carefully. She saw the portrait made of magic in the air and her pupils shrank immediately. The figure above is none other than Lear. Why does the gods have a portrait of Lear? Sheila was a little confused. But before she could ask more questions, the illusion around her was shattered and she returned to the alchemy room. A burnt smell emanated from the medicine furnace in front. The herbs inside had been burnt and the potion had failed to be refined. It's really strange that you, Sheila, would fail in refining the potion. Not far away, Yazan looked at Sheila and said jokingly, since being threatened by Sheila last time, Arson has become much more restrained. After thinking about it carefully, he still felt that Sheila was just pretending to be nice to Lear. After all, Sheila wanted him to kill Lear and bring the body back. Yazan was convinced that Sheila must have a crush on him. Sheila came back to her senses and was indifferent to Yazan's teasing. She was silent for a while and suddenly asked, I remember that Master Lear will be holding a night selection in the fortress arena recently? The smile on Yazan's face froze because of Shira's words. Sheila is actually asking about Lear. Yazan couldn't accept it. He asked with an ugly expression, why are you asking this, Sheila? When is the selection? I want to go and see. Sheila turned her head and saw Yazan's devastated expression. End of this chapter. Chapter 131, 3K, a beautiful girl in a golden house. After confirming that there was no remaining power that violated the law of blasphemy in the villa, Lear left. The appearance of the blasphemous spirit made Lear more cautious. Although Lillian said that she could give him the power to kill the blasphemous spirit, the true situation remained to be explored. Lear plans to complete the selection of the knights first, and then go to the Decision Mountains. The Decision Mountains are huge, stretching as if there is no end in sight. In his previous life, Lear only regarded the Decision Mountains as a trial site and had never explored it carefully. However, before conducting the knight selection and entering the Decision Mountains, he had to transfer Ophanenia and Adele to this new house. You also need to add some furniture and daily necessities to the villa. It took about a day for Lear to contact the furniture dealer and quickly decorate the villa. As long as there is money, any job can become efficient. In the afternoon, Lear came to the Kent Hotel. Ophanenia and Adele leaned on the bed together. As both women, the relationship between them became much more harmonious during Lear's absence. Ophanenia glanced cautiously at the blood apostle on the other side. She had almost figured it out. This was just an incarnation of Lear and had no self-awareness unless Lear used his mind to control it remotely. The current incarnation was simply a puppet, with only set instructions to monitor her and prevent her from escaping. Adele, are you willing to be Lear's servant? Ophanenia looked at Adele and whispered, I know your identity. You are the daughter of the Duke of Norton. You are obviously the daughter of a noble duke, but you have become Lear's slave. Lear bullied you wantonly and left you here to look at me. He only came to see you when he was free. He just treated you as a tool. Ophanenia kept talking, and Adele just listened quietly without expressing her own opinion. Seeing that Adele didn't say anything and didn't refute her, Ophanenia thought that her nagging for so many days had worked, so she continued hurriedly, Are you planning to be Lear's maid for the rest of your life? As long as you let me go, when I return to the Golden Church, we will bring the devil Lear to justice together. Ophanenia made no secret of her malice towards Lear. She was imprisoned by Lear for so many days, and except for not actually violating her, Lear had looked at almost every part of her body, but none of these frightened Ophelia. What frightened her was what she really thought. After being whipped by Lear for the first time, her body began to gradually adapt to Lear's blasphemy. Whether it was being sucked blood or being whipped, she somewhat fell in love with the feeling. Ophanenia was horrified to find that she no longer rejected Lear's behavior towards her, and even liked him a little. This strange feeling made her panic. She was afraid that if she continued, she would become a slave controlled by Lear and fall into the atrocities committed by Lear against her. Ophanenia thought about it for a long time, but found that she didn't get any response from Adele. She raised her head and saw Adele looking behind her, her face flushed. Master, you are here. Adele stood up and walked to Lear. Feeling a little embarrassed upon seeing this, Lear pulled Adele into his arms, sniffed the girl's neck, and felt the wonderful scent of the girl. Ophanenia was stunned. She turned her head stiffly and saw Lear looking at her with a smile. I told you that if you try to escape and I catch you, you will be punished. Lear said slowly, walked to the bed, and looked down at Ophelia. What do you want? Ophanenia asked tremblingly. You'll know when we get to the new place. Now you'd better lie down obediently. Lear raised his eyebrows, walked forward to hug Ophelia, and bit the girl's neck. As the sweet blood flowed into his mouth, Lear felt refreshed all over. Lear had tasted the blood of Ophanenia, Milia, Ino, and Adele, but only the blood of Ophanenia and Milia made him feel special. Perhaps this was the special feature of the carrier of the source of law. Under Lear's biting, Ophanenia's clothes quickly became messy, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. She could feel the magic power in her body being gradually devoured, and the bright red chains were also wrapped around her body, and her physical strength was also being quickly devoured. Soon, Ophanenia fell exhausted on the bed, gasping for breath, and allowed Lear to ravage her. Adele, who was watching this scene, blushed and her hands and feet tensed up. 10 minutes later, after Lear resisted the urge to possess Ophelia, he looked up. He turned his head and pounced on Adele, who was standing beside him, and threw the girl directly onto the bed. Soon the girl's clothes were scattered all over the floor, and bursts of obscene sounds were heard from the room. Ophanina lay weakly on the bed, secretly looking at Lear and Adele. She bit her lips gently, and her cheeks were as rosy as a blooming rose. This was not the first time she had seen Lear and Adele being intimate. It made her feel shy, but she couldn't suppress the desire in her heart. It lasted for 2 hours before Lear and Adele paused, and Ophelia was finally freed from the torture. "Get ready, we're leaving here." Lear patted Adele's smooth back and said softly. "Leave?" Adele, who was sorting clothes for Lear, was stunned. "I bought a villa somewhere else. You and Ophanina can live there from now on. You don't have to stay in the hotel all the time. After all, it's not very convenient." Lear nodded. "You can go for a walk in the city when you have nothing to do in the future. I will lock up Ophelia, so you don't have to watch her all the time." Lear added. Hearing this, Adele's eyes lit up. She had been staying in the hotel watching Ophanina for the past few days since she came to Fort Faro. To be honest, it was a bit boring. She also wanted to see Lear's hometown and what kind of city Fort Faro was. "Thank you, sir." Adele stood up and kissed Lear on the cheek. The fact that Lear was able to consider her and Ophelia's feelings shows that Lear cared about her and was not just a tool, as Ophelia said. Ophanina lay on the bed, listening to Lear's words without any ripples in her heart. To her, it was just a change of imprisonment. While waiting for Lear and Adele to finish, Lear once again knocked Ophanina unconscious and carried her on his back, and the three of them left the room. When they arrived at the front desk on the first floor, the receptionist recognized Lear, a handsome gentleman with generous spending, at a glance. "Good afternoon, sir." The maid greeted with a smile. "Good afternoon, ma'am, please check us out." Lear smiled. "Check out?" The maid was stunned for a moment. "Sir, you booked for a month. Are you going to check out now?" "Yes." Lear nodded. The maid became a little embarrassed. If she checked out after booking a room, a certain amount of room fee would be deducted. "Just follow the hotel's rules and refund as much as you can." Lear smiled. "Sir, according to the regulations, we will only refund half of the room fee if you check out early. Is that okay with you?" "Okay." Lear nodded nonchalantly. The maid breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. Lear had not stayed for many days at all. She was afraid that Lear would want to refund the room fee, but now it seems that this handsome gentleman does not care about that. The maid quickly calculated the room fee and returned it to Lear. There was a hint of admiration in the maid's eyes as she watched Lear smile and leave with the money. Who wouldn't love such a handsome and generous gentleman? The three of them left the hotel and got on the carriage that Lear had prepared in advance, heading towards the villa. After about half an hour, the carriage arrived at the villa. "This is it." Lear reached out and let Adele out of the carriage. Ophanina also woke up at this time and was carried down by Lear. Adele looked at the villa in front of her. It was a small 4-story building and it seemed to have a backyard garden. Carrying Ophanina, Lear went straight to the 4th floor and walked into the bedroom with a secret room. Intending to place Ophanina here, there is a secret room, which can also be used to hide Ophelia if someone comes. Summoning the life-binding shackles, Lear tied Ophanina's ankles, leaving Ophanina only free to move around the room. "You stay here from now on, Adele will take care of you." Lear put Ophelia on the bed. Although Ophelia was awake now, she was still unable to move. "I hope you can be better next time you come. Don't think about running away again. Adele won't listen to you. You just need to stay here obediently." Lear patted Ophelia's face, and finally left the bedroom in the girl's humiliated gaze. Leaving the bedroom, Adele also chose a room, which was next to Ophanina's. "Master, will you come to see me often?" Adele looked at Lear expectantly. "Of course." Lear nodded. After all, Adele was a professional of the blood law, so he had to keep an eye on her, as well as Ophanina. "Although I've moved Ophanina to a new place, she still has to come here every day to suck blood and consume magic power. It's a bit troublesome to say. It would be great if there was a way to ban Ophelia once and for all." Lear sighed, and left the villa accompanied by Adele. Seeing Adele standing in front of the door and watching him leave with reluctance, Lear felt like he was hiding a mistress outside his wife's house. He shook his head and returned to the Stewart mansion under the cover of night. End of this chapter. Chapter 132, 3K. Shira's calculation. As time passed, the news that Lear was about to hold a Knights election in the Fortress Arena spread more and more widely, but Lear himself is nowhere to be seen. In the Knights Templar archives, Lear sat on a chair, with a mountain of public security files beside him. Most of the public security incidents that have occurred in the Faro Fortress in recent years are recorded here, such as someone killing someone else for profit, or someone dying accidentally, or committing suicide. These events were governed by the 4 great knightly orders. The death of the owner of the villa that Lear bought was also recorded in it. Looking at the contents of the information, Lear frowned. The information actually described that the original owner committed suicide by taking poison, which was completely different from what he heard from the previous landlord. He continued reading, and there was not much recorded, not even a photo, just a description of suicide by taking poison. The final case handler was Sheila. The records in the document are different from what the landlord said. Who was lying? He remained silent and continued to look at the other information below. While reading these materials, Lear discovered another problem. In the cases handled by the War Tiger Knights, a large proportion of the victims are talented legal professionals, while the other 3 major Knight Orders mostly deal with cases involving ordinary citizens. The disappearance and death of adventurers were also almost entirely handled by the War Tiger Knights. Seeing this, Lear narrowed his eyes. Slightly thinking of the talented professional who died in the villa he bought and the phantom of the blasphemous serpent he saw, an idea came to Lear's mind. By the way, I want to ask, how are the bodies of these dead people dealt with? Lear raised his head and suddenly asked the archivist next to him. The archivist was a female knight who was pretty good looking. She had been watching Lear carefully since he arrived at the archives room, and was startled when Lear asked her this question. Feeling Lear's gaze, she blushed and said, "Usually it is cremated. If the family of the deceased requests it, the body will be handed over to the family." "Who is responsible for the cremation?" Lear asked again. "It's the War Tiger Knights of Knight Commander Yazan. I remember Miss Shira was in charge." The female knight thought for a moment and replied, "It's Sheila again." Lear nodded, not surprised. It seems that Sheila, the carrier of the source of blasphemous law, is deliberately collecting the corpses of some talented professionals. I'm afraid those corpses were not really cremated. Perhaps they became food for the blasphemous giant snake. I understand, thank you, beautiful lady. Lear put down the file in his hand. He almost understood what he needed to know. After saying that, he turned and left the archive room. When he walked out of the archives room and came to the triumphal square, Lear saw the 4 major knightly orders training as usual. His eyes swept over the direction of the War Tiger Knights and saw Sheila standing side by side with another lady, who turned out to be Hannah. The two were talking and laughing, and seemed to be in harmony. Lear raised his eyebrows, thinking about his previous speculation. Sheila is deliberately collecting the corpses of talented professionals. The corpse does not necessarily have to die naturally or accidentally. It can also be caused by human intervention. After thinking for a few seconds, Lear walked up. "Good afternoon, ladies." Lear walked forward and greeted them. Shira and Hannah looked up and were surprised to see Lear. The former had a strange light in his eyes, while the latter had a burning gaze. "Master Lear." Sheila nodded. "Do you know each other?" Lear asked. "Of course I know her. Hannah and I are very good sisters. Hannah is one of the few mid-level adventurers in the Adventurers Guild. Master Lear, you must seize the opportunity." Sheila smiled and hugged Hannah in her arms. Hannah blushed and said to Scylla unhappily, "Scylla, what are you talking about? Haven't you signed up for Master Lear's knight selection?" Sheila blinked and looked at Hannah with a smile. "That's true, but don't talk nonsense." Hannah patted Sheila helplessly and glanced at Lear while speaking. "Master Lear, Shira is an excellent pharmacist in the fortress, so my adventurer team often goes to Hannah to buy potions, and Hannah also entrusts me to go to the Decision Mountains to collect herbs." Hannah broke free from Shira's arms and explained, "Is that so?" Lear nodded. He walked forward and patted Hannah on the shoulder. "I'm looking forward to your performance in the knight selection." Lear said this gently, and a barely visible red light flowed down his arm and merged into Hannah's body. No one noticed. After doing all this, Lear smiled at the 2 women and turned away. Hannah watched Lear leave, and then she looked at Lear's departing back in fascination. "Shira, don't you think Master Lear is handsome?" "He's handsome, but I don't think Master Lear would look down on us." Sheila shrugged. As a woman herself, how could she not know what Hannah was thinking? "Anyway, don't think about these trivial things. Remember to bring me the herbs for me." She patted Hannah's shoulder again and reminded her, "Don't worry. We are just collecting herbs. There will be no problem with my team of adventurers." Hannah answered confidently. Hannah returned to her adventurer's apartment in a good mood. After meeting Lear today, she had an even better impression of this handsome son of the Lord. She heard that Lear had beaten Arsene so badly in front of the 4 great knights. Hannah once had a crush on Arsene, who was handsome and the leader of the War Tiger Knights, the first of the 4 major knight orders, but now Arsene was completely defeated by Lear in all aspects. "I'm back." Hannah called out. Walton, who was training with a big axe in the backyard, turned his head when he heard the voice and asked, "How is it, Miss Sheila, is she satisfied with our herbs?" "Of course I'm satisfied. This is a precious herb that we got from the Decision Mountains with great difficulty," Hannah said as a matter of course, with a hint of pride in her tone. Walton smiled and said nothing. In the other room, the 3rd member of the adventurer team also came out. "By the way, Miss Sheila also gave me a task." She hopes we can find a medicinal herb called night dew bloom within 3 days. Hannah added. Night dew flower? Walton frowned. Within 3 days? The night selection for that young lordly heir will start in a few days. Can't we look for him after the selection is over? I'm afraid not. Hannah shook her head. Miss Sheila seems very anxious. She must have some important potion to make. It doesn't matter. It'll be within 3 days. Miss Sheila told me where the herbs are. It's near the rift. Hannah added, the chasm? Are you sure? Walton's expression became more serious. Don't you know what the chasm is? There are even high-level monsters there, and many powerful adventurers have died there. We are just on the edge, it should be fine. Seeing Walton's expression become serious, Hannah also felt a little guilty. Hannah, this is not a question of whether it's on the edge or not. Our adventurer team has been able to survive because of our caution and thorough preparation. Walton shook his head. He paused for a moment and continued, there are too many records of adventurers dying in the rift, and countless of them are missing. Even if we want to go there, we must be well prepared. Miss Sheila asked us to get the herbs within 3 days. We don't have time to prepare. It's too dangerous to rush to the rift abyss. Walton's tone was stern. Although Hannah was the captain of their adventurer team, he was actually the one who was making all the plans behind the scenes. That was why they were one of the best teams in the Adventurers Guild. Hannah was a little overwhelmed by what Walton said. After a while, she said awkwardly, what should we do? We can't give up this mission. I have already accepted the payment given by Miss Sheila in advance. Walton was silent for a moment, then said helplessly, return the things to Miss Sheila, this mission is too risky. Hannah hesitated after hearing what Walton said. Seeing Hannah's performance, Walton frowned, what's wrong, what did Miss Sheila give you? Upon hearing this, Hannah took out a bottle of potion from the backpack behind her. It was a bottle of azure blue potion and looked exceptionally beautiful. The moment he saw the potion, Walton's pupils shrank sharply. This is it, the magic resonance potion, which can increase the speed of our magic training. Miss Sheila gave us 3 bottles in total, just enough for 1 bottle for each of us. Hannah said in a low voice, by the way, Miss Sheila also said that this is just an advance payment, and there will be other rewards after we get the herbs. Walton was stunned after listening to Hannah's explanation, and then he looked at the potion in Hannah's hand and became a little excited. A magic resonance potion, this is Sheila's unique potion formula, and it is also the reason why Sheila is quite famous among fortress professionals. This potion can speed up the magic training of professionals and can also directly improve the level of professionals. Weaker entry-level professionals can advance 2 or 3 levels by taking potions and practicing for 24 hours, while mid-level professionals can also advance by about 1 level. The only drawback is that each professional can only use it once. It was with the help of this potion that Sheila gained the status of Stuart's retainer. Although she is now affiliated with the War Tiger Knights, she will also provide potions to the Stuart family. Walton has been stuck at level 47 for a while. If he can get this magic resonance potion, he will definitely be able to break through. Walton? Walton. Hannah woke up the dazed Walton. Should I return the potion to Miss Sheila? No, that's not necessary. I think it shouldn't be too dangerous to just go find some herbs near the rift. Walton quickly replied, his attitude changing 180 degrees. End of this chapter. Chapter 133, 5K, the Serpent Clan of the Decision Mountains. In Steward Mansion, Lear sat in chair with his eyes closed. In his perception, a red dot kept moving in the fortress. That was the blood mark had given Hannah yesterday. Knave to say that blood marks indeed a very useful skill. It can easily know the whereabouts of the marked target, and it seems to be Sifkat Tobe discovered, at least among the people Lear had marked. No one showed any abnormality. He could even feel 2 vague Marin a more distant place, in the correction of the Royal CT, a St. Golden Bishop Garthur Lim. Luer shook his head and continued to focus his attention on Hans. Through the investigation in the archives yesterday, Lear almost confirmed that Shira, the source carrier of the blasphemous law, was collecting the corpses of powerful professionals. The deaths of professionals in the Fritvas and even the disappearance of powerful adventurers in the Adventurers Guild may be related to Shira, so Lear gave Hannah blood mark. After all, Hannah's adventurer team was the best in the Adventurers Guild, with Sheila hanging out with Hannah. It's hard not to suspect that Hannah is Shell's next target. On the other side, Hannah was buying potions with her team of adventurers. They are about to head to the dangerous area of the Decision Mountains. Medical supplies must be prepared. Walton, Nicole, please walk faster. We still need to buy some magic recovery potions. Hannah walked in front. Walton and the third member of the team looked at Hannah, who was walking in front of them. Feeling somewhat helpless, the two quick followed. Hannah has already bought a lot of recovery potions and amplification patents. These potions are not cheap. Even though they are the top team in the adventurer school, they still feel too bit painful, but there was nothing that could be cone, since they had already used up the reward that Sheila had given them. After taking the magic resonance potion, the levels of the three's papal were improved to varying degrees. After spending about an hour in the shopping district, Hannah finally bought everything she needed. We can set off now. Hannah distributed the things in her hands to Walton and Nicole. If we set out now, we should be able to reach the rift at night. The night dew flowers only bloom under scorched right. If everything goes well, we can return tomorrow. Ain will ot delay Master Ellie's night selection. Walton and Nicole looked Teochther and noises. The three of them didn't waste any more time and walked straight towards the fortress. Ext next Toth Trumpel Squaretlear, who was far away in Stewart Mansion, also sensed Hannah's route of action in the private villa. The incarnation of blood, which had been silent, began to move, and its originally steep eyes became evenly decision mountains. This is two very wide range of mountain ranges. The oddiness of the continuous mountains are looming in the sky, extending to the end of the site, spanning the kingdom of Brief Island, the king of Nox, underscore at the end of the mountains on both sides are the Enclus Ocean and glaciers, which are located on the border of Nox and Brayfeld respectively. The Faro fortress is located in the Midale of the mountains. The Mount Sign Hair are towering into the cloud. In the mountain are croused in thick claws and fog difficult for sunlight to penetrate the natural bar, making the interior of the Mount Sign dark and cold all year round. The surface of the Rockies covered with slippery moss, which emits a faint green glow in the dim light, adding a touch of eerie atmosphere to this trying place. Liar controls the incarnation of blood and high in the mountainous and forests. Quit following Han's team of adventurers, he knew nothing about the Decision Mountains. In his previous life, he had passed through the mountains and reached the advanced map in the territory of the Kingdom of Nox. Heck knew even less about the Decision Mountains areas near the Faro Fortress. Hannah and the other two headed deeper into the mountains, and from time to time they encounter some magical beasts emitting this to Yura. These magical beasts are the patiate of the Decision Mountains and are most inclus, but they are not without benefits. The Russian blood of Warcraft is more energetic than that of ordinary livestock. The meat is more delicious, and it has the ability to quickly restore the physical strength of professionals. Some potions also use the flesh and blood off these monsters. The magical beasts outside the Decision Mountains are not strong. Most of them are about the same level as the apprentices of the law profession, or the primary and intermediate levels of magical beasts are rare. With the cooperation of Hannah and the other two, they had two safe journey. Lu were followed behind, moving through the tall trees, elacing his mental power in avoiding most of the monsters. Hannah, we are near the chasm. Shed, everyone be alert. Welton pulled out the giantess Exie and chopped the body of the magic with his magic wife. Was it mid-level magic beast on the fist mid-level magic beast they encountered after entering the mountains. Nicole, who was standing by, took equals dagger and sleezed the wolf's body. Soon, a crystal appeared in Te wall. Head magic errata. T is something that only appears in the battle of two magical beasts with two very low chance. It looks crystl clear, ia gam. But in fact itis of light use, these magic crystals only emit fluorescence tonight. Many professionals have read T figure out the purpose of these magic crystals, but all have files. TS magic Ersted Nicole Excly Hannah and Welton, who were on guard's side, were also stunned for a moment, and they were ATL excited when they saw the magic crystal Nicole's hand. Although no one knows what the magic crystal is used for, its value in the fortress is not low. Many wealthy businessmen on night lords we magi crystal AE decorations. Just like jewelry, a scarcity makes things valuable. Adventurers only produce a few magic crystals from hunting monsters in a month, and most of them are magic crystals bred by low-level monsters. The magic crystals in front of you are produced by mid-level magic wolves. Remember that Miss Sheila also had magic crystals. Whenever there were high-quality magic crystals, she would spend a high price to buy them. Miss Sheila should not miss this mid-level magic crystal, right? Nicole said happily. Put the magic crystal they. When we get back, well, ask Miss Sheila she wants it. T Mike level magic crystal alone shawls be able to be CLE for 10 go cone. Hannah responded 10 gold coins were almost 2 months' income for their adventurer team. So it was too pleasant surprise. The three men packed up the spoils and only took away the wolf's teeth and fur, which could be used to forge weapons and equipment. As for the flesh and blood, although the flesh and blood of Warcraft has special effects, cause there are too many Warcraft, even the flesh and blood of mid-level Warcraft is not very valuable, and their backpacks cannot held it. As we continued to move deeper into the mountains, the forest became quieter and a thin mist rose all around. The closer Hannah got to the chasm, the more she could feel cling aura. The three of them kept searching the surroundings. T was now dark and the Decision Mounts would undoubtedly be more dangerous at night. The moonlight could not penetrate the thick clouds and branches of a lonely Te lantern. Is Hanimit faint-eyed. Hannah, are you sure the night dew flower is near the fit? Walton asked Esalimali. Hay continued forward. They would reach the chasm, but now he did not see the so-called right dew flowers. At Elt was dark all around, and Welton's intuition told him that there were many magical beasts Nisray staring to them. Wes right here. Miss Shia told me that the night dew flower will emit ites tonight, so it's easy to see. Hain also became alti nervous. And it's just outside the rift. We've come in quite assistance, so we should be able to see. The atmosphere became ill silent. The three of them had carefully explored along the way. The night dew flowers really glowed it right, they would definitely be very conspicuous in the darkness, but they saw nothing. Hannah, are you sure Miss Sheila is taking about the area near the chasm? Walton suddenly asked. Hannah recalled and sighed. Remember, Miss Sheila said it was at the edge of the chasm. Aren't we at the edge of the chasm now? Is possible that the edge of the chasm that Miss Shill's tala about's really the edge of the chasm on the sif? Walton took a deep breath, his tone full of sepa. Hannah was shocked by Walton's words. She thought about it carefully and her face turned pale. Shire really meant the edge of the CIF of the chasm, then it would be too disaster. Even at outer edge of the chasm, many powerful adventurers died here. It seems that no adventurer has ever returned alive after going to the real chasm. Nicole on the side said tremblingly, why don't we leave? If we are really at the CIF of the writ, then I'm afraid we won't be able to get the night dew flower. Frowny face Hannah and Wetton were silent. Leaving now? They had already taken Sheila's magic resonance potion. How would they explain to Sheila they returned empty-handed? Walton looked at the darkness around him, feeling annoyed. After seeing the potion that Hannah took out yesterday, he was overwhelmed by his essay. Sheila could produce such a precious potion. HW could the night dew flower be obtained so easily? Just when the of them were in Esalema, pairs of shining eyes approached them from the darkness around them. A horse sounded, and Hans only fed a black shadow flash before her eyes. She quickly raises her sword to block. Boom. The trying force caused Hannah's mouth to hurt. She was a little shocked by the powerful strength of the monster. She looked over and saw a dark, ferocious giant python in the thin mist. 'Twas about 10 meters long, its tongue was sticking out and its tail was constantly wriggling. The blow just now was the whipping off its tail. Hans was frightened by the giant python in front of her. She had never seen such equals terrifying beast. On the other side, Walton and Nicole were also attacked, but what was in front of them was not a monster, but a monster with a snake's head and a human body. The monster held a pitch-black spear in its hand, just too human, with two pair of vertical pupils that shone with cold eye. What the hell are these things? Walton was startled by the sudden appearance of the monster. He had only heard of various powerful monsters in the Decision Mountains, but what were these things with snake heads and human bodies? The snake monster didn't waste any words with Walton. Let out a low roar, and all three of them fed CZY. Then, the snake man raised his spear and stabbed at Walton. At the critical moment, Walton raised the axe and blocked it in front of himself. Boom, there was a loud metal collision sound, and Walton was knocked back several steps by the huge force. He knelt on one knee and barely managed to stabilize his body. Nicole on the other side was also unable to withstand it. She was just a spy known for her ID. How could she withstand the attack of the snake man? She suppressed the sighsness in her head, dodged and sped away towards the bushes on the other side in the dark jungle. Lear looked at the snake man and the giant python that suddenly appeared, his bright red eyes emitting a light. The aura emitted by these three creatures was exactly the same as the tin the ville before. Just take way about to take #closer oak. He fade the bushes in front of him shake, an appetite figure bumped into his arms. Nicole, who way dodging the snake man's attack, only felt the chayad bumps into his hard body and fell burst of pain. But the PSN also clesinate slot of the siziness in Hirahes. She raised her head. Salat's ANC saw two hideous face in front of her. Nicole was stunned. This terrifying face with red eyes was obviously more terrifying than the snake man before. After staying there for a few seconds, she screamed, and the screams were so deafening in the dark forest that Hannah and Watton, who were still hiding not far away, were startled. Nicole they both sit in unison. Lear was somewhat helpless as he looked at the girl in front of him. Bright red shackles appeared out of nowhere and directly tied up the girl. When Lesser took action, an ether giant python crawled out from the forest behind him. It looked at Lear with his back tof and opened its blussy mouth to bite him. Nicole, who was hanging in the air, saw this scene and covered her eyes in fear, but the next second, Itri halo spread out and the giant python's body twisted violently. It let out a miserable rear, and fell to the ground before it could bite Lear. The invisible knight rose and Lear's hand stabbed down unceremoniously, piercing direct through the python's head, passing through the 7-inch poston. The sudden appearance of Lear startled the snake people and Hannah and others who were still fighting. When they saw Lear's face clearly, Hannah and Walton's expressions became even uglier. This doesn't okay equals human LL. What kind of erester lives deep in the Decision Mountain? The innate man Ifina, but WHST about the say front of us, a feeling of despair are in the hearts of Bathmen. The snake man had Resty put them in a tough fight. ANC now a seaman WHE looked even stronger had arrives. Cowls they still just when the two were still despairing about the appearance of the devil. The giant python and snake man fighting with them stopped. The snake man stared at Lear. You are the food that the father wants. The snake man's words aroused Lear's interest, and his eyes lit up with a seductive red light. The father god you are talking about, Iseth Big Snake? How dare you? How can a meat-eater like you arrange the father's figure at will? Hearing Lear's words, the snake man became angry and raised his spear. The snake man and the python on the ASCE also pointed to say Lear. Lear didn't care about the snake man's anger. He continued to TK, is the father ghost you mentioned in this chasm? The snake man CIC not answer Lear words, but attacked Meal. Seeing this, Lear shook his head helplessly. Even if the snake man in front of him CT say if almost understood it, he had seen this kind of alien creatures in his previous life, such as humanoid aliens with insect structures, fishmen, dragonmen, and so on. This type of alien species generally believes in some kind of heretical god, and then mutates after being granted power by the heretical god. They are collectively referred to as the heretic families. Some were humans in their previous lives, come to format from Anakin to snakemen, and there were ACO players who chose to accept the mutation of heretical laws and tunes into alien species. These mutated species are generally stronger than normal humans, but the two snakemen in front of them are only intermediate level, and the gland python seems to have not had time to mutate yet and is also intermediate level. The tree mid-level creatures pose no threat to Lyra. Lle seems that the blasphemous spirit is right under this chasm, the bloody demon whispered indifferent. Hearing this, the pupils of the attacking snake man suddenly shrank. He wanted to say something, but the Night Rose in Lur's hand had already stabbed him, and it was so fast that Hen had no time to reek. The Night Rose pierced through the snake man's body in an instant, and the snake man spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Brother. The snake man behind made two panicked voice. The blood demon had too cold expression. He pulled out the Night Rose and the snake man fell to the ground, with the snake tall under him wriggling continuously. The snake man is not das yet. Itn be seen that the mutates snake man has extremely tenacious vitality. While Lyra was fighting the snake man, Hang and Watan were too little confused, thought I was doomed, but CNT expect these two waves of monsters to actually eye each other. The two locked at each other. Since the devil and the snake man were fighting, wasn't now the best time for them to escape? They each angst, and then looked to Saint Nicole, who was hanging in TECB. The Evie the Jeel was hanging upside down pitifully, and no matter how she struggled she couldn't get free. Moreover, the red chain was still constantly jevering her strength. SND soon she felt two equals if her body was hollowed out. Hannah and Wetton moved over carefully, intending to rescue Nicole while the Devi and the snake man were guiding. Just as the two men reached out to pull the chains off Nicole, two giant pythons swooped down from not far away. The two sneaky people were suddenly startled to see the giant python wriggling on the ground, dying, with bloody holes all over its body. Hannah and Welton were terrified. But before they could relax, another snake man was thrown over, rolled on the ground several times, and stopped only after crashing into the giant python's body not far away. The Devi was hulsing an invisible base. ANC the CIM blood red eyed slightly sluminated the Sosgure. Hannah and Walton were silent. This emo V is too powerful. The snake man that Tay has difficulty resizing was defeated in such a short time. End of tis chapter. Chapter 134, 5K, Lillian's Broken Divine Realm. What kind of monster are you? The snake man struggled to get up from the ground. Although he was no match for the devil in front of him, his eyes were still ferocious. I am the food that the big snake wants, aren't I? The blood demon walked towards the snake man step by step and said casually. Hannah and Walton, who were standing by, didn't dare to make a sound. There is a god of heretical laws hiding here. You are the followers of that god. You should have your own residence here, right? Lear lowered his head and said lightly, looking at the snake man in front of him. He didn't expect that he would actually get something. He also heard the conversation between Hannah and Shira when he left the blood mark on Hannah's body. To it sounded normal that Sheila asked Hannah to come to Decision Mountains to collect herbs. It was just a commission from a pharmacist. But after investigating and finding out something was wrong with Sheila, Lear felt that there might be something wrong with this commission. So he followed. The snake people in front of him were undoubtedly the clan that violated the law, and there must be a gathering place for the snake people's clan here, and the giant snake that blasphemes the true spirit must be here too. Sheila asked Hannah and the other two to come here, and she must have planned to turn them into food for the giant snake. Could it be that Shira was also a snake person? But it was impossible to tell from her appearance. Take me to see where you live, Lear said suddenly, staring at the snake man in front of him with a pair of red eyes. This snake person is a female, and the other person called brother is a male. Both of them are intelligent. Lorsa, you must not bring this person to the residence. The snake man lying on the ground said tremblingly. Only a few minutes had passed since Lear stabbed him in the chest, but he had already regained some strength. Lier turned his head and looked at the male snake man, then picked up the night rose and stabbed the snake man's body again. The invisible night rose directly pierced through the male snake man's arm, causing the snake man to let out a shrill scream, and the snake tail behind him continued to flappy brother. Seeing the devil in front of him attacking his brother again, Loss's face was full of worry and resentment. If you don't want your brother to suffer anymore, take me to your gathering place, which is the official residence he mentioned. Lear ignored Lothar's resentful look and spoke calmly. Lorsa, you can't, The male snake man on the ground wanted to speak again, but he let out another scream halfway through his words. The invisible rapier in Lear's hand was like a terrifying torture instrument, leaving hideous bloody holes on the snake man's body. I'll take you there. Lhasa finally compromised, gritting her teeth, then lead the way. Lier smiled and summoned bright red shackles to tie up the male snake man on the ground. After doing all this, he turned and looked at Hannah and the other two. The chains that bound Nicole were dissipated by him, and the girl fell from the air into Hannah's arms. Leave here, this is not the place for you. Lear warned them, and without paying any attention to the three confused people, he followed Lothar into the depths of darkness. Hannah and the other two had not come to their senses until Lier left. That terrifying demon didn't hurt them? He just let them go. What on earth is going on? Hannah muttered to herself, I don't know, but since he told us to leave, we'd better listen to him. Walton shook his head. They had overheard the conversation between the devil and the snake man just now. There actually exists a god of heretical laws here, and the snake people are actually the god's followers. No wonder so many powerful adventurers who entered the chasm went missing. The gods are not something that mid-level professionals like them can spy on. This matter must be reported to the Lord as soon as possible. Hannah said in a deep voice, let's go back to the city immediately. The night dew flowers that Sheila commissioned were no longer important. At most, she could just pay them according to the market price and work hard for a few months to buy the 3 bottles of potion. Now that she was able to survive, Hannah was already very grateful. Lear didn't know what Hannah and the others were thinking. He had followed Lothar to the depths of an area called the Rift. The fog around became thicker and thicker. After about half an hour, Lhasa stopped. Lear also stopped. He squinted his eyes and saw a bottomless crack. The mountain seemed to be split in half by something, with a bottomless abyss in the middle, surrounded by thick fog, making it impossible to see the specific situation. On the bulge of the cliff, there was a little light illuminating the darkness. Looking closely, it was dark purple flowers. At the bottom of the abyss, Lear felt the blood in his body being attracted, which was the power of the law of blood, but this power is constantly being weakened and replaced by another aura. Is your gathering place in this abyss? Lear asked, looking at Lothar who had stopped. That's right, damn demon, do you dare to go down with me? Lothar turned his head, with anger and provocation in his words. Lear shrugged. Now he was just an incarnation of blood. It didn't matter at all even if he died here. Lead the way, he said calmly, completely ignoring Lassa's provocation. Lhasa gritted his teeth, crawled to the ground, gathered his limbs, and crawled like a snake. Lhasa climbed down the steep cliff, his body squirming on the cliff as if he was stuck to it. She looked back at the devil and saw that Lear leaped straight down. The invisible blade in his hand pierced into the cliff, keeping it stable, and then continued to move up and down the bulge between the cliffs. Seeing this scene, Lothar, who originally wanted to see how this devil would get down to the chasm, became discouraged again. She could only continue going down, and the man and the snake moved between the cliffs at an almost 90-degree angle. The further down they went, the more Lear could feel the power of the law of blood. At the same time, he also felt the power of the law that was eroding the law of blood. After falling for about 10 minutes, Lear looked at the still dark abyss and frowned. He pulled out a pin from his storage ring. It is something the player gave to him for safekeeping before leaving. The law relic, long-tailed cat pin, has a very strange effect. It can prevent you from getting hurt when falling from a high place. Lear smiled, pinned the pin directly on his chest, and then jumped down under Lothar's incredulous gaze. What are you doing? Lothar shouted in horror. He was not worried about this devil, but because his brother was still entangled in bright red chains and was held in the hands of the devil, Lear ignored Lothar's shouts. He could feel the sound of the whistling wind echoing in his ears. After falling for half a minute, Lear finally saw the ground below. He landed on the ground, as light as a swallow. A strange force made him not feel any impact at all. Looking up, the bottom of the abyss was also pitch black. Lear only saw corpses and rubble all over the ground. The cliffs on both sides were high, leaving a narrow path looking in the direction of the road, all the way to the end of the site. There is only desolate land and nothing. Where is your gathering place? Lear asked the weak snake man on his shoulder. I will never tell you even if I die. The snake man bared his sharp teeth and answered angrily. Lear raised his eyebrows, but was not angry. He put the snake man on the ground. 10 minutes later, a whistling sound was heard overhead, and the snakeman Lothar appeared in Lear's sight. She climbed down the cliff like a real snake and came to Lear. Seeing that Lear was safe and sound, her eyes were full of surprise. Lead the way, Lear said calmly. Lothar, the male snake man beside him, spoke again, but as soon as he called out Lothar's name, his mouth was entangled by a bright red chain. You don't want your brother to die here, do you? A red light flashed in the blood demon's eyes. Lhasa gritted his teeth and had to continue leading the way. Lear followed behind, and the male snake man kept making whiz sounds. The three of them walked forward and came to a statue, on which was a sculpture of a beautiful woman who looked extremely seductive. Lear stared at the sculpture in front of him and felt that it looked familiar. This sculpture was like an enlarged version of Lillian, the Lord of Blood. After arriving in front of the sculpture, the male snake man struggled even more violently. Lothar was a little hesitant, but after taking a look at the hideous-looking devil behind him, he still recited a strange spell. As the spell was recited, a red light emanated from the surroundings, and the statue in front also lit up and became vivid. The Blood King robe on Lear also emitted light, and Lillian, the Lord of Blood, floated out and stood beside Lear, staring quietly at the statue in front of her. Lillian's appearance did not surprise Lear. This statue and the power emanating from it all carried a strong breath of blood law. It was obvious that this was the old dream that Lillian was looking for. "Is that statue you?" Lear pointed at the statue and suddenly asked Lillian beside him, "It's me." Lillian nodded. "That's what I looked like before." "What was it like before?" "My powers were all eliminated in the destruction, and now I can only maintain this." Lillian was a little frustrated. Lear raised his eyebrows when he heard this. This was not the first time he had heard the word destruction. The corrupt spirit had also said so before, and he had barely survived destruction. Destruction, what exactly is it? Lear was a little curious. He looked at Lillian. The girl still looked depressed. She looked at her ordinary body, which was completely different from the plump body of the statue in front of her. "My dear goddess, you don't have to be sad. Even if you become like this, I will not despise you. You are actually quite cute when you are small," Lear said jokingly. Hearing Lear's words, Lillian was stunned for a moment, and it took her a while to react. Lear was actually making fun of himself. Lillian's face gradually turned red. Just as she was about to say something, a dazzling red light flashed. The next moment, everyone's figures disappeared at the bottom of the dark chasm and appeared in a magnificent building complex. "You entered the old dream, the broken bloody royal city." A system prompt popped up in front of Lear. Lothar, who was standing in front, took a breath. It took her a lot of magic to open the door to the old dream. She turned around and was about to ask Lear to let go of her brother, but she saw a girl floating beside Lear. "Is this the place you're looking for?" Lear asked Lillian, changing the topic of teasing her. Lillian glared at Lear, then looked up at the bloody sky with a nostalgic expression. "This is the dynasty that once belonged to me." "Since this is your dynasty, you should be very familiar with it," Lear asked again. "Of course, what's wrong?" Lillian looked at Lear puzzledly. "Then these two Snakemen clans should not be needed anymore, right?" Lear looked at Lothar, his eyes turning cold. Lillian also looked at Lothar with a disgusted expression. "These clans that occupied my old dream should all die." Listening to what Lear and the white-haired girl said, Lothar felt something was wrong. She stared at Lear and asked, "What do you want to do? Are you going to break your promise?" "Promise?" Lear smiled. "What did I promise you?" "I just said that if you don't want your brother to be tortured, bring me here." He looked at the male snake man who was tied up by him. Lear took out the night rose and pierced the snake man's head with a sword. After a violent tremor, the snake man fell to the ground and did not move. "Now, your brother will not be tortured." Lear showed a devilish smile. Seeing his brother's tragic death, Lothar's eyes were red with anger. "You damned devil!" she roared, but the next second, the sound stopped abruptly. Lear's figure appeared behind Lothar, and the invisible night rose pierced a big hole in the snake man's chest. Now that Lothar has brought him to the old dream, it is of no value. Lasse felt that his body was losing consciousness quickly. Death was approaching. At this moment, Lear suddenly remembered something and asked quickly, "By the way, is Sheila also a member of your snake tribe?" Hearing the word Shira, Lothar's eyes widened, but before he could speak, Lear saw a trace of disgust and hatred in the other's eyes. Lothar died, and Lear had no choice but to throw his body on the ground. Seeing Lear kill the two heretic clans swiftly and efficiently, Lillian nodded with satisfaction. "What should we do next?" Lear asked Lillian. "Of course, to regain the power I once had." Lillian answered seriously. "The power of the past?" Lear raised his eyebrows. "Can you tell me in detail?" "Actually, they are the fragments of the origin of the blood law that I once scattered in my old dream," Lillian explained. "There are some things that I cannot tell you right now due to the rules, but you have experienced the corrupted spirit, so you should have guessed something. The old dream is the realm ruled by the law gods. Every law god has his own old dream. But those gods who only possess the old dream are weak gods. The truly powerful gods possess the divine realm transformed from the old dream." Lear listened quietly. What Lillian said was unknown to him. As a player in his previous life, Lear only regarded the old dream as a game copy. Yet he suddenly interrupted and asked, "Then my goddess, you belong to, of course I am the strong one." Lillian said firmly, "I have my own divine domain, but it has been shattered under the baptism of destruction. Only the core of the divine domain remains. The other areas of the divine domain have been shattered into old dreams and scattered to other places." So this is a broken old dream of yours? Lear understood what Lillian meant. Lillian also nodded. If you can find and master the core of the dream here, you can completely master this old dream. Lillian said again. You can think of this place as a secret space. As long as you get the dream core, you can take away the old dreams here, just like carrying a small world with you. And once you have completely mastered the core of dreams, you can also set the rules in old dreams. Listening to Lillian's words, Lear's eyes lit up. If that was the case, then he could stuff Ophelia and the others into the old dreamland. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. Don't be happy too soon. I can give you my old dreams, but there is another god here. Lillian poured a basin of cold water on Lear. Didn't you say you could lend me strength so that I could kill the big snake? Lear said bewilderedly. Lillian's expression became a little awkward. That's what I had planned, but after entering the old dream, I felt that the big snake might have recovered to the semi-saint level. If you want to defeat him, you have to at least be promoted to the extraordinary level. Half-saint? Lear frowned when he heard Lillian's words. The so-called semi-saints are extraordinary professionals who have reached level 100 and acquired some of the abilities of saints. They are only one step away from reaching the saint level. Yes, when you break through to the extraordinary level and fuse the drop of corrupted divine blood, plus my power blessing, it should be enough to kill the giant snake. Lillian nodded. So what should we do now? Lear sighed helplessly. Originally, he was thinking of finding the old dream directly, letting Lillian's power bless him, and then going directly to kill the blasphemous snake. Now the fantasy is shattered. You can explore the situation in the old dream. If it is not damaged too badly, I remember there are some law relics here, which should be able to improve your strength. Lillian murmured. Lear reacted quickly. He almost forgot that this was the old dreamland. It was the game copy of his previous life. The creatures here will be constantly refreshed over time, similar to the monsters in the Decision Mountains outside, but the monsters in the dungeon have experience points, and are the best choice for players to quickly upgrade, since dealing with the giant snake that blasphemes the law requires reaching the extraordinary level. Isn't it just a good opportunity for him to gain experience here and reach the extraordinary level? End of this chapter. Chapter 135, for K. Lillian's family, Blood Elves. The royal city of the Blood God realm in the old dreamland is larger than Lear had imagined. Although it is called a royal city, it actually includes a large number of areas outside the royal city. After dealing with the snake man's body, Lear came to the top of a high peak. The horizon is endless, and in the distance you can see a city standing. Even though the city has become devastated and many places have collapsed into ruins, Lear can still feel the city's former glory. Outside the city are vast plains, forests, and mountains, where all kinds of plants and animals that Lear has never seen are roaming. There were many fragments of architectural ruins floating in the sky, and they were constantly moving, perhaps under the influence of some unknown force. Lear was shocked by the scene before him, which was completely different from the old dream copy he had seen in his previous life. The old dream in the previous life was a game copy. Although the space was not small, it was at most the size of a mountain or a town, but the Blood God realm royal city before him seemed like a new world isolated from the rest of the world. Lillian looked at the scene in front of her with a nostalgic expression. The two men descended from the mountain and headed towards the royal city ahead. You said before that the old dreamland is a realm ruled by gods, but why does it look so similar to the outside world? Lear asked as he walked. What do you think the divine realm of the gods should be like? Lillian said unhappily. Whether it is the divine realm or the old dream, it is just a place for the gods to live. Here live their followers and fanatics. Are there any of your relatives here as well? Lear asked again. After hearing this, Lillian fell silent. Even she herself could not resist destruction and could only linger on. How could her family survive? Just as Lillian was silent, a violent wave of magic power suddenly came from the mountains not far away. This wave of magical power contained two completely different auras of power. Lear and Lillian both looked into the distance. They both sensed that one force came from the blood law, and the other force was exactly the same as the snake man before. It seems that this place is not completely occupied by the big snake. Lear's mouth curled up into a smile. Lillian was a little surprised, but didn't say much. She followed Lear and rushed towards the direction of the magic fluctuations. In a ruined site. Two groups of troops were fighting fiercely. One team was made up of snake people and giant pythons, and the other team looked like humans, but with pointy ears. You damned traitors! The goddess will come back one day. You threw away your blood and welcomed such an ugly power, and one day you will be held accountable. The red-haired woman with pointy ears confronted the snake man, her words filled with anger. Goddess? The leading snakeman smiled disdainfully. The goddess has long abandoned us. She doesn't care about the lives of our followers at all. It was the blasphemous Father God who gave me the power, allowing me to go from a weakling that you despise to a strong man who was capable of conquering you. Irina, you used to be so high and mighty. Don't worry, when I catch you, I will definitely taste you well. The snake man's vertical pupils revealed a lustful and greedy look. The red-haired woman gritted her teeth. Her companions were constantly retreating. The number of snake people was much larger than theirs. With her strength, she could escape alone, but what about the others? These snake people will not let them go. The lucky ones will be transformed into new snake people, but as for the others, especially women, they will only become reproductive tools of the snake people and die in pain and torture. What are they? Lear and Lillian had already arrived on the hillside not far away. Looking at the fighting parties, they asked with interest. He had seen snake people before, but the humans with pointy ears looked like elves in stories, and each of them was quite handsome and beautiful. That's my former family, Lillian said excitedly. It's the Blood Elves. Blood Elf? Lear raised his eyebrows. Stop talking nonsense and go save them. Lillian glared at Lear unhappily. The Blood Elves in front could no longer hold on. Irina, go away. Don't worry about us anymore. A male Blood Elf desperately resisted the attacks of snakemen and pythons. The giant python's head had bitten into his shoulder, leaving a hideous wound. Irina looked at the tribesman in front of her with tears in her eyes. My goddess, where are you? Why did you let an ugly heretic spirit occupy your old dream? She prayed in her heart and questioned at the same time. They were the followers of the Lord of Blood. The power of the law of blood flowed in their bodies. From birth, they automatically switched to the profession of the law of blood. Since he was able to switch to the profession of blood law, it meant that the Lord of Blood was still alive. But now, where is the Lord of Blood? Just as Irina was wavering, a dark figure appeared in front of her. The man was wearing a luxurious black robe, with nothing in his hands, but one could feel the extreme sharpness. The most important thing is the man's head. The terrifying horns were exposed, and the face looked as hideous as a demon. The sudden appearance of the devil startled everyone. The snake man stopped instantly and looked at the devil vigilantly. Who are you? Lear didn't say anything, but a red light flashed in his eyes, and a layer of light red halo emanated. The blood resonance of the blood apostle. Lear has used it many times. It is an absolutely powerful control skill for creatures with blood. The faces of the snake people around were distorted, and the giant python fell to the ground and kept wriggling. Irina looked at this scene and she was not afraid at all, because she recognized the hideous face. There is an identical devil image painted on the murals of the temple, which can only be worn by the king chosen by the goddess. The former queen of the Blood dynasty wore such a mask. Are you the queen? Irina stared blankly at the person in front of her. Lear was stunned for a moment. Queen? I'm not the queen you're talking about. He shook his head, and the night rose in his hand pierced into the head of a snake man in front of him without any hesitation. The blood resonance did not last long, and soon the snake man and the giant python broke free from the feeling of suffocation. They looked at the demon in front of them with terrified expressions. Hearing Lear's voice, Irina reacted. It was obviously a man's voice. She stood there at a loss. What on earth are you? The leading snake man also recovered and asked with a fearful look on his face, but what responded to him was an invisible blade. Judging from the magic level of the snake man in front of him, he is not as good as Lothar, who was just killed by Lear. His only advantage is that there are a lot of them. Lear held the night rose in his hand and moved quickly among the snake men. Every time he flashed past, a snake man would fall down. Soon, only the leading snake man was left in the ruins. The invisible dagger was placed in front of the snake man's eyes. Although he could not see any trace, he could still feel the breath of death. You can't kill me. Father God will not let you go, the snake man shouted in horror. The demon had an expressionless face and ignored the snake man's threat. The invisible blade pierced through the snake man's head, leaving a hideous bloody hole. All the snake people died in just a moment, and their deaths were quick and clean. The blood elves on the side were looking at the devil in shock, especially Irina, who had a look of admiration on her face. Those who can wear the devil mask are the kings chosen by the goddess. Although the king in front of her is not the queen she imagined, it is enough for her to worship him. Irina slowly leaned down and bowed respectfully to Lear. Irina of the Blood Elf clan, I greet the Blood King. Seeing this, the other blood elves nearby also prostrated themselves. My lord Blood King, did the goddess ask you to save us? After a brief silence, Irina raised her head and looked at Lear with hope. Lear raised his eyebrows, and Lillian floated out from the bloody king's robe. The sudden appearance of the girl startled Irina, but then she widened her eyes and looked at Lillian, whose expression became extremely excited. Are you the goddess? Irina said excitedly. The other blood elves nearby also widened their eyes when they heard this. They have lived in the old dream since childhood, listening to the elders of the tribe telling the legend of the Lord of Blood source. They believe in the Lord of Blood Source, but have never received a response from the gods, let alone seeing the gods themselves. Although they had never seen the goddess, their blood began to tremble the moment Lillian appeared. They were a clan born from the law of blood, so how could they not sense the specialness of Lillian? It's me and my clansmen. Lillian's expression was a little complicated. When the destruction came, she did not choose to protect her family. After all, she was already in danger herself, thus, these blood elves were lost into nothingness along with the fragments of the divine realm and the destruction. Lillian thought that all her family members had died in the destruction, but unexpectedly, they survived, my lady goddess. I knew you would never abandon your family. After getting Lillian's response, Irina became even more excited, but after hearing this, Lillian became even more embarrassed. To be honest, she was the one who abandoned her own clan, but these clansmen still regarded her as a god. Lillian couldn't help but feel a little guilty. The atmosphere became a little strange. Lear, who was watching this scene, saw Lillian's embarrassment and interrupted their conversation. Okay, Lee, well, the goddess will certainly not abandon you. We are here to bring you back into the embrace of blood. Lear said without blushing, that's why we saved you. Now tell us about the situation in this old dream. Hearing Lier's words, Irina turned her head. Her expression became a little angry, and a little self-blaming. I'm sorry, goddess, because of our incompetence, your old dream was occupied by another god. Tell me in detail. Lier extended his hand to Irina, who was still kneeling on the ground. Irina was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lear with a blush, put her hand in Lear's hand, and stood up from the ground. Thank you, Lord Blood King. This is what happened, Irina began to explain with a slight blush on her cheeks. About 10 minutes later, Lear and Lillian finished listening to Irina's explanation. You mean, those snake men were originally members of the Blood Elves, but were seduced by the giant snake that violated the law, so they became snake men? Lear said with some surprise, yes. Irina nodded. Now we, the Blood Elves, can only stay in the secret realm where the dream spirits hide to avoid being hunted down by the betrayers and the great snakes. Spirit of dreams? Lear didn't quite understand what this meant. That is the core of this old dream. It is called the Spirit of Dreams because it has given birth to spiritual intelligence. Lillian explained. Lier was a little surprised when he heard this. Lillian said that if he could master the dream core, he could take this old dream away. But now the dream core has gained intelligence. How can he get the dream core? Anyway, please take us to the secret realm first. Lillian said in a deep voice, since her own people are still alive, she will naturally not abandon them again. She did not have the ability to protect them in the past, but now this place is occupied by a semi-saint level god. As long as Lier breaks through to the extraordinary level and fuses the corrupt divine blood, he will have a god who can compete with the blasphemous true spirit. This old dreamland that belongs to her can also become the base camp for the revival of the blood law. Faced with Lillian's request, Irina naturally had no reason to refuse, and directly led the rest of the Blood Elves towards the secret realm of the Blood Elves. We originally lived in the royal city, but after the giant snake appeared, we had to leave the royal city. Irina said as she walked. The direction they walked was away from the royal city. After about half an hour, they came to a ruin. In front of the ruin stood a statue of Lillian. Coming to the statue, Irina bit her finger and blood flowed out. She smeared the blood on the palm of the statue, and a blood-colored light curtain appeared in front of everyone. This is it, goddess. Irina turned her head and said respectfully. Lear and Lillian looked at each other and walked in without hesitation. Passing through the blood-colored light curtain, Lear only felt a flash of light, and then the things in his sight changed. What appeared before his eyes was a huge palace, with the sky wrapped in a layer of light red protective shield. There was also a statue of Lillian standing in front of him, but it was much larger than the statue outside. Many blood elves can be seen gathered in front of the statue. After sensing that someone has been teleported, the Blood Elves cast their eyes over. When they saw Lear and Lillian, the Blood Elves were visibly stunned. End of this chapter. Chapter 136, 4K, The Secret of the Dream Trial Dungeon Blood Temple. Lillian said the name of the huge building in front of her. That was the temple that once enshrined her, but it had fallen away from the divine domain. Unexpectedly, it had been preserved intact. The Blood Elves around became excited after a brief silence. They all felt the breath of the gods from Lillian. Boom, at this moment, a terrifying energy erupted from the depths of the temple. Lear became alert, but Lillian showed a happy expression. From deep within the temple, a wave of energy quickly rushed out. It was a giant wolf that was completely red. Its hair seemed to be dyed red with blood, making it look particularly hideous and terrifying. The giant wolf stopped in front of the temple and let out a roar when it saw Lillian. Xiaohong. Lillian flew over happily. Lear looked at this scene and felt it was a bit weird. You call such a scary red wolf Xiaohong? Lady Lillian. Red Wolf also let out a joyful shout, and it was actually a female voice, but it sounded quite powerful. Lady Lillian, I knew you would come back. The red wolf named Xiaohong came to Lillian, paused, stuck out his tongue, with tears in his eyes. It looks more like a dog than a wolf. Lier walked forward, looked at Lillian and Red Wolf, who were like a master and servant, and asked, Goddess, won't you introduce me to them? Lear's words interrupted Lillian and Red Wolf's reminiscence. They both turned their heads at the same time. Red Wolf's eyes widened when he saw Lear and the bloody face above Lear's head. How do you have the bloody prisoner mask? And the bloody king's robe? These are obviously Queen Juliana's things. Listening to Red Wolf's words, Lear raised his eyebrows and heard a new name, which seemed to be the former Blood King, or Blood Queen. Lillian, who was standing by, showed a little sadness on her face when she heard the name Juliana. Well, Red, he is the new Blood King that I have chosen. This is Xiaohong, my former mount. Lillian introduced both sides. A new Blood King? Red Wolf was stunned for a moment, then seemed to have thought of something. Then Queen Juliana is dead. Lillian replied in a low voice. Lier listened quietly to the conversation between Lillian and Red Wolf. Since entering this old dream of blood, his cognition has been constantly expanding. What destruction, the gods' followers and so on. He could guess that these heretical gods were once very powerful, with their own old dreams and even divine domains, commanding a large number of believers and clans, but in the end, they were all destroyed by the so-called destruction, and only a few people survived. Whether it is the corrupted spirit or the Lord of Blood, it is the same. What exactly is destruction? Liar, Xiaohong, and I have something to talk about. I want Irina to take you around the temple. Lillian turned her head and said to Liar, then walked aside with Red Wolf. Lear shrugged his shoulders. When old friends meet, there are many things they need to talk about. Lear can understand that. Irina, who was standing by, heard this and walked carefully to Lier's side. Lord Blood King, let me show you around. Lier nodded and followed Irina. He was also very interested in this temple. The old dreams of the previous life were just copies. There were no intelligent creatures at all, let alone the gods and their followers. There were only copies that kept repeating. Players kill monsters in the dungeon and gain experience points. It's that simple. About half an hour later, Lear walked around the temple under the guidance of Irina. The layout and structure of the temple gave Lear a strong sense of déjà vu. It's the sense of déjà vu of a copy, compared to the vast old dream world outside the temple. The temple in front of him looked very much like the dungeon that Lear had conquered in his previous life. When Lear and Irina came back to Lillian's statue, Lillian and Red Wolf were already standing there, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Liar, I introduced Xiaohong to you before. She used to be my mount, but now she has become the core of this old dream. Lillian said softly. She is the core of the old dream? Lear was stunned. Yes. Lillian nodded. Let me explain. Red Wolf walked forward and looked at Lear with a strange look. The king chosen by Lillian had always been a woman, but the person in front of him was a man. It was really strange. She stared at Lear for a long time, then said, after the god's domain was shattered, I and some blood elves were lost in the void along with the shattered god's domain. The fragments of the divine realm gradually turned into a new old dream. We were trapped in the old dream and spent a long time like this. Then the blasphemous true spirit appeared. He broke into the old dream and tried to devour us. In the end, I had no choice but to merge with the core of the dream and gain the power to resist the blasphemous true spirit. But I could only protect the remaining blood elves and let them survive here. I heard from Lady Lillian that you wanted this old dream. Red Wolf said, paused, and then continued, I can give it to you, but the dream core I merged is only a part of it. The other part was taken away by the blasphemous true spirit. If you want to completely master this old dream, you must kill the blasphemous true spirit. Lear listened to Red Wolf's words, and it all came down to one thing, to kill the blasphemous spirit. As long as he kills the big snake, he can not only have the old dream, but also help Lillian complete the origin of the blood. To accomplish such a task, he must break through to the extraordinary level. Trigger mission, kill the true spirit that blasphemes the law, S rank. You have entered the broken blood god realm, which has been occupied by another god. The Lord of Blood Source needs your help. Mission objective, kill the blasphemous true spirit. Mission reward, 2 million experience points. Dream core, note, the strength of the blasphemous true spirit is far beyond your imagination. Although he is a semi-saint, he already possesses the realm of a saint. He is only at the level of a semi-saint due to the restrictions of the rules. Please consider your strategy carefully. The system panel appeared in front of Lear, and the mission was triggered to kill the blasphemous spirit. He closed the system panel silently. Lillian looked at Lear and said confidently, you don't have to worry about the blasphemous true spirit. I was a little worried at first, but now Xiaohong is here. As long as you can break through to the extraordinary level and fuse the corrupted divine blood, we will definitely be able to kill the blasphemous true spirit. As she spoke, Lillian looked at Red Wolf again. Xiao Hong, now that you have merged with the Dream Core, you should have some authority over the old dream. Let Li Er conduct the dream trial. The dream trial can quickly improve his strength. Dream trial? Li Er's eyes lit up when he heard the words Lillian said. Dream trial is what players in the previous life called a dungeon. Dream trial is the full name. You'll know in a moment. Lillian nodded. Come with me. Red Wolf didn't hesitate. She would not refuse any of Lillian's requests. The three of them soon arrived at a room deep in the temple. Xiao Hong walked in first, followed by Lear and Lillian. This was a rather large room, but it was empty except for some mysterious murals on the walls, in which Lear saw a man wearing a bloody mask. In the center of the room is a huge platform with complex ritual arrays outlined on the ground, which looks like an altar. Red Wolf leaped lightly onto the altar and looked up at the dome. Only then did Lear notice that there was a crystal-clear red diamond-shaped crystal on the dome. As the Red Wolf jumped into the altar, the crystal emitted a bright red light. The only dream trial sites I can open now are the temple and the blood plains. The royal city and the blood pool abyss have been taken away by the blasphemous spirit. The voice of Red Wolf came from the altar. So the only dream trials you can choose are the blood temple and the blood plains. The former is a little more difficult, while the latter is relatively simple. Red Wolf continued, the dream trial is a place between illusion and reality that is constructed using external energy absorbed from old dreams. Various mysterious creatures will appear in it. By killing them, you can gain pure magic power. When you accumulate enough magic power, you can increase your level. In the dream trial, your life will not be in any danger. Even if you are killed by the creatures inside, it is not true death. Although you won't really die, every time you die and resurrect, the old dream will consume a certain amount of your magic power to replenish itself. Red Wolf briefly introduced the rules of the dream trial, and Lear nodded obediently. When he heard that he would not die, he pretended to be surprised. This information is almost exactly the same as the dream trial copy in his previous life. In his previous life, he thought that the copy was just a copy, but now it seems that these copies are all controlled by the Dream Core. Maybe there is a god watching behind every copy. The old dream he entered in his previous life was not a real old dream at all, but just a fictional dream trial place. Liar raised his eyebrows. This was the limitation of being a player. Even though he had become a legendary professional in his previous life, he still didn't know the secret of the old dream. That's all I can tell you. Which one do you choose, the Blood Temple or the Blood Plains? The Red Wolf's voice sounded in Lear's ears again. A system prompt also appeared in front of Lear. Dream Trial opens, Blood Temple, entry requirements, level 60 or above, Blood Plains, entry requirements, level 10 or above. Lear immediately focused on the Dream Trial of the Blood Temple. The copies above level 60 correspond to high-level professionals. This is already a high-level copy. As for the Blood Plains, the level requirement is only level 10, and this is the most common dungeon. I choose the Blood Temple. Lier made his choice without hesitation. The level 10 copy offered almost no improvement to him. His level was 60, so he naturally chose the Blood Temple. Red Wolf didn't say much. A bright red light flashed, and Lear felt that all his perceptions had changed. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the statue of Lillian and came to the entrance of the temple. At the entrance of the temple, many blood elves were patrolling back and forth with weapons in hand. Judging from their aura, these blood elves had all reached a high level. Lier was a little surprised. For a high-level copy that required level 60, the monsters at the beginning were all high-level professionals. If an ordinary player comes to play this, won't he be ripped off? Obviously this is a multiplayer instance, but there is no hint of this. This is a very bad thing about the game copy of Law. No matter what level the copy is, there will be no prompt for the number of people. All of this is figured out by the players themselves. If a single player enters a multiplayer instance, they will just be demoted. Outside the trial space, Lillian and Red Wolf looked at Lear in the light screen. Lady Lillian, the king you chose has just entered a high-level realm. The Blood Temple is a high-level dungeon for 10 people. Is it really okay for you to let him in without telling him? Red Wolf said with some concern. Don't worry. Lilith smiled slightly. A copy of 10 people will not be difficult for the king I choose. Lear didn't know about the conversation between Lillian and Red Wolf. He looked at the blood elf in front of him with an eager expression. Since it is a high-level multiplayer instance, it means more generous rewards than a single-player instance. You should know that there is more to an instance than just experience points. Lear took out the Night Rose and added the blood swirl to it, turning it directly into a blood rose. Then he rushed towards the blood elves in front. Who dares to trespass into the Blood Temple? The guarding blood elves immediately took up a fighting stance. These blood elves are all practitioners of the blood law profession, most of them are high-level blood hunters, and there are a few blood knights. In just a moment, Lear felt a large number of negative effects befalling him. You have been marked by the blood mark of the blood hunter profession, and the damage the blood hunter causes you has increased slightly. You are cursed by the blood plague of the blood hunter profession. Perform a physical examination, judgment successful, you are exempt from this curse and are immune to the blood plague curse for 1 minute. The skills of the 2 blood hunters are still in Lear, and they are all familiar skills. After the blood law source quality increased to 10%, Lear could learn the skills of other blood law professions. However, because learning other professional skills under the same law requires some special props, he has not learned the skills of other professions until now, but even so, he was familiar with the skills of the blood hunter and blood knight professions. Lear waved his hand, and the same blood mark was thrown on the head of the blood elf in front of him, and then a blood-colored halo spread out, blood resonance activated. The blood elf in front paused for a moment. As a high-level elf, the effect of blood resonance was not outstanding, but it was enough. Lear's figure disappeared instantly, and the bloody rose in his hand became a murderous knife. End of this chapter. Chapter 137, 4K, Boss, Lillian's Red Wolf in front of the Blood Temple. Lear's figure shuttled among the many blood elf guards. With the blood rose, it was no problem for him to kill these blood elves with thick blood. Relying on the Nightingale swordsmanship that greatly increases speed, Lear can easily escape from the siege of the blood elves. The Aslan Royal swordsmanship is saved for last, based on Lear's understanding of the dungeon. In a high-level dungeon for 10 people, the final boss guarding the dungeon must be a creature of extraordinary level. You killed the blood elf, blood hunter, you gained 5879 experience points. You killed the blood elf, blood knight, you gained 6487 experience points. System prompts kept appearing in front of Lear. Every blood elf could provide Lear with rich experience points. He hadn't done a dungeon like this for a long time. Considering that each blood elf has about 5,000 to 6,000 experience points, it would be normal for him to gain 300,000 to 500,000 experience points after clearing such a dungeon. The CD for high-level dungeon strategies is generally 12 hours. By clearing it twice a day, Lear can gain nearly 1,000,000 experience points. In at most a month, he can gain enough experience points to be promoted to the extraordinary level. Lear rediscovered the gaming experience of being the 4th Scourge. You can increase your level in this way without having to complete tasks or practice hard like you did in the Royal City. This is the treatment a time traveler should have. Outside the trial space, Red Wolf watched as Lear easily killed the blood elves guarding the gate one by one, with a shocked expression on her face. Especially when she saw the power emanating from Lear that did not belong to the blood law, she was completely stunned. Lady Lillian, why would the king use the power of other laws? Red Wolf asked in disbelief. You shouldn't ask me this. Lillian shook her head. Sometimes she also felt very strange. The use of any law power requires the approval of the gods, but neither the arcane law nor the law of war disappeared after Lear obtained her blood law. Normally, when gaining other law powers, one would be prompted by the law and could only choose one law to keep. But Lear did not seem to have such a choice. It was as if the gods behind the laws of arcane and war didn't care to share Lear as a believer. While Lillian and Red Wolf were talking, Lear had already entered the temple. As soon as he entered, he felt his body being suppressed. You have entered the blood temple. You are cursed by blood. Your health cannot be restored by any means. The system prompt popped up, and Lear raised his eyebrows. He couldn't restore his health in the temple. Any method meant that no matter whether it was taking medicine, the recovery skills of the prayer, or the blood-sucking skills, they were all ineffective. This undoubtedly greatly increases the difficulty of the copy. Originally, I could still absorb blood through the characteristics of the bloody rose, but now I have to be more careful. Lear walked towards the interior of the temple, passed through the empty hall, and just as he reached the corridor, he saw dark red eyes appearing above his head. A bat swooped down from the sky, dark and dense like a cloud. Lear was not in a hurry when seeing this. There was a red light in his eyes, and the light red halo spread out. The bats flying towards him seemed to be immobilized by a spell. After a brief pause, they let out a shrill scream and then fell from the air one by one. This small and weak monster posed no threat to Lear, and a blood resonance was enough to destroy it. After all the bats fell to the ground, Lear finished off each one. Although the bats were weak, they were also mid-level monsters and gave them a lot of experience points. Lear continued to move forward. With rich experience in dungeons in his previous life, the construction of the blood temple was not difficult at all for Lear. The red runes on the wall will emit red light when passing by, and have the same effect as the blood resonance, causing the blood to stop flowing and the person to fall into a state of suffocation and difficulty in movement. There is a big hidden orb on the other side of the red rune, waiting to give a heavy blow after the attacker is controlled. Lear tried out traps like these one by one, and the Red Wolf outside widened his eyes. If Lear was powerful enough to kill the monsters in the dungeon, Red Wolf could still understand it, but she found it hard to accept that none of the many traps could trap Lear. Lear continued to move forward and killed the last elite blood elf. He finally came to the end of the temple, which was where he conducted the dream trial. Pushing open the dusty door, the hall was pitch black, with only the altar in the center emitting a faint red light. Lear walked straight in, and the moment he entered the hall, the door behind him slammed shut. In the sky above, a rich blood-red color flickered on the red crystal. Gradually, the blood-red color continued to spread, as if it had turned into fresh blood and flowed down from the crystal. The red blood gathered in the middle of the altar, and finally gradually took shape, turning into the appearance of a red wolf, Lillian's red wolf, extraordinary commander. Looking at the red wolf in front of him, Lear was stunned for a moment. It turned out to be the extraordinary boss who commanded the template. You have to know that he is just an elite-level template now, you blasphemer who broke into the blood temple. Only death can wash away your disrespect. Red Wolf spoke, his tone full of murderous intent and coldness. Lear shrugged and held up the bloody rose. The next second, the Red Wolf attacked him so fast that only a trace of afterimage was left. In just a moment, the Red Wolf came in front of Lear and grabbed him fiercely with its sharp claws. Lear quickly used the bloody rose to block, but the huge force made him retreat several meters until he stopped in front of the closed door. His expression gradually became solemn. The speed and strength of the Red Wolf in front of him were far beyond his imagination. It's a tough nut to crack. A high-level multiplayer copy is definitely not that simple. Instead, Lear felt a desire to fight. This was the first time he met a real boss that made him want to fight. After the Red Wolf's attack, it leaped back and looked at Lear with a pair of bright red eyes. Suddenly, a series of bright red magic circles rose up beside the Red Wolf. From the magic circles, blood-colored spears shot out and pointed directly at Lear. Seeing this, Lear quickly dodged, and the bloody spear brushed past him and shot into the stone wall behind him, piercing directly into it, leaving a charred mark of corrosion where it was pierced. The blood-red spears were like a hail of bullets, and Lear's figure was moving through the gaps between the spears. The speed bonus provided by the Nightingale swordsmanship was no longer able to keep up. After all, his agility attribute was only 42 points, which was completely incomparable to the Red Wolf who had undergone an extraordinary qualitative change. Lear immediately used Aslan's royal swordsmanship. With his own attributes added to his agility, his speed instantly increased. While dodging the attack of the blood-colored spear, Lear rushed towards the Red Wolf. While speeding, he also cut a scar on his arm, and the flowing blood scattered all over the hall with Lear's movements. At the same time, a faint blood mist emanated from Lear's body, and blood seeds spread in the hall. With the help of Aslan's royal swordsmanship, Lear's speed was basically on par with Red Wolf. In an instant, he arrived in front of Red Wolf and stabbed him fiercely with the blood-red rose in his hand. Roar! A painful and angry roar came from the Red Wolf's mouth. The characteristics of the bloody rose amplified the pain felt by the Red Wolf many times. Although it was just a dream trial, the creatures in the trial also had a sense of pain. When the Red Wolf was angry because of the pain, Lear seized the opportunity, and the blood-red rose in his hand emitted a terrifying red light, turning into a hideous blood-red spear and hurled it fiercely at the Red Wolf. This time, the Red Wolf had just come back to his senses from the pain. When he saw the bloody spear shooting towards him, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. In front of her, a blood-red light curtain appeared out of thin air, and the blood-red rose directly pierced the light curtain. The powerful energy fluctuations shattered the surrounding pillars in the hall. The blood-red light became dazzling, and the shield released by the Red Wolf lasted only a few seconds before it shattered. Then the blood-red rose pierced into the body of the Red Wolf behind the light curtain. The Red Wolf wailed once more, the extreme pain causing him to roll on the ground continuously, and the long blood bar above his head also dropped a lot. Lear looked at this scene. His expression was not too happy. A flash of blood appeared, and the blood-red rose returned to his hand. This attack only took away 1/5 of Red Wolf's health. This was already his strongest attack, and he had to wait 10 minutes before using it again. And if you want to maximize the power of this attack, you need to accumulate strength, and it is also important to grasp the timing. Lear suddenly realized a problem. His means of attack were so inadequate. The Blood Apostle's skills are all very powerful, but most of them are not powerful attack effects, but strangely powerful abilities. He possesses up to 90% of the warlaw profession, but has no professional skills in the warlaw. His mage ability is still at the intermediate level. It seems that it will be a long time before he can improve it. There was no spellbook in the Farah Fortress that would allow him to increase his affinity with the arcane law. In most of the previous battles, Lear won by relying on swordsmanship, which can be simply put by using basic attacks. As a time traveler and heretic boss, how can he not have powerful and gorgeous attack skills? Roar! Just as Lear was thinking, the Red Wolf had recovered and looked at Lear with anger in his eyes. Damned intruder, I will cut you into pieces. The Red Wolf was furious. In her bloody mouth, bright red light gathered and finally condensed into the shape of a long knife. The wolf was holding a long knife in its mouth, and the scene looked very strange no matter how you looked at it. However, the terrifying magical fluctuations released from the long sword made Lear feel the breath of death. Xiaohong, why did you even take out the blood blade? Lillian, who was watching from outside the trial space, said helplessly when she saw the blade in Red Wolf's mouth. Red Wolf blinked his eyes and pretended to be innocent. Lady Lillian, this was generated by the dream trial instance itself. It has nothing to do with me. Lillian glared at Red Wolf with an expression that said, I don't believe you. The controller of the Dream Core can invade the dream trial and control the bodies of the creatures therein to carry out the trial simultaneously. Just now, Lillian saw that Red Wolf had a ferocious expression. As early as the beginning, Red Wolf took over the control of Red Wolf in the trial, so the extreme pain brought by Lil's bloody rose was also inflicted on Red Wolf. If Lillian had not been beside him, Red Wolf would have cried out in pain. Looking at Lear in the trial space, Red Wolf turned her back to Lillian, her eyes full of anger. She had just wanted to test the strength of Lear, the chosen king, but she didn't expect to be tricked once, no, twice. Lear actually possesses a weapon that can greatly amplify pain. How can a king be so cruel? Lear had no idea what was happening outside the trial space, and his battle with the Red Wolf became increasingly intense. Aslan's royal swordsmanship had been continued, and a lot of his magic power had been consumed. If he continued to drag it out, he would be killed by the Red Wolf after his magic power was exhausted. The bloody blade kept slashing towards Lear. Lear relied on Aslan's royal swordsmanship to continuously resist, while at the same time, he used space to continuously leave wounds on the Red Wolf. With the help of Aslan's royal swordsmanship, Lear's speed could barely compete with Red Wolf, but Lear's swordsmanship was much better than Red Wolf's. Using the long sword with his mouth, the blood bar above the Red Wolf's head was constantly decreasing. Outside the trial space, the Red Wolf gritted her teeth. She had turned off the shared sense, so she could not feel the pain brought by the bloody rose, but because of this, the accuracy of her control over the Red Wolf dropped to a lower level. Lear continued to reduce the Red Wolf's health. With his extreme speed, he could stab out several swords in 1 second. The Red Wolf's health was constantly decreasing. If he continued like this, it wouldn't take long before he could kill the Red Wolf. Seeing that his magic power was about to run out, Lear stepped back and drank the potion in the blue secret dewdrop bottle in a flash. I gave myself another 60 seconds. And using other skills within 60 seconds does not consume mana. The two sides started a tug-of-war again. Every attribute transformation and dancing on the edge of the knife made Lear feel nervous. The light red blood mist also continued to merge into the Red Wolf's body during the battle, but the Red Wolf didn't notice at all. Lear also felt a little strange. The Red Wolf's movements were not as agile and precise as before. Just when Lear was wondering, the Red Wolf suddenly jumped onto the altar and howled with its head raised. The crystal on the dome emitted a dazzling light, and the surrounding scene seemed to have changed. A red moon appeared in the sky, and then countless blood-colored lightsabers fell like rain. Outside the trial space, Xiaohong smiled. This was her final killer move, a large-scale attack with no blind spots. She didn't believe that Lear could withstand it. Just as she was waiting for Lear to fail in his challenge of the copy, Lear's body drew a graceful arc. Red Wolf opened her eyes wide. This was the Blood Dynasty's signature sword skill, and it couldn't be selected in 1 second. She knew it very well, but what was the use of only 1 second? But the next second, she saw blood-red roses blooming on the Red Wolf. She controlled those large amounts of blood seeds that were parasitic on the body, which the Red Wolf could not perceive because of the shielding of pain. All exploded in the body of the Red Wolf. End of this chapter. Chapter 138, 4K, Dungeon Rewards. In the upcoming night selection, blood roses continued to bloom from the Red Wolf's body, gradually covering the Red Wolf's entire body. The blood bar above the Red Wolf's head was finally emptied in the explosion of the blood seeds. You killed the dream trial boss, Lillian's Red Wolf, and you gained 15 experience points. A system prompt popped up in front of Lear's eyes, and at the same time, the effect of his dynasty sword skill ended. The blood-red lightsaber falling from the sky hung above Lear's head and disappeared at the moment it was about to hit him. The body of the Red Wolf stood upright, and the bright red roses blooming all over its body looked particularly strange and beautiful. As Lear watched, 2 rays of light fell out of the Red Wolf's body. Lear picked up the fallen items without hesitation. The dream trial of the Blood Temple is ended. You have obtained the skill book, Blood Moon Coming, Skill Source Crystal. After a period of illusory distortion, Lear withdrew from the dream trial and returned to the hall. Red Wolf and Lillian were looking at him. The former had a hint of annoyance in his eyes, while Lillian had a very satisfied expression. Lear didn't care about the gazes of the two people. He stared at the item in his hand with a somewhat excited look. The rewards for the dream trial include a large amount of experience points, as well as skill books and skill source crystals. The former are skills that players can learn, while the latter are what players need to learn, skills that are not related to their profession. Most of the skills in law do not have any career requirements to learn, only law affinity requirements and attribute requirements. For example, a war knight can learn the skills of the spy and berserker, who are also war law professions. You can even learn the skills of a mage, but the prerequisite is that you must have the law affinity of the arcane law. Since the player can only choose a single law, there is no ability to gain multiple law skills like Lear. However, professional skills under the same law can indeed be learned from each other, and the props needed for learning are skill source crystals. The number of skill source crystals consumed to learn a Skill will vary depending on the level of the skill being learned. This dream trial only gave one skill source crystal, which was only enough to learn other professional skills at the apprentice level, but Lier was already very satisfied. The drop rate of something like a skill source crystal is extremely low. In the past life, even if there was only one, it could be auctioned for a sky-high price. After putting away the skill source crystal, Lier looked at the skill book that exploded. Extraordinary skill, Blood Moon arrives. Introduction, the signature skill from the Blood Red Wolf. The bloody full moon symbolizes the Lord of Blood effect, summons a bloody red moon. Under the moonlight, the power of the blood law will be enhanced. You can gather the power of blood to rain down bloody swords to attack the enemy, or gather the power of blood to form a blood moon sword to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. The skill effect is affected by the mysterious attribute, consumes 500 mana, and has a cooldown of 3 hours. Learning requirements, Blood Law affinity 50%, mystical attribute 80. Looking at the skill book in his hand, Lier's eyes lit up. This is an extraordinary skill of the Blood Law profession. This skill is similar to the sword skills he has learned. They are both universal skills, not belonging to other professions, and do not require skill source crystals. They can be learned directly. I think it should be the last skill released by Red Wolf during the trial just now. It can not only attack in groups, but also launch powerful single target attacks and provide support. Such skill books are more precious than skill source crystals. Except for the skill books of the mage profession, other general skill books in the game are very rare, and those with powerful effects are even rarer. Lier chose to study without hesitation, and Lillian and Red Wolf also came up. How does it feel? Lillian asked. Not bad. Lier nodded. After this trip, Lier gained a total of 400,000 experience points and 2 rare items. He was very satisfied. Lillian also nodded. Xiaohong can open a high-level dream trial like the Blood Temple twice a day. Anyway, this is just your blood incarnation, so stay here to improve your strength. The matters of the Pharaoh Fortress will be left to your original body, okay? Of course, no problem. Lier agreed immediately. Red Wolf said nothing, just looked at Lier and snorted. On the other side, Fort Pharaoh, it was already dawn when Hannah and the other two returned to the fortress. They did not stay at the Adventurers Guild, but walked directly to the Triumph Square. When they arrived at the Triumph Square, the 4 major knightly orders were training as usual. Knight Commander Arson, is Miss Sheila here? Hannah walked up to Arson at the front of the team and asked. Yazan turned around and stared at the dusty Hannah and the other two for a moment, then pointed to the lounge next to them and said, Sheila is in the lounge. What do you want to see her for? About the commission to collect herbs. Hannah answered somewhat awkwardly. After thanking Arson, she walked towards the lounge not far away. Pushing open the door of the lounge, Sheila was brewing potion with her back to them. She did not stop even when she heard the door open. There was a strange smell coming from the medicine furnace. Sheila kept throwing the herbs next to it into it. The originally light yellow potion slowly merged with the herbs and finally turned light blue. Scylla took a deep breath, sniffed the smell in the medicine furnace, and finally nodded with satisfaction. She closed the medicine furnace and finally said angrily, Yazan, I've told you many times not to disturb me when I'm refining medicine. What if I fail? She said this, then turned her head and looked at the person who broke in behind her. When she saw the 3 figures behind her, the expression on her face froze, as if she had seen something that shouldn't exist. Why did Hannah and the other 2 who were supposed to have died in the Decision Mountains come back? Didn't they go to the Decision Mountains? Sheila was silent. The atmosphere in the lounge became a little weird. After a while, Hannah said awkwardly, Sheila, Hannah. Sheila reacted and smiled quickly, and asked, Hannah, didn't you help me pick the nightdew flowers? Have you picked them? After hearing what Sheila said, Hannah, who was already a little embarrassed, became even more embarrassed. She and her adventurer team members looked at each other and said helplessly, Sorry, Sheila, we didn't get any nightdew flowers. What's going on? Sheila asked, pretending to be surprised. Here's what happened. Hannah hesitated as she spoke about what happened at Decision Mountains. Shira listened quietly, frowning when she heard Hannah talk about a demon killing the snake man and letting them leave. You mean a demon saved you from the snake people? Shira said in a deep voice. Yes. Hannah nodded. If it weren't for that demon, we would have died there. Did the demon finally take the snake man to the rift? Sheila asked again. Yes. Hannah nodded. Sheila stopped talking. Her face was expressionless, but her heart was stirring. Let the adventurers go to the chasm, then let the snakemen kill the adventurers, and finally give them to the blasphemous spirit to devour. This is what she has always done, and she has never failed. But now Hannah and the other 2 have come back alive. When the adventurers disappeared before, everyone just thought that they were killed by monsters because they ventured deep into the Decision Mountains. But now Hannah and the other 2 saw the snake man with real eyes. Snake people are different from monsters. If the Stewart family knew about this, they would definitely regard the snake people as a threat. After all, the unintelligent magical beasts and the snakemen who capture and hunt adventurers are of two different natures. Sheila, I'm sorry that we can't complete your commission. The rift is too dangerous, and we can't pick the night dew flowers with our current strength. But we have already used your potion. We will buy your potion at the market price, okay? Hannah said a little embarrassedly. Sheila looked at Hannah and smiled after a brief silence. She said, of course, my potions are meant to be sold for money. Since there is a dangerous situation in the rift, I will naturally not let you take risks again. We will raise the money for the potion as soon as possible. Hannah said gratefully. Using money to make up for Sheila's potion was actually a bargain for them, because magic resonance potion was very rare and would be snatched up once it was taken out. It could be said that there was no market for it. After exchanging a few words with Shira, Hannah left with her team of adventurers. Looking at Hannah's leaving back, Shira's expression became a little gloomy. Things have gone beyond her expectations. Both Hannah's return alive and the devil have made her feel a sense of crisis. What exactly is that devil? Will the other party, who has held the snake man hostage, enter the old dream? Sheila fell into deep thought. As time passed, Hannah spread the news of what happened in the rift. Rumors of snake people and demons spread among adventurers. As the top adventurer team in the Adventurers Guild, Hannah and her 3 companions almost died in the rift, which made many adventurers fear the rift. However, the matter of the snake man and the demon did not attract much attention because Lear's night selection was about to begin. At Stewart Mansion, Lear sat on a recliner and Milia lay in his arms. The two had been staying together like this for the past few days. Lear has not gone out these days. His blood incarnation has been undergoing dream trials, which has consumed a lot of his mental energy. After all, the blood incarnation is also controlled by part of his spirit. This kept his mind in a state of high concentration, but the gains were still good. Not only did he gain a large amount of experience points, but he also got an extra skill source crystal, including the skill source crystal he obtained at the beginning. He now has 2, but it is only enough for him to learn a basic skill. So Lier just put away the skill source crystals, preparing to save up some more to directly learn high-level blood hunter skills, or wait until he breaks through to the extraordinary level and learn extraordinary skills. Master, the carriage is ready. The little maid Iroh walked in from outside and said respectfully, I'll be right there. Lear nodded. Today was the day he was selecting knights. I heard that many people came, not just adventurers, but even the Church of War had sent knights here, and some people from the original 4 major knight orders had also withdrawn. I want to go with you too. Milia took Lear's hand and shook his sleeves like a spoiled child. Of course, it's my honor, my princess. Lear smiled, hugged Milia in his arms and kissed Milia's cheek. The two held hands and went out together. The coachman was ready, and Lear and Miria took Iroh into the carriage. About half an hour later, the carriage arrived at the fortress arena. There were a lot of people gathered outside the arena. All of them were there to watch the fun, and when they saw the carriage carved with the Stewart Lion family emblem, they all made way for it. Is that Lord Albert's son? He's so handsome. I heard that this Master Lear is a wizard. You are out of date. Master Lear is an unprecedented dual law professional. Not only can he use the power of a mage, but he can also use the power of the law of war. He even defeated Knight Commander Yasin in a duel before. There was a lot of discussion all around, and Lear didn't stay for too long. He handed the carriage to the staff of the arena, and then Lear took Milia and Iroh into the arena. Master Lear, please follow me. A man who seemed to be the arena manager bowed slightly to Lear and pointed inside the arena. You are? I'm the administrator of the arena and a member of the Knights of the Mad Lion. Master Lear, just call me Hank. The administrator smiled. Are you also a member of the Knights of the Mad Lion? Lear was a little surprised. Yes, in fact, the fortress arena is also the property of the Stewart family. The manager behind it is the commander of the 3rd Legion of the Mad Lion Knights, Lord Eric Carrizo. Hank explained. Lier raised his eyebrows. Behind the Adventurers Guild are the Knights of the Wild Lion, and so are the Fortress Arena. It seems that many places in the fortress are secretly controlled by the Stewart family. No wonder there is peace in the fortress and there is almost no voice of dissatisfaction with Stewart. It seems that his father still has some means. Following Hank all the way, Lear came to the VIP stands. At this time, there were already many people in the arena eagerly waiting for the selection. There were at least several hundred people among them. The lowest level professionals are also at the beginner level, and there are also a few mid-level professionals. In addition to Hannah and the other two, there were 2 mid-level professionals from the Adventurers Guild, a mid-level professional from the War Church, and 2 people who withdrew from the 4 major knightly orders to participate in the selection. Lier came to the center of the stands and picked up the documents on the table. which recorded the information of those who had registered for the selection. Lear paid close attention to the 8 mid-level professionals, especially the 2 who withdrew from the 4 major knightly orders. Both of them were from the War Tiger Knights of Yazan. Seeing this, Lear raised his eyebrows. End of this chapter. Chapter 139, 4K, Mysterious Charlene and the official start of the selection. Father, I've already told you that I don't want to participate in this knight selection. There was a noisy quarrel not far away. Lear put down the documents in his hand and looked over. The president of the Adventurers Guild was walking over with a tall woman. The woman had a rather gentle appearance, and her chestnut curly hair added a touch of gorgeousness to her beauty. No matter what, you must take part in Master Lear's knight selection this time. How long has it been since you had formal knight training? What future do you have if you keep fooling around with those rich girls? Farouk scolded in frustration. As Lear listened to the conversation between the two, his expression became a little strange. Is this your daughter, President Farouk? Lear stood up and asked with a gentle smile. Farouk turned around and smiled. Yes, Master Lear, this is my daughter Charlene. She is a mid-level knight and will definitely meet the requirements of your knights. We'll know whether he meets the requirements during the selection process later. Lear smiled. Farouk nodded. Originally, he planned to use the back door to let Charlene join Lear's knights, but now it seems that Lear has no intention of opening this back door for him. Charlene on the side looked at Lear, her beautiful peach blossom eyes examining the man in front of her. This young master of the Stewart family gave her a feeling of being both familiar and unfamiliar. Compared with the Lear Stewart she had seen, he was completely different in every aspect except his appearance. After looking at Lear for a while, Charlene was silent for a few seconds, and then said angrily, "You don't want me to join your knights?" The girl's sudden words startled both Lear and Farouk. "I'm telling you. I like women. If you let me join your knights, the girls in the knights will..." Charlene completely ignored her father and continued talking to herself. While she was talking, she even pretended to glance at Eno and Milia who were standing next to Lear. She looked over, and when she saw Milia, she suddenly frowned. What a beautiful girl, and she looked familiar. After a few seconds of silence, Charlene's eyes widened. Is this Princess Milia? Charlene. What are you talking about? Farouk was a little exasperated. He had always concealed the fact that his daughter liked women, but Charlene actually took the initiative to tell him. Will Master Lear accept a woman with this quirk? Farouk looked at Charlene helplessly. His daughter was fine when she was a child, but she became a little strange after she turned 16 and stopped interacting with others. He had planned to let Charlene marry Yazan, but in the end Charlene got a reputation for liking women, and the plan was eventually dropped. Being stared at by Charlene, Milia shyly hid behind Lear. Lear looked at Charlene with a strange expression. It was indeed rare to see a woman who liked women. However, from the way Charlene looked at Milia, Lear did not feel any emotion of like or admiration. Instead, I saw shock in it. This shock was not because of Milia's beauty, but a shock as if I had seen someone I shouldn't have seen. Do you really? Lear came in front of Xiaolin and gently lifted the girl's chin in the girl's shocked eyes. Do you really like women? He spoke meaningfully, and Xiaolin was completely stunned. It took her a while to react. She quickly took several steps back, and her face suddenly turned red. A person's hobbies cannot be revealed by words. Looking at Charlene's reaction, Lear instantly understood that she was just a naive girl pretending to be innocent. With his keen sense of smell, he could smell the scent of a pure girl's blood from Charlene. A woman who likes women and talks about it openly will not be like a virgin who blushes when teased by a man. You, what are you doing? Charlene glared at Lear in shame and anger. No man had ever done such an intimate thing to her. Nothing, I just think it's a pity for a lovely girl like you to like a woman. Lear smiled with pretended regret. Charlene never expected that Lear would say such a thing. It had been a long time since she pretended to like women and no man had spoken to her like this. Farouk, who was standing by, was also stunned when he saw this scene. Instead of being angry because Lear teased Charlene, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Lear did not reject Charlene just because she liked women, and even praised Charlene's appearance. If Charlene could have a relationship with Lear, even as a lover, he wouldn't have to worry about his daughter anymore. The lover of the Stewart heir is much more important than the wife of Knight Yasin. Okay, I won't discriminate against you because of your hobby. The knight selection will begin soon. If you want to join my knights, go downstairs and prepare. Lear smiled at Charlene, then returned to the stands and picked up the document again. Charlene's expression became a little complicated, and under her father's pull, she had to go downstairs to prepare. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and the selection officially began. Lear jumped down from the stands, and the noisy crowd quieted down, looking at the hundreds of professionals in front of him. Lear originally planned to test the strength of these professionals himself, but now there are so many people, he can't take care of them. I'm glad that you all can come to participate in my knight selection. Lear glanced at the people present. To be honest, I didn't expect there would be so many people, but this also shows that you all recognize me. However, I only plan to select 5 people this time, so I will only choose 5 outstanding knights from among you to join my knights." As Lear finished speaking, the crowd began to talk. They all knew all this, but only 5 people were needed, and there were more than 5 mid-level professionals on the scene. "Doesn't that mean that all the entry-level professionals have no chance?" As if he could see what everyone was thinking, Lier smiled and said, "My selection this time is not just based on magic power, but also talent and ability to fight on the spot. So I will divide you into 10 groups of 20 people each, and have a big melee. No matter how you fight, the 10 people left will enter the next round of selection, and I will personally select them." As soon as these words were spoken, many entry-level professionals showed a glimmer of hope on their faces. The selection was not a one-on-one battle, but a melee, which meant that even mid-level professionals could be eliminated by a group attack. There were 10 groups, but there were only 8 intermediate professionals, which meant that at least 2 groups would be made up entirely of beginner professionals. This gave the beginner professionals a chance to enter the second round of assessment, and many of them were eager to try, but the 8 intermediate professionals on the field were a little uncomfortable. "Next, let's start the group drawing." Lier smiled, and Eno took a big box and placed it on the ground beside him. Everyone stepped forward one by one to receive the number tags. Soon everyone had received the number tags and the 10 groups were divided. The first 8 groups each had a mid-level professional, and the last 2 groups were composed entirely of beginner professionals. It is hard not to think that Lear had arranged this deliberately. Facing everyone's gaze, Lear kept smiling. Among these 8 mid-level professionals, except for Hannah and the other 3, Xiaolin and another man from the Adventurers Guild, Lear didn't really want the other 3. One was from the Church of War. He did not want to have believers of the Church of War in his own knightly order. The other 2 were those who withdrew from the War Tiger Knights. If someone quit the Fighting Tiger Knights just to curry favor with him, the young master of Stuart, Lear would despise such a person who curries favor with the powerful. If the person was sent by Yazan to gather information about him, he would be even less likely to accept it. After the grouping was over, the melee began directly, starting with the first group, and Lear returned to the stands. The first one was Charlene. When she was about to go on stage, Farouk sternly warned her, "Little girl, you'd better pass the selection, otherwise you'll have to earn your own pocket money in the future." Charlene curled her lips, not caring at all. She glanced at Lear in the stands and nodded as if possessed. A total of 20 people stood on the ring. The rules of the competition did not allow malicious killing, and anyone leaving the ring would be eliminated. As soon as Charlene came on stage, the other professionals' eyes were cast over to her. As the only mid-level professional in the first group, and such a beautiful woman, it was hard not to attract attention. "Should we take action against Miss Charlene?" An adventurer who knew Charlene's identity asked hesitantly, "What are you afraid of?" "This is a selection held by Master Lier. Even though Miss Charlene is the president's daughter, she has no privileges," said another adventurer nonchalantly. A total of 19 beginner professionals directly surrounded Xiaolin. The beginners had no chance of winning against the advanced professionals. If they wanted to get a place to qualify, they had to eliminate Xiaolin first, so that they would have a chance. The 19 professionals were all professionals of the law of war. They drew their weapons and attacked Xiaolin. Charlene looked at the professionals in front of her with some disdain. She hadn't taken action for a long time, and these people had forgotten her former name. The Thorn Flower of the Adventurers Guild is not to be trifled with. The girl took out her own weapon from the storage items, and it turned out that she was using a rapier just like Lear. The moment Xiaolin drew out the rapier, the figure rushed forward quickly. A war knight charged at Charlene, but the gap between the beginner and intermediate levels was huge, and Charlene was using a rapier, so she was obviously taking the agile route. The girl's figure shuttled through the crowd like a butterfly, and with a violent thrust, she knocked 2 entry-level professionals out of the ring and eliminated them directly. Charlene knew very well that in a 1-on-19 situation, under normal circumstances she would have no chance of winning, but this was not a battle of life and death, but a duel. Leaving the ring means losing, so Charlene has a lot of room to maneuver. 2 people were eliminated directly. And the remaining professionals all changed their expressions and became more cautious. They also realized that with Xiaolin's speed, it was not difficult to defeat them one by one. For a moment, except for a few inexperienced people, many professionals became cautious, but this decision was exactly what Charlene wanted. If the remaining people united, she would be really troubled. But since they became timid, that was her chance. The storm howled around Charlene. The War Knight's calling storm will exert different power in the hands of different professionals. Some people pursue powerful destructive power, like arson before, using a large amount of magic power to summon a huge storm and give people a thunderous blow, but some people will use the speed generated by the storm to bless themselves. At the same time, they will enchant the storm for close-range attacks. Lier in the stands widened his eyes at Charlene's actions. Such skills should not appear in an NPC. This is a skill that players in the previous life figured out. It was not until the players came that it was developed. Why did Xiaolin do this? The storm swirled around Xiaolin, making the girl's speed reach an astonishing level. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Xiaolin was like a gust of wind. The storm turned into wind blades and flew in all directions. Xiaolin herself also shuttled through the crowd. In just a short while, 7 or 8 professionals were eliminated. The audience in the stands were also impressed by Charlene's strength, and a warm cheer rang out in the arena. The remaining professionals were caught off guard by Charlene's sudden burst of strength, and it was too late when they wanted to unite. Looking at the panicked professionals, Charlene smiled contemptuously. These professionals were just a group of scattered people and were competitors on the stage. It was impossible for them to truly unite. It's time to end it. Charlene stood there, and the storm around her became more and more intense. A true storm of awakening. The wind howled, and the storm formed a hurricane around Charlene, just like the storm that Yasin had unleashed before. The remaining professionals all showed panic expressions, but it was too late. Charlene waved her hand, and the storm around her swept directly towards the other professionals. The violent hurricane swept the entire arena, and amidst a burst of screams, all the remaining professionals were lifted into the sky and fell outside the arena one by one. The arena fell into a brief silence, followed by even louder cheers. Normally, there would be no mid-level professionals fighting in the arena, only apprentices or entry-level professionals. Now the audience was truly eye-opening. Charlene enjoyed the cheers and felt a little proud, but she didn't notice that in the stands, Lear was looking at her as if she were his prey. There is something wrong with this Charlene. Both his previous reaction to Milia and his use of Call to Storm just now were too strange. Lear's eyes became deep. It seemed necessary to find an opportunity to interrogate him properly. End of this chapter. Chapter 140, for K, I'm going to beat 10 of them. The first group selection ended with Charlene's victory. In the stands, many people looked surprised at Charlene's performance, especially for the members of the 4 major knightly orders. Any mid-level war knight will have the skill of calling down a storm, but it is truly shocking to be able to master it and use it in a different way like Charlene has. Even Albert, who was standing on a high place, showed a look of surprise. The selection continued and the remaining 9 groups completed the selection amid the audience's enthusiastic anticipation. The 8 mid-level professionals, except for 1 new mid-level professional from the Adventurers Guild who was defeated due to his lack of skills, the remaining 7 mid-level professionals all advanced, with the experience of Xiaolin as a lesson. These mid-level professionals are very cautious. In addition, there are 3 entry-level professionals who stand out. All 3 of them are just one step away from breaking through to the intermediate level, and their strength should not be underestimated. The eliminated professionals left the arena one after another, leaving only 10 people. Lier put down the documents in his hand and walked down from the stands. He glanced at the people in front of him and smiled. You are all excellent professionals who can survive in the melee, but I will only select 5 of you. After listening to Lear's words, the 10 people all looked stern, and still only 5 of them could stay. Next, I will personally test you. Lier said calmly. In this test, I will observe your overall quality. Even beginners will have the opportunity to become members of my knights. He took a careful look at the 3 entry-level professionals standing at the edge. Except for their lower magic power levels, these 3 professionals were not weaker than the other 7 mid-level professionals in other aspects, and were even stronger in some aspects. The final test is very simple. You will form a team of 10 people, and your task is to defeat me. Lier stated the content of the final test. As soon as those words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Not only the 10 candidates standing in the arena, but also the audience in the stands all stared with wide eyes. Master Lier, you want to fight against 10 of us alone? A mid-level professional asked in disbelief. Yes. Lier nodded and said nonchalantly. From now on, you are members of a team. All you have to do is unite and defeat me. After getting Lier's confirmation, the 10 professionals looked at each other, and all 10 of them saw a hint of hesitation in the other's eyes. Lier claims to be a mid-level professional, although he is a dual professional of arcane law and war law. But is it a bit too arrogant to fight 10 people alone? In the stands, Albert was watching Lear, but he had no reaction to Lear's decision. Although he didn't know how strong Lear was, based on the swordsmanship that Lear had shown in his previous battle with him, he should have no problem dealing with 10 mid-level and entry-level professionals. Lord Albert, he is worthy of being your son. His confidence is no less than yours in the past. A knight in armor stood next to Albert, looking at Lear below the arena, and said with a smile, Sid, don't you think Lear's decision is arrogant? Albert turned his head and looked at the burly knight beside him. I can still tell whether it's arrogance or self-confidence. The knight named Sid smiled. He looked at the young man below, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Fighting 10 people alone was indeed an arrogant act, but he also felt real confidence from Lear's tone. It was not arrogance, but confidence, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. Then you just take a look. I called you back from your fiefdom just to let you see Lear, my son, the next Duke of Stuart. Albert laughed. The more powerful Lear appears, the more recognition he will get from these knights, and in the future, when Lear inherits the title of Duke of Stuart, it will be more stable. The members of the 4 knights on the other side were also shocked after hearing Lear's words. They had seen Lear's strength, but wasn't it a bit too exaggerated to fight 1 against 10? The 4 captains of the knights had different expressions. Arsene gritted his teeth. He admitted that Lear was very strong, but he didn't believe that Lear could fight 10 people alone. Sheila on the side had a deep look in her eyes. If you are ready, then let the assessment begin. Lear didn't waste any more words and took out the knight rose from the storage ring. The gorgeous rapier caught Charlene's attention as soon as it appeared. She was a little surprised that Lear used a rapier like her. Generally speaking, only women would choose a rapier, and then only as a decoration. There are very few people who actually use rapiers as weapons. It has neither the powerful killing power of the heavy sword nor the ease of use of the straight sword. The only advantage of the rapier seems to be its lightness. Remember, now you are a team, a whole. I hope to see you cooperate and defeat me, rather than being a pile of scattered sand. Lear said again. The 10 candidates drew their weapons, their expressions became serious, and the battle was about to begin. Xiaolin rushed towards Lear first. She wanted to see how powerful this young master Lear was. Both of them were very fast and collided with each other in an instant. The 2 rapiers collided with each other, making a harsh sound, but Charlene obviously felt that Lear was much stronger than her. She couldn't understand why Lear's speed was so much faster than hers, so he was so much stronger than hers. After a few sword strikes, Charlene fell into a disadvantage. At this time, others also rushed up, and Lear's body was lit up with arcane light. To be honest, he rarely uses the power of arcane law. Compared with the sword in his hand, spells do not have much advantage except that they are more convenient. But now, when there are many people, the frost spell is very useful. A frost nova spread directly across the arena, covering the ground with icy cold air. Lier did not use his full strength as that would consume too much magic power. He simply used frost to freeze the calves of these professionals so that they could not unite to attack him. After casting Frost Nova, Lear turned around and faced Charlene again. At this time, the power of a storm was surging from Charlene's body. The girl's speed increased further, but Lear's speed also increased further. The 2 men fought, seemingly evenly matched, but West Germany in the stands had a serious expression. Using Call to Storm for other purposes was already Charlene's limit, but Lear seemed to be on par with Charlene in speed simply by using some kind of swordplay. The 2 seemed to be fighting back and forth, but Charlene was being toyed with by Lear step by step. This was the difference in swordsmanship. Lear crushed Charlene in swordsmanship. Sid found it a little unbelievable. Lear was only 20 years old, but his swordsmanship was as skillful as that of a swordsman who had experienced many battles. Every movement of Lear was an art, without any unnecessary movements. Every sword strike was done with ease, and he played with Charlene in the palm of his hand. Charlene gradually changed from attacking to defending. She didn't understand what was happening. It was obvious that Lear's strength and speed did not seem to be stronger than hers, but gradually she lost the initiative. Besides the storm enchantment, do you have any other cards? Lear asked while suppressing Charlene. Like a superior showing pity to the weak, the calm tone made Charlene furious. Among the younger generation of the entire Pharaoh fortress, she has never regarded anyone else as an opponent, even Arsene, the knight commander who was known as the number 1 of the younger generation. But Lear seemed to have completely ignored her. Charlene gritted her teeth and opened her mouth to let out an angry roar. This is a war roar. Lear felt that his speed had slowed down a lot, but this was not the end yet. The storm around Xiaolin continued to gather towards the blade of the dagger, and the power of the storm eventually turned into a green light. Then, Charlene used the War Knight's primary skill, Storm Charge. Lear looked at this scene with a strange look in his eyes, concentrating the power of summoning storms on the weapon and then adding Storm Thrust is also a technique developed by players in the previous life. The fusion of the intermediate power of summoning storms and the primary skill Storm Thrust can achieve strength close to the high level. There really is something wrong with Charlene. Lear raised his eyebrows, and facing the girl's attack, he activated Aslan's royal swordsmanship. With his attributes concentrated on strength, Lear did not dodge back to confront Charlene head-on. Looking at Lear's choice, Charlene showed a smile on her face, but the smile froze in the next second. The 2 rapiers collided with each other, and the blades of the rapiers bent to a terrifying degree. In Lear's rapier, Charlene felt a power as steady as a mountain. The storm was howling, but it could not shake the mountain at all. While Charlene was shocked, the rapier in her hand reached its limit. A sharp buzzing sound was heard, and the rapier in Xiaolin's hand broke. The powerful impact caused Charlene's body to become unstable and she flew backwards. The broken rapier drew an arc in the air, then fell to the ground and stabbed into the ground fiercely. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Xiaolin, who was originally favored, was defeated like this. Lord Albert, what was that just now? Sid was shocked. Although Lear's performance was ordinary, he was keenly aware of the power of the law of war that erupted at that moment. That kind of power is even stronger than his "don't make a fuss." This is the gift of the law of war that Lear has obtained. Albert made an excuse. He knew that it was the power of Lear's previous life, but how could he tell other people about this, the gift of the law of war? Sid was stunned for a moment, and his expression became more and more shocked. On the field, Charlene fell to the ground with a look of disbelief on her face, but she was defeated and there were only 9 people left. Lier turned around, and everyone broke free from his frost nova. Looking at the remaining 9 people, Lier smiled slightly. Except for Xiaolin, he could see clearly the strength of these 9 people. They were just mediocre professionals. He had already selected the candidates when watching the melee just now. This assessment can now be concluded. 9 people rushed towards Lier together. Lier stood there motionless, and purple arcane glow gathered on his body. Lier's arcane cannon took shape in an instant. Although its power was greatly reduced without the staff, it was enough to give these professionals a hard time. The arcane cannon, with terrifying energy fluctuations, rushed towards the crowd without any hesitation. The 9 people were not fools, and they also felt the danger from the arcane cannonballs. Hannah and her 2 companions stood together in perfect harmony, and Walton took out a large shield and skillfully blocked the 3 of them. The professional from the Church of War took out a scroll and tore it open, revealing a shield of light. As for the other 2 mid-level professionals of the Battle Tiger Knights, they forcefully grabbed the 2 junior-level professionals beside them and stood in front of them. They actually planned to use the 2 junior-level professionals as meat shields. This scene stunned everyone. Lier did not expect these 2 people to be so decisive and ruthless. The audience in the stands was silent for a while, but then there was a burst of curses. The arcane shells exploded in the air before they could hit anyone. The impact was so powerful that even Walton, who was holding a shield, was thrown several meters away, and the believers of the Church of War could only rely on scrolls to barely block the attack. The 2 beginner professionals who were used as meat shields were blown away, and the intermediate professionals behind them were not feeling well either, retreating more than 10 meters. There was also a beginner professional who had left early and was standing far away, watching the scene with a look of astonishment on his face. Is this the power of a mage? Even the audience in the stands were shocked. One spell made 9 professionals so embarrassed, but the next scene was even more jaw-dropping. Lier's figure was like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the professionals who were still able to move, and the rapier in his hand turned into a beam of light and stabbed straight forward. The shield was pierced directly, and then the 3 people were kicked away one by Lier. Next came the 2 men from the Fighting Tiger Knights on the other side. Lier pierced their arms with 2 swords without mercy. The 2 men screamed in pain. Lier drew out his rapier expressionlessly, then kicked each of them away. Next came the believer of the War Church. Before he could react, Lier had appeared behind him and hit the believer on the neck with a knife, causing him to faint. Finally, there was only one weak, pitiful, and helpless beginner professional left in the arena. He glanced at Lier and fell straight to the ground. The entire arena fell silent. It was truly unbelievable that Lier had actually defeated 10 professionals by himself. The terrifying speed at the end was beyond everyone's comprehension. Is this a human or a ghost? End of this chapter. Chapter 141, 4K. The law thief Shira was imprisoned after taking back the Night Rose. Lier quietly looked at the professionals lying on the ground. He also noticed the performance of the audience around him. Albert asked him to establish the Knights Templar just to establish his prestige. Rather than standing out in the subsequent confrontations between the Knights Templar, it would undoubtedly be quicker and more direct to demonstrate his strong strength now that he had been away from Fort Pharaoh for more than 10 years, and almost no citizen here had heard of him. But now they would surely know that Stuart's heir was back, and so powerful. After a brief silence, the arena became lively. To fight 1 against 10 and win overwhelmingly. This is even more ridiculous than the stories made up by the bards. In the stands, Albert nodded. He was very satisfied with Lier's performance. Sid on the side was shocked again. In just a few minutes, he was shocked several times by this young master whom he had not seen for a long time. Recalling Lier's movements and strength in the fight just now, would he have a chance of winning if he faced Lier? After thinking for a while, Sid helplessly found that he seemed to have no absolute certainty of defeating Lier. Lord Albert, Master Lier is worthy of being your son. His strength is truly amazing. Sid flattered Albert. Of course, you don't even look at whose son he is. Albert laughed, seeming very pleased. The 4 knights on the other side were also stunned by Lier's performance, especially Arsene, who couldn't believe his eyes at all. Although he was defeated directly by Lier, he did not think that Lier was much stronger than himself, but now the facts have slapped him in the face. In his previous duel with Lier didn't even use magic. Why is Lier so strong? Yasin gritted his teeth. In the arena, Lier walked up to Charlene, the only girl still conscious, and extended his hand to the girl. Charlene was stunned for a moment, then she placed her hand in Lier's palm with a complicated expression and slowly stood up. You have passed the test. Lier interrupted Charlene and announced the result. You are undoubtedly the strongest among these 10 people. Welcome to join my knights. Charlene bit her lip and listened to Lier's words. Although she passed the test, she didn't feel very happy. After Lear and Charlene finished talking, they looked at the others. The staff of the arena had already treated the remaining 9 people. In addition to the 2 mid-level professionals from the Knights of Arson, there were also 2 beginner professionals who were used as meat shields to resist arcane shells. No one else was seriously injured. Under Lear's instruction, the 2 entry-level professionals recovered after taking healing potions. The 10 people stood in a row again. Lear glanced at them and said calmly, "My second round of selection is over, and I have chosen the candidates from among you." The 10 people became a little nervous when they heard this. They knew the result of the previous battle very well. Lear defeated them easily, which made them feel extremely frustrated. The gap was too big. Charlene, Hannah, Nicole, Walton, congratulations on the 4 of you being able to join my knights. After a brief silence, Lear announced the candidates. Originally I wanted to select 5 of you, but your performance really disappointed me, so I only chose 4. Lear's tone was very flat. 4 people were enough for him. Originally, he had his eyes on the entry-level professional, but the other party fell to the ground and pretended to be dead when facing him, so Lear passed him over directly. Yet he is so cowardly and afraid of death just for a selection. If he were to experience a real battle, who knows how cowardly he would become. After hearing the result announced by Lear, Hannah and the other 2 showed surprise, while the rest of the people had different expressions. The 2 mid-level professionals who withdrew from the battle Tiger Knights looked at Hannah and the other 2 and said indignantly, "Master Lear, may I ask how you evaluate and select the candidates? Aren't we better than these 3 adventurers?" They were convinced that Charlene was chosen, but Hannah and the other 2, "You are indeed not as good as them." Lear said bluntly. The 2 became even more dissatisfied after hearing this and wanted to argue, but Lear did not give them the chance to continue speaking. "I've said it from the beginning. You 10 people form a team to fight me. You are a whole, not a group of scattered sand." Lear said in a deep voice, "But how did you do it? You used the other 2 teammates as human shields to resist my attack. You can do such a thing in public. If I let you join my knights, will you care about the lives of your knights when you are carrying out missions?" Lear's tone was very harsh, and the 2 men looked unhappy, but they were unable to refute. "I don't need a knight who would squander other people's lives at will," Lear added. The 2 of them gritted their teeth and had to swallow their anger even though they were dissatisfied. "Master Lear." A believer from the War Church stepped forward and said, "Master Lear, it was the bishop's idea that I participate in the selection this time." Lear looked at the believer. He knew from the beginning that this believer of the War Church did not really want to join his Knights Templar. "Your power is astonishing, Master Lear." The believer saluted Lear respectfully. "You have received the gift of the law of war. Please be sure to come to the Church of War. The bishop will be waiting for you there." After saying this, the believer smiled slightly, then turned and left. Looking at the believers leaving, Lear raised his eyebrows but didn't say much. The selection of the Knights Templar was officially over. Lear asked Charlene and the other 3 to leave first. Once knight apprentices were recruited from the reserve knight camp, the Knights Templar could be officially established. The eliminated people left with disappointment, especially the 2 members of the Fighting Tiger Knights, who even glanced at Lear before leaving. Albert and Sid also left quietly without attracting anyone's attention. Yazan was in a heavy mood. He didn't know how to deal with Lear anymore. Now Lear had shown his strength and was stronger than him in every aspect. His face was gloomy, and he thought of what Sheila had said to him, to kill Lear and bring Lear's body here, so that he could replace Lear and become the heir of Stuart. Yazan's eyes became crazy. He looked in the direction of Shira, but found that Shira was gone. In the VIP passage of the arena, Lear, Milia and Eno were about to leave when he suddenly saw a person standing in front of him. Sheila stood at the exit, seemingly having been waiting for Lear for a long time. "Miss Sheila." Lear raised his eyebrows and smiled at Sheila. "Master Lear, you really opened my eyes today." Sheila showed a charming smile, which made Milia frown. The little princess hugged Lear's arm and swore her sovereignty. Lear patted Milia's little hand, and then said to Sheila, "Miss Sheila, what's the matter?" "Master Lear, does your knight order need a pharmacist?" Sheila asked directly to the point. Lear was stunned. He stared at the woman in front of him for a while before he said strangely, "Miss Sheila, aren't you the pharmacist of the War Tiger Knights?" "Before, if Master Lear is willing to accept me, then I can also be the pharmacist of your knights." Sheila looked at Lear with burning eyes, not hiding her purpose at all. "Are you willing to quit the War Tiger Knights?" "Of course, Master Lear, you are much better than Arson, and you are the heir of Lord Albert. Following you will have a much better future than following Arson." Sheila answered as a matter of course. Lear was surprised by Sheila's direct words. "As long as Master Lear is willing to accept me, I can be yours now." Xia extended her hand, with a hint of teasing in her tone. Milia, who was standing by, was so angry that her eyebrows were about to stand up. Lier thought for a few seconds, and despite Milia's dissatisfied expression, he also reached out his hand and shook hands with Sheila. "If Miss Sheila really wants to join my knights, I will certainly welcome you." The two held hands together, and at that moment, a dark light flashed in Sheila's eyes, and then Lier felt as if his body was electrocuted. A system warning popped up in front of him. "You are affected by the law-stealing skill of the spell thief, and are forced to make a mysterious judgment. Judgment successful. You are immune to the influence of law-stealing, and successfully cause backlash to the target." The sudden system prompt made Lier's eyelids twitch. A law thief? Law stealer? Skill information about law steal appeared on the system panel. Law stealing, a skill exclusive to the law thief. You can steal and copy all of the opponent's law abilities through physical contact. After a successful steal, you will gain all of the opponent's abilities. Stealing the law on multiple targets will save the stolen and copied abilities. The initial saved ability is 1. With each level upgrade, the saved ability increases by 1. Only one ability can be used at the same time, and the cooldown time for switching abilities is 7 days. Note: for targets whose affinity for the law is higher than your affinity for the profane law, there is a chance that they will be discovered, causing the stealing to fail and suffer backlash. Looking at the information in front of him, Lier was silent. Stealing all of the target's legal abilities. There is actually such a profession and skill. He had never heard of such an ability, and the profession of spell thief had never appeared in his previous life. Just as Lier was shocked, Sheila, who was shaking hands with Lier, turned pale. She looked at Lier with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. She decided to perform legal theft on Lier after seeing how powerful Lier was. The law thief is a special profession. No matter what level she reaches, she only has one skill, which is law stealing. By stealing from professionals at the same level as yourself, you can obtain the same abilities as the other party, and generally it will not be discovered. Sheila is now a professional template of a mid-level spy. Seeing Lier's powerful strength, she naturally would not let it go. Even if she doesn't need to save it, it would be good. Moreover, Lier is a legendary dual law professional, and she also wants to see what will happen after she steals the ability, but she never thought that she would suffer backlash. She was the one chosen by the law of blasphemy, and her affinity with the law of blasphemy was as high as 80%. How could she fail? What kind of monster is this? Sheila racked her brains but could not figure out that Lier's affinity with the law of war and the law of blood had reached 90%. She glanced at Lier and felt a heavy pain in her head. Sheila regretted her decision very much. Lier had obviously known about the theft of the law. She struggled to keep her body steady, but the backlash was too much for her to resist. After shaking for a while, Sheila closed her eyes unwillingly and fell into Lier's arms. Seeing Sheila throwing herself into Lier's arms, Milia could no longer bear it. Just as the little princess was about to say something, she saw Sheila fainted with a pale face. Milia was stunned for a while before she asked, "What's wrong with her?" Lier smiled. She just tried to do something bad, but it backfired." Milia tilted her head, totally not understanding what Lier meant. "Milia, actually Sheila is the same as you," Lier said deeply. "She and you are both professionals of heretical law." "What?" Milia covered her mouth. "I'll explain more to you when we get back. Anyway, there will be one more person imprisoned by me." A strange smile appeared on Lier's face. "Are you going to arrest Sheila?" Milia was a little unhappy. She had heard the conversation between Sheila and Lier just now. This woman obviously had bad intentions. "Are you still not at ease with me?" Lier saw through Milia's little thoughts. The little princess' possessiveness towards him was getting stronger and stronger, but Lier thought it was a good thing. "I didn't even do anything to Afanina, so how could I do anything to Sheila?" Lier comforted. Milia thought about it and realized that Ophelia had been captured by Lier for a long time. Every day Lier sucked Ophelia's blood and took advantage of her, but he never went to the last step. Although Sheila's appearance is also very beautiful, she is completely inferior to Afanina. Thinking of this, Milia felt relieved. "Okay then." Milia compromised. She still believed in Lier. Lier smiled and took out a sack from his storage ring. It was the sack that contained Ophelia, and Lier still had it with him. The bright red life-binding shackles were summoned, and while Sheila was unconscious due to the backlash, Lier tied up Sheila without any hesitation, and then put Sheila into a sack. After doing all this, Lier carried the sack on his shoulders. Just then, a figure hurriedly walked past from the other end of the VIP passage. Yazan walked to the VIP channel. Along the way, he was looking for Sheila's whereabouts, but he didn't see anyone. He looked up to the other side of the VIP passage and saw Lier standing with two beautiful women, holding a sack in his hands. After looking at Lier, Yazan turned his head expressionlessly and left. Just seeing Lier's face, a hint of jealousy and anger rose in his heart for no reason. End of this chapter. Chapter 142, 4K, Interrogation of Sheila. Lier first sent Milia and Eno back to Steward House, and then quietly brought Sheila to the villa. In the villa, Adele, who was cleaning, saw Lier pushing the door in and a look of joy appeared on her face. She was about to go forward but saw the sack on Lear's shoulder. A strong sense of déjà vu came over Adele, as Lear had put Ophelia in the sack in the same position before. You can just hire a cleaner to clean the villa regularly. There's no need to do it all by yourself. Lear walked into the villa, closed the door, put the sack on the ground, and then said to Adele, Master Lear, these are what a servant like me should do. Adele smiled and looked at the sack that Lear put down. Master, what is this? This is the new prisoner. Lear opened the sack, revealing Sheila inside. Adele looked at the person in the sack and was a little curious. Who on earth would make Master Lear interested in tying him back? She already knew something about Lear. Imprisoning women seems to be Lear's personal hobby. So far, Princess Milia and Saint Ophanina have been imprisoned. The former two seem to have reconciled, and now only the saint is left. It can be seen that the identities of the women imprisoned by Lear were not simple. Who is the third prisoner now? Her name is Sheila, and she is a believer of another heretical law. Lear revealed Sheila's identity. Adele's eyes widened. Another follower of a heretical law? When did heresy become so common? Lear didn't continue talking to Adele, but carried Sheila to the top floor. He came to Ophanina's room. Her Highness the Saint was sitting in front of the window, bathing in the sunlight, looking particularly holy and noble. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Ophanina turned her head. It seems that you have adapted to life here. Lear smiled and threw Sheila on the bed beside him. Ophelia glared at Lear. Not wanting to argue with him, she looked at the woman on the bed. Who is she? Your new woman? Ophanina said this with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. She looked at the woman on the bed. She was not as pretty as herself, not even as pretty as Adele, and she looked quite old. When did this demon change his taste? I have a beautiful woman like the saint lady, why should I go out to look for other women? Lear walked to Ophelia, leaned over and put his head against Ophelia's neck, sniffing the girl's fragrance. Feeling the strong masculine scent so close to her, Ophanina's cheeks flushed slightly, but she did not hide away. She had been locked up here for some time, and she knew that resisting Lear would only make him more excited. Ophanina turned her head away and suppressed the special feeling she had for Lear. As time passed, she began to find that she was not as repulsive to Lear as before, which was not a good sign. Your Highness, can't you see the specialness of this woman? Lear reached out and pulled Ophanina up, holding her in his arms. Then he sat on the chair where Ophanina had just sat and let Ophanina sit on his lap. Wolfangina struggled for a while, and after a few seconds, she sighed helplessly. She looked at the woman who was thrown on the bed, and after careful observation, her expression changed. She is a believer in heretical laws? It seems that you can still see it. Lear patted Ophelia's thigh. Ophelia's expression became serious, and she didn't care about Lear's flirting with her. She asked in a deep voice, What do you want to do by bringing this woman who is a heretic? Same as you, of course. Lear smiled. Same as me? Ophelia was stunned. She is not an ordinary heretic. Lear stood up and put Ophelia down from his lap. She is a person who has been blessed by the gods just like you. Bringing her back is naturally imprisoned. Scylla on the bed suddenly made an uncomfortable sound, and then woke up faintly. She opened her eyes and looked at the unfamiliar scene in front of her, somewhat confused about what was happening until she saw the man standing in front of her. That is the food that the Father God specifically requested, Sheila thought to herself, and after a few seconds, her eyes widened suddenly, and she remembered what happened before. He used legal stealing on Lear, but it backfired. Sheila struggled to stand up, but found that she was bound by a bright red chain, and the chain was constantly devouring her strength. Sheila's expression turned ugly. Even if she was stupid, she understood what happened. She was caught by Lear. Her eyes turned fierce as she looked at Lear. It seemed that her being a heretic had probably been exposed. Sheila immediately wanted to mobilize her magic power. As a law thief, although she was only a mid-level spy on the surface, the fact was that she had already reached a high level. Among the legal professions that she had stolen and preserved, there was still a high-level profession. Although she didn't know why the theft of Lear's law failed, she thought it would be easy to deal with a mid-level professional as long as she switched her profession to a high-level one. Sheila began to mobilize her magic power, but after a while she found that her magic power had been exhausted. The feeling of exhaustion from running out of magic power surged into Sheila's heart at this moment, and her expression became a little listless. What did you do to me? Sheila said weakly. Lear smiled and said, Shouldn't it be Miss Sheila? What are you going to do to me? Law stealing is such a powerful force. Is this the power that blaspheming the law brings you? When Sheila heard Lear say the words blasphemy law, her pupils shrank suddenly. She stared at Lear intently. How do you know about blasphemy law? The shock in Sheila's heart could no longer be expressed in words. She only used the law stealing once, which at most allowed Lear to sense that it was not a power belonging to the three orthodox laws, but why did Lear know the law of blasphemy? Not only do I know about the blasphemy law, I also know that you accepted the mission of that big snake and wanted to give me as food to the blasphemous spirit. Lear said quietly. I know that you secretly killed some professionals with outstanding talents and then sent their bodies to the blasphemous true spirit. The same goes for the adventurers who disappeared. They were all killed by the blasphemous familiar in the rift. As for Hannah and the other three, you sent them to the rift just to make them food for the giant snake. Lear spoke word by word, and with every word, Sheila's expression became more shocked. The fear and shock emotional fluctuation value of the source of the blasphemous law carrier reaches 97%, and you gain 2% affinity for the blasphemous law. The system prompt appeared in front of Lear. Lear looked at Sheila in front of him. Another tool person who could brush attribute points appeared. Sheila opened her mouth. She was so shocked by Lear that she couldn't speak. Lear had already told all her secrets. What else could she say? Seeing that Sheila didn't say anything, Lear directly lifted Sheila up from the bed. Sheila was so weak that she had no ability to resist at all. What do you want to do to me? Sheila said weakly. Lear did not respond. He opened the secret room in the house and carried Sheila in. There was also a bed in the secret room. Lear threw Sheila on it. Tell me about that big snake. Lear asked calmly. A heretic god lurks in the chasm near the Pharaoh fortress, which is a huge threat, and he must find out what this snake is planning to do. Listening to Lear's words, Sheila raised her head, but said nothing stubbornly. The secret room became quiet. Ophelia stood carefully at the back, watching Lear interrogating Sheila. She felt excited because Lear had done the same to her before. The heretic in front of him will also be humiliated by Lear, for no reason. Athenina felt a sense of gloating looking at the silent Sheila. Lear sighed, and he was asked to be the villain again. Now he walked in front of Sheila, stretched out his hand to lift Sheila's chin, and let Sheila look at him. I advise you to tell me, so that I don't have to torture you. Sheila still didn't speak. She turned her head away with no expression on her face. Lear raised his eyebrows. He had said everything he needed to say. Since Sheila was indifferent, he couldn't be blamed. He took out the night rose, and the appearance of the dark purple rapier made Sheila's eyes jump, but she still pretended to be calm and didn't say anything. But the next scene left Sheila stunned. A blood-colored vortex wrapped around the rapier in Lear's hand, and then the originally gorgeous rapier turned into a ferocious heavy rapier. The bright red heavy sword carries a hint of blood, but that is not the point. The point is that this is the power of the heretical law. Lear is actually using the heretical power of the law. Sheila was about to say something, but the blood-red rose in Lear's hand pierced Sheila's thigh without any hesitation. Blood flowed down Sheila's thigh, and the pain was unbearable for Sheila. Her already pale face became even paler, and drops of cold sweat flowed down her forehead. Sheila was trembling all over. She couldn't understand it. The sword in Lear's hand only penetrated a little bit, but she felt like she was experiencing some kind of torture. My bloody rose can greatly amplify the pain you feel. This is just the beginning. I don't want to do such a cruel thing to a lady. If you say something that blasphemes the true spirit, I can stop. Lear's voice sounded in Sheila's ears. Sheila tilted her head, the anger in her eyes seemed to burn Lear to ashes, but she still gritted her teeth and said nothing. The pain and anger emotional fluctuations of the carrier of the blasphemy law have reached 97%, and you have gained 2% affinity with the blasphemy law. The system prompt popped up in front of Lear again. As expected, it is easy for newcomers to get gold coins. Both Athenina and Milia's law affinity has not increased much now, and each time it increases by only a few tenths. The rapier in his hand fell again, continuously stabbing Sheila's arms and thighs. The structure of the blood-red rose was spiral-shaped, and the wounds caused by the stabs were all very hideous. At first, Sheila could still hold on and endure it, but gradually the pain intensified and Sheila cried out in pain. Athenina watched from the side. As a woman, even though Sheila was a heretic, she felt reluctant, but Lear remained expressionless. The system's prompts kept popping up in front of my eyes, and in this short while, the affinity for blasphemy laws was almost at 10%. Torturing people like this can gain blasphemous law affinity really quickly. Pain is a fundamentally unbearable feeling. It comes from the physical body, and as long as one is mortal, the pain will not go away. The pain then brings up painful negative emotions, which simply cannot be stopped. Before, Lear was very restrained and gentlemanly towards both Milia and Athenina. After all, both women were innocent and had never done anything to hurt him. It was just that Lear had unilaterally imprisoned them, but Sheila was different. This believer who blasphemed the law wanted to take action against him and offer him to the blasphemous spirit as food. Stop torturing me. Sheila finally couldn't bear it anymore. Tears welled up in her eyes and the bed was covered with flowing blood. Following Scylla's voice, the blood-red rose that was about to be pierced stopped in midair. What do you want to know? I'll tell you. Sheila compromised. If it was just ordinary torture she could endure it, but every time the red rapier fell she felt as if she was being cut into pieces. Lier chuckled. Wouldn't you have saved yourself from being tortured by me if you had said so earlier? As he spoke, he pulled Ufangina, who was watching carefully on the side, into his arms, and in Ufangina's shocked eyes, he kissed her hard on the lips. There are still people watching. Ophelia screamed in shame and anger in her heart. She didn't understand why Lear kissed her when he was torturing others, but the next second, she felt a surge of magic power flowing into her body. Lear did not input much magic into Ophelia, and after a brief kiss, Lear let go of Ophelia. Give her some treatment, Lear said with a smile. Ophelia was stunned. She injected magic power into herself just to allow herself to heal this heretic. She thought that Lear had a change of heart and was planning to relax his guard against himself. After all, the feeling of being deprived of magic power was not comfortable. Ophanina was a little annoyed, but she followed Lear's words and released the golden healing spell on Sheila. The glow of the sacred golden law enveloped Sheila, and Sheila opened her eyes wide, unable to believe what she saw. The woman in front of me is actually a believer of the golden rule? A believer of the golden rule actually mixed up with a pagan, and they seem to have a close relationship. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? The shocking emotional fluctuation value of the carrier of the blasphemy law essence has reached 93%. You have gained 1% affinity with the blasphemy law. Your affinity for the blasphemous law reaches 10%, and you gain mystery plus 10. As Sheila was shocked, a system prompt popped up in front of Lear again, and the affinity of the blasphemy law easily reached 10%. End of this chapter. Chapter 143, 4K, Lillian wants to eat Ophelia in just over 10 minutes. He gained 10 points of mysterious attribute value. Lier's mood became cheerful. The power of most of his blood apostle skills was linked to the mysterious attribute, as was the blood mooncoming skill he had obtained in the dream trial before. The requirement was 80 points of mysterious attribute. His previous mysterious attribute was 76 points. For a professional like him who had just entered the advanced level, such a mysterious attribute was already extremely amazing, but it was still not enough to learn blood mooncoming. In the end, he spent 4 free attribute points to increase the attribute value to the required 80 points. Unexpectedly, the affinity for blasphemous law also increased his mysterious attribute by 10 points. Adding these 10 points, Lear's mysterious attribute has now reached 90 points, and it will be 100 points higher. This is a limit. When a certain attribute of a professional reaches 100 points, he will gain power beyond the limit. Lier's gaze became somewhat profound. Even as a legendary professional in his previous life, he only had one attribute that broke through the limit of 100, and now he was only at the intermediate level, but he was almost reaching the height of his previous life. Although Aslan's royal swordsmanship can temporarily increase his attribute value to over 100 points, that is just a simple attribute stacking, and is completely incomparable to the power after surpassing the limit. He still had 13 free attribute points left. As long as he allocated points to the mysterious attribute, he would be able to reach the limit of points. His constitution attribute also has 88 points, and he can choose to increase his constitution attribute to 100 points. Lear pondered and finally sighed. The attribute limit of 100 points cannot be reached by simply adding points. You also need to complete tasks to break through the limit. Such tasks are extremely difficult, and if you fail, you will be punished with permanent attribute value deductions. In his previous life, Lear also completed his mission only after reaching the level of a saint. It's not the right time yet. At least we have to wait until we break through to the extraordinary level. Lear thought to himself that at this time, Ophanina had almost healed Sheila with her healing magic. Although Sheila's wounds looked terrible, they were actually just some superficial injuries. Ophanina took a deep breath, and there was very little magic power left in her body. The magic power that Lear lost to her was only enough for her to perform a healing spell. Feeling the emptiness in her mind caused by the loss of magic power, Ophelia felt a little resentful for no reason. I am the saint of the Golden Church, and not only am I taken advantage of by Lear every day, but now I am forced to be used as a tool for treatment. It's cured. Ophanina turned around with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Lear nodded, not noticing the saint lady's little emotion. He walked up to Sheila and asked, I was right when I said that you were collecting food for the big snake. Sheila nodded, looking at Lear with some fear. Did you also lure those professionals into the abyss? Lear asked again. Scylla nodded again. She was a little surprised. Don't you already know? Why are you asking me? As she was talking, she suddenly thought of something. Could it be that what Lear said before was the other party's guess? I'm just confirming. Lear smiled. He pondered for a moment, then asked, why did you offer the bodies of those talented professionals to the blasphemous true spirit as food? Father God needs to rely on devouring other laws to restore his strength. Sheila hesitated for a while and finally answered. Lier raised his eyebrows when he heard this. This was similar to Lillian swallowing the corrupt spirit. Tell me in detail about your profession and the power of blasphemy against the law. Lear asked again. My profession is a law thief. I can gain the power of other laws by stealing and copying the power of other law professionals. Sheila continued to answer. The power of blasphemous law is like this. I can restore my own strength by devouring and stealing the power of other laws. No wonder the blasphemous spirit occupied Lillian's old dreams. Lier nodded secretly. What is your relationship with the snake people in the chasm? The snake people are a clan that has obtained the power of the Father God. I am the chosen one chosen by the Father God to manage those clans. You should be able to communicate with the blasphemous spirit. Lier asked again. When Scylla heard this, she suddenly became a little nervous, and her eyes subconsciously glanced at the pendant on her chest. This is a black gemstone pendant with a vertical pupil in the center that looks like an eye. Just as Lier was looking at the pendant, it suddenly emitted a black light. The gem seemed to have gained life, and the vertical pupil in the center blinked, the one chosen by gold. A hoarse voice sounded in the room. The eyes in the gem looked at Ophelia beside him, and then looked at Lier. The aura on you is the same as in the old dream. Are you the apostle of blood? You two are chosen by the gods. You are really delicious food. As long as I devour you, I will definitely be able to break through the restrictions of the rules. The hoarse voice continued to echo in the room. It was the sound of blasphemy against the true spirit. Even though it was just a blasphemous sound of the true spirit, it made Lear and Ophelia feel extremely weird and dangerous. Dark magic power continued to emerge from the gem, enveloping Sheila, and Sheila's eyes also changed into vertical pupils like snakes. Sheila slowly got off the bed, and the life-binding shackles on her body broke. She licked her lips, like a different person. Lier's expression became a little solemn. As a former legendary professional, he saw through Sheila's situation at a glance. The blasphemous spirit is possessed. He suddenly raised the bloody rose, and at this moment, the Blood King's robe on his body suddenly lit up, and Lillian's figure appeared in the room. With the appearance of Lillian, the atmosphere in the whole room became heavy. The blasphemous spirit that possessed Shira narrowed its eyes slightly. Lord of the Blood Source? The blasphemous true spirit said in a deep voice. While consuming the source of the blood law, he also learned a lot of information about Lillian. This is an extremely ancient god. In his heyday, a god of law like him could not resist at all. However, no matter how powerful he is, in the face of destruction, he can only survive. Both sides were now in a state of powerlessness, and the blasphemous spirit was not particularly afraid of Lillian. Damn bug, who gave you the courage to occupy the fragments of my divine domain? Lillian's eyes were cold, and her tone was filled with terrifying murderous intent. Lord of Blood, so what if I occupy the fragments of your divine domain? The blasphemous true spirit said without fear. The more powerful the gods are, the more severe the blow they will suffer when destruction comes. For a god like you who possesses a divine domain, I'm afraid your real body is still seriously injured and sleeping right now? You are just an illusion. Do you think you can do anything to me with this illusion? Or do you plan to let the king you chose kill me? There was a hint of sarcasm in the tone of blasphemy against the true spirit, which made Lillian furious. Just when Lillian was about to fight, Lear spoke. There's no need for the goddess to kill a poor bug like you herself. Lier said lightly. The blasphemous spirit was stunned, while Lillian nodded with satisfaction. This was the aura that the king she chose should have. Just you? The blasphemous true spirit was so angry that he laughed at Lier. A high-level professional also wanted to kill him. Lear said contemptuously, of course, you just hide in the old dream and wash your neck and wait. He had absolute confidence that once he broke through to the extraordinary level, with the help of Lillian, he would only be a semi-saint with a domain, not invincible, and if that doesn't work, then use the free attribute points to break through the limit of 100 points for both the physical and mysterious attributes, and take some time to complete the task of breaking through the limit. This is really the funniest joke I have ever heard. Blasphemy against the true spirit. Lier did not explain anything. There was no point in saying more. He just let the blasphemy spirit live a little longer. After a month, when his incarnation had accumulated enough experience points in the dream trial, the blasphemy spirit would die. I will make you my food. The blasphemous spirit laughed for a while and then calmed down, looking at Lier and said in a cold tone. As for Lillian, as a fellow deity, he could accept her insults, but a high-level mortal, anyone who dares to insult the gods should be severely punished. Lillian watched from the side, disdaining the blasphemy against the true spirit. She also had absolute confidence in Lear. The bright red power of the law lit up in the room. An illusion could not solve the real body of the blasphemous true spirit, but it was more than enough to deal with the possessed spirit. The power of the blood law instantly enveloped the possessed Sheila. The blasphemous spirit was startled and wanted to say something, but the next second a terrifying force invaded Sheila's body. Lillian's phantom sank into Sheila's body. The blasphemous law essence hidden in Sheila's body is wrapped in the power of the blood law. Stop! The blasphemous true spirit roared. He saw the intention of the Lord of Blood source. The other party actually planned to devour his blasphemous law source. The essence of law was separated from the origin of law, and was specially used to grant power to mortal plans. In order to allow Sheila to serve him better, the blasphemous spirit gave Sheila some essence of law. A smile appeared on Lillian's face. Since the blasphemous spirit wanted to devour the blood law essence that she had left in the old dream, she would take it back with interest. This bit of law essence was the interest. A dark mist spread over Sheila, and bright red light was rippling around her. This was a confrontation between two gods. Gradually, the red power of the blood law swallowed up all the black mist. After all, this was just the possession of the blasphemous true spirit, and it had no advantage against Lillian at all. Under the gaze of Lear and Ophanina, Sheila's body gradually changed. She was originally about 30 years old, but she gradually became younger and more delicate and beautiful. The hair turned red, the ears became pointed, and finally it turned into the appearance of a blood elf. Looking at Sheila, whose appearance had changed drastically, Lear suddenly felt that she looked familiar. After taking a look, Shira's face overlapped with the impression he had of a blood elf. It's Irina. Sheila actually looked 70% similar to Irina, Lord of the Blood Source. When the last black mist was swallowed by the blood-colored light, the blasphemous spirit let out a roar. Lillian's figure floated out of Sheila's body, with a satisfied expression on her face when she came out. She licked her lips, which were full of seductive flavor. What did you do? Lear asked, feeling something was wrong. I devoured the source of blasphemous law in her body. How can my family be controlled by other laws? Lillian said casually, but Lear was struck by lightning when he heard it. Lillian swallowed up the blasphemous law essence in Sheila's body? Then can he still gain the affinity of blasphemous law through the golden finger? Lillian didn't notice Lear's expression. She looked at Ophanina, who was standing beside her. The aura of the golden law source on Ophanina's body was much stronger than that on Sheila's. Her expression became somewhat dangerous, and she looked at Ophelia as if she were some kind of prey. How about letting me devour the law essence in this little girl's body, so that she loses the power of the golden law? Then you can perform the blood-granting ceremony on her. This way, you won't have to worry about this little girl escaping. She will have to be your slave for the rest of her life. Lillian suddenly suggested. Ophanina listened to Lillian's words with a look of horror. From the previous conversation, she already knew that the girl floating in the air in front of her was a god. Now this god wants to forcibly change her beliefs. Ophanina couldn't accept it. She had always been a believer in gold. The goddess had given her the gift, so how could she betray the goddess? You can't do this. Ophanina stepped back. Little girl, what's so good about the golden rule? Isn't it good to believe in blood with my king? As long as you become my believer, Lear will no longer reject and imprison you, and you don't have to be locked up in this small room forever. Lillian approached Tufengia little by little, with a hint of temptation in her tone. Ophanina had been forced into a corner. She bit her lip and looked at Lear beside her with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Lear watched this scene, walked up to Ophanina and stopped Lillian's behavior. My dear goddess, don't think of devouring people who carry the source of law. Lear said helplessly. Lillian looked at Lear with some dissatisfaction. She, the king, always had an unfavorable attitude. You didn't let me eat the Dark Star goddess before, and now you don't let me eat this little girl either. Lillian said angrily, with a hint of grievance in her tone. Lillian, Ophanina is the one chosen by the goddess of golden law. The goddess of golden law knows that Ophanina is with me. If you want to forcibly devour Ophanina's golden law essence, do you think the goddess of golden law won't know? Lear sighed. When he was fighting against the corrupt spirit before, he had angered the golden law goddess. If he let Lillian devour Ophanina, he was really afraid that the golden law goddess would descend and beat him to death. End of this chapter. Chapter 144, 4K, the evil blasphemous law. In addition to worrying about the direct descent of the golden law goddess, Lear also had some selfish thoughts of his own. These carriers of law source are extremely rare. Originally, he wanted to imprison Sheila to increase the affinity of the blasphemous law, but now Sheila's blasphemous law source has been swallowed by Lillian. He lost a toolman who was used to gain attribute points. Now, no matter what, he couldn't let Tufengia be swallowed. Lillian frowned and pondered. She did feel a little troubled when the golden law goddess was mentioned. After staring at Ophelia for a long time, she nodded reluctantly. Well, let's let this little girl go for now. Lillian snorted. Hearing this, Lear and Ophelia both breathed a sigh of relief. Ophanina grabbed Lear's sleeve, and she didn't even notice that she was now relying on Lear. Lear turned his head and glanced at the saint who was holding him tightly. It was the first time that Ophanina showed such a little woman's attitude. In the past, even when she was humiliated by him, Ophanina always behaved very tough. Feeling Lear's strange gaze, Ophelia was stunned for a few seconds, then she reacted, quickly took back Lear's hand, and her face turned unnaturally red. Lear smiled, but instead of laughing at Ophelia, he looked at Sheila lying on the bed. Sheila, who had swallowed the source of blasphemous law, slowly woke up, and Lear also felt some connection between himself and Sheila. The Blood Elves are Lilian's clan, and he is the king chosen by Lilian. He has a certain degree of control over every blood elf. Now Sheila has regained her status as a blood clan member. The blood elf opened her eyes, a little dazed, and saw Lear and Lilian. After a brief silence, Sheila's eyes widened. Sheila greets the goddess. Sheila quickly jumped off the bed and knelt in front of Lilian. Lilian glanced at Sheila and said casually, "I have cleared the blasphemous law essence in your body. You are free. If you have anything else, please talk to Lear. He is the king I chose and the king of the blood elves." The corners of Lear's mouth twitched as he listened to Lilian's words. He had clearly swallowed the source of blasphemous law in Sheila's body, but he spoke so righteously. As if sensing Lear's emotions, Lilian glared at Lear, then turned into a red light and merged into the Blood King's robe. Sheila didn't doubt Lilian's words at all, and her face was full of gratitude. Only Lear and the other two were left in the room. They stared at each other for a while before Lear said, "Your previous appearance was a disguise?" "Yes, Lord Blood King," Sheila said respectfully, changing her previous attitude. "Just call me Lear." Lear pondered, feeling a little strange. "You should have been a follower of that big snake before, right? But why didn't you become a snake man?" Irina in the old dream had told him that the captured blood elves would be transformed into snake men by their profane true spirits, but Shira still looked like a blood elf. "The blasphemous spirit wanted me to come to the Pharaoh fortress to offer him a sacrifice, so he kept my blood elf appearance and gave me this relic of law so that I can hide the characteristics of a blood elf," Sheila explained, picking up the pendant around her neck. This time, the pendant had been broken and the vertical pupil in the middle had disappeared. Name: Broken Blasphemous Eye. Category: Legal Relics. Introduction: a gemstone that contains a trace of the spiritual power of the blasphemous true spirit effect, can disguise one's appearance to a small extent and communicate with the blasphemous spirits. Note: due to the power being devoured, this relic of law has lost its effect. Looking at the broken pendant in Sheila's hand, Lear nodded. It seemed that Sheila was not lying. He was silent for a while, then asked, "What are you going to do next?" Lear said, waiting for Sheila's response. Sheila thought for a while, then looked at Lear. "I am a blood elf family, and I should be loyal to the goddess and the Blood King. Don't you hate me for torturing you just now? It was you and the goddess who freed me from the hands of the blasphemous true spirit. How could I hate you?" Sheila answered seriously, with no false emotion in her pair of bright red eyes. Lear looked at Sheila, and through the connection between the two, he did not feel any emotional abnormality from the other party. "In that case, you should stay here with Ophelia for a while," Lear said lightly. To be on the safe side, he did not intend to let Sheila leave, at least not before killing the blasphemous spirit. "Yes." Sheila nodded obediently. "What is your relationship with Irina?" Lear asked again. "Irina is my sister." "What is your relationship with Yazan?" Lear continued to ask. Hearing Yazan's name, Sheila showed a look of disgust on her face. "Yazan is the puppet I chose. I originally planned to train him to be the successor of the Pharaoh fortress. As long as Albert is killed, the entire Pharaoh fortress can be turned into a granary for blasphemous true spirits. But then you, my lord, appeared. So this plan has been temporarily changed. I let Yazan kill you. As long as I get your body, I can also use the power of blasphemous law to let Yazan obtain your bloodline and power." Sheila told all the secrets without hiding anything. "Is it possible to blaspheme the law?" Lear frowned. "Is this also the ability of a law thief?" No. Sheila shook her head. The law thief only has one skill, which is law stealing. All other abilities rely on stealing them from other law professionals. It takes the blasphemous true spirit to personally help Yazan obtain your bloodline and power. The people who tried to assassinate you were devoured by the blasphemous true spirit. They were reshaped and covered with other humans. Lear listened quietly to Sheila's explanation and gained a new understanding of the law of blasphemy. There is no doubt that the blasphemous law is an extremely evil legal force, and in some ways, Lear feels it is more terrifying than the previous corrupt laws. Nodding slightly, Lear got the information he wanted, and stopped asking questions. He looked at Ophelia beside him. "From now on, you will be the one looking after her." "Me?" Ophanina was stunned for a moment, and raised her head in surprise. "You are the saint of the Golden Church. Guarding the believers of the heretical law is your job, isn't it?" Lear said casually. Ophanina has been imprisoned for some time, and Lear has seen the changes in Ophanina. This saint has begun to be assimilated by him. Giving Afenina some power can further break down Afenina's barriers. After being in the Pharaoh fortress for such a long time, Lier realized that it was not a good idea to have all the people be war maniacs. Even if there were healing potions, it would only be a last resort. It is important to have a loyal priest in the team, who must make Afenina fall in love with him, just like Miria, and become completely her own. Sheila, who was standing by, widened her eyes when she heard what Lier said. The saint of the Golden Church. She hadn't noticed the woman next to Lier just now. Is this person a saint? Sheila, although the source of blasphemous law in your body has been swallowed, well, eliminated, I still can't let you go. Lier looked at Sheila on the side again. Sheila didn't say anything after hearing this. She understood what Lier meant. Now she didn't have complete trust, which was normal. After all, more than 10 minutes ago, she was still a minion of the blasphemous true spirit. Afenina's expression was a little complicated. She looked at Lier, and after a long while, she nodded as if possessed by some unknown force. Seeing Ophelia nod, Lier smiled. He approached Ophelia and held the girl in his arms. I will leave you some magic power in the future, so you won't have the uncomfortable feeling of running out of magic power again. But don't even think about running away. If you are caught by me, I will punish you. He said, and kissed Afenina on the lips in front of Sheila. Being kissed forcefully again, Ophelia still didn't react. She widened her eyes, and just as she was about to struggle, she felt a surge of magical power entering her body. The amount of magic power that flowed in was not much, probably only enough for her to cast a basic spell, but the feeling of magic emptiness in her mind disappeared. For a long time, Ophelia has been in a state of magic deficiency. It takes more time to recover after the magic deficiency. Ophelia may only feel a little better after 1 or 2 hours of magic recovery every day. After inputting magic power into Ophelia, Lier opened his mouth. Her Royal Highness the Saint was breathing heavily, her face was rosy and tender, and Sheila, who was watching from the side, had a strange expression on her face, but before she could watch for long, she saw Lier turned his head and looked at her. Lier let go of Ophelia, walked to Sheila, and bit Sheila's neck in Sheila's shocked eyes. The confrontation between Lillian and the blasphemous spirit just now restored a lot of magic power to Sheila, and Lier absorbed all of this magic power into his body without any hesitation. Only when all the magic power in her body was devoured did Sheila react. Your Majesty, the Blood King. Sheila said, somewhat at a loss. I said, I can't let you leave, so I will come here every day to devour the magic power in your body. Lier said lightly. Without magic power, she couldn't escape. Sheila understood what Lier meant. She didn't feel angry, but felt a little weird. When Lier bit her neck just now, she felt like she was electrocuted. After dealing with Sheila's issue, Lier did not stay in the villa for too long. He went straight back to Steward Mansion. The next step is to complete the formation of the Knights Templar and let the incarnation in the old dream work hard to gain experience. This time, after devouring Sheila's blasphemous law source, the blasphemous spirit will definitely not let it go, and we need to guard against the revenge of the blasphemous spirit. When Lier returned to the mansion, Milia seemed to have been waiting for him. When she saw Lier, she jumped to his side. Albert, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at the two of them, smiled, and then said, tomorrow, all the lords and knights from other fiefdoms will arrive at the Pharaoh fortress. I will introduce you to them. Lier nodded when he heard this. Albert had said before that some members of the Knights Templar who had been following Albert and made great contributions were canonized as Lord Knights and granted territories. They are all high-level professionals and the backbone of the Stuart family. You are my heir and the next Duke of Stuart. They should be loyal to you, but you must also demonstrate your strength as the next lord. Albert warned. Don't worry, father. I won't let them down. Lier shrugged. Bloody old dreams die in the red abyss. A giant snake angrily slapped the blood in the pool. Damned Lord of Blood. I will definitely eat you. All of your followers, and the king you chose, will all become my food. The blasphemous spirit roared madly. He had always been the one who devoured the power of other gods. When had any god been able to devour his blasphemous law source, his authority was challenged. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the blasphemous snake, and then it opened its bloody mouth and roared, Costadin. Get over here. Above the abyss, on the surface of the royal city of the old dream, a tall snakeman with a red body was listening to the report of his tribesmen. Are you saying that Lothar and the others never came back after leaving the old dream to receive sacrifices? A dangerous light flashed in the red snakeman's vertical eyes. Have you sent anyone to check outside? He asked again. We went to check and didn't see Lhasa and the others, but the snake pets they took out were all dead, and there were signs of fighting all around. The snake man on the side said respectfully. I guess Lothar and the others may have encountered a powerful adventurer, and perhaps, the snake man didn't continue speaking, but everyone understood the meaning of his words. The red snake man narrowed his eyes slightly. If his snake pet was dead, then Lhasa and the other two would probably be in danger as well. Someone saw their snake people and left, possibly taking the bodies of Lhasa and the other two with them. If I go back to Fort Pharaoh, I'm afraid it will attract the attention of the humans there. It would be bad if Lord Steward noticed it. Just when the red snake man was getting a little annoyed, another snake man broke into the house from outside. It's bad, Lord Kostadin, all the members of Alish team who went out to capture blood elves are dead, the snakeman said breathlessly. What did you say? The red snake man Kostadin's eyes suddenly became ferocious. We found Alish body in the ruins on the plains. All members of his team died there. The snake man felt Kostadin's anger and said fearfully. We have obviously captured all the experts among the blood elves, except for the red wolf that cannot leave the secret realm. How could they wipe out Alesh's team? Kostadin roared. End of this chapter. Chapter 145. The plan to blaspheme the true spirit in the banquet. The room fell silent, and all the snake people dared not speak anymore. It took Kostadin a while to suppress the anger in his heart. Kostadin! Come here! Just when everyone fell silent, a cold voice sounded in the room. Everyone was startled by the voice, and then showed expressions of panic and fear. In the center of the room, the originally calm giant snake statue began to tremble, and black light appeared in the stone snake pupils. Father God! Kostadin knelt down first, and the other snakemen around him also knelt on the ground in fear. Come to the blood abyss. The giant snake statue flashed with light and made another voice. Yes. Kostadin answered immediately. He knelt on the ground and waited until the light on the giant snake statue disappeared before standing up. You continue to investigate the matter of Lhasa and Alesh. Kostadin gave an order and left the room. Follow the ruins of the royal city all the way inward until you come to the abandoned statue of the Lord of Blood. The statue of Lillian has been damaged, with only half of her body remaining. Kostadin pressed on the base of the statue, and with a buzzing sound, the statue gradually moved away, revealing a bottomless hole. A vast pool of blood was buried deep underground, and Kostadin walked along the pool towards its deepest part. He was born here when he was still a blood elf. Blood elves are generally born through the blood pool, and there are very few blood elves born naturally. Ever since the blasphemous spirit occupied the blood pool, no blood elves have been born here. After about 10 minutes, Kostadin came to the end of the blood pool. The blood below was glowing bright red. A ferocious big snake was coiled in the center of the blood pool. Sensing someone coming, it poked its head out of the blood. The ferocious snake head looked down at Kostadin. Father God! Kostadin knelt down respectfully. Sheila betrayed. The blasphemous spirit did not waste time talking to Kostadin and directly told him the information he had obtained. The blasphemous law source in Sheila was devoured by the Lord of Blood, which was, in a sense, Sheila's betrayal. Kostadin was stunned for a moment. He couldn't believe what he heard. All the snakemen were corrupted and controlled by the blasphemous spirit. Although Shira still maintained the appearance of a blood elf, Shira was the one who was most seriously controlled. Now Sheila actually betrayed? How is this possible? The Lord of Blood helped Shira break free from my control. The blasphemous spirit continued. Kostadin's pupils shrank suddenly because of the words Lord of Blood source. The blood elves have been staying in this broken old dream for a long time, but the Blood Lord has never appeared, and many blood elves thought that the Blood Lord was dead, but now the Lord of Blood is back. It was he who split the blood elves and led many of them into the arms of the blasphemous spirit. It was because of his betrayal that the blood elves were driven out of the royal city. Otherwise, with the red wolf that had merged with the core of dreams, the blasphemous spirit might not be a match for the blood elves. Father God, is the Lord of Blood still alive? Kostadin's expression turned a little ugly. He knew how powerful the Lord of Blood origin was. A god with divine domain was not comparable to the big snake of blasphemy true spirit. He rebelled because he thought the Lord of Blood origin was dead. If the Lord of Blood origin came back, what would be his fate? Of course she's still alive, in that fortress. The blasphemous true spirit said in a hoarse voice. While speaking, the hideous head stared at Kostadin. Are you afraid? Or are you regretting it? The blasphemous spirit saw through Kostadin's thoughts at a glance. No god would forgive a traitor. Once the Lord of Blood returned to the old dream, only death would await Kostadin. The dark abyss of the blood pool became silent, with only the sound of the boiling blood in the pool. This lasted for a long time before Kostadin took a deep breath and said, Father God, what you told me should not just be talk. Of course not. The blasphemous true spirit nodded. I have fought against the Lord of Blood origin. The Lord of Blood origin is now too weak to be my opponent. What you have to do now is to completely kill the Lord of Blood origin, as well as those blood elves and the king chosen by the Lord of Blood origin. King? Kostadin was stunned. That's right. The god of law can only choose one king. If you kill the chosen king, the god will suffer backlash, said the blasphemous spirit grimly. What should I do? Costadin gritted his teeth. He could only follow the blasphemous spirit into the darkness. Let's raise the beast tide again. Blasphemous true spirit said calmly, this time, we will completely occupy the fortress. Lear was unaware of the plan to blaspheme the true spirit. At Stewart House, Lear is preparing for the next banquet. All the knights who had been conferred the lordship had returned to the Pharaoh fortress. Albert had also invited many important figures in the fortress to formally introduce himself as the heir to Stewart. Master, it's done. Eno said with a smile on his face behind him. Lear stood up and looked at himself in the mirror. He was very confident about his appearance, but clothes make the man, and after a simple grooming, his temperament was improved to a higher level. Let's go. Lear smiled. The two left the dressing room and walked towards the banquet hall. Many people have come to the banquet hall, and Lear feels a lot of powerful auras. These Lord Knights are not simple. Although they are high-level professionals, it is obvious that most of them are close to being extraordinary, but extraordinary and high-level are two completely different levels, and it is not so easy to cross. The fact that Albert is the only extraordinary level professional in the entire Stewart territory is enough to illustrate the problem. With Lear's arrival, the eyes in the hall shifted to him. There was curiosity, admiration, and of course jealousy and resentment. Lear glanced at Yazan in the corner, but then looked away. He came to Albert, smiling from beginning to end. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce to you, Lear Stewart, my son and the future Duke of Stewart. Albert said loudly to everyone in the banquet hall. Following Albert's voice, there was a burst of warm applause in the hall, which made Lear feel a little uncomfortable, but on the surface he still maintained an elegant smile. Lear has studied in the Arcane Academy of the Royal City for a long time. He is now a mid-level mage. He has also won the favor of the Law of War and has become a dual law professional. Albert continued to introduce. Most people here have heard of Lear, the heir, but the news of the dual law professional was only heard when they first came to the Pharaoh fortress. It was a rumor in the fortress. Under the gazes of the crowd, Lear displayed his strength as Albert instructed. An icy chill rippled around Lear. This was the power of the arcane. At the same time, the strong rhythm of the Law of War was being released. The faces of the lords and knights around him changed when they sensed the aura of the Law of War coming from Lear. They are all believers in the Law of War and don't know much about the Law of Arcane, but the aura of the Law of War released by Lear is enough to make them take it seriously. Finn, did you go to see Master Lear's knight selection? What did you think? A burly middle-aged man in the crowd looked at Lear in the center and asked in a deep voice. Very strong. Finn scratched his head. He was convinced of Lear's strength. As the commander of one of the 4 major knightly orders, Finn thought he was no match for Arsene. However, Arsene was defeated by Lear with ease, and Lear didn't even use magic at that time. But if Lear had used spells like the one used during the knight selection, Arsene would probably have been defeated even faster. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and then said, I remember that you and Yazan have a good relationship, right? Yes, father, what's wrong? Finn asked, confused. Don't get too close to Yazan anymore. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, why? Finn was stunned, not knowing what his father meant. You don't need to know the reason, just do it. The middle-aged man shook his head. These lords and knights had all heard about what Yazan had done in the Pharaoh fortress. Albert didn't care, so they didn't say anything, but now Lear is back. Come with me to say hello to Lord Albert. The middle-aged man said again, and led Finn towards Albert and Lear. My lord. The middle-aged man walked up to Lear and Albert and saluted respectfully. Dud, I've said it many times, just call me Albert. We are all knights who survived the war together. There's no need to be so formal. Albert smiled. He introduced him to Lear, who was standing beside him. Lear, this is Knight Dawood, who was once my most capable subordinate. He saved me several times on the battlefield. Knight Dawood. Lear greeted with a smile. Dawood raised his head and looked at Lear with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Such a brilliant heir was really enviable. This attitude of being calm and unperturbed by fame or disgrace is totally incomparable to that of someone like Arsene. He smiled, and then said apologetically, Master Lear, just call me Dawood. I hope Master Lear doesn't mind that Finn offended you before. Dawood said, motioning Finn behind him to come forward. Finn was stunned for a moment, but soon understood what his father was talking about. When Lear first came to the fort, there was an explosion and he almost caught Lear. Thinking of this, Finn gave an ugly smile and apologized to Lear. Albert, who was standing by, looked at this scene in a strange way. He had no idea that there was a conflict between Lear and Finn. Is there anything going on between you? Albert asked. Nothing, just a small thing. Lear shrugged and told about the explosion. After listening to Lear's description, Albert frowned immediately. With his experience, he could tell at a glance that this was a planned assassination. He immediately remembered what Lear had said before, that he had also been assassinated before coming to Fort Pharaoh. and Albert's eyes turned cold. The only person he could think of was Arsene. He could tolerate some of Arsene's little actions, but there was a limit. When Lear said that Arsene sent someone to assassinate him, he wanted to attack Arsene, but was stopped by Lear. Albert looked up at Lear and saw that Lear looked nonchalant. He was a little confused about what Lear was thinking. Lear tasted the wine at the banquet carelessly. If Dowd hadn't mentioned this matter, he would have almost forgotten it. Now that Sheila is under his control, he knows everything that Yazan has done. Yazan is now of no value and can indeed be eliminated. Just as Lear was looking at Arsene not far away inconspicuously, Arsene and a man walked towards him. "Master Lear, I am Frodo Goraz." The man said with a smile, "I am Arsene's uncle." Lear raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and looked at Uncle Yazan in front of him and smiled. "Nice to meet you, Knight Frodo." "Master Lear, and Lord Albert, I also want to apologize to you for Arsene's previous offense," Frodo said seriously, with a hint of apology in his tone. He looked at Yazan, who was not far away. "Yazan has regarded you, Lord Albert, as his idol since he was young. Therefore, he regards you as his father in his heart. I beg Lord Albert to forgive Yazan's rudeness." Frodo said this, his tone very sincere, but Lear narrowed his eyes. Arsene's uncle in front of him only said that Arsene regarded Albert as his father, but avoided the fact that Arsene spread the word that he would become the next Duke of Stuart. For an outsider to covet a noble title is a capital crime in any noble territory. Although Albert did not punish Arsene because of his father, it was still wrong. Frodo only said that Arsene regarded Albert as his father. If Albert accepted Frodo's apology, in a sense, with a little guidance, it could mean that he accepted that Arsene regarded him as his father. This Frodo seemed to be apologizing, but he was actually setting a trap for Albert. Lear turned his head and looked at Albert. Given Albert's sentimental nature, he would probably accept the apology directly. In this way, Arsene was recognized by Albert as his adopted son. An adopted son, also considered a son. Lear chuckled in his heart. This Frodo was Arsene's uncle. It seemed that the two had a good relationship, and he seemed to be interested in Stuart's title. I wonder if this Frodo was involved in spreading rumors in the fortress before. Albert listened to Frodo's words. He still had deep feelings for his former subordinate. Just when he was about to accept Frodo's apology, Lear spoke up. "You're right, it's really rude." End of this chapter. Chapter 146, Yassine's death and the iron-blooded heir. My father adopted Arsene as compensation to him, but no matter what, Arsene is just a subject of the Stuart family. He shouldn't have unrealistic fantasies. Lear spoke in a calm tone, but it gave people an unquestionable momentum. "I know what Yassine is thinking." He turned his head and looked at Yassine on the other side. "I have been away from the fortress for more than 10 years, and he thinks he can replace me." The entire banquet hall fell silent. Frodo's pupils shrank slightly. He did not expect that Lear would directly make Arsene's affairs public. Many people stared at this scene in a daze. They had no idea about what was going on inside Arsene and Stuart, but it was different for those lords and knights. Although they were granted titles and left the fortress, they were still not completely ignorant of some things happening in the fortress. In the crowd, Dowd looked at Lear in the center. Arsene's matter could actually be a big deal or a small one, depending on what the heir of Stuart planned to do. "Master Lear." Frodo turned around. "Now there are some rumors about Yassine. Point one is that Yassine considers Albert to be his father. The second is that Arsene will become the next Duke of Stuart. The first point is nothing, but if the second point is considered to be a rumor spread by Arsene himself, then he is despicable. If Frodo couldn't let this happen, which would disrupt his plans." He wanted to stop Lear from telling the truth, but was interrupted by Lear forcefully. "You have always told others that you regard my father as your father. That's nothing. There are many people who want to recognize my father as their father, not just you," Lear said with a casual smile. Such funny remarks caused laughter from many confused guests in the hall. The next second, Lear changed the subject. "But you are not satisfied and continue to spread rumors to the outside world that my father intends to train you to be the next Stuart heir." As Lear finished his words, the hall fell silent again, and the guests around him finally understood why Lear's attitude was so serious. So the rumor that Lord Albert was going to make Knight Arsene his successor was spread by Knight Arsene himself? Why would Knight Yassine do this? I thought it was real before. After a brief silence, a few whispers were heard in the hall. The guests here had all heard the rumors about Yassine. Yassine stood there in a daze, somewhat at a loss. "Master Lear, is there any misunderstanding here?" Frodo said hurriedly. "What's the misunderstanding?" Lear smiled. "How could Arsene have spread those rumors? It would do him no good." Frodo retorted. "Really? As far as I know, after learning the news, many outstanding knights joined Yassine's War Tiger Knights, and many members of his knights regarded this news as a fact. Lear said lightly. Frodo was stunned by what he said and stood there in a daze. After a long silence, Frodo said stubbornly, even if that's the case, this rumor was definitely not spread by Yasin. Whether it is true or not is up to you to decide. Lear shook his head and looked at Yasin again. I remember you were looking for Sheila recently? Hearing the word Sheila, Yasin, who was originally at a loss, suddenly raised his head. Sheila has been missing for several days. Yasin has been looking for Sheila's whereabouts, but to no avail. It was you who kidnapped Sheila? Yasin roared grimly. Lear nodded and shook his head. You can think that she, a pharmacist, actually wanted to harm me, so I arrested her. She was really tough. It took me a long time to interrogate her before I could get some information out of her. She told me everything, including the rumors you spread and the 2 assassination attempts on me. And now you still want to kill me. She even promised you that if you get my body, you can replace me and become the heir of Stuart? Lear spoke word by word, and with every word Arsen's expression turned paler, and even Frodo's face beside him turned ugly. If Frodo had heard of the name Sheila, Arsen had mentioned it to him. She is a powerful pharmacist. Many of Arsen's decisions are made by Sheila. It can be said that Sheila has made an indelible contribution to the War Tiger Knights becoming the leader of the 4 major knightly orders, but Frodo could not have imagined that Arsen had already assassinated Lear. This matter could not be admitted in any way, and all the charges for the assassination could only be pinned on Sheila. Just as Frodo was about to speak, Arsen spoke first. What have you done to Sheila? Yasin roared. I won't let go of anyone who wants to assassinate me. Lear smiled indifferently. Master Lear, this must be the conspiracy of that person named Sheila. Frodo stepped forward and grabbed Arsen, who was a little out of control. It can be seen that Yasin has special feelings for Sheila, but now that Sheila has been caught and tried, he must stop the loss in time. Lear smiled at Frodo's words and took out the previously frozen assassin's head from the storage ring. The icy head was thrown to the ground. When Frodo saw the frozen face, his pupils shrank suddenly. This man intercepted and assassinated me when I was returning to Fort Pharaoh. He is Yasin's uncle. Lear said calmly. My father said that Arsen's uncle died a long time ago, but now he has resurrected and is here to assassinate me. The entire banquet hall fell silent now, and everyone's eyes turned towards Yasin. Also changed. When a dead person comes back to life and assassinates the Lord's heir, it's hard not to think that this was a premeditated death to accumulate strength. Yasin's behavior is a rebellion against his superiors. No one doubted what Lear said. This was the Stuart territory, and there was no need for Lear to frame a knight from a family. Albert on the side also remained silent. This represents the default. Albert has always been very friendly to Yasin, but the fact that he did not stand up to speak for Yasin now speaks volumes. Master Lear. Frodo's expression was even uglier than crying, but he still forced a smile. You don't have to say anything more. Lear interrupted Frodo. If Arsen was willing to give up his unrealistic idea, I would not pursue this matter for my father's sake, but it is clear that he still wants to kill me. My father raised Yasin for more than 10 years, but he didn't learn to be grateful. A crisp buzzing sound was heard, and Lear took out the Night Rose. The dark and gorgeous sword made everyone present change their expression. I'll give you a chance. If you can survive my attack, Knight Frodo will take you away and forbid you from entering the Pharaoh fortress. Then you can survive. Lear pointed the rapier in his hand at Arsen. Lear looked at Arsen. When he was in the royal city before, it was not his home ground, so he needed to be careful, but in the Pharaoh fortress, he was the master here. There is absolutely no need to keep a bug in a dark sewer. The reason why I didn't take action against Yasin before was that I wanted to find out the situation of Yasin. Now Sheila has told me all the information. There was complete silence all around, and everyone had a new understanding of Lear, the heir. As someone who was tough and decisive, Albert watched the scene and said nothing, with a hint of regret in his eyes. He still had some admiration for Arsen, but Arsen shouldn't have touched his bottom line. Lord Albert. Seeing this, Frodo hurriedly looked at Albert. That's it. If Yasin survives, you can take him back to your fiefdom. Albert said in a deep voice, deciding Yasin's fate. Because of Albert's words, all the lords, knights and guests became lively after a brief silence. I originally thought it was just a banquet to welcome Lear. Who could have thought it would develop to this point? On one side was the once most popular knight, and on the other side was the returning heir of Stuart. Many people had seen Lear's strength in the fortress arena. He was very powerful, but Arsen was not weak either. Albert was also a little confused about Lear's idea. Lear was very strong, but with just one strike, could Lear really kill Arsen? Or was he just going through the motions to expel Arsen? You want to kill me with just one blow? Yasin roared. He felt insulted. After all, he was a mid-level war knight. Lear wanted to kill him with one blow. What did he think of him, a pig to be slaughtered at will? Let's go outside to avoid destroying the house. Lear didn't even look at Arsene, and walked out of the banquet hall with his rapier in hand. The guests in the hall also came out one after another, and Lear and Yasin stood on both sides of the square. Frodo looked at the two men who were ready to go. Originally, he just wanted Arsene to be called Albert's adopted son, so that Arsene would still have a chance to replace Lear. He didn't expect it would develop to this point. When Arsene once said that he wanted to replace Lear as the heir of Stuart, he thought it was a joke, but later, as Arsene's reputation in Faroese Fortress grew, he began to have different ideas in his mind. So he has been financially supporting Yasin over the years, and those rumors that were spread were all with his help. But there is also the Knights of Arsene, and the potions and herbs refined by Shira are also funded by him to ensure that the war Tiger Knights always have the advantage, but now, all the planning is over. If Frodo's side, at least Arsene could live and go to his territory. Just as Frodo's side, the battle between Lear and Arsene had already begun. Lear held the Night Rose in his hand. If possible, he really wanted to turn the Night Rose into a blood rose and pierce through it to kill Arsene with one strike, but that was the power of the blood law, and he could not use it openly. His decent fighting skills are still somewhat barren. Lear shook his head and casually held the Night Rose in his hand. Arsene took out his greatsword and was ready. After pausing for a few seconds, Lear raised the Night Rose in his hand and grasped the hilt of the sword. He did not rush towards Arsene, but pointed the sword at Arsene, and then launched the Aslan royal swordsmanship. The attributes of physique and agility were all added to strength, and a terrifying sense of oppression instantly swept across the entire square. It has been a long time since Lear added all his attributes to one attribute. Even in the previous knight selection, he only converted a little bit of his attribute power. The terrifying waves of the laws of war echoed in the square. The bishop of the Church of War in the crowd stared at this scene with his eyes wide open. He had never seen such a strong law of war even in the Pope. The other people in the audience also showed expressions of horror. Frodo looked at Lear in disbelief. Did Lear really intend to kill Arsene with one blow? What answered him was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The Night Rose turned into a dark purple stream of light and flew directly towards Yasin. Lear didn't even move. He just threw the Night Rose out. The terrifying speed made it impossible for Arsene to react. He just subconsciously blocked the huge sword in front of him. A sharp collision sound was heard, and the next moment, the giant sword in Yasin's hand was pierced directly, and the Night Rose pierced directly into Yasin's head like a poisonous snake in the dark. Arsene's giant sword and body flew backwards, and a loud noise was made when they hit the wall in the distance. The walls collapsed, debris flew everywhere, and a large amount of dust was raised. The square under the night sky fell into deathly silence. Lear just stood there, quietly looking at the ruins of the wall. You killed the mid-level war knight Yasin, and you gained 5,000 experience points. A system prompt appeared in front of Lear. Lear lowered his eyebrows and had no expression on his face. As a mid-level knight, he doesn't even need to use combat skills. He can crush the opponent just by relying on the converted extreme attributes. Of course, this is also due to the Night Rose. As an extraordinary weapon, the strength of the Night Rose is simply incomparable to Arsene's intermediate giant sword, and the Night Rose also has the ability to pierce through the darkness of defense. Arsene. The first one to react was Frodo, who rushed to the ruins not far away. When the smoke and dust cleared, Frodo searched through the ruins and finally found Arsene, who was buried under the rubble. Seeing Arsene's appearance, Frodo's eyes turned red. The Night Rose was stuck straight into Yasin's forehead, nailed to the ground. Yasin's eyes were wide open, his face full of horror and disbelief. Yasin died, and he didn't even know what happened before he died. Arsene. Frodo let out a wail of pain. He was Arsene's uncle, and Arsene could have had a bright future. This time, the guests also saw the tragic death of Arsene. They gasped and looked at Lear with awe. Under the gaze of everyone, Lear walked up to Yasin and pulled out the Night Rose in public. I gave him a chance, he said, as if it were a trivial matter. End of this chapter. Chapter 147, incorporating the Tiger Knights. Arsene, the leader of the Tiger Knights, the first of the four major knightly orders, died just like that, without any ability to resist. The original banquet became a little heavy because of Arsene's death. Everyone was silent as they looked at Arsene, who was held in Frodo's arms, especially the other knights leaders of the four major knight orders. They all felt like they were dreaming. They also have a new understanding of Lear, who is still standing over Arsene's body. He is powerful and has a tough style. Lear acted nonchalant after killing Arsene in public. Although Arsene's death was his own fault, they still felt a little creepy to see their old friend being killed in front of them. After a brief silence, Lear raised his head and looked at Letitia not far away. The leader of the Red Eagle Knights also covered his mouth in shock. Captain Letitia, can you please do me a favor? Lear said to Letitia with a smile. Ah? Letitia was startled and stood up straight. Oh, of course, no problem, Master Lear. What can I do for you? Please notify the other members of the War Tiger Knights for me. Lear said casually, Yasin is dead. I will recruit the War Tiger Knights. Those who are willing to stay will gather at Triumph Square in 3 days. Those who don't want to stay can leave on their own. At this point, Lear paused. Well, of course, if anyone has questions about Yasin's death, they can also ask him to come to me. Letitia listened to Lear's words quietly and nodded vigorously. I will definitely inform the War Tiger Knights. That's troublesome. Lear smiled slightly, put away the night rose, and returned to Albert. The guests looked at each other in bewilderment. Albert also spoke up at this time. I'm sorry about what happened to Yasin. I have always had high hopes for him, but there are some things that cannot be touched. Lear was assassinated on his way back to the fortress. After arriving at the fortress, he was attacked by a carriage full of explosives. I can't believe that Yasin dared to do such a thing, but this is the fact. I'm sorry to have let you watch such a farce. I hope I didn't spoil your fun. Albert raised his glass and shook his head helplessly. The originally heavy atmosphere returned to normal after Albert's narration. The guests all smiled and started talking with Albert, while also looking at Lear. This is the Pharaoh Fortress. Arson was indeed a popular figure in the past, but now he is dead. A dead person has no value, not to mention that Arson committed the serious crime of assassinating the Lord's heir. Perhaps Albert instructed Lear to do this in order to enhance Lear's prestige and demonstrate the strength of the Stuart family. No one knows the real reason, but after tonight, the name Lear Stuart will be deeply engraved in the hearts of these guests. Arson just died like that? Finn still found it hard to accept this fact. When Arson had those inappropriate thoughts, his fate was already doomed. Finn's father said lightly, looking at Lear in front of him while speaking. From now on, you should stay with Master Lear. His strength is stronger than you think. I have a feeling that the attack just now was not his full strength. Father, are you kidding? Finn also looked at Lear. The magical fluctuations emanating from young Master Lear just now do not seem to be at the level of a mid-level professional. Dud said lightly. Father, do you mean that Master Lear has reached a high level? Finn's eyes widened. Maybe. Master Lear is a dual law professional. But although I can feel the strong fluctuations of the law of war from Master Lear, I can't see Master Lear using any of the professional skills of the law of war. Dud muttered to himself as the banquet ended in laughter and joy. Lear met all the knights who were canonized. There were 4 of them in total, corresponding to the 4 major knightly orders, except for Arsene. The other 3 leaders of the 4 major knightly orders are descendants of these Lord Knights. These people did not become alienated from Lear because of his forceful killing of Arsene. Instead, they respected Lear even more. This is the case with believers in the law of war. As long as you are right, the tougher you are, the more respected you will be. When everyone left, the bishop of the war church was the only one left in the banquet hall. Of the war bishop came to Lear with a helpless smile on his face. Master Lear, can you come to the war church when you have time? Lear was stunned for a moment. This sounded familiar. Someone had invited him to the war church more than once. The war bishop had invited him once before. During the night selection, a believer of the war church had also invited him. Why was the war bishop so persistent in having him go to the war church? Lear felt something strange. As if seeing Lear's doubts, the war bishop smiled and said, Master Lear, please rest assured. It is not a bad thing to invite you to the war church. You will know when you come. Lear looked at the mysterious look of the war bishop, pondered for a few seconds, and finally nodded. Well, I'll go after I recruit the War Tiger Knights. I will be waiting for your visit, Master Lear. The war bishop smiled, and his words were full of honorifics from beginning to end. Watching the war bishop turn and leave, Lear shrugged and said nothing more. What happened at the banquet quickly spread throughout the fortress, and everything about Yasin was exposed. For a moment, the adventurers and citizens in the fortress were talking about it, and most people were shocked by Yasin's death. The same was true for Hannah and the other 2, but what really concerned them was not Arsen's death, but the fact that Sheila was captured and tried by Lear. Does this mean they don't have to pay Sheila back? I got 3 bottles of magic resonance potion for free. All 3 of them had a weird feeling. You said that Master Lear wants to recruit the War Tiger Knights. Can we still join Master Lear's knights? Hannah said with some concern. In addition to Arsen's death, another piece of news also spread that Lear would not reform the Knights Templar, but would incorporate the original War Tiger Knights. The War Tiger Knights were already very powerful, and there were many leading knights among them. If Lear incorporated the War Tiger Knights, would these selected knights still count? Hannah's worries did not last long. 3 days later, they received an order from Lear to gather in the Triumph Square. The 4 major knightly orders were training as usual, but the once strongest War Tiger Knights seemed a little restless. The leader of their knight order is dead, and now the entire knight order is leaderless. There are 2 mid-level professionals maintaining order in the crowd. If Lear were here, he would definitely be able to see that these 2 are the ones who participated in his knight selection before. Captain Nathan, will Master Lear really accept us? A knight in the crowd said somewhat uneasily. As he asked this question, the other knights around him also looked over. This was what they all wanted to know. Arsene was dead, and he was killed by Lear himself for committing a serious crime. As members of the Knights under Arsene, how could they not be worried? If Lear thought they were in cahoots with Arsene, they would probably end up like Arsene. The knight named Nathan had some sweat on his forehead. He didn't know whether there were any problems with the other knights, but he was very close to Yazan. As Yazan's confidant, he did a lot of shameful things for Yazan. It was also Yazan who arranged for me to participate in Lear's knight selection. He turned his head and looked at the other person beside him, Miha. He is also Arsene's confidant, and at this moment, the two of them are more panicked than the other knights. Just when the War Tiger Knights were in panic, not far away, Lear, along with 4 selected knights and Avian, slowly walked over. With the appearance of Lear, the 4 major knight orders stopped their training and cast their eyes over. Almost all of them were stares of a Lear nodded to Letitia and the other 3 knight leaders, then walked to where the fighting Tiger Knights were. The originally noisy crowd quieted down because of Lear's arrival. Lear glanced over and most of the knights lowered their heads and dared not look him in the eye. "Raise your head," Lear said in a deep voice. The serious voice startled the members of the fighting Tiger Knights, but they all obeyed Lear's order and raised their heads. "I heard that you are the best of the 4 major knightly orders, but what I saw today disappointed me." Lear's eyes swept over the knights again. "What are you anxious about? What are you afraid of?" Lear continued, "I should have informed you long ago that the War Tiger Knights will be recruited. Those who are willing to stay can gather here, and those who are not willing can leave on their own. Since you're staying, what are you worried about?" Lear's voice was so loud that the members of the War Tiger Knights present fell silent. At first, the members of the Tiger Knights thought that Lear might be angry with them because of Arsene, but the facts were completely different. "You are knights of the Stuart family. You are loyal to the Stuart family, not Arsene." After a brief silence, Lear continued, "I will not persecute any knight who is loyal to the House of Stuart." After hearing Lear's words, the knights present gradually calmed down from their anxiety, but Lear's next words made their hearts anxious again. "But, at the same time, I will not let go of any knight who has ulterior motives towards the Stuart family." As Lear spoke, he looked at the 2 knights in the lead, who were the 2 who participated in his knight selection. "Do you want me to catch you out myself, or do you want you to come out on your own?" Lear said lightly following Lear's words. The other knights looked at the 2 people in front of them in surprise. Under the gaze of everyone, Nathan and Miha's faces turned ugly. Nathan took a deep breath and gave an innocent smile. "Master Lear, what are you talking about? I heard that Yazan promised to confer you the title of Lord Knight?" Lear said with a smile on his face, looking at Nathan, and then looked at Miha. "You too, Yazan also said that he would give you a large fiefdom?" Nathan and Miha's faces became even uglier because of Lear's words, which were what Liason had said to them in private. If Arsene inherited the Stuart title, they could also rise to prominence overnight. But why did Lear know this? Wasn't Arsene killed by Lear on the spot? Lear looked at the 2 silent people. These news were told to him by Sheila. Before coming to recruit the War Tiger Knights, he got a lot of useful information from Sheila. Although rumors about Yazan are circulating throughout the entire War Tiger Knights, the only people Yazan truly trusts are the 2 people in front of him and Shira, who have had a good relationship with Yazan since childhood. After a long silence, Nathan and Miha raised their heads and said in a humble tone, "Master Lear, that's what Yazan told us. We don't have any ill will towards the Stuart family?" "That's right. We really have no ulterior motives. When Arsene wanted to spread rumors before, we refused." Miha on the side also echoed. The 2 men sang the same tune, trying to get Lear's forgiveness, but Lear remained unmoved and his expression remained indifferent. Seeing this, the 2 gritted their teeth and finally struggled to ask, "Master Lear, do you have to arrest us? We can atone for our sins." Lear shook his head. "Once a person develops hatred towards you, he will not be grateful to you for letting him go. He will only bury this hatred in his heart, and then it will burst out and bite you back at some point." He deeply understands this truth. Nathan and Miha were both a little desperate about Lear's tough attitude. After a few seconds, Nathan gritted his teeth and drew out the long sword at his waist. Surrounded by the 4 great knightly orders, it was impossible for them to escape. In that case, even if he died, he wanted to take Lear with him. Nathan roared and rushed towards Lear. Hannah and the other 2 behind Lear were shocked when they saw this and instantly entered combat mode, but before they could do anything, a bone-chilling chill emanated from them. Nathan rushed towards Lear and was frozen into an ice sculpture before he could take 2 steps. Lear stood there, motionless. Seeing this, Miha behind him knelt on the ground with a dejected look on his face. "Tie them up," Lear said lightly. Walton walked out from behind Lear and knocked on the ice that froze Nathan with the axe in his hand. A hard feeling shocked him a little. Walton hesitated holding the axe. He couldn't break the ice if he didn't hit it hard, but he was afraid of killing Nathan inside if he hit it hard. At this moment, Lear waved his hand. The ice that froze Nathan slowly thawed, and Nathan in the ice fell down while maintaining a charging posture, trembling all over. After doing all this, Lear rushed over and looked at the remaining members of the War Tiger Knights. Now, the termites and the Knights Temperance have been cleared out. You are all excellent knights and will form a new Knights Temperance. It is also my own knight order. End of this chapter. Chapter 148. The Goddess of War wants to snatch someone. After dealing with the two team leaders Nathan and Miha, Lear successfully took over the entire War Tiger Knights. Originally, Lear thought he would encounter some obstacles, but it turned out that Yasin's position in the Fighting Tiger Knights was not irreplaceable. For these knights, anyone can be the leader of the knightly order, as long as they are convinced by his strength. After all, most knights knew that they were loyal to the Stuart family, not the leader of the Knights Templar. Excluding some knights who left because of fear, there were less than 100 people left in the War Tiger Knights. Lear appointed Hannah and 4 others as new captains of the knights, with each of them assigned an average of more than 20 people, and his sister Avian was the deputy captain, with the future heir of the Stuart family as the leader and the eldest daughter of the family as the deputy leader. It can be foreseen that this new knightly order will be superior to the other 3 major knightly orders. The other members of the knights who were training not far away all looked at him with envy. Lear glanced at the remaining 90-odd people. This new order of knights was only established according to Albert's wishes in order to enhance his prestige in the fortress. However, after experiencing the knight selection in the fortress arena and killing Arson, Lear felt that he no longer needed to use this order of knights to enhance his prestige. So he didn't plan to spend too much time on this new order of knights. His plan was to hand it over to Avian after training it for a while. As the future heir of the Stuart family, he intends to govern all 4 major knightly orders instead of focusing on just one order. From today on, you are no longer the Fighting Tiger Knights, but the Blood Alliance Knights. When I'm not around, all your affairs will be managed by Avian. Lear said in a deep voice, which was considered to be the final decision of the knights. In the following time, Lear did not teach any combat skills to the knights of these knightly orders, but instead used the training methods of the army in his previous life. The game background of law is close to the Middle Ages. Most armies and knightly orders do not have strong discipline. What Lear needs first is that this new knightly order must obey orders. Only a well-disciplined army can exert powerful force. Lear did not expect these knights to be able to achieve the level of the army in his previous life, but absolute obedience to orders was necessary. This strange training method aroused the curiosity of the other 3 knightly orders. Would such training be effective if it only involves marching in step and standing at attention? Although they were curious, Letitia and the others did not ask any questions and just continued their training. Sister, their training will be left to you. I'll be leaving for a while. Lear walked up to Avian and said, "Ah? You're leaving right after taking over the knights?" Avian was stunned. "The war bishop invites me to visit the war church? It has been delayed for many days." Lear shrugged, hearing that it was about the war church. Avian nodded in understanding. "Okay then, I will train them well." Lear smiled at Avian and turned away. The war church is located in the south of the fortress. Further south of the fortress is Putan, a border city of the Kingdom of Nox. Due to the relationship between the Stuart family and the War Church, the relationship between the Pharaoh Fortress and Putan City is also very good, and the two sides have trade exchanges with each other. When a beast tide occurred in the Decision Mountains, the two sides would support each other, but the overall strength of Putan City was not as strong as that of Pharaoh Fortress. When we arrived at the War Church, the surroundings were in good order and there were many believers of the War Church. Patrolling the streets, seeing Lear's appearance, the patrolling war believer came over and asked, "Excuse me, are you Master Lear?" "It's me." Lear nodded. "The bishop has already informed me, please follow me." The war believer saluted respectfully, then turned sideways and pointed in a direction. Lear raised his eyebrows, but said nothing. He followed the believers into the war church. Compared to the solemn and luxurious decoration of the Golden Church, the war church looked very rough. Lear also saw a weapon rack next to the church, with various weapons placed casually on it. At regular intervals on both sides there is a statue wearing armor, holding various weapons in their hands. Deep inside the cathedral, Lear saw a huge statue. The woman stood holding a sword and a shield, her expression firm and beautiful. The goddess of war. Lear looked quietly at the statue in front of him. As a believer in the law of war in his previous life, he knew very well what the goddess of war looked like. It has a wild and heroic beauty. Lear missed his past self a little. Although he was very strong now, most of his abilities were concentrated in the profession of Blood Apostle and could not be seen in public. Apart from the Blood Apostle's skills, he only had the mage's skills and some swordsmanship, which resulted in him having very few means of attack when he was not using the Blood Apostle's skills. It would be great if I could regain my career as a war knight. Lear thought a little greedily, but he quickly put this unrealistic idea behind him. The Blood Apostle profession was given to him by Lillian, and he was not familiar with the goddess of war. Shaking his head slightly, Lear had already walked to the statue of the goddess of war. The war bishop was also standing there, as if he had been waiting for a long time. "Bishop Luca." Lear greeted politely. War Bishop Luca turned around and smiled when he saw Lear. "Master Lear, you are finally here." Mr. Bishop, is there anything you want to talk to me about? Lear asked directly. He was still a little curious about Luca's repeated invitations. The war bishop smiled when he heard this and glanced at the believer next to him. The believer tactfully turned around and left the church. The war bishop waited until the believer left and closed the door before he looked at Lear again. Master Lear, I don't have anything to ask you. It's the goddess who really wants to see you. Luca pointed to the statue of the goddess of war on the side. Goddess? Lear was stunned. Yes, let the goddess tell you what happens next. Luca nodded, and then left through the side door of the church under Lear's puzzled gaze. When the war bishop left, Lear was the only one left in the church. Lear looked at the door closed by Luca with some surprise. The goddess of war was looking for him. He thought that he had not done anything special, and he had not captured Greta, the carrier of the source of the law of war, to increase her affinity. This should not attract the attention of the goddess of war, right? Just as Lear was wondering, the statue of the goddess of war on the side lit up, and in a wild energy wave, a tall girl walked out of the light. The girl had long black hair, wore gorgeous armor, and had a pair of wild black eyes. This was the first time Lear saw the real body of the goddess of war. Before, he had only seen statues and portraits. He looked at the goddess of war and then at the statue next to him. He was silent for a while. Is this a person? The goddess of war in the statue was tall, giving Lear the feeling of a strong woman. However, the goddess of war in front of him was very similar in aura, but her height it just reached Lear's shoulders, and I estimated it to be only about 1.6 meters tall. What are you looking at? A clear and pleasant voice came out of the mouth of the girl in front of him. The goddess of war frowned. She saw Lear look at the top of his head and then at his shoulders. After thinking for a moment, the goddess of war's face flushed slightly. This is the blush caused by anger. Are you looking at my height? The goddess of war said viciously, almost gritting her teeth. Lear's body froze. He felt an extremely terrifying pressure looming over him. After a while, he said firmly, how could it be? Goddess, I am just attracted by your beauty. After hearing what Lear said, the goddess of war's flushed face subsided a little, but there was still a trace of annoyance in her eyes. It's better this way. As she spoke, she felt somewhat frustrated. Her body had been fixed since the moment she became a god, so she looked so petite. She didn't want to be like this. Although she could use divine power to make herself look more powerful, that was not herself after all. As the ruler of the laws of war, she hated such false things. So what if she was petite? She is a deity. Strength is everything to her. My lady goddess, what do you want to talk to me about? Lear smiled ingratiatingly, trying to change the subject. Nothing, I just want to see what's so special about the person reincarnated by Croto. The goddess of war snorted and said casually, listening to the words of the goddess of war. Lear, who had a smile on his face, was stunned for a moment. The goddess of war meant that he was reincarnated into the world of law by a man named Croto. Lear narrowed his eyes slightly. He still remembered that he was inexplicably reincarnated and was sealed for 20 years. My lady goddess, who is Croto you are talking about? Lear asked inconspicuously. Why are you asking this? The goddess of war frowned. Just a little curious. Lear's face was filled with a harmless smile again. Croto is the god who is in charge of the law of death. That woman is mysterious all the time, and I don't know much about her. The goddess of war said subconsciously, and then she reacted. Are you trying to trick me? She raised her eyebrows. I'm just asking. After all, you said that she was the one who made me reincarnate. It's normal for me to be curious. Lear spread his hands innocently. His expression didn't change, but he remembered the name Croto in his heart. The god who arbitrarily controlled his life and made him reincarnate should be this Croto, holding the law of death. Lear fell into deep thoughts. Death. This word is heavy in any fiction story, and the god who controls death must be an absolutely powerful god. Okay, I won't mention that creepy woman anymore. Now let's talk about you. Your affinity with the law of war has reached 90%. You even have the source of the law of blood and affinity with so many other messy laws. This was originally impossible, but it happened to you. The goddess of war looked Lear up and down, listening quietly to the words of the goddess of war. Lear maintained a harmless smile. He knew that players could no longer improve their affinity with other laws after taking office, but he didn't know why. Normally, after you take office, you will not be able to improve your affinity for other laws. You have obtained the essence of the blood law, which means that you have been chosen by the Lord of Blood, and you cannot improve your affinity for laws other than the blood law. But not long ago, I also felt that your affinity for the war law increased a little, reaching the upper limit for mortals. Why is this? The goddess of war stared at Lear as if she was looking at an interesting toy. How can I know something that even you, the goddess, don't know? Lear replied, pretending to be at a loss. His affinity for various laws was increased because of the golden finger. Now it seems that the goddess of war cannot sense that he has such a golden finger. After looking at Lear for a long time, the goddess of war snorted and said, "Forget it, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I don't care anyway. I'm not looking for you to explore your secrets. Well, your affinity with the law of war has reached 90% of the upper limit. I see that your previous soul was my believer in war. Are you interested in working for me?" Lear was stunned for a moment, then asked in shock, "What did you say?" "I asked you if you were interested in working for me." The goddess of war repeated. Lear was silent. Was the goddess of war trying to recruit him? At this moment, another angry voice sounded, "Goddess of war, what do you want to do?" Lillian's figure suddenly emerged from Lear's bloody king's robe, staring at the goddess of war in front of her. The sudden appearance of Lillian startled both Lear and the goddess of war. The goddess of war showed a curious expression on her face. "Are you the Lord of Blood who controls the law of blood?" "Humph." Lillian didn't answer, but snorted coldly, "You know that Lear is the king I chose, and you still want to snatch him from me?" Lillian stared at the goddess of war, feeling a little nervous. This was not the first time that Lear had been robbed. The previous corrupt spirit was also robbed, but that was just a weak guy. But the goddess of war in front of her was different. Lear's affinity with the law of war is as high as 90%, and Lear was once a believer in the law of war. Lillian is really worried that Lear will abandon him and choose the law of war. Lillian turned her head and looked at Lear again with a pair of trembling red eyes. As the king chosen by Lillian, Lear felt Lillian's emotions at the moment, which were uneasiness and fear. This was the first time Lear felt such emotions from Lillian. After a few seconds of silence, Lear reached out and grabbed Lillian. "My lady Lillian, I am not a treacherous person. I am the king you chose, and I will always be your king." After hearing what Lear said, Lillian felt more at ease and her eyes softened. End of this chapter. Chapter 149, The Gift of the Goddess of War. What are you guys saying? I just want this kid to join the war church and become a special executive of the church. This should not affect the relationship between you. The goddess of war frowned. Don't you want Lear to be the king you chose? Lillian was stunned. King? The goddess of war glanced at Lear and said, I admit that he is excellent, but you and I are different. You need a king to stabilize your laws, but I don't. He is far from being good enough to be my king. After hearing the answer from the goddess of war, Lillian finally felt relieved. She said stubbornly, Why would Lear want to join your church of war? He is a member of my blood sect. He possesses my laws of war, so he can be considered my follower. As for your blood cult? The goddess of war showed a trace of disdain on her face. Your blood cult only has a few people, can you call it a cult? You. Lillian looked angry. Don't be unconvinced. I know you were very strong in the past, even stronger than me, but that was in the past. Now you are just a downtrodden god who has lost his divine domain. The goddess of war interrupted Lillian's rebuttal. Her eyes turned deep. You have to understand that this is no longer your era. Many gods are watching you. You should be thankful that I am not one of those gods who bear ill will towards you. I asked Lear to join the Church of War only because I saw his potential. It is also a protection for Lear to some extent. If your identities are exposed, you will not become the target of public criticism with your background in the Church of War. The goddess of war continued. Lillian was silent. She was very angry and unwilling that the king she chose had to join the church of other gods to protect his own safety. This is cruel, but it is also true. Many gods are coveting the power of these fallen gods. Although it seems that she and Lear are safe now and there will be no danger as long as their identities are not exposed, all this is due to the restrictions of the rules. The rules limited the power of their gods in the old times, and also limited the power of their gods now. Lear listened to the words of the goddess of war with a thoughtful expression. The orthodox laws in the world of law are far more than war, gold and arcane. After the opening of the later maps, there are as many as 8 other legal forces, but there are very few who are truly tolerant of heretical laws. Okay, do you want to join the Church of War anyway? If you are willing to join the Church of War, I will announce your identity to the public and let you regain the professional power of the laws of war. The goddess of war looked at Lear expressionlessly. Lear hesitated for a few seconds until he felt Lillian tighten his hand. Lillian raised her head and nodded at Lear. Seeing this, Lear raised his eyebrows and looked at the goddess of war. I join. A wise choice. A smile appeared on the face of the goddess of war. She waved her hand, and a powerful force gathered in her hand. The whole church was filled with the rhythm of war, and then the light sank into Lear's body. The system panel began to jump wildly. You have received the gift of the goddess of war, and you have obtained 1% of the essence of the law of war. You have obtained occupation information, war knight, berserker, spy. You can awaken the war law affinity for others and transfer them to the war law occupation. You can consume skill source crystals to learn other war law occupation skills. You have obtained a new career option. 3 major career options of the law of war appeared in front of him, and Lear chose the war knight without any hesitation. As Lear made his choice, a breath of terror burst out from Lear. Lear opened his eyes wide, and the roar of war echoed in his ears. He seemed to have returned to his previous life and he became a war knight again. You changed your job to the war law profession, war knight. You gained strength +4, constitution +3, dexterity +3. You have obtained the war knight skills: knight's oath, charge, storm stab, storm shield, war roar, raise the storm, knight's resolve, war trample. Due to the change in your character panel, your character template has been upgraded to the commander level. Your template bonus is increased to life +500%, magic +200%. You have obtained the leadership template feat, leadership, commander. When you are attacked by 2 or more targets, all damage received will be reduced by 20%. When your health drops to 30%, all attributes will be increased by 20%. When the last piece of information appeared on the panel, Lear's aura suddenly rose. This was the aura of a high-level war knight. Although he had reached a high level before, he only had the power of a blood apostle. Under Lear's concealment, he only showed the strength of a mid-level. Now that he has gained the power of the war knight, he can openly appear as a high-level professional of feeling the power in his body. Lear was quite excited and wanted to find someone to fight with right away. How do you feel? The goddess of war looked at the excited Lear and smiled. When Lear was about to speak after hearing this, he felt a resentful gaze. Lillian stared at him, her expression aggrieved and pitiful. Very strong, but I still prefer the power of blood. Lear said tactfully. The goddess of war curled her lips upon hearing this, but said nothing. Humph. That's it. I will send down an oracle to inform the other people in the Church of War about your matter. So what do I, as a special executive, need to do? Lear asked with a smile. Facing Lear's question, the goddess of war fell into deep thought. It seemed that she had not thought about Lear's duties as a special executive officer. After a long while, she said, you will be responsible for supervising the church personnel and punishing those who do evil things in the name of the church. Ah? Lear was stunned. The power to supervise church personnel can be big or small. If it is just to supervise some low-level members of the church, it is nothing. But if it includes the high-level members of the church, it would be too exaggerated. Who are you supervising? Lear asked tentatively. Everyone. The goddess of war replied. Everyone? Lear's eyes widened. Yes, everyone. A cunning gleam appeared in the eyes of the goddess of war. Do you think I have such ability? The corners of Lear's mouth twitched slightly. The duty that the goddess of war mentioned was like the Genway in the previous life, but he was just an outsider who had just joined the Church of War. The sudden appearance of a sword hanging over everyone's head would definitely cause dissatisfaction among many people. It doesn't matter whether you have the ability or not. It's just a title, do you understand? The goddess of war said indifferently. It just gives you a higher status in the church. As for whether you want to exercise your power, it's up to you. Lear was speechless. He almost understood what the goddess of war meant. She only gave him a lofty identity, but how much real power this identity had depended on his own ability. If Lear didn't want to be too conspicuous in the church, it would be okay for him to be a transparent person with a noble status. I understand. Lear nodded. After all this time, he felt as if he was noticed by a big boss, who gave him both strength and status. It was like pie in the sky. It was just because she saw his potential that the goddess of war seemed to be a little too good to him, Lear thought to himself. Since you know that, then that's it. The goddess of war waved her hand. Do your job well and don't let me down. After saying this, she gave Lear a mysterious look, and the goddess of war turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Lear was still confused until the goddess of war left. Humph. A delicate snort came from the side. Lear turned his head and saw Lillian looking at him angrily like a bullied wife. My goddess, you still know that I'm your goddess? Lillian said angrily with a pout. Looking at Lillian's cute appearance, Lear found it a little funny. After knowing Lillian for a long time, his impression of her kept changing. At first he thought that the Lord of Blood was an evil and terrifying god, but later he found out that it was a little white-haired lowly. Now Lillian is acting arrogant again. Maybe the deity is just a little girl too. Okay, I promise, I will never betray you. Lier patted Lillian's head gently, as if he was coaxing a child. Feeling the warmth of Lier's palm, Lillian's anger dissipated a lot. Humph. This is what you should do. I will make you understand that the power of blood is stronger than war, she said in a very serious tone. Lier smiled slightly when he heard this. The power of the law of blood is indeed stronger than the law of war. At least judging from the professional skills of the Blood Apostles and the War Knights, the Blood Apostles win. Not to mention that Lier had also experienced the extraordinary level of Blood Apostle skills, which were so powerful that they shocked him. Master Lier, may I come in? The bishop's voice suddenly came from outside the church. Hearing this, Lillian went straight back into Lier's clothes. Come in, Lier said loudly. After Lillian disappeared, the church door was opened and Bishop Luca walked in. When he saw Lier, a look of shock appeared on his face. That he felt a more obvious aura of the law of war from Lier than before, and his magic level seemed to have reached a high level. Master Lier, perhaps I should call you Executive Officer Lier, Bishop Luca said respectfully. This is all the gift from the goddess. Bishop, please continue to call me Lier. We will be colleagues from now on, Lier said with a smile. He didn't expect that the Bishop of War already knew about his affairs just after the Goddess of War left. That's fast. Lier gave a thumbs up to the Goddess of War in his heart. Executive Officer Lier, since the goddess has appointed you to oversee the church, I cannot overstep my authority. Bishop Luca shook his head with a serious expression. I didn't expect that this war bishop is still a stubborn person, Lier complained in his heart, but he still kept smiling on the surface. After they chatted for a while, Lier said goodbye to Bishop Luca. He didn't want to care about being a church executive now. It was enough to just be a figurehead. What he really cared about now was the blasphemous spirit in the old dream, the Kingdom of Nox, the royal city of Soros. As one of the three great kingdoms, the Kingdom of Nox is completely different from the Kingdom of Breifeld. In the Kingdom of Nox, the king is also the Pope of the church, and the ruler of the entire Kingdom of Nox is the War Church. In the Soros Pope's hall, Greta stood in front of a burly middle-aged man and said like a spoiled child, Father, please believe me. Lier is really suitable to be my Lionheart Knight. Greta, when I asked you to leave, I only told you that you could choose Albert's daughter as the Lionheart Knight. I've heard of that kid Lier. He left the Pharaoh fortress and went to the royal city of Breifeld to become a wizard. Greta's father, Duval Cardenas, shook his head and completely disbelieved what Greta said. In his opinion, his daughter must have been deceived by that brat named Lier. She must have been attracted by Lier's good looks. Duval knew a little about Lier. He was known as the most handsome man in the city of Breifeld. It was entirely possible that he used his good looks to attract Greta. Father, I've told you long ago that Lier has obtained the gift of the law of war and is a dual law professional. He is not just a mage, Greta said angrily. She had told her father many times, but her father never believed it. Duval felt helpless when he heard this. What dual law professional? There was no one in this world who could obtain the power of two laws at the same time. Greta must have been deceived by that brat Lier. How could such an upright man like Albert give birth to such a bastard? A trace of anger rose in Duval's heart. Just when he wanted to continue talking to Greta, a solemn voice sounded in his heart, appoint Lil Stewart as the special executive of the Church of War, supervising all church personnel, including the major priests and the Pope. The voice echoed in Duval's heart for a long time, and the statue of the Goddess of War next to him also lit up. Duval, who originally wanted to speak, was stunned. After a brief silence his eyes widened to Is this the oracle of the Goddess of War? How long has it been since the church received an oracle from the goddess, and what did this oracle say? Canonize Lier Stewart as the special executive of the War Church, supervising all church personnel, including the Pope. Doesn't this mean that there is a sword hanging over the Pope's head? Greta, there should be only one person named Lier in the Stewart family, right? Duval asked hurriedly. Greta looked at her father in confusion. Isn't it possible that only Uncle Albert's son is called Lier? You just said you wanted Lier to be your Lionheart Knight? Yes, father, I told you, he is the best candidate for me. Greta complained. I agreed. He really has a strong affinity for the law of war. Greta continued to try to convince her father, but she froze halfway through her words. Father, what did you just say? I said I agreed. A smile appeared on Duval's face. End of this chapter. Chapter 150. The third use of calling the storm. Soros Pope's Hall, conference room. The three archon families of the Church of War gathered together, with Duval sitting at the head of the Pope. I think everyone has received the oracle from the goddess, right? He said lightly. The other three high priests of the archon family looked at each other. Yes, your holiness. Do you know the name Lier Stewart? I remember that the surname Stewart is related to the Cardenas family. A burly man said in a deep voice. In addition to the burly man, another Archon high priest also looked at Duval, a tall woman. The three Archon families of the Church of War are the Cardenas family representing the War Knights, the Moreno family representing the Berserkers, and the Hoffman family representing the Spies. My Lionheart Knight Albert is from the Stuart family and is the current Duke of Stuart. Duval nodded and replied. Is this Lil Stuart from the Lionheart Knight family of His Holiness the Pope? Asked High Priest Sharon Hoffman. Yes, he is Albert's son. A smile appeared on Duval's face upon hearing this, except for the high priest who belonged to the Cardenas family like Dival. The other two high priests all changed their expressions. The oracle said that this special executive had the power to supervise church personnel, and this supervisory power even included their high priests and the Pope. This has never happened before. In the war church, the three Archon families are the absolute authority. Every 5 years, the three Archon families will conduct a war trial and finally select the person who can become the Pope. The Pope and the Archon family command the entire war church and the kingdom of Nox, but now someone is standing above them. It would be fine if this person was fair, but was he actually the son of the Lionheart Knight of Dival? Sharon and the Berserker High Priest Rigid Moreno on the other side frowned. A new war trial would begin in a while and the Pope would be re-elected, but now something unexpected has happened. This special executive officer is obviously on the same side as Duval. If it affects the war trial, this is not what they want to see. Anyway, I will handle the matter regarding Lier, you don't have to worry. Duval said seriously. Well, during this period of time, I will take some time to go to the Pharaoh fortress on the border of Briefville to meet with the executive. By the way, Greta also wants Lier to be his Lionheart Knight, so it's a good opportunity to sign a contract at the same time. Duval's tone was normal, but both Rujit and Sharon could hear Duval's pride. The new special executive officer is a close person, and he plans to have his daughter sign a contract with him. Doesn't this mean that he wants this special executive officer to be a member of the Cardenas family? The two men were filled with hatred for what Duval said. After a long silence, Sharon said, since His Holiness the Pope wants to meet with the executive officer, the Hoffman family should go with him. Rujit on the side was stunned for a moment, then reacted a few seconds later and said quickly, it's the same for our Moreno family. Who will be in charge of the church if you all go there? Duval frowned and objected. Why not just leave it to Rafar? Rafar is your younger brother and also the high priest of the church. It is enough for him to handle the affairs. Sharon said immediately. The last high priest, who had been silent, raised his head and saw the serious looks of Sharon and Rujit. He said helplessly, then I should stay? Hearing his brother's words, Dival sighed. Pharaoh Fortress, Triumphal Square. 3 days had passed since he regained the power of the War Knight, and Lear was very excited. He stood in the center of the square, and in front of him were the leaders of the other 3 Knight Orders, plus him, Hannah, and Avian. There are a total of 8 mid-level professionals, one more than during the night selection. Master Lier, do you really want to fight 8 of us by yourself? Letitia asked, biting her lip. Not only Letitia, the other 2 Knight leaders also had unhappy expressions. Although it was amazing that Lear fought 10 people at once during the night selection, those were just adventurers, and they were Stuart's elite knights. Lear now wants to fight 1 against 8 people. This is naked contempt. I'm not looking down on you. My strength is different from yours. Lier said lightly, and a powerful magical wave spread out. Feeling this fluctuation of magic power, Letitia, who was originally a little angry, widened her eyes. Master Lier, have you been promoted to a higher rank? She asked in disbelief. Yes, I went to the Church of War and received the blessing of the Goddess of War. I gained some new powers, so I plan to let you try it. Lier nodded. I don't mean to look down on you, but I'm afraid that you alone won't be able to let me test out my new power. After hearing this, everyone's expressions improved a little, but they still looked shocked. As high-level professionals in their early 20s, and dual law professionals at that, they dared not imagine how strong Lier was. This time I will not use the power of arcane laws, but only the power of the laws of war. Lear added. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. If it was a high-level professional fighting against them, that would be a different matter. Letitia and the others became more motivated. If Lear had just been promoted to a higher level, the 8 of them would still have a chance to defeat Lear. Let's get started. Lier took out the Night Rose and was ready to go. The magic power filled with the strong breath of war laws rippled around his body. The surrounding knights stood far away, and it was Charlene who took the lead in launching the attack. Ever since she was easily defeated by Lier last time, she seemed very unconvinced. The previous rapier was broken, and Xiaolin replaced it with a more powerful rapier. Lear and Charlene fought together, their swords clashed, and almost at the same time, the sound of a storm broke out around them. The speed suddenly increased at this moment, summoning another use of the storm, enchanting the storm to oneself in exchange for faster speed and more precise destructive power. Charlene looked at Lear's actions in disbelief. After she showed another way to use callback storm at the selection competition, some people came to ask her for advice, but she ignored them. Then why did Lear know how to do it too, still so skilled? The other 7 people were also stunned when they saw Lear's actions. This was the first time they saw Lear use the skills of a war knight. Before, Lear completely relied on his terrifying swordsmanship to crush them. Letitia and the others became more serious, and the 7 of them surrounded Lear and Charlene. They couldn't intervene at Charlene and Lear's extreme speed, and they might even hurt Charlene by mistake. War law professionals who specialize in speed are usually only spies, and war knights like Charlene who specialize in speed are extremely rare. They looked at Charlene and then at Lear. Charlene specialized in speed, so her strength was not very strong, but Lear had no weaknesses in both strength and speed. Is this the gift from the goddess of war? Did you know? Calling Storm has a third use besides normal use and enchantment. Lear said with a smile while fighting with Charlene. What? Xia Lin was stunned. Her hand movements were a bit slower and she was knocked away by Lear's sword. After tumbling in the air for a while, Charlene finally landed and managed to steady herself. Watch this. Lear glanced at Xia Lin indifferently, and the whistling wind gathered on the rapier in his hand, forming a whirlwind around the sword. Charlene looked at this scene and frowned. This is the power of condensing and summoning the storm, which enhances the storm thrust. She has used it on Lear before during the night selection, so it is not a new usage. As she was thinking about it, she found that the whirlwind on Lear's sword was getting stronger and stronger, and finally formed a terrifying hurricane. The hurricane was howling above the triumphal square. The rapier in Lear's hand had been completely covered by the hurricane, and the magic power in his body was being consumed greatly. This is the third use of Call the Storm. When enchanted with the storm, adding storm thrust can achieve power close to the high level. However, if the storm cyclone is stabilized and magic power is continuously input, the hurricane can be added to the sword body, just like holding a storm sword that is tens of meters long, unlike the ordinary summoning of storms, which directly condenses into a hurricane and sweeps out. The storm on the sword can be controlled at will, and its power has reached a high level. It was like Lear was holding a weapon in his hand that would cause him to be ravaged by a storm of high level power if he touched it. This weapon was dozens of meters long and could be driven at will. Everyone was shocked by the howling storm. The violent force made many knight apprentices around shaky, and they might be blown away if they were not careful. Lear maintained the state of Storm Greatsword, which was the third way to summon the storm. Only when it reached a high level would he have enough magic power to use it. Charlene was stunned by the scene before her. She was a little bit unbelievable. Lear paused for a few seconds and stopped showing his strength. He directly swung the storm sword. The sword, which was more than 10 meters long, swept 360 degrees at the 8 people around him. Xia Lin and the others finally reacted and tried to dodge, but the storm sword generated a strong suction force, and they were almost sucked over. Except for Charlene, Avian and Letitia, who escaped from the storm in time, the rest were swept into the sky by the storm. Amidst scattered shouts, they finally fell from the sky after a long time. Hannah and the other 2 knight captains had fainted, and they could only barely stand up from the ground. The storm gradually subsided, and the night rose showed its edge again. The storm sword was indeed very powerful, but Lear didn't use it much in his previous life. After all, he was more agile, and such a large-scale destructive skill that was like a sitting target did not suit his style. It's just used to show off. The only 5 people left looked at Lear in a daze for a long time before they came back to their senses from the shock. The battle is not over yet. The 5 of them regrouped and rushed towards Lear again. Charlene's eyes had changed when she looked at Lear. The Lear in front of her was completely different from the Lear she had seen before, and a certain belief in her heart was suddenly shaken. I'm sorry, Master Lear. Letitia rushed towards Lear not far away. You naughty brother. What skills do you have that you hide from your sister? Ivian was also a little annoyed. She had previously thought that Lear was a mage. Although he had obtained the gift of the law of war, he might not be familiar with the skills of the war knight, but now it seems that he is not unfamiliar with it. He is even more skilled than her. Lear could use the method of summoning storm that Charlene had used before with ease. This was definitely not something he learned after seeing Charlene use it. Facing the 2 women rushing towards him, the corners of Lear's mouth twitched slightly, but he still raised the knight rose and rushed forward to fight with the 2 women. With Lear's legendary rapier expertise, he was more than capable of fighting against the 2 women from Avian. While fighting, he also pointed out the shortcomings of their swordsmanship. The other 2 knights leaders not far away also joined the battle, and the battle changed from a 1-on-2 sword-fighting instruction battle to a 1-on-4 sword-fighting instruction battle. This time, Lear did not use powerful magic to crush them, but simply used sword skills to fight, which made Avian and the other 3 even more shocked. Ivian was so angry that her teeth itched. Her stinky brother even had such superb sword skills. It looked like he had practiced for many years. She had thought that Lear was obsessed with magic and had wasted his talent. It turned out that the clown was me. Lear didn't notice Avian's little emotions. After guiding them for a while, he easily defeated the 4 people, making them admit defeat with conviction. In the end, Avian glared at Lear and stepped aside, leaving only Charlene, who was still in a daze. What do you think? Do you still want to fight me? Lear asked. Charlene, who was not far away, finally reacted and quickly raised her head, and saw that everyone was looking at her. No more fighting. Xiaolin waved her hands quickly, her face slightly flushed. Lear put away the night rose in his hand, walked to Charlene's side, and looked down at the girl in front of him. Charlene looked at Lear somewhat bewilderedly. Where did you learn the technique of storm enchantment? Lear suddenly asked. Xiaolin was stunned for a moment, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and then she answered with a stammer, It's me, I figured it out myself. Oh, really? Lear smiled, lowered his head and approached Charlene, getting very close to the girl. It's true. Charlene stepped back in panic, not daring to look Lear in the eye. She always felt that Lear's eyes could see through her thoughts. You are very talented, and I look forward to your future performance. Lear stopped teasing the girl in front of him, patted Charlene on the shoulder, and then walked towards the knights on the side. End of this chapter. Chapter 151, The Coming Beast Tide. The old dreamland, the royal city of the blood god realm. Lear once again walked out of the dream trial. More than half a month had passed. He had challenged the trial of the Blood Temple dozens of times and accumulated a lot of experience points. In another week, Lear was confident that he could directly upgrade his level to level 80 and reach the extraordinary level. I just don't know what the task is to advance to the extraordinary level. Lear was thinking for a moment. At the exit of the trial room, Irina saw Lear coming out and greeted him respectfully. Lord Lear. Irina said carefully, while secretly looking at Lear's appearance, the blood prisoner mask has been taken off by Lear, and now Lear is back to his original appearance. In the past half-month, he has become familiar with the Blood Elves, except for the Red Wolf. Red Wolf has never liked him very much. Is there anything wrong? Lear glanced at Irina. Lady Amber wants you to go to the hall. Irina said quickly. Amber is the name of the Red Wolf. Hearing this, Lear raised his eyebrows. I know. He nodded and followed Irina towards the hall of the temple. Soon, Lear arrived at the temple hall. Seeing Lear appear, the Red Wolf Amber snorted. Amber still feels bad about how Lear embarrassed her in front of Lillian. During the first dream trial, she wanted to show her strength in front of her former master, but unexpectedly she was defeated by Lear. What happened? Lear walked forward and asked, This incarnation of yours really doesn't care about what's happening outside at all. Amber said coldly, What's going on outside? Lear didn't get angry with Amber and continued to ask, Those traitors are planning to attack your fortress. What do you mean? Lear frowned. The blasphemous and treacherous snake people are planning to start another beast wave. Amber's expression became serious. The beast tide? Lear was stunned. He had heard this term many times when he came to the Pharaoh fortress, but he had never understood it. That's right. Every 5 years, the blasphemy of the true spirit will trigger a beast tide, allowing the Serpent clan to drive the magical beasts in the mountains to attack the fortress and secretly collect the bodies of the dead law professionals. Amber continued, The last beast tide was 3 years ago, and now the blasphemy of the true spirit has triggered the beast tide ahead of time. After listening to Amber's story, Lear finally understood the situation. The beast tide that was supposed to come 2 years later came earlier. Perhaps it was because Lillian devoured the blasphemous law source from Shalia, which made the blasphemous spirit angry. Tell your main body to pay attention. Every time there is a beast tide, your human fortress will suffer heavy losses. This time the beast tide came early. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Amber reminded. Lear smiled when he heard this. Amber called him over to remind him to be careful of the beast tide. Xiaohong, I didn't expect you to care so much about my affairs. Lear said to Amber with a smile. Amber was stunned for a moment after listening to Lear's words, and then her eyes widened after a while. What did you call me? Xiaohong? Isn't that what Lillian calls you? Who allowed you to call me Xiaohong? That's a name that only Lady Lillian can say. Amber yelled angrily, I am the king chosen by Lillian. You are Lillian's mount, so you can also be considered my mount. It should be reasonable for me to call you Xiaohong. Lear said seriously with a smile on his face, Who is your mount? I will always be Lady Lillian's mount. Don't even think about me being your mount. Amber's fur stood up after hearing what Lear said. She had only heard of cats having their fur stand up, but this was the first time Lear saw a wolf's fur stand up. If Amber were in human form now, she would probably have been so angry at Lear that her face turned red. Just as the two were glaring at each other, Irina walked in from outside the door. Seeing the looks of the two, the girl held her forehead slightly. This was not the first time that Lear and Amber had a conflict. In the more than half a month that Lear had been here, the man and the wolf would quarrel for no reason. Irina was no longer surprised. Lord Amber, Lord Lear, those snake people are here again. Irina interrupted their quarrel helplessly. After hearing this, Lear and Amber paused. After a brief silence, Amber glared at Lear fiercely, then asked Irina, How many people are here? There are about 100 people this time, including many mid-level professionals. Irina replied with some concern, "Are those snake people here again?" A smile appeared on Lear's face. When he stayed in the Blood Temple to gain experience, there were often snakemen outside searching for the whereabouts of the Blood Elves. While waiting for the copy CD, Lear would go out to hunt those snakemen. Although the number is not large, even a small amount is still experience. Before, there were only 30 or 40 snake people at most each time, but I didn't expect that there would be hundreds of them now. This is a considerable amount of experience points. Let me go. It's been a few days since I last fought with those snake people. Lear stood up on his own initiative. Before Amber and Irina could speak, Lear had already left the hall. After walking out of the hall, Lear walked towards the exit of the secret realm. Soon, Irina also ran out of the hall and followed Lear's pace. A wolf howl was heard from the house behind him. "Lord Lear, there are hundreds of snake people this time. Are you going alone?" Irina walked to Lear and asked carefully, "Just 100 snake men?" Lear waved his hand casually. "These are all experience points, and Lear will not share them with others." Outside the secret realm, in the dark forest, a large number of snake people were shuttling through the bushes. Lear has come out of the secret realm of the Blood Temple and was hiding in the dark watching all this. This group of snakemen often come to the forest to search for the whereabouts of Blood Elves. In fact, they don't want to find the secret realm, but to lure out Amber hiding in the secret realm. The blasphemous True Spirit knew from the beginning that the secret realm was here, but he just couldn't enter it. That's why these snake people were sent to lure Amber out. As long as Amber appears, the blasphemous spirit can immediately lock onto her and follow the trail to enter the Blood Temple. There are not many supplies in the secret realm of the Blood Temple, and the plants grown there are not enough to keep hundreds of Blood Elves alive, so every once in a while Irina will lead the team to the forests and plains outside to get food. The first time Lear met Irina, she was leading the team out to collect food and supplies. The snakemen would intercept the Blood Elf teams and brutally kill them or capture them and transform them into snakemen clansmen by blaspheming their true spirits, so as to gradually strengthen the snakemen clansmen and weaken the power of the Blood Elves. When Lear and Lillian found the Blood Temple, the Blood Elves were already on the verge of collapse. There are only more than 100 tribesmen left, which is completely incomparable to the snake people with thousands of people, and they are far inferior in strength. The strongest fighter among the Blood Elves is only Irina, who is only close to the high level, while there are several keep high level professionals among the Snakemen clan, and there are more emerging as well. Even extraordinary professionals. Since Amber cannot leave the temple, the Blood Elves can only hide like rats. Everyone be careful. I heard that a high-level professional appeared in the Blood Elf tribe, and many previous members of the tribe were killed. The captain of the searching snakemen warned the snakemen around who were preparing to disperse. On the dark branch, Lear also looked at the snakeman captain. Judging from his aura, he had reached a high level. Most of the other snake people are also mid-level professionals. Lord Costadane said that the purpose of assembling the team this time is to capture the high-level Blood Elf. The leading snakeman continued, "That Blood Elf was able to break through to a high level in such a barren environment. He must be a highly talented professional. We must offer him to Father God and let him become a member of our Snakeman clan. It turns out that this group of snake people are coming for me." Lear raised his eyebrows in the dark. "Spread out, form teams of 10, and send a signal immediately once you find the target." The Snakeman team leader issued an order. The snakemen around formed teams and dispersed in all directions. The snakeman team leader also took 2 armored and elite-looking snakemen to explore in one direction. Looking at the scattered snakemen, Lear thought for a moment and chose to follow the snakeman captain. The forest where the secret realm is located is very large, and the spread of these hundreds of snake people is just like spilling a basin of water. These snakemen often spend a long time searching in the forest because they don't know when the Blood Elves will go out, so they make sure there is a team of snakemen stationed outside at all times. Lear carefully followed the snakeman captain. After these days of hunting and observation, he also understood the movement routes of these snakemen. The snake people's search area is within a 10-kilometer radius of the hidden Lillian statue. It will only patrol back and forth in this circle. After following the snakeman team to an open woodland, which was some distance away from other snakeman teams, Lear finally took action. A light red ripple spread out, and the 3 snake people below instantly felt something unusual. A high level snakeman captain only felt a feeling of suffocation rising from the bottom of his heart, and the blood seemed to stop flowing, but he quickly reacted, and the powerful magic power instantly isolated the force that affected his blood. But the remaining 2 elite mid-level professionals did not have such a good result. Their bodies began to twitch and the snake tails behind them kept twisting. Just when the snakeman captain recovered, before he could say anything, a spear-emitting blood-red light pierced his chest directly. Not only the snakeman captain, but also the other 2 snakemen were skewered and nailed to a big tree not far away with spears. The loud noise caused the birds and animals in the forest to scatter. Lear watched the scene quietly. With his current strength and the holy level blood rose, even high-level professionals would be killed instantly. The only drawback is that the magic power consumption is a bit high. However, after obtaining the commander template, Lear's magic power has increased significantly, which makes up for this shortcoming. A prompt popped up on the system panel indicating that experience points had been gained from kills. Lear waved his hand, and the blood-red rose turned into a stream of light and returned to his hand. He looked in other directions. The hunt is about to begin. If hundreds of snake professionals rushed forward at once, even if Lear could win, he would probably be in a very embarrassing situation. However, it would be very easy to defeat them one by one. What? You devil! Screams rang out in the forest. A bloody shadow passed through the air, so fast that people could not see its shape clearly. The blood-red rose drew a graceful arc and pierced the last snake man. Lear stopped and the blood color emanating from his body gradually faded. This is a new skill he learned using the skill source crystal. After brushing the dungeon for more than half a month, apart from the skill book obtained in the first pass, Lear only obtained 4 skill source crystals, and the drop rate was touching. A total of 5 skill source crystals are only enough for Lear to learn 1 intermediate level other professional skill. Lear chose the blood hunter profession's intermediate skill, bloodthirsty step. Consume blood to increase your speed. The more you consume, the more you increase. It does not consume magic power and has no cooldown time. Lear took a liking to this skill at first sight. His physique was already ridiculously high due to his affinity with the law, and his blood volume was even higher than that of a tank. This blood burst speed-up skill seemed to be tailor-made for him. Moreover, the blood rose has the ability to absorb blood, so you can continue to use skills. The most important thing is that it does not consume magic power, allowing Lear to maintain his terrifying speed even when not using Aslan's royal swordsmanship. Excess magic power can be used to unleash other skills. If the bloodthirsty stride and Aslan's royal swordsmanship were combined, his speed would be further improved, truly reaching an incredible level. Hundreds of snake people died in the northwest without even having the chance to see who was hunting them. Just as Lear's blood incarnation was happily hunting snake people, Lear's real body was called to Stuart's conference room. When he walked into the hall, Lear saw the 3 Night Lords who had been at the banquet, as well as the president of the Adventurers Association and some other unfamiliar faces. Unsurprisingly, the magical fluctuations on these people were very strong, and they were all high-level professionals. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Lear came to the empty seat next to Albert and sat down. Being Lear sitting down, Albert nodded and then glanced at everyone present. I asked you all to come here this time because the spy from Decision Mountain Range sent a message. Albert said in a deep voice, the monsters in the mountains have begun to gather. After these words were spoken, everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment, except Lear, who had a blank expression on his face. He had guessed it when he entered the meeting room. He had just received news from the incarnation that a beast tide was about to come. Unexpectedly, Albert had also noticed it. Lord Albert, are you saying that the beast tide is coming again? Someone asked with a frown. That's right. Albert sighed, although I don't want to admit it, it seems to be the case. End of this chapter. Chapter 152, Snake Man Soul Master. It's only been 3 years since the last beast tide. Did the spies see it wrong? There was a lot of discussion in the conference room, and Albert said in a deep voice, silence. This news was brought by Sergei. He monitors the situation in the Decision Mountains all the time and has never made any mistakes. Albert looked at a man in a hooded robe who was sitting not far away. The man raised his head and glanced at everyone present. I assure you, the monsters are gathering. This is exactly the same as the signs before the beast tide began in previous years. According to past rules, the beast tide will completely break out in no more than a week. Before that, there will be a continuous stream of low-level monsters attacking the fortress. As the man spoke, the conference room fell silent again, and everyone's expression became serious again. I also hope that the coming of the beast tide is a mistake on Sergei's part, but I can't gamble with the lives of the residents of the fortress, so everyone, get ready. Albert sighed, then looked at the president of the Adventurers Guild and said, Farouk, spread the news of the coming beast tide. The adventurers need to be mobilized. Yes, Lord Albert. Farouk nodded respectfully. Eric, reconvene the Mad Lion Knights. They must always be ready for battle. Albert looked at a burly man on the other side. Eric, Lear had heard of this name. He was the manager of the fortress arena and the commander of the 3rd Legion of the Mad Lion Knights. I understand. The commander of the 3rd Legion named Eric nodded. After explaining these things, Albert looked at Lear again. Lear, I heard that you have been promoted to a high rank? Yes, father. Lear nodded and released the magic of war in his body. Everyone in the conference room looked over, each with a look of surprise and shock. Although there were rumors that Lear had been promoted to a high rank, it was still amazing to see them in person now. This group of knights have wasted half their lives and are now only at the high level. However, Lear has reached the high level when he is only in his early 20s. It is simply terrifying. Feeling the magic power emanating from Lear's body, Albert was also a little shocked. Is this the talent of the reincarnated? He sighed in his heart, but smiled on the surface. Very good, now that you have been promoted to a high rank, it is not appropriate for you to continue to serve as the leader of the Blood Alliance Knights. Well, from now on you will lead all 4 major knightly orders, and let Avian become the new leader of the Blood Alliance Knights. Albert made the decision. Lier didn't say anything when he heard this, but just nodded. This was also what he thought. You lead the 4 major knightly orders and station them outside the Arc de Triomphe. Report any situation immediately. Albert ordered again. I see. Lear nodded. After Albert made arrangements with Lear, he finally looked at the other 3 knights who had been canonized. Sid, send a message to your territory as soon as possible and have the garrison knights march toward the fortress in case of emergency. Albert quickly gave orders regarding the arrangements for the Beast Tide, and everyone quickly prepared. Lear also left the meeting room, and soon after he left, he met Milia, who was walking in the mansion. What happened? Milia asked worriedly. She had just seen a lot of people leaving in a hurry. A beast tide is coming, and the fortress is likely to be in chaos. Lear said helplessly. Hearing this, Milia was stunned for a moment. Having been in the Pharaoh fortress for such a long time, she also learned some about the situation of the fortress. She knew what the beast tide represented. So what are you going to do next? Milia asked. Of course, we are guarding the fortress and clearing out those monsters. Lier answered as a matter of course. Is there anything I can help you with? Milia reached out and grabbed Lear's sleeve. The little princess looked expectant, but Lier shook his head helplessly. You should stay in the mansion with Her Majesty the Queen. Although you can use the Morning Star Scepter, that is the power of heretical law. Even if there is no golden church in the Pharaoh fortress, you will still be in danger if you are exposed. Lear explained. Milia's eyes gradually dimmed. She knew that what Lear said was true. Looking at Milia's appearance, Lear sighed in his heart. After all, the golden church was a huge mountain pressing on their heads. If he wanted to truly get rid of the shackles of the golden church, he would have to wait until he was promoted to the extraordinary level. If the power after integrating the corrupted divine blood is strong enough, Lear will have the confidence to fight against the golden church. Together with Albert Stewart's family, he will have 2 extraordinary professionals. Moreover, he joined the war church not long ago, so he can be considered a person with a background. Add these 3 together and even the golden church would have to think twice. Another point is that the public beta is not far away. By then, various heretical sects will emerge, and with the appearance of players, the Empire and the 3 kingdoms will fall into chaos, and the golden church will be unable to take care of itself. In the Blood King city, Kostadin listened to his subordinates' reports and his whole body was shaking with anger. Are you saying that the hundreds of followers sent to the Blood Elf secret realm are dead? Yes, sir, when we went to take turns, we only saw the body of Lord Swaro. The snake man at the side replied tremblingly. A Blood Elf who just got promoted to a high level killed hundreds of our followers? Are those followers who are searching for the whereabouts of the Blood Elves all pigs? Kostadin roared. The terrifying magic power directly blew the reporting snakeman away and smashed him against the wall. The snake spat out a mouthful of blood and crawled up from the ground after a while. Sir, it must be that high-ranking Blood Elf who led the entire Blood Elf clan to ambush Lord Swaro. Even so, if hundreds of snakemen can't be defeated, can't they escape? Kostadin was still angry. The snakemen beside him were silent after hearing this. He couldn't understand why hundreds of snakemen, including high-level snakemen, didn't survive. Seeing that his subordinates didn't say anything, Kostadin forced himself to calm down. He suddenly remembered what the blasphemous spirit had said about the Lord of Bloodsource coming back. Could it be that the Lord of Bloodsource had returned to the old dream? If that were the case, then Swarlow's death would not be surprising. You go down first. Kostadin waved to his subordinate beside him. Upon seeing this, the subordinates bowed their heads and respectfully left the hall. After his subordinates left, Kostadin touched the gem pendant on his chest. If Lear were here, he would definitely be able to recognize it. It was the same gem as Sheila's dot, and the black gem, a vertical pupil slowly opened. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me unless necessary? An irritable voice suddenly sounded. In the hall, the shadow of a giant snake appeared. I'm sorry, Lord Father, but the clansmen I sent to the secret realm of the Blood Elves were all killed. I suspect that the Lord of Blood Origin has already arrived in the old dream. Kostadin said respectfully, lowering his head. Lord of the Blood Source? Upon hearing Kostadin's words, the blasphemous true spirit was stunned for a moment, but soon uttered a mocking voice. She can't come to the old dream. This dream has been sealed by me. Only my followers can enter and exit freely. If she wants to come in, she can't hide it from me. Kostadin was a little skeptical. If it weren't for the Lord of Blood, he really couldn't imagine how hundreds of snakemen died no buts. Your current mission is to attack the fortress. I can feel the power of the blood still lingering in the fortress. Other than that, you can put everything else aside. The blasphemous true spirit interrupted Kostadin rudely. Don't worry about the remaining blood elves in the old dream. Once we occupy the fortress, we will have plenty of time to deal with them. I'm already devouring the bloody dream essence. As long as I succeed, I can leave this old dream in my true form. You just need to disrupt the fortress before that. Even if you can't capture it, once I finish devouring it and my true form descends, no one can stop me. After saying the last sentence, the shadow of the big snake disappeared directly, leaving Kostadin alone. Looking at the place where the blasphemous spirit disappeared, Kostadin sighed helplessly. He put down the pendant in his hand, turned around and left the hall. Pharaoh Fortress, Triumphal Square. The four major knightly orders gathered together in an orderly manner. It had not been long since Lear started training the Blood Alliance Knights, but in just these few days, the overall strength of the Blood Alliance Knights had improved a lot compared to the other three knightly orders. Lear stood in front of the knights. The matter of the beast tide had been explained. Now the four major knightly orders needed to take turns guarding the Arc de Triomphe day and night. This is hard work, but no one complains. The Pharaoh Fortress is their home, and everyone will contribute to the fortress voluntarily. This is completely different from the profit-seeking nobles in the royal city of Breffel. Lear and the four captains of the knights stood on the high walls on both sides of the Arc de Triomphe. In the distance, a large number of monsters had gathered on the edge of the Decision Mountains. Looking far away, Lear also saw some strange figures among the group of monsters. They stood among the monsters, their bodies hidden in the shadows, as if they did not exist, but with Lear's powerful mental perception, they were still seen by Lear. There was a snake tail swaying in the darkness. It was a snake man. Without a strong mental power, it would be impossible to discover that these snake people exude an aura of blasphemy against the law, and this aura is affecting the magical beasts around them. Lear frowned. Red Wolf had said before that the snake people would trigger a beast tide, which meant that the snake people had the ability to control magical beasts, but what exactly was that ability? While Lear was still thinking, the densely packed magical beasts in the mountains had already rushed over. Most of them were apprentice-level magical beasts such as wolves and pigs, with a few primary-level magical beasts and a few scattered mid-level magical beasts in between. This is just the beginning of the beast tide, just an appetizer. Everyone be on guard. Lear ordered loudly when he saw this. Members of the four major knightly orders picked up their weapons and shields one by one, and many adventurers on the city wall also joined in. With the strength of the adventurers, the current primary beast tide is the time for them to show their skills. Once the large-scale beast tide comes, the adventurers will not be able to deal with it. The Arc de Triomphe was closed, and a large number of spies gathered on the city walls, shooting bows and arrows at the waves of monsters. The remaining knights and adventurers rushed down the city wall after a hail of arrows to prevent the monsters from destroying the city walls. Lear also jumped off the city wall, holding the knight rose and moving among the monsters. A random sword could tear a monster into pieces. Arcane waves rippled around Lear, and a huge arcane cannon quickly formed and was then thrown towards the group of monsters. At this moment, the advantages of the mage were revealed. The mage's power was particularly evident in large-scale wars. The terrifying arcane shells exploded in the group of monsters, instantly killing all the monsters in the range. The other knights on the side were all stunned. In the Pharaoh Fortress, there were almost no practitioners of law professions other than the law of war, and they had never seen the power of a mage. Lear did not care about the reactions of the knights around him. The terrifying coldness erupted with him as the center, and all the monsters within 100 meters were frozen. The pressure on many knights who were struggling to resist the monsters was suddenly reduced, and they looked at Lear with a hint of admiration. The maximum range of Frost Nova is 100 meters. Lear usually seldom uses it at full strength because it consumes too much magic power. However, since he was promoted to the commander template, his magic power reserves have reached a terrifying level. There is no doubt that multi-law professionals are powerful. Since Lear has declared himself to be a dual law professional, he will not give up this advantage. His mage class is still a bit low. Lear did not forget that there was a mage's skill book in his storage ring. The thank you gift that Erwin gave him was the same origin as the blood demon. As long as he has enough affinity with the arcane law, he can learn it by consuming blood to replace magic points. As long as he learns it, the duration of his Aslan Royal swordsmanship can be increased again. Maybe I should take some time to go to the kingdom of Kalia? Or see if I can find the source of the arcane law, Lear thought to himself, but his steps did not stop. Stepping on the frozen monsters, he rushed towards the snake people hiding in the shadows in the mountains. Seeing Lear rushing over, the snake men showed a hint of panic in their eyes. They were exposed. They felt the fluctuations of Lear's magic. That was a fluctuation of magic power far beyond that of a mid-level professional, as well as a powerful mental force. In previous beast tides, even the extraordinary war knight found it difficult to spot them. After all, professionals of the law of war did not have high intelligence, which meant that their mental strength was not high either. But the man in front of him was obviously different. The snake people began to retreat. They took out the magic wands in their hands, which emitted a black light. The remaining monsters around them had purple light in their eyes and roared as they rushed towards Lear. Lear brandished his rapier and broke up the herd of beasts at terrifying speed, and in an instant he arrived in front of the snake man. End of this chapter. Chapter 153. The purpose of the blood apostles and the information about the snake people. Lear's speed was far beyond the snake man's imagination. Just when Lear came in front of the snake man, the magic wand in the snake man's hand lit up again. A dark red light burst out instantly, illuminating Lear's figure. You are affected by the soul-snatching skill of the soul-snatching master, and are forced to conduct a mysterious confrontation judgment. Judgment successful, you are immune to the influence of soul-stealing soul, and successfully counter the effect to the caster. The system panel popped up in front of him, and Lear paused. He did not feel any discomfort. Instead, the snake man holding a magic wand in front of him had white eyes and lost consciousness. The snake people around saw that Lear stopped, and there was a flash of joy in their eyes. They thought that Lear was being controlled. Just as they were about to control the monsters to tear Lear into pieces, they found that Lear raised his head. He is not under control. Hurry! The snake man closest to Lear noticed Lear's condition and shouted. The snake man was speaking, but he was forced to interrupt halfway. The cold frost directly froze the snake man into an ice sculpture, and the other snake men were not spared either. As the snake men were frozen, the monsters that had been desperately rushing towards the fortress walls began to tremble one by one. Under the shocked gazes of the adventurers and the Knights of the Knights Templar, the monsters actually began to flee. Except for the magical beasts that were frozen by Lear, most of the magical beasts fled madly into the Decision Mountains. It was not until the battlefield in front of the fortress was left with only the corpses of monsters that everyone reacted. Those who had experienced the beast tide in the past showed an expression of disbelief. Would the monsters in the beast tide actually escape? While everyone was shocked, Lear dragged several frozen snake men to the Arc de Triomphe. The gate was opened and Lear dragged the snake man back to the fortress. Not far away, high-level professionals such as Albert, who had been watching in secret, also came out. Your Majesty. The knights and adventurers around were all startled and saluted respectfully. Well done. I'm pleased to see you so brave. Albert praised the professionals around him, and then looked at the snake man dragged over by Lear. When he saw the snake man's appearance, he frowned slightly. Is this a demon beast? Everyone's eyes turned to the snake man dragged over by Lear, and their expressions were a little strange. The frozen monster was wearing a black robe, had a snake head, a human body, and a long snake tail. It was the first time that many people present had seen this strange creature. Hannah and the other two also saw the frozen snake man, and her eyes widened immediately. This is the Snake Man clan in the rift. Hannah couldn't help but speak out. Her voice caught everyone's attention, and Albert looked at Hannah. Do you know this creature? Everyone looked at Hannah. With so many people watching her, she became a little nervous. Seeing this, Walton stood up helplessly and said, It's like this, Lord. Hannah and the others went to the rift before. Walton recounted what happened in the rift. Many adventurers knew about this matter. They mentioned it in the Adventurers Guild when they came back, but it did not receive much attention. Albert listened to Walton's story quietly. When he heard about the hideous demon, he seemed to have thought of something and glanced at Lear. What Walton described was obviously the Blood Apostle who had appeared in the royal city, but now the Blood Apostle appeared in the Decision Mountains. Albert knew that Lear was related to the Blood Apostle. He pondered for a moment and said to Walton, You mean there is a god of heretical laws hiding under the chasm? And these snake men are the followers of that god? Yes, that's how the demon talked to the snake people. Walton nodded. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. What Walton said was too magical, and the onlookers around started talking. So there are gods of heretical laws in the rift? No wonder so many adventurers who went to the rift never came back. Is the beast tide that so many fortresses have been experiencing also related to the god of the heretical law? Albert pondered for a moment and said, The news you mentioned is very important. I will send someone to investigate the rift. He waved his hand and looked at Lear. Lear, come with me. Lear shrugged his shoulders when he heard this. He knew what Albert wanted him to do. He handed the snake man to Letitia beside him. Lock up these snake men. Don't get close to them. They are still alive. These snake men have the ability to control minds. Don't get too close to them. I will come and deal with them later. After Lear finished speaking, he followed Albert away. The two of them went straight back to the Steward mansion and came to the room. The demon that Walton was talking about is the Blood Apostle? After closing the door, Albert went straight to the point. Yes, Lear answered casually. Is it true that there are heretical law gods beneath the rift? Albert asked. It's true. Below the chasm, there are not only gods of heretical laws, but also the gods' followers, which are the snake people just now. Lear said seriously. Telling Albert some things would also allow Albert to be prepared. From the information I received, the beast tide that occurs in the fortress every 5 years is caused by blasphemy against the true spirit. Blasphemy against the true spirit, is this the god? Albert frowned. That's right. The other party controls the law of blasphemy and can steal the power of other laws to improve himself. That's why he set off a beast tide. He uses the beast tide to collect the bodies of those dead law professionals and devour their bodies to restore his own strength. Lear explained slowly. Albert took a deep breath. He had been stationed in the Pharaoh fortress for decades and had experienced nearly 10 beast tides, but he had never known the existence of the blasphemous true spirit. Did the blood apostle tell you all this? What exactly is his purpose? Albert raised his head. After hearing this, Lear thought for a few seconds. Albert knew that he was connected with the blood apostle, but Albert did not understand the blood apostle, so it was normal for him to be afraid of him. After a brief silence, Lear had a flash of inspiration. The purpose of the blood apostles is to let the Lord of Blood devour other heretical law gods. Devouring other gods? Albert was a little shocked. Yes, just like the corrupt true spirit in the royal city, the blasphemous true spirit is the same now. Lear nodded. Father, you don't have to worry about the blood apostle at all. He is only interested in the gods of heretical laws. Lear has been deceiving Albert, and Albert still doesn't seem to suspect that he is the blood apostle, and Lear will not say it out loud. Albert listened to Lear's words and fell silent. If what Lear said was true, then it could be said that Fort Pharaoh had been standing on the edge of a cliff all these years. A god of heretical law was right next to him. Albert still remembered the corrupt spirit that descended on the royal city of Briefville. If it weren't for the golden goddess of law who bestowed divine gifts and joined forces with the blood apostles, and finally the queen's ban, the entire royal city would probably have become hell by now. But if the blasphemous spirit in the rift is as powerful as the corrupted spirit, how can the Pharaoh fortress resist it? Since you said that the blood apostle intends to let the Lord of Blood devour the blasphemous true spirit, does that mean that the blood apostle can defeat that god? Albert suddenly asked. Lear was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand. I don't know about that. Where is the blood apostle now? Can he come to see me? Albert asked again. Lear was stunned. Since the blood apostles intend to deal with the gods in the rift, our goals are the same. If we solve the problem of the gods' fortress, we will no longer suffer from the beast tide. We can cooperate. Albert thought seriously, and this time the beast tide came 2 years earlier. Could it be related to the blood apostles? Albert thought of another question. I'm not too sure about this. Lear shook his head awkwardly. He was basically certain that the beast tide came early because Lillian devoured the source of blasphemous law in Sheila's body, but he couldn't tell Albert. Usually, the blood apostle comes to me on his own initiative. If you want to cooperate, I will explain to him the next time the blood apostle comes. Lear changed the topic of the beast tide. That's it. Albert nodded. He had originally planned to go to the rift to see the situation, but now he simply gave up the idea. There is a god and his followers. Even if he sends high-level spies there, he cannot guarantee their safety. If the spies die in the rift, it will be a waste of time. After talking with Albert, Lear went out again. He went to the villa where he was hiding Ophinia and Sheila. Arriving at the bedroom on the 4th floor of the villa, Ophinia and Sheila were reading books respectively. As a golden saint, Ophinia instinctively hated the heretical laws. Although the source of the blasphemous law in Sheila's body had been devoured, the blood law had been restored. Feeling the breath of blood law on Sheila's body, Ophelia could think of Lear who blasphemed her, which made her emotions extremely unstable. What are you looking at? A deep voice sounded in Ophelia's ears. Ophinia was stunned for a moment, then turned her head and saw the face that made her hate and yet not hate it. Lear was looking at the book in Ophelia's hand with a strange expression on his face. Act 2, the imprisoned nun. Looking at the contents of the book, Lear raised his eyebrows. Ophinia reacted and was shocked. She stood up quickly and accidentally dropped the book in her hand onto the ground. The red leather cover of the book was exposed. Pagans and Nuns. This is the name of the book. Ah! Don't look! After realizing what happened, Ophinia's cheeks turned red instantly. She quickly bent down to pick up the book, but was picked up by Lear. So these are the books you've been reading? Lear whispered jokingly into Ophelia's ear. Let me go. Ophinia struggled, the magic power in her body flowing. Now Lear would leave her some magic power every day that was enough to cast basic spells. Ophinia struggled for a while, but Lear's hand held her tightly like an iron clamp. Be good, since you like reading this kind of books, just tell me what you want me to do to you, and I will fulfill your wish. Lear chuckled and bit Ophelia's neck. The tingling sensation instantly spread through Ophinia's body. The saint collapsed in Lear's arms and stopped struggling. She bit her lip and dared not look at Lear's eyes. After absorbing all the magic power in Ophelia's body, only a little bit was left. Lear carried Ophelia to the bed and then walked towards Sheila. Seeing Lear walking towards her, Sheila's cheeks flushed slightly, and she obediently let Lear bite her neck until all her magic power was absorbed by Lear. Lear absorbed a lot of the magic power of the two women. After doing all this, Lear asked Sheila, "Do you know the mesmerist?" Scylla fell into Lear's arms obediently. When she heard the word mesmerizer, she blinked. "Lord Lear, the mesmerizer is a legal profession bestowed by the blasphemous True Spirit. The beast tied in the Decision Mountains was controlled by the mesmerists in the Snakeman clan?" Lear asked again. "Yes, there are several high-level mesmerists in the clan, and one who is close to the extraordinary level." Sheila knew everything. How does a mesmerist control magical beasts? In their heads there are blasphemous crystals given by blasphemous true spirits, which can influence the thoughts of other creatures. How are the professions distributed among the snake people? Most of them are spell thieves, with only a few soul spell killers. This is also the purpose of his coming here. Like the spell thief, the soul caller is a profession under the law of blasphemy, and has one thing in common with the spell thief, and none of them have any lethality. The spell thief steals the power of other law professionals, while the soul mesmer controls other law professionals. Apart from this, they have no other abilities. Lear raised his eyebrows. Both professions were a bit strange, but in fact, their abilities were very powerful. According to what Sheila said, most of the snake men are spell thieves. They have retained the professions of the previous blood elves, and many of them are blood hunters and blood knights. It is worth mentioning that many humans who disappeared in the beast tide were also transformed into snakemen, so there are also many law thieves among the snakemen who have stolen the profession of war law. There are very few soul chasers. So as long as we blow up the mesmerist's head, the driven monsters will return to normal? Lear asked the last question. Yes, this is the quickest way. Sheila panted and looked at Lear charmingly. Surrounded by the strong masculine scent of Lear, her body was also somewhat moved, and she didn't mind letting Lear have her. She is a blood elf, and Lear is the king chosen by Lillian. It would be her honor to be favored by Lear. Unfortunately, Lear didn't seem to have any intention of having a passionate affair with her. Lear stood up and saw Ophelia, who was sitting on the bed, with a resentful expression on her face. End of this chapter. Chapter 154. The blasphemous Crystal and Mirias Crisis. Lear stood on the city wall, looking at the Decision Mountains in the distance. Since repelling the beast tide 3 days ago, the Pharaoh fortress has not been attacked again. This is very strange, as there has never been such an interruption in previous beast tides. I've said it before, a beast tide occurs every 5 years. The previous monster riot was probably just an accident. It happened before, didn't it? The monster riot at the Decision Mountains was just a little more monsters this time. It wasn't a beast tide at all. The station knight yawned and complained to his fellow knight beside him. Just as the knight's companion was about to say something, he saw Lear walking towards him. He quickly winked at the knight who had spoken. "What are you doing?" the knight asked curiously. "Master Lear." The knight on the other side ignored the other's words, straightened his back and saluted. "I told you, call me the commander in the knights." Lear glanced at the knight, and then his eyes fell on the knight who had just complained. "Do you think the beast tide is fake?" "No, I just think." The knight looked at Lear nervously. "I can tell you clearly that the beast tide is real. I know that the calmness of the past 3 days has made you slack off, but I still hope that you can be more serious." Lear reprimanded calmly. "The fortress is behind you. Once the Arc de Triomphe is lost, the entire fortress will be in disaster." The knight opened his mouth, a guilty look on his face. Lear didn't say anything more, just waved his hand. "Continue patrolling." The two knights bowed as if they had been pardoned and left quickly. Looking at the backs of the two knights, Lear did not stay any longer and walked towards the underground prison. The calm of these 3 days did not mean the end of the beast tide. According to the information obtained from Sheila before, the beast tide was controlled by the Mesmers in the Snakeman clan. The number of Mesmers was very small, and Lear had captured 4 of them. This might have made the Snakeman clan alert. During the previous beast tide, the Mesmers hid in the herd and even Albert couldn't find him, but now Lear can sense it. Lear was thinking about this, and before long he arrived at the prison where the Snakeman was imprisoned. The 4 snakemen were tied up, and their robes were stripped off to reveal their hideous bodies. Seeing Lear appear, the 4 snake people all showed angry eyes. "Damn mortals! Do you know who we are?" one of the snake people suddenly said angrily. Lear said nothing, but just looked at the snakeman who was talking quietly. "We are the followers of the gods. If you dare to capture us, you will surely die a miserable death when the Father God arrives." The snake man spoke again. "Just relying on that big snake?" Lear finally spoke. He chuckled and said, "If that big snake dares to come, I would like to try the taste of killing gods again." "How dare you blaspheme God the Father?" Hearing Lear's words, the other 3 snake men also opened their eyes wide in anger. Lear shook his head. These snake people had been tamed by the blasphemous laws and turned into true fanatics. There was no point in talking nonsense with them. He walked up to the snake man with a cold look in his eyes. Lear raised his hand and grabbed the snake man's head directly. Damn mortal. What do you want to do? The captured snake man struggled. I heard that you snake men mesmers rely on the crystals in your heads to control magical beasts? Lier said in a flat tone. Hearing Lier's words, the captured snake man's eyes widened instantly. How do you know the secret of the mesmer? The snake man said in disbelief. The other three snake men nearby were also stunned. Lier showed a terrifying smile. Instead of answering the snake man's question, he increased the strength of his right hand. The snake man whose head was grabbed felt the pain on his head and twisted his body. What do you want to do? What? Lier continued his actions, his tone unchanged. Of course, to see what the crystal that the big snake gave you is. As he spoke, the snake man completely panicked. You can't do this. The father will not let you go. The snake man roared madly, but the pain from the top of his head became more and more obvious. He felt the scales on his head being pushed aside, and in Lear's sight, the snake man's blood bar continued to drop. As Lear exerted force, the long blood bar was cleared in an instant, and red and white brain matter gushed out. Lear released a magic shield in front of him in anticipation. After a shrill scream, the snake man's body shook violently and then he became motionless. Lier's hand groped in the snake man's brain for a while, touched a hard crystal, and took it out directly. This is a black diamond-shaped crystal with a vertical pupil in the center that looks like a snake's eye, and it is constantly rotating. It is similar to the black gem pendant that Sheila had on before, but the magic fluctuations in it are stronger. Lier looked closely and the crystal's information popped up on the system panel. Name, Blasphemous Eye Crystal. Category, Legal Relics. Introduction, a crystal that contains the power of the blasphemous law. Profession. Effect, by integrating the crystal into the brain, you can awaken the affinity of blasphemous law and obtain the law profession of soul-stirring master. Fusion requirements. Mystic 10 Note, once the crystal is fused, the original law profession, law affinity, and magic level will be cleared, and you will unconditionally pledge allegiance to the law of blasphemy and be controlled by the law of blasphemy. Lier raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be a job transfer item for the law profession. This was a good thing. He shook off the blood and flesh residue on his hands and put the crystal away. It's nothing to Lear, but it can be rewarded to players in the future. I just don't know if this job transfer item can still be used if the blasphemous spirit is killed. In the previous life, there were many job-changing items condensed from heretical laws. Some of them would lose their effects due to the death of the law's true spirit, and players who had already changed jobs would also lose their power and their levels would be miserably reset to 0. However, there are some props that will not become invalid due to the death of the law spirit, and Lear is not very clear about the rules behind this. He looked at the remaining three mesmericists again. After feeling Lier's gaze, the three snake men's bodies trembled. You devil! You can't do this to us? The snake man shouted in despair, but Lear remained expressionless. There were bursts of screams in the prison, which lasted for several minutes before they stopped. After a moment, Lear walked out expressionlessly, holding 4 crystals in his hands. Time passed little by little, and the next 2 days were still calm. Although Lear had warned them not to relax, the knights stationed at the Arc de Triomphe still became lazy. At night, the Decision Mountains were pitch black, and the soldiers on the Arc de Triomphe were patrolling casually. It seems that Commander Lear is too cautious. It's been 5 days. If there was a beast tide, it should have come again long ago, complained the knight who had been scolded by Lear before. Stop talking, be careful not to be heard by Commander Lear. We just need to patrol in peace, said the knight on the side unhappily. Commander Lear is probably asleep now, how could he hear it? The knight curled his lips indifferently. Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly saw 2 dark shadows climbing up the city wall. Under the dim light, the knight's eyes widened. The ferocious snake head, swaying tail, and bright red scales were even more terrifying than the snake man that Lear caught 5 days ago. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the snake man swing his claws and knocked his knight companion to the ground without him even making a scream. 2 snake men walked towards him slowly, one red and one black, both tall. The knight finally reacted and was about to pick up the horn at his waist and blow it, but the snake man's sharp claws grabbed his neck directly. The knight was caught up directly, his feet off the ground, struggling in pain. The horn in his hand slipped to the ground, and the red snake man crushed the horn with 1 foot. Move faster, don't get discovered. The red snake man let out a low growl, and the black snake man next to him nodded, a strange red light emanating from his body. Under the knight's incredulous gaze, the snake man turned into a pool of bloody flesh and blood and gradually wrapped up the knight who had fainted on the ground. After a while, the flesh and blood was completely integrated into the knight's body. The knight who was originally unconscious shook on the ground for a while, then he staggered to his feet. He twisted his neck, looking very strange. This body is too weak. The knight made a low voice. From time to time, an apparition of a snake face would appear on the knight's face, and after a moment it would fix on the knight's original face. My name is Armand Hodge, and I'm a junior war knight of the Ice Crusher Knights. The knight suddenly said something strange. The red snake man saw this scene, nodded, and then looked at the knight he caught in the air. 10 minutes later, the red snake man disappeared. A knight sat down on the ground, raised his head, and a red light flashed in his eyes. "I'm Seymour Britannia, a junior agent," he whispered with his lips slightly parted. The next day, Lear woke up from his sleep. Amelia was lying on top of him, looking at him with her eyes wide open. Lear pinched Amelia's cheek, picked up the little princess, and said with a smile, "My princess, what are you thinking about?" Amelia let Lear hold her, nestled in Lear's arms, and replied with a rosy face, "I was thinking, it would be nice if we could stay like this forever. We are together every day. There is no danger in the fortress. You can stay with me all the time." The little princess raised her head and looked at Lear intently again. Lear felt warm in his heart and stroked Amelia's long hair. He also hoped that such days could last forever. Lear has been accompanying Amelia these days, and sometimes takes her to the walls of the Arc de Triomphe. It has been 6 days since the last beast tide, and everything has been calm, as if the previous beast tide was just a sudden incident, but Lear knew that this was just the calm before the storm. The incarnation of blood in the old dream saw that many snake people were ready to go, and they seemed to be waiting for something. Lear thought to himself, still smiling on the surface, "We will always be together." He patted Miria's head and said, "It's time to get up, my princess." Milia nodded and obediently stood out from Lear's arms. After helping Milia comb her hair, they washed up and left the room. "Are you going to the Arc de Triomphe today?" Milia asked as they walked side by side. "Yes." Lear nodded. It has been 6 days since any magical beasts appeared. "Will the beast tide really come again?" Milia asked somewhat depressedly. "If the beast tide comes again, Lear will have to go to the battlefield." She doesn't want this to happen, as it will put Lear in danger. Although Lear is very powerful, Milia knows that the power of blood cannot be used openly. Just like her mother and herself, the law of the Morning Star can only be hidden, and so can the law of blood. Lear lowered his head and looked at Milia. It seemed as if they had a telepathic connection. He could tell what Milia was thinking at a glance. "Don't worry about me. Even if the god himself shows up, I'll be fine," he said with unparalleled confidence in his words. The blood incarnation in the old dream has almost accumulated enough experience points to be promoted to extraordinary. In 3 days at most, he can be promoted to level 80. By then, he can be promoted to extraordinary as long as he completes the career advancement tasks. Lear was looking forward to what kind of power he would gain by fusing with the corrupt god's blood. The two chatted as they walked. After finishing the breakfast brought by Eno, Lear went to the Arc de Triomphe, while Milia and Eno prepared to go shopping in the commercial street of the fortress. Milia and Eno walked on the streets of the fortress, accompanied by Hannah, a former adventurer, as a night guard. This was arranged by Lear. This was not the first time that Milia went shopping with Eno. Hannah was acting as a guide, and the three girls chatted harmoniously while the three women were strolling around. 2 armored knights were patrolling the streets not far away. The 2 knights walked into a shadow, and one of them said, "Lord Costadin, we have been sneaking into the Pharaoh fortress for a long time. Now that we know that it was the heir of the Stewart family who found and captured the mesmer, why don't we just kill him? He is a dual professional mage and war law practitioner. He can sense the hidden soul master. Only by killing him can we make the beast tide safer." Hearing this, another knight shook his head and said, That kid named Lear is a high-level professional who also possesses dual laws. Father God also ordered to devour him before, so it is best to capture him alive." The knight named Biss nodded upon hearing this. The two didn't say anything else. Just as they were about to continue patrolling, Costadin saw Milia and other 2 in a shop nearby. The moment he saw Milia, his eyes narrowed slightly. What a strong flavor of law! Costadin was amazed in his heart. As a professional who blasphemed the law, he was very sensitive to the breath of other laws. He felt an unprecedented breath of law from Milia. This is an absolutely excellent talent. And like them, it is a heresy law. End of this chapter. Chapter 155. Miria is captured and the blood apostle reappears. Not just Miria, Costadin looked at the maid beside Milia again. The power of blood made him miss it. Followers of the blood law, the Lord of Blood origin is indeed in this fortress. Costadin's heart was trembling with fear and excitement. It is the fear of the Lord of Blood and the excitement of killing the believer of the law of blood. "Lord Costadin?" Biss on the side said puzzledly. He followed Costadin's gaze and looked forward. When he saw Milia, the expression on his face twisted. "Biss, do you remember what I told you we came to the Pharaoh fortress for?" Costadin said dimly. "Find the missing mesmerset, secretly assassinate the professionals in the Pharaoh fortress, and prepare for Father God to completely occupy this city." Biss replied subconsciously. Now, the target has changed. Costadin stared at Milia and Eno. You see, they are 2 believers of the heretical law, and one of them is a believer of the blood law. The Lord of Blood is in this fortress. All the believers of the blood law here should be dedicated to the Father. Kostadin showed a somewhat morbid smile, and Biss was also infected by Kostadin's attitude. He licked his lips while looking at the two girls in front of him. Milia and Eno had no idea that they were being targeted, and they continued to stroll around the commercial street with Hannah. They found a restaurant to have lunch at noon, and then strolled around until the evening. The three girls planned to return to the Steward mansion, not far away. Kostadin and Biss, hiding in the shadows, quietly watched the three women getting on the carriage. "Have you heard the news?" Kostadin asked. "I found out." Biss nodded, his tone somewhat excited. "Those two believers of the heretical law are from the Stewart mansion, and they seem to have a close relationship with that kid named Lear. As for the guard next to him, he is a small captain of the Blood Alliance Knights. Since they are members of the Stewart family, arrest them all." Kostadin said grimly. Biss on the side also showed an excited expression on his face. The two of them followed the carriage carefully, and when they arrived at an open place, they walked out from the shadows. Hannah, who was driving the carriage, looked at the two people who suddenly appeared in front of her, frowned slightly, and looked at the armor on the two people. This was the uniform of the Ice Crusher Knights. "Are you from the Ice Crusher Knights? What's the matter?" Hannah asked. Milia and Eno in the carriage also heard the noise outside and stuck their heads out of the window. As soon as the two of them stuck their heads out, they saw that the normal heads of the two knights in front of them had turned into snake heads. The knights' bodies shattered inch by inch, and then the bodies of two snakemen crawled out from the fragments of flesh and blood. Kostadin and Biss revealed their true appearances. This is the Blood Hunter's advanced skill, Flesh and Blood. Parasite. It allows the player to parasitize other organisms. One can choose to parasitize without causing any harm, or one can choose to plunder everything forcefully. The former will not cause any harm to the parasite, while the latter will cause the target to die at the moment of parasitism. After plundering everything, you will obtain the target's memory and some legal abilities, which is the power of the blood law. Horrible and cruel. Hannah's pupils shrank suddenly when she saw this. She knew snake people like this too well. "Are you from the snake tribe?" Hannah said in panic. She forced herself to stay calm. The two snakemen in front of her exuded powerful magical fluctuations, far beyond her level, especially the red snakeman. The aura on his body was so powerful that Hannah had only felt it on Albert. Kostadin and Biss completely ignored Hannah's words. They stared straight at Milia and Eno. The next second, bright red light burst out from their bodies. If Lear were here, he would definitely recognize it. This was the bloodthirsty step that he had just learned not long ago. The speed of the two snakemen suddenly increased, especially the red snakeman. Hannah didn't have the heart to react at all. She felt a heavy blow to the chest, and then her eyes turned black and she fainted. Milia and Eno became even more flustered upon seeing this. How could a pampered princess and a little maid who had hardly ever fought be a match for the snake man? In just a moment, he was knocked unconscious by the snake man. "Don't beat them to death. They are all excellent ingredients. Father God will like them." Kostadin reminded her. Biss understood and moved a little more gently. The two of them carried Milia and Eno off the carriage, and then picked up Hannah and Shancho. Under the horrified gazes of the scattered vendors and passers-by around them, they jumped onto the roof and disappeared into the night. It was not until the two men left that pedestrians and vendors reacted. "That was a snake man just now, right?" someone said tremblingly. "I remember that Master Lier captured a few snake men not long ago. I heard that they were monsters from the rift. Now they have all sneaked into the fortress," someone else said in panic. Everyone present was trembling with fear. After looking at each other, they dispersed. They all knew that such things must be reported to the Lord, and only the Lord could handle it. In Stewart Mansion, Lear sat on the sofa, looking at the dim sky outside, feeling a little strange. Emilia hasn't come back yet, and neither has Eno. This is very abnormal, and he inexplicably feels a sense of crisis in his heart. He frowned. There shouldn't be any danger in the fortress. Besides, he asked Hannah to protect him. A mid-level professional was enough. Closing his eyes slightly, Lier began to sense the blood mark that had been on Hannah's body before. In my mind, a red dot kept moving towards the Decision Mountains, and it moved very quickly. Lier opened his eyes. Something was wrong. Hannah was clearly protecting Miria, so why was she moving towards the Decision Mountains? Just as Lear was thinking, hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the house. Queen Philia burst into the hall and saw Lear's anxious look. "Your Majesty, oh no! Milia has been captured," Queen Philia said hurriedly. "What?" Lear frowned and stood up. "I saw it." The Queen walked up to Lear. "It was the Snake Man. I saw the Snake Man took Milia away." Lear's expression finally changed. The Queen was an astrologer and had the ability to predict the future. It seemed that the Queen saw Milia being taken away. feeling the red dot in his mind approaching the edge of the fortress. Lear's face turned gloomy. I know, I will bring Milia back, Lear said seriously. Do you know where Milia is? The queen asked in shock. Of course, Milia is my wife, how could I not keep some tricks up my sleeve? Lear smiled and said, then I'll go first. Lear did not explain much. Judging from the direction of the red dot, the snake man probably wanted to take Milia to the Decision Mountains. If they entered the mountains, it would be troublesome. On the other side, at the edge of the fortress, Biss and Kostadin were moving forward quickly. Lord Kostadin, are we just leaving? That kid named Lear. Biss asked hesitantly. Didn't you notice? This woman has the blood mark of the blood hunter on her body. It must have been left by the Lord of Blood or the king. If she continues to stay in the fortress, the Lord of Blood will come after her. Kostadin said calmly. If the Lord of Blood origin comes to us, we won't be able to deal with them. The most important thing is to bring them back to the old dream and dedicate them to the Father God. As he spoke, he glanced at the girl on his shoulder, her long silver hair shining in the moonlight. Kostadin had a hunch that this girl was definitely not a simple believer in heresy. At such a close distance, just feeling the aura of heresy from the girl made his body tremble slightly. The two continued running towards the edge of the fortress, and did not hesitate when they reached the Arc de Triomphe. It is not easy to attack and occupy a heavily guarded fortress head-on. Kostadin and Biss only sneaked in by relying on the flesh and blood parasitic skills of high-level blood hunters, but if you want to leave the fortress, it would be too easy. There was no way those guarding knights could stop them. The knights stationed at the Arc de Triomphe widened their eyes when they saw the two ferocious snake men rushing out of the fortress. There is an enemy attack. An angry roar resounded through the sky. The sound of horns rang out in the night. Finn and his knights stationed here instantly entered a state of combat readiness. Finn drew his sword and saw the three women being carried on the shoulders of the snakemen. He knew Milia and Eno, Lear's fiancée and maid, as well as Hannah, the squad leader of the New Blood Alliance Knights. Now they have been arrested without knowing whether they are alive or dead. Finn's expression turned serious, but before he could say anything, blood burst out from Kostadin and Biss. Under the shocked gazes of the knights, he broke out of the encirclement, directly rushed out of the wall of the Arc de Triomphe, and jumped down. Finn and the other knights were stunned for a moment, and then Finn showed an ugly expression. That was Lear's fiancée. She was captured by the snake man, and he didn't stop her. How could he explain this to Lear? Finn quickly rushed to the top of the city wall. The two blood-red shadows had already gone far away in the night. That speed was simply beyond his reach. Just when Finn was at a loss, another blood-red light shot out from the fortress. In the night, the moonlight illuminated the face of the figure. He was wearing a luxurious robe and had a hideous face, like a devil. If the snake man just now gave people a feeling of being eerie and terrifying, then the demon in front of them was full of majesty and hideous. The stunning glimpse startled Finn. Not only did snake men appear in the fortress, but now a devil appeared, and the knights guarding the city were completely unaware of it. In the night sky, Lear opened fire at full power. The double blessing of Aslan's royal swordsmanship and his bloodthirsty steps allowed his speed to reach an unprecedented height. Looking at the two red spots of light in front of him, Lear could already see the three girls, Milia, being carried. His expression turned cold, and a blood-red vortex appeared in his hand, entwining around the invisible night rose and transforming into a hideous blood-red rose. The bright red light gathered on the blood-red rose. Lear's figure suddenly paused, and his body leaned forward, with all his attributes transformed into power. The blood-red rose turned into a blood-red spear, and with the dual blessing of speed and strength, it shot towards the snake man in front. Kostadin, who was running wildly all the way, instantly felt a breath of death. He turned his head suddenly and saw a blood-red lightning flying towards him. The rich breath of the law of blood startled Kostadin, and the blow made all the scales on his body stand up. Kostadin wanted to dodge, but he couldn't avoid that speed even if he developed his blood step to its full potential. Moreover, every time he moved his body, the blood-colored lightning seemed to move with him. In a flash, Kostadin threw Milia and Hannah from his shoulders into the air, took out two scimitars from the storage items, and crossed them in front of his chest. Boom! The blood-red spear hit the crossed scimitars, and in Kostadin's shocked eyes, the scimitars were directly shattered. The scimitars' fragments flew everywhere. This was a supernatural weapon. It was something he brought from the Blood Elves, but it couldn't withstand the attack of the spear. Kostadin was shocked, but before he could be shocked for too long, the spear pierced his chest, sending Kostadin flying for dozens of meters and finally nailing him to a stone wall. Seeing this, Lear kept his eyes on Milia in the air. He dodged and caught up, and also caught Hannah at the same time. On the other side, Biss, who was carrying Eno, looked at Kostadin, who was knocked away, and his body began to tremble. Lear fell from the air, holding Milia in one hand and Hannah in the other, and looked at Biss. The blood-red rose that was nailed to Kostadin not far away turned into a ray of bloodlight and returned to Lear's hand. The ferocious heavy sword was inserted into the ground, carrying Kostadin's blood. Biss looked at the spiral rapier covered in blood, swallowed, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Will you give her back to me, or should I kill you myself? Lear's eyes were cold, and his tone was filled with murderous intent. Biss gritted his teeth. He was not a fool and knew that these were just words to humiliate him. Even Kostadin was beaten to a point where his life or death was unknown. How could the devil in front of him let him go? In an instant, a bright red light emanated from Biss's body. He threw the girl and his hand far away, and then his figure disappeared on the spot. When it appeared again, it was already outside the range of 100 meters. Another high-level skill of the Blood Hunter, similar to the force drop and flash displacement skill of the spy. When Biss appeared on the other side, he activated his bloodthirsty stride and rushed madly towards the Decision Mountains. Lear dodged and caught Eno, who was thrown out by Biss, and then raised the bloody rose again. The death thorn piercing was still cooling down, but with a distance of just a few hundred meters, there was no way Biss could escape. Aslan's royal swordsmanship was activated again. Lear's eyes became sharp, and the heavy stabbing sword in his hand was thrown out fiercely. End of this chapter. Chapter 156 Moon Escape. Blood Sacrifice. The bloody rose rushed towards the snake man in the distance with a fierce momentum. Biss, who was running for his life, only heard a loud bang, and then felt an irresistible force coming from his back, accompanied by a sharp pain. The bloody rose hit Biss accurately, passed through Biss's chest, and carried Biss's body towards Kostadin, nailing it to the stone wall. You killed the Snakeman clan, high level, and gained 8,000 experience points. The system prompt of Biss's death appeared in front of Lear. Lear stretched out his hand, and the night rose turned into a ray of blood and returned to his hand again. Lear looked towards Biss's body. Eye in the rubble, a long blood bar can be seen. Kostadin is not dead. The previous attack only knocked off 1/3 of his blood. A bright red blood mist permeated among the rubble. Damned blood believers. A roar resounded in the night sky. The terrifying energy fluctuations instantly broke through the rubble, and Kostadin's figure rushed out. The red snake man's eyes were wide open, and his pair of red vertical pupils were fixed on Lear, who was not far away. The terrifying murderous intent was not concealed at all. On the other side, the Arc de Triomphe, Albert and Queen Philia rushed over. Seeing the messy scene and the bewildered knights, he asked seriously, "What happened? Have you seen the snake man?" Seeing Albert coming, the knights came to their senses and formed their ranks again. "My lord, just now 2 snakemen rushed out carrying Miss Milia, Hannah, and a maid," Finn said quickly, and as he spoke, he thought of the demon that he had seen so quickly. "Well, there is another demon, and it is similar to the demon that Hannah described in the chasm." "Devil?" Albert was stunned for a moment. He opened his mouth and was about to ask something when he heard a hysterical roar in the night sky. "Damn blood believers." The voice reached the ears of every knight present. Almost everyone was stunned for a moment, except Albert and Queen Philia, who had slightly different expressions. When the queen heard this, a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. The blood believer mentioned in this roar should be Lear. After telling Lear about Milia, Lear rushed out alone. The queen knew that Lear was very strong, but she was still a little worried. The snake man she saw gave her an extremely evil feeling. The queen sighed. The astrology had been used today and Lear's future could not be seen now. "Finn, take a team of knights with me to take a look, and the rest of you stay on guard." Albert made the decision. The knights stationed in the Triumph Square immediately took action, and soon a team of about a dozen knights was assembled at Philia. "You stay in the fortress." Albert turned to the queen and said, "I'll go with you." Philia said seriously, "I'm not a weak woman who can't even lift a chicken." Albert was stunned by what Philia said. It was true that the queen was a high-level practitioner of the Morningstar Law, but the Morningstar Law was not something that could be seen in public. After a moment of silence, Albert shook his head and said, "Okay, but you have to listen to me in everything." "Nothing will happen to me." Philia smiled. Finn, who was standing by, looked at the two of them with a strange expression. He knew Philia, the woman Albert had brought back from the royal city of Brayfield. She had moved directly into Stuart Mansion, and Sophia, Albert's wife, had not even stopped her. Finn took a quick look and then looked away. It was not his place to interfere in the Lord's affairs. In the dark night, snake people and demons were fighting. Lear held the bloody rose in his hand, while Kostadin took out a scimitar, which was also an extraordinary weapon with bright red flames burning on the blade. Although it was not as good as the double swords that were shattered by Lear before, it was also precious enough. The extraordinary level Blood Hunter is indeed powerful. No, it should be said that the extraordinary level of Spell Thief, the Blood Hunter, was just the power stolen by the snakeman in front of him. When the rapier in his hand collided with Kostadin's scimitar, Lear felt a little bit of the power of the profession of Spell Thief. As long as you steal and copy the power of other professions, you can become a multi-law profession. Although there is a 7-day switching cooldown, it is still very powerful. However, he is still somewhat inferior to him, a true multi-law professional. After all, a law thief cannot use the power of 2 laws at the same time, but he has no restrictions. Damned blood follower, are you the king chosen by the Lord of Blood? A high-level professional? Kostadin attacked Lear frantically. When he was struck by the blood-red lightning just now, Kostadin felt the pain going deep into his bones and almost fainted for a moment. He felt ashamed. He had abandoned blood and chosen the power of blasphemous law, but now he was beaten so badly by the believers of blood law he had once abandoned. Moreover, this believer of blood is only a high-level professional. Kostadin couldn't accept it. How could the law that he had once abandoned be so powerful? Both sides used the bloodthirsty step. Lear was just barely resisting Kostadin. He had activated the Aslan royal swordsmanship when tracking him all the way. If it weren't for the blue secret dewdrops that did not consume magic power for 1 minute, his magic power should have been exhausted by now. Lear now has very little magic power left, and Kostadin in front of him has obviously not used his full strength yet. Lear had read the description of the Blood Hunter's extraordinary skills. It was an extremely powerful ability, stronger than any profession under the 3 orthodox laws. Is this the level you're at? Kostadin felt the weakness of the demon in front of him. It was surprising that a high-level class could fight against a transcendent class like him for so long, and now the demon had obviously finished off from the burst of power. How dare a mere high-level professional hurt me? You are a believer in blood, and I will kill you with the power of blood. Kostadin knocked Lear back with one blow and shook the scimitar in his hand. Lear also dodged to the side and saw the snake man raised his head, with blood flowing from his eyes. A bloody crescent moon suddenly rose in the sky, and the moonlight shone on the snake man's body, forming a cloak, which then fell from the sky and imprinted on the snake man's brow. A moon escaped blood sacrifice. The blood hunter's extraordinary skills. Under the illumination of the blood crescent moon, all attributes are increased by 50%, movement speed and attack speed are increased by an additional 20%, and the blood moon gauze is obtained, which can withstand a fatal attack. In terms of attribute bonus, it is similar to the Blood Apostle's Blood Source Liberation without the fusion of blood essence, and it has the additional effect of resisting one fatal attack. Even the War Goddess's Wrath, the extraordinary skill of the War Knight who was recognized as a powerful warrior in the previous life, only increased the strength, agility, and physical attributes by 50%, and added 60 seconds of hegemony. The duration of the War Goddess's Wrath was only 10 minutes, and the hegemony time was 60 seconds, but the moon escape blood sacrifice can last up to 30 minutes. Kostadin's momentum rose in an instant, his snake tongue stuck out of his mouth, and he looked at the demon in front of him as if he was looking at a prey. Lear's expression became a little serious. His magic power was only 30% left, and the Aslan royal swordsmanship could only last for 30 seconds. How could he kill the extraordinary snake man who was blessed with the moon escape blood sacrifice within 30 seconds? Moreover, the blood moon veil gave Kostadin a chance to avoid injury. There seemed to be no solution. The only thing they could do was to escape with Milia, Eno, and the other two. Lear felt a little helpless. Just then, footsteps sounded in the darkness not far away. In the dark night, Albert rushed forward, followed by more than a dozen knights and the queen. When Albert saw Milia and the other two lying on the ground, his face changed. The queen had already run over and came to Milia and the other two. She breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that they were not seriously injured. In the dark night, the snake man and the demon confronted each other, and Albert brought a group of knights to block the queen and Milia and her two daughters behind them. Albert's appearance made the snake man frown, but Lear breathed a sigh of relief. We meet again, Your Excellency the Duke. The devil turned around and spoke to Albert as if he were an old friend. Blood Apostle. Albert said in a deep voice, what exactly do you want to do? Hasn't someone already told you what I want to do? The blood demon said lightly, without saying anything more on this matter. The demon looked at the snake man on the other side. This snake man captured your son's fiancée, and I helped you rescue her. How do you want to thank me? The devil said again. Upon hearing this, Albert shifted his gaze to the snake man beside him. Feeling the violent energy from the snake man, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. A heretic law clan of the extraordinary class, he had been completely unaware of it for all these years. It was completely confirmed that there was a heretic god and his followers hiding under the rift. Kostadin looked at the familiar demon and Albert, and his expression became a little ugly. Albert is an extraordinary war knight. He is not afraid of the opponent in a one-on-one fight, but now his magic power is greatly consumed, and there is a demon watching him on the side. If he continues to attack the demon, he will be in a one-on-two situation. Kostadin simply ignored the other knights around him. I have consumed most of the magic power of this snake man. Let's join forces and kill him together. The devil suddenly spoke, staring at the snake man with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Kostadin's heart sank, and the worst-case scenario came into being. After we kill him, I have something to talk to you about. Albert nodded after a moment's silence. Damn humans. Kostadin roared angrily. Albert looked at the snake people. It turned out that the beast tide over the years was controlled by people. Countless people in the Pharaoh fortress died in the beast tide, all because of these snake people. His eyes became sharp. As the Lord of Stewart, he had the obligation to protect the subjects of the territory. These snake people must understand that even if it means cooperating with the blood of heretics, it is worth it. Albert took out the huge heavy sword from the storage items, and the power of the law of war raged in the dark. The shadow of a mad lion appeared behind Albert, and Albert's momentum instantly increased again. This was a rare opportunity for Lear to observe up close the shadow of the mad lion behind Albert, which was the symbol of the Lionheart Knight. As a Lionheart Knight, Albert can use some of the power of the contractors. The Mad Lion brings Albert absolutely domineering power. Even Kostadin could only temporarily avoid the terrifying aura. He looked at the devil and the knight with a gloomy face. He was unwilling to leave like this, facing Kostadin. It was not easy for Albert, a war knight of the strength type, to hit the blood hunter of the agility type. He swung his giant sword, and a violent storm raged around him. Extraordinary level war knights are completely different from high level war knights. The storm can unleash its true power in the hands of the extraordinary war knight. The terrifying hurricane howls like a natural disaster, and the powerful suction makes Lear and Kostadin a little unstable. Albert swung his giant sword, and hurricanes swept towards Kostadin. The powerful suction force seriously affected Kostadin's movements. Seeing this, Albert roared, and his aura rose again. The shadow of the goddess of war flashed by, his body emitting a green light, and a violent stab with the power of a hurricane rushed towards Kostadin at an extremely fast speed. Although this speed is not as fast as Lear and Kostadin, it is still amazing enough. This is also the advantage of the war knight. Even a strength-based war knight can use the power of the storm to reach astonishing speeds. Upon seeing this, Kostadin immediately started the bloodthirsty step, and at the same time a red light flashed across his body. The blood hunter's high-level displacement skill, Blood Shadow Flash. Kostadin escaped from the hurricane in an instant. He was thinking about the decision, but at this moment, a bright red full moon appeared in the sky. The entire sky turned blood red, and Kostadin's eyes widened. As a former powerful blood elf, how could he not know what this was? This is the signature skill of Red Wolf Amber. The blood moon is coming. The demon leaped high, the rapier in his hand emitting a terrifying light. Aslan's royal swordsmanship was also brought to the extreme. The blood light in the sky condensed into a big sword. Lear waved his hand, and the big sword rushed towards Kostadin at a rapid speed. Albert on the side was not idle either, and the hurricane entangled Kostadin again. Facing the bloody sword, Kostadin did not dare to be careless at all and tried to dodge it quickly, but at this moment the rapier in Lear's hand had turned into a spear. The cooldown of Death Pierce has expired. The bloody spear, carrying the breath of death, was thrown out by Lear like lightning. The breath of death lingered in Kostadin's heart. He gritted his teeth and fled towards the Decision Mountains without looking back. The bloody sword was avoided and the storm was also escaped, but the bloody spear that was sure to hit pierced the center of Kostadin's back. The blood-colored gauze dress shattered. The blood-colored spear was also bounced away, and Kostadin was also blown away by the huge force. End of this chapter. Chapter 157. Kostadin loses confidence. The bloody rose turned into a stream of light and returned to Lear's hands. Blood believers and damned mortals, I will definitely raise the entire fortress and kill all of you. The Snake Man's furious roar was heard in the distance. Lear watched the Snake Man disappear rapidly into the darkness and had no intention of continuing to chase him. His magic power was almost exhausted. Albert wanted to give chase, but with his speed it was impossible for him to catch up with the Snake Man. He looked at the demon beside him and saw the Blood Apostle put away his weapon. Albert frowned, but soon he sensed something unusual. The demon in front of him no longer had much magic power. Does Your Excellency the Duke want to cross the river and destroy the bridge? Lear looked up at Albert meaningfully. He doesn't have much magic power left now, and if Albert attacks him, there is a chance to stop him. Hearing Lear's words, Albert shook his head and said, I have never been a person who would kick someone when he is down. It was you who saved Milia and the others. As long as you don't endanger the fortress, I won't do anything to you. Lear shrugged when he heard this. Albert's words were within his expectations. After all, believers in the law of war and believers in the golden law were completely different. The Duke just said he wanted to talk to me. What is it about? Lear asked. Well, I heard that your target is the god under the rift? Albert said straight to the point. Yes. Lear nodded. What is your plan? Albert asked again. Plan? Lear was stunned. He thought for a moment. It seemed that what he said to Albert before was misunderstood by Albert. He indeed needed help. Lillian killed the blasphemous true spirit, but he did not make any plans of his own and was just waiting to break through to the extraordinary level. Now, after hearing Albert's reminder, he realized that even if he broke through to the extraordinary level and with the help of Lillian's power, he could defeat the blasphemous true spirit, but there were still thousands of snake people in the Blood King city of the old dream. Those dependents are not easy to deal with either. You don't have any plans yet? Albert's expression became a little strange. Lear looked a little uncomfortable, but Albert saw nothing because his face was covered with blood. He shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I don't need a plan. Since the Serpent clan is interested in your fortress and it has been exposed, they will no longer be secretive and will probably come directly next time. I just need to wait for the blasphemous spirit to appear." Lear said quietly. He could almost guess the reason why the blasphemous true spirit launched the beast tide ahead of time. The blasphemous law essence in Sheila's body was devoured. The blasphemous spirit probably thought that Lillian was planning to accumulate strength in the fortress to fight against him. The appearance of Lillian made the blasphemy spirit feel a sense of crisis, so the blasphemy spirit wanted to attack the fortress, occupy the fortress and devour the professionals to continue to increase its strength, and by the way see if it can get rid of Lillian. If this is true, Lear only needs to wait for the blasphemy spirit to come with his men. Albert's expression turned a little ugly because of Lear's words. If that god really descended to the Pharaoh fortress, could he resist it? "Don't worry, if the blasphemous spirit really appears, I will deal with it, but you will have to rely on yourselves to deal with the Snakemen clans." Lear reminded subtly that some news should be told to Albert. There are more than 1,000 Snakemen under the rift, and the lowest of them are beginner professionals. There are two professions under the law of blasphemy. One is the soul master, and the other is the law thief. The soul mesmers themselves don't have any offensive capabilities, but they can control the monsters. They are the ones who caused the monster tide. As for the law thieves, they can steal the power of other laws. They can transform into any other professions, including professions of war law and my profession of blood law. He spoke word by word, and Albert was stunned. Such precious information, the blood apostle just gave it to him? Why did you tell me this information? Albert took a deep breath. Of course I want you to hold back the Snakemen. Lear waved his hand pretentiously. I am only one person, and I can't deal with thousands of Snakemen. Lear's words sounded like he was using the power of the Pharaoh fortress, but Albert always felt that the blood apostle in front of him was helping him. All of this should be due to Lear's relationship. It seems that the connection between Lear and the blood apostle is deeper than he imagined. Thank you for your information. Albert looked deeply at the blood apostle in front of him. I'm just using you. The bloody demon chuckled, and without saying anything more to Albert, he disappeared into the darkness. Seeing the disappearing figure of the blood apostle, Albert shook his head, turned around and waved to the knight beside him. Everyone, go back. The knights who were watching the show stood up straight. What happened tonight really shocked them. The demons and snakemen were obviously professionals of heretical laws, and they were all very powerful. They were probably at the same level as their lords. The battle just now opened their eyes. Extraordinary level battles are rare, but these are not the main points. The main point is that the Lord seems to know that heresy is evil. Although the Pharaoh fortress believes in the law of war and has no dogma of judging heresy, such ideas are widely spread in the human kingdom. This is the influence of the Golden Church. None of the knights spoke. Ideas are ideas, but believers of war only believe in the truth they see. They all have their own judgment on whether Albert is evil or not. Albert ordered the knight to bring back the body of another high-level snake man killed by Lear. Everyone quickly returned to the Pharaoh fortress. When the knights on the Arc de Triomphe saw everyone returning, they were delighted and quickly opened the gate. Albert and Philia carried Milia and the other two girls into the fortress. At this time, Lear ran out hurriedly not far away. When Albert saw Lear appear, he always felt something was wrong, but he didn't say anything. He just handed Milia and Eno to Lear. Where have you been, little brat? Albert cursed with a smile. Lear smiled and said casually, of course I went to ask for help. Father should have seen it, right? Although he had guessed that it was Lear who called over the blood apostle, Albert was still a little surprised. It was so late, and the blood apostle was willing to take the risk to help Lear save Miria. The relationship between the two might be more complicated than he imagined. Seeing that Lear looked secretive, Albert didn't ask any more questions. He didn't want to ask too many questions about his reincarnated son. Reincarnated people were rare, so it was normal for them to have secrets. Albert glared at Lear unhappily, and waved his hand to signal Lear and Philia to take Milia and Eno away. Walton and Nicole also got the news and rushed over. When they didn't see Hannah coming back, they realized something was wrong. After seeing that Hannah was fine and just unconscious, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Lear held Eno and Milia, followed Queen Philia out of the triumphal square, and the four of them got into the carriage. Your acting is really good. Queen Philia didn't look at Lear until she got on the carriage. Obviously, he was the blood apostle, but he kept Albert in the dark. His innocent look made Philia laugh. Your Majesty, you also know that we heretics cannot be seen in public. Lear shrugged. As he spoke, he held Milia and Eno in his arms, and a bright red light sank into the bodies of the two women. Seeing this scene, Queen Philia raised her eyebrows. What are you doing? I marked them. If they are in danger again next time, I can directly feel their location. Lear explained. This time, Milia and Eno were kidnapped entirely because the snake people also kidnapped Hannah. Lear had put a blood mark on Hannah a long time ago. Listening to Lear's words, the queen nodded without comment. She continued, Are you planning to keep your identity a secret from Albert? At least I won't tell my father now. Lear shrugged. It will be safer if my father doesn't know about it. When I am strong enough to fight against the Golden Church, I will no longer hide my strength. Against the Golden Church? The queen was shocked by Lear's words. What is the Golden Church? That is the leader of the three major Orthodox religions, but there are only 4 people with extraordinary professions in the open, and a retired high priest. No one knows whether they are still alive. Lear actually wants to confront such a powerful force as the Golden Church, yes. Lear nodded confidently. As a former player, he knew better than anyone how powerful the Golden Church was. It is true that in addition to the extraordinary professionals in the open, there are also some hidden extraordinary professionals, but these are not important. There is a gap between the extraordinary and the extraordinary. With his current high-level strength, he can already compete with that extraordinary Snake Man. Once he is promoted to the extraordinary, it is not impossible for him to face the Pope. The Pope is the strongest person in the Golden Church. As long as a semi-sane can compete with the Pope, the Golden Church will basically not take action against him. Just like nuclear weapons, everyone has the strongest power, but once a fight breaks out, both sides will suffer losses. Perhaps Lear is no match for so many extraordinary professionals joining together, but he can escape. Then the Golden Church will be nervous. A strong man hiding in the dark at the same level as the Pope is enough to make the Golden Church uneasy. Your Majesty, the real Golden Church is not what you see on the surface. Lear suddenly said meaningfully, What do you mean? Queen Philia asked puzzledly. Lear smiled but said nothing more. The next day, the news of the Snake Man quickly spread throughout the fortress. The scene where the Snake Men kidnapped Milia and her 2 daughters was also cordoned off, and the corpses of the 2 knights on the ground were horrifying. It could no longer be called a corpse, as its head had long been shattered and its body had turned into minced meat. Its identity could only be confirmed through the list of missing knights. In Steward Mansion, Lear was alone in the room, with Miriam and Eno lying on the 2 beds in the room respectively. Both women were not seriously injured, just suffered some minor injuries. This time, both women had woken up, but they were still a little too frightened and their faces were pale. Lear, do you think I'm useless? Milia asked sadly and fearfully. How could that be? Lear denied hastily. He looked at Milia. The little princess mentality had indeed changed recently. No one wanted to be a vase, but Milia's identity destined her to be only a canary in the Pharaoh fortress. Lear suddenly thought of what the Dark Star Goddess had said before. If Milia wanted to awaken the law of the Morning Star, her spirit must be greatly stimulated. This method was neither difficult nor easy. Lear pondered for a moment. He did have a way to stimulate Milia, but Lear sighed and suppressed the crazy thoughts in his mind. That thought was too extreme. He didn't say anything else, picked up the breakfast beside him and fed it to Milia bit by bit. Under the old dreamland royal city, there is a blood abyss. Costadin came before the blasphemous spirit with injuries all over his body. The blood in the air condensed into a blood cocoon, wrapping up the blasphemous true spirit, leaving only the human face on the snake's body exposed to Father God. Costadin curled up in the blood pool. With the energy injected into the blood pool, the injuries on his body were recovering rapidly. Costadin, didn't I tell you not to disturb me unless it's important? The face of the man who blasphemed the true spirit opened his eyes, with anger in his dark eyes. Father God, the king chosen by the Lord of Blood has united with the humans of the Pharaoh fortress. Costadin took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The blasphemous true spirit was stunned for a moment, and soon revealed a cruel smile. Is that really the case? Sir, do we still want to attack the fortress? Costadin asked hesitantly. I went to the Pharaoh fortress. The Blood Apostle and the War Knight teamed up. They were 2 extraordinary fighters. I was no match for them. There are also Blood Apostles who can sense the mesmers. If they are discovered, it will be difficult for the beast tide to gather. Several mesmers have already been killed. Costadin continued to speak. Although he had made harsh words to Lear and Albert before leaving, after the battle with the 2, his confidence in attacking the Pharaoh fortress dropped significantly. Yet he is the only extraordinary professional in the Snake Clan, and he is no match for Lear and Albert combined. As for the rest of the Snake people, there are only 1,000 of them. Over the years, Costadin has also investigated the Pharaoh fortress and the renowned Mad Lion Knights. He also knows that without the beast tide, it would be impossible for his Snakeman clan to compete with the Pharaoh fortress alone, but the Blood Apostles can sense the hidden mesmers. If the mesmers are eliminated, the beast tide will collapse on its own. End of this chapter. Chapter 158, The Extraordinary Professional Mission of the Blaspheming Holy Sword. And the blood apostle Blasphemous True Spirit didn't care about Kostadin's doubts. He said calmly, "The soul mesmer is a profession I created. Although it mainly has the ability to control the mind, it also has the passive ability to hide itself and reduce its presence." The blood apostle was able to sense the existence of the mesmer because his mental power was too strong. Kostadin listened to the words of the blasphemous spirit. He didn't know much about the mesmer. He used to be a blood hunter. After joining the blasphemous spirit, he changed his job to a spell thief and stole and copied his original blood law profession. The power of the soul messenger was too weak. He had no ability to protect himself and relied entirely on the controlled monsters or other professionals. He was not as powerful as the spell thief. "I remember there is a mesmerist in our clan who was close to becoming a transcendent." The blasphemous true spirit suddenly said, "Let him come over, I will make him a transcendent." Kostadin was stunned for a moment. Promoted to extraordinary? The mental power of an extraordinary level mesmer is strong enough. He can also gather the mental power of other low-level mesmers to enhance his ability to control the mind to a greater extent. He can also conceal the detection of other law professionals. The blood apostle will not be able to find the mesmer's trace. The blasphemous spirit said casually, as if in his eyes extraordinary level professionals are also ants. Kostadin opened his mouth. What he wanted to ask was not how powerful the transcendental soul master was, but how could the blasphemous true spirit casually say that it could allow a high-level professional to be promoted. He couldn't help but feel a little unbalanced. When he was in the Blood Elf clan, it took him hundreds of years to be promoted to the extraordinary realm. Now, just a word of blasphemy against the true spirit can make people reach the extraordinary realm? Father God. Kostadin was silent for a moment, then continued, "It's not just about the mesmerist. There is an extraordinary war knight in the Pharaoh fortress, and there are also blood apostles helping. Even if Sindage is promoted to the extraordinary level, he still needs to control the beast tide. I am alone." He paused and didn't continue, pretending to be embarrassed. The blasphemous true spirit's gaze fell on Kostadin. He certainly knew what Kostadin was thinking. "Of course I won't treat you unfairly. I was able to come to this old dreamland because of you." The blasphemous true spirit said lightly, and a crack appeared in the blood-colored cocoon in the air, and a ferocious snake head stretched out from an arm also broke out from the blood cocoon and reached directly into the snake's mouth. The snake's mouth was wide open, and a deep red light on its long body extended out of the snake's mouth as its arms twitched. Under Kostadin's horrified gaze, a terrifying broadsword was pulled out, with densely packed tiny arms and snake heads entwined on the sword, as if the once holy sword was now covered in filth and dirt. "This is my relic of law, the blasphemy holy sword," blasphemous true spirit said lightly. "It has absorbed a lot of law power, and now it should be at the level of a holy weapon." Holy artifact. Kostadin's eyes widened. He had only heard of the holy artifact in the legends of the blood elves. Above the extraordinary is the saint, but holy objects are much rarer than saints. According to the records of the blood elves, there was originally a holy weapon in the Blood King city, but under the erosion of destruction, the power of the holy weapon was completely exhausted and it became a mortal object. The scimitar he had found before was also a supernatural weapon that he could use with great difficulty. "I'll temporarily give this holy weapon to you for safekeeping. I hope you won't let me down," the blasphemous true spirit said in a deep voice. "Yes, Lord Father God. I will definitely present the fortress to you intact." Kostadin took the blasphemous holy sword and bent down with great excitement. He once again felt that he was right to betray the blood elves. Not only did he gain the powerful spell thief class, but now he even had a holy weapon. "If everything is alright, you can go down. Let the mesmerist who was close to the extraordinary come to find me." The blasphemous true spirit ordered them to leave. Kostadin nodded, bowed respectfully, then turned and left the blood pool. Looking at Kostadin's departing back, the blasphemous spirit retracted his arm and snake head back into the blood cocoon, with a strange light in his eyes. In the blood temple, Lier stood in the space of dream trial. The blood moon in the sky turned into a big sword and stabbed straight at the red wolf, directly emptying the red wolf's blood bar. The system notification that the trial was over sounded in Lier's ears, and a smile appeared on his face. The experience points required for promotion to extraordinary level are finally accumulated. The dream trial space in front of him disappeared and turned back into the appearance of a hall. Seeing the red wolf Amber beside him, Lier sat down cross-legged without saying a word. Opening the character panel, he directly added all the experience points. Your level is increased to level 80, you gain health plus 2000, magic plus 200, free attribute points plus 20. Your level has reached the current level limit and cannot be upgraded, based on your profession and affinity with the law. You have triggered the extraordinary advancement task of the Blood Apostle profession. Mission: Blood Apostles. Career trial, mission objective, kill a law professional who is no less than extraordinary. Quest reward, Blood Apostle class upgrade, extraordinary Blood Apostle class skills. As the system panel appeared before his eyes, a beautiful figure emerged from the Blood King's robe on his body. Are you going to be promoted to the extraordinary level? Lillian said quickly, looking at Lillian who suddenly appeared. Lier nodded. He looked at Lillian and asked curiously. You knew it so quickly? Of course I know. I had prepared your extraordinary career promotion task in advance. Lillian was in a good mood and walked around Lier. Did you issue the mission? Lier was stunned. Of course, I'm a god, isn't it normal for me to issue missions? Lillian said as a matter of course, and then her expression turned a little disgusted. The game system created by the gods of this era is really difficult to use, you know? All these restrictions are so annoying. Lillian complained unhappily. Lier saw her cute look. It is difficult to connect Lillian with the title of the God Lord of Blood, Lier complained in his heart. You said that the game system was also created by gods? Lier asked inconspicuously. Yes. Lillian replied. Why do they do this? Lier asked again. Why? Lillian showed a hint of sarcasm on her face. Maybe you want to rely on external forces to fight against destruction? You have seen those immortals before, right? The gods created the game system in the hope of bringing them in to fight against destruction. How ridiculous! If destruction is so easy to fight, how could I be like this now? If I rashly introduce other worlds, I will only bring destruction to the other world as well. Lillian continued to speak, seeming to be extremely disdainful of those gods. Lier listened quietly. Although he had known for a long time that this world was not a game, he still felt a little emotional when he heard that the game system was the work of the gods. The gods were high above the kingdom of God, and mortals and players were just pawns. He was just a chess piece, and his time travel was the work of gods. Lier felt helpless, but at least he was a more advanced chess piece. Now he is the king chosen by Lillian, so why can't he become a chess player in the future? My mission to be promoted to extraordinary is to kill a professional who is no lower than the extraordinary level. Lier pondered for a moment, then looked at Lillian with a hint of expectation and said, Since you are the one who issued the mission, can you make this mission a little simpler? He stated his purpose. Killing a professional of extraordinary level is undoubtedly a much more difficult task than the promotion task of War Knight in the previous life. Killing an extraordinary professional with high-level strength is almost impossible for ordinary professionals. Although Lier was confident that he could kill an extraordinary professional, who to kill was also a problem. Extraordinary professionals are a rare species. The only ones he knew in the Pharaoh Fortress were his father and the snake man who escaped before. Other than that, Lier's gaze fell on the red wolf Amber. This was also a supernatural creature, so she should be considered one, right? What are you looking at? Feeling Lier's gaze, Amber narrowed her eyes. Nothing. I just think you look pretty majestic. Lier smiled. Well, you're not bad to be my mount. Amber was in a good mood when she heard this, thinking it was a compliment. But when she heard the second half of the sentence, she became furious again. Who wants to be your mount? Amber roared in frustration. Lier shrugged. With Lillian present, even if Amber was angry, she would not dare to attack him. Lillian looked at the man and the wolf and glared at Lier unhappily. Don't be angry, Xiaohong. I'm not angry with her. Pretending to be innocent, Lier directly changed the subject. So my goddess, can my professional mission be changed? Hearing Lier's address, Lillian's cheeks turned slightly red, but she shook her head. This is already the easiest task I've seen in the mission objectives. She said helplessly. Lier was stunned. Killing a professional of extraordinary level was the easiest task? The professional trial tasks are determined based on the ability and professional strength of the candidates. They cannot be changed at will as you think. Lillian explained. Hearing this, Lier sighed helplessly. If this is the rule, then it makes sense. The strength of the Blood Apostle profession far exceeds that of the three orthodox law professions, and his own strength is even more abnormal. Since it cannot be changed, we can only accept it. He knew of 3 extraordinary professionals including Red Wolf, so there was only one he could choose. Lier's eyes became sharp. Steward House. Lier stood in the morgue, a flash of red light passed through his eyes, And he also knew the mission that the blood incarnation had received. You mean that high-level blood hunters have the ability to parasitize other people and replace them? Albert said in shock. It was already afternoon, and the incident of the snake people breaking into the fortress last night attracted his great attention. He had no idea about it, so he called Lear to ask about the situation. Blood hunter. Albert muttered the name of this profession, which was related to blood. This is a profession from the blood apostles, which was stolen by the spell thief. Lear explained directly. As he had already told Albert all the information about the spell thief in the form of the blood apostle, the profession of the blood hunter was easy to explain. Father, you don't have to worry too much about the Snakeman invasion. High-level blood hunters are rare among the Snakeman clan. One died yesterday. The Snakeman clan should not risk further losses by sending more people. Lear added, and while speaking he glanced at another Snakeman corpse next to him. This is the high-level spell thief who died. Listening to Lear's words, Albert nodded and said nothing more. The two left the morgue one after another. Lear returned to the bedroom. Milia had almost recovered. He hugged Milia and thought about how to complete the promotion task of the extraordinary profession. A person sneaks into the Blood King city and kills that extraordinary professional. This is somewhat unrealistic and too dangerous. The most reliable way is to wait for the Snake Man to attack the fortress with monsters and Snake Army, but Lear didn't know when the Snake people would attack after last night's battle, and whether the blasphemous spirit would appear. These are all problems. At night, when Lear and his companions were preparing to have dinner, they saw Queen Philia rushing over. The Queen's expression was somewhat solemn, and she said directly, "I saw it." Everyone was a little surprised. Only Lear and Albert looked at each other. They all knew that the Queen was an astrologer of the law of the morning star and could predict the future. Philia, please just sit down first. What did you see? Albert asked. I saw the group of snakemen attacking us, and the monsters all over the mountains were crashing into the city walls. Philia took a deep breath and said, there is another big snake, a terrifying big snake. It has a human face and holds a terrifying sword. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, for only Lear knew what the big snake was. This is the future that the Queen sees. The blasphemous spirit is really coming. Lear's expression is a little heavy. He has not yet completed the extraordinary career promotion task. If the blasphemous spirit really appears, no one in the Pharaoh fortress will be its opponent. Your Majesty, when did the blasphemous spirit appear? Did you see a snake man of extraordinary level? Lear continued to ask. I saw it. It was you who killed the red snake man, and then the big snake appeared. Philia thought for a moment and said, looking at Lear with some hesitation. In front of everyone, she took Lear's hand and walked out of the restaurant. Lear looked at the Queen, who was pulling him with some astonishment. The Queen turned around only after the two of them left everyone's sight. I saw that you were dead. She said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. End of this chapter. Chapter 159, The Real Beast Tide begins. You are dead. The Queen's voice lingered in Lear's ears. Lear's eyes became a little deep, but he was not panicked by the Queen's words. He raised his head and smiled. Your Highness, may I ask how I died? The Queen was a little confused about Lear's attitude. She saw that Lear died, death, nothing else. I saw the big snake trying to attack Milia, and you stood in front of Milia and were killed by the big snake. The Queen replied in a deep voice. What happens next? Lear asked again. That's all I saw. The Queen shook her head. After hearing this, Lear did not ask any more questions. I see. I understand. He smiled casually. Aren't you afraid at all? The Queen looked at Lear in confusion. Lear's attitude was so different from what she had imagined. A normal person would panic upon learning that he was going to die, but Lear acted as if the person who died was not him. Lear smiled, did not answer the Queen, turned around and returned to the dining room. Come and have dinner. Albert, who was already sitting on a chair, said softly when he saw Lear coming back. He did not follow to listen to the conversation between Philia and Lear, nor did he ask what Lear and Philia said, since Philia avoided him and obviously did not want him to know. The Queen also returned to the dining room and everyone started dinner. The atmosphere was a bit strange, but no one spoke. When dinner was over, Lear and Miria returned to the room. After closing the door of the room, the two prepared to wash and rest. Looking at Lear, Milia couldn't help but ask, what did the Queen Mother tell you? Lear paused for a moment while holding the towel, then smiled and said, Your Majesty has seen the future. Your morning star law may be awakened. Really? Milia walked to Lear with some surprise. She always felt that she was too weak and couldn't help Lear at all. If she could awaken, she would gain power. Of course, I will never lie to you. Lear put down the towel, walked to Milia, and patted the little princess' head gently. After experiencing strong mental stimulation, the law of Morningstar will awaken. If he dies in front of Milia, a strange color flashed in Lear's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. The next day, the entire Pharaoh fortress was under martial law, and in the distance from the Arc de Triomphe, dense swarms of monsters gathered again. The beast tide is finally coming, and this time it is not a test like last time, but a real beast tide. Damn it, the beast tide is real. Can we defend against so many monsters? The knights on the city wall all had nervous expressions, and many of the 4 major knight orders were facing a beast tide for the first time. As for those knights who had already experienced the beast tide, their expressions became solemn. They understood the true horror of the beast tide. Those monsters were fearless and would not retreat even if their lives were exchanged for theirs. They were like a group of killing machines. Just when the knights were getting nervous due to the gathering of monsters, a group of dark armored figures walked out from inside the fortress. The armor of these knights was engraved with lion patterns, and each of them carried a powerful aura, a temperament that could only be honed through life and death. It was completely different from the 4 major knightly orders in the triumphal square. At the front of the team was Albert, and beside him were a group of high-level professionals in the fortress. Lear stood on the city wall, looking at the dark army of knights below, so many that he couldn't even count them at a glance. He had seen such a scene in his previous life, when the Golden Church besieged the Stuart family. Nearly 10,000 knights of the Mad Lion Knights. Although I have seen them before, it is still a bit shocking to see them again now. In his previous life, he had been on the opposite side of these mighty knights, but now they had become his comrades. Lear chuckled. Albert had already walked up and said loudly, "You young knights should all step down. The rest of the war will be taken over by us old guys." Hearing Albert's words, the young knights on the city wall looked at each other. Most of them were apprentice-level professionals and could not play much of a role in the beast tide, but they were unwilling to just hide in the back. Albert glanced at the young knights on the tower and said with a big laugh, "I know what you are thinking. I am not humiliating you by asking you to retreat. You are the best among the young knights in the fortress. You are the future of the fortress. The future of the fortress will be handed over to you to guard. While we old guys are still able to move, we will ensure your safety. Your Majesty. We can also do our part," someone couldn't help but say. Albert turned his head with a look of relief in his eyes. "I didn't deprive you of the right to defend your homeland. You can clean up the fish that slipped through the net in the rear, and leave the real battlefield to us old guys." Hearing this, the young knight on the city wall smiled. As a knight of Stuart, no one wanted to hide behind like a coward. The 4 major knightly orders retreated from the city walls one after another. The Arc de Triomphe opened, and the black mass of the Mad Lion Knights poured out. Some professionals holding bows and arrows went up to the city wall and dispersed. Albert walked up to Lear, and the leaders of the 4 major knightly orders and some mid-level professionals also stayed. "Lear, the Blood Apostle said before that the monsters are controlled by mesmerists, the ones you caught last time. Since you can catch those mesmerists, the hidden ones are left to you," Albert said to Lear. Lear nodded. Only his mental strength level was enough to detect the trace of the mesmer. The others were all burly believers of the law of war, and their intelligence attributes were generally not high. Inside the Decision Mountains, in a cave, Kostadin stood in front of a group of snake people. Next to him was a huge magic circle, and invisible ripples spread out from the magic circle. More than a dozen snakemen in robes were holding up their staffs in the magic circle, and the aura of the snakeman in the center was particularly strong. "Sinji, with this magic circle covering us, no one can find the traces of your soul-confusing masters?" Kostadin asked in a deep voice. "Of course, Kostadin, this is the ability of a mesmerist after being promoted to the extraordinary class. The magic circle will block all perceptions. As long as the mental power is not as strong as mine, it is impossible to detect us," the snake man named Sinji said confidently. "It's better this way, Sinji. You know what today's war means. Father God helped you to be promoted to the extraordinary level, but if it fails because of you, you know what the consequences will be." There was a hint of warning and severity in Kostadin's tone. Sinj glanced at Kostadin, his eyes became a little gloomy, but he didn't say much, just nodded. He returned to the magic circle and began to control it again. Invisible ripples spread out in all directions. The magical beasts that were originally standing still began to move, revealing their sharp fangs and claws. The next moment, the monsters rushed towards the Pharaoh fortress like a tide. Seeing this, the archers on the city wall raised their longbows, and a storm gathered on the longbows. The War Knight's storm power can be enchanted not only on melee weapons, but also on bows to achieve a longer and more powerful range. Arrows carrying the power of storms flew towards the monsters in the distance. Like raindrops, and a large number of monsters were killed immediately. However, for the dark group of monsters, this loss was nothing at all. Those monsters that survived the rain of arrows encountered the fully armed Mad Lion Knights, and war was about to break out. The rest of the knights on the city wall also rushed up. They are all knights of the beginner level or above from the 4 major knightly orders, and their strength is enough to deal with some of the ones that slipped through the net. Albert stood on the city wall. The extraordinary Snake Man had not appeared yet, so he did not go on the field either. He needed to conserve his strength and wait for the extraordinary Snake Man to appear. As for other high-level professionals, they were not idle and also joined the battlefield. The most powerful monsters being driven are only mid-level, and no high-level monsters have been seen yet. Just like the previous beast tides, only one high-level monster will appear in each beast tide, and it only appears at the ENDI. In terms of high-end power, the beast tide is completely inferior to the Pharaoh Fortress, but there are too many of them. It is not just a casual saying that a swarm of ants can kill an elephant, just as a group of high-level professionals were killing everyone on the battlefield. A deafening roar sounded from not far away. A terrifying black tiger walked out from the gloomy Decision Mountains. It was 2 meters tall when on all fours and 5 meters long. Such a huge tiger immediately attracted everyone's attention. Judging from the aura it exudes, the tiger in front of him is actually a high-level magical beast. The faces of the high-level professionals who were fighting among the monsters changed. The beast tide had just begun, and high-level monsters had already appeared. This was completely different from the previous situation, but before everyone could be surprised for too long, another huge grey wolf jumped out from the other side, and the aura on its body also reached a high level. 2 high-level monsters. Now even Albert, who was still standing on the city wall, frowned. Lir also looked at the monster. A red light flashed in his eyes. His mental power had already explored out, but he did not find any trace of the mesmerist. This was completely different from the previous situation. Something has concealed the trace of the mesmer. Lir thought to himself, and killed a mid-level monster with a sword. He looked at the 2 high-level monsters on the other side, and felt a trace of connection between them, floating towards the interior of the Decision Mountains. Lir narrowed his eyes and flashed to within 20 meters of the high-level monster. The feeling became more obvious. Whether it was the giant wolf or the giant tiger, there was a faint spiritual wave spreading from their bodies towards the interior of the Decision Mountains. After pondering for a moment, Lir followed the mental fluctuations of 2 high-level monsters in an unnoticed corner and entered the interior of the mountain. The figure was jumping among the trees. The monsters around him were originally paying attention to him, but when Lir released the breath of the blood law, these monsters became calm. These monsters seemed to be instructed not to attack anyone with the aura of the blood. Lir raised his eyebrows. It should be to prevent the monsters from accidentally hurting the snake people. After all, most of the Snakemen clans were transformed from blood elves, and after becoming spell thieves, they retained their previous blood law professional power. Lir continued to move forward, and the faint aura of the blood law continued to be released from his body. There were no knights from the fortress here, and no one could feel his blood law, so there was no need to worry about his identity being exposed. Walking all the way to an empty water beach, Lir finally saw the figure of the Snake Man. The red Snake Man was standing in the center, surrounded by a large number of Snake Men. There seemed to be nearly 1,000 people, and it seemed that all members of the Snake Man tribe were out. Lir looked at the snake people below and did not feel any spiritual connection among them. The faint spiritual ripples extended to even farther places. After thinking for a few seconds, Lir took out the night rose and pricked his finger. Blood seeped out. He waved his hand casually, and the blood flew out in the direction away from the Snake Man. After doing all this, he walked deeper into the mountains again. Kostadin below was completely unaware that a figure was crossing over his head in the crown of a large tree not far away. Lir successfully passed through the gathering place of the snake people. Most of these snake people exuded the power of the blood law, so Lir also released the breath of the blood law, and only then did he pass through safely. He went deeper into the Decision Mountains and was close to the location of the previous rift. He saw a cave beside a cliff, emitting a dim light. The ripples of mental power extend here. Seeing this scene, Lir did not hesitate and walked in carefully. The structure of the cave is not complicated. There is only one passage. At the end of the passage, there is a huge magic circle suspended in the air. More than a dozen snake men in robes stand in the magic circle, and the magic wands in their hands are emitting light. Lir's gaze fell on the snake man in the center. Even he could feel a hint of oppression from the Snake Man's aura. This is a Snake Man of extraordinary level. He was a little surprised. According to the information about the Blood Elves, there should be only one extraordinary level professional among the Snake Men, but why did another one appear now? As he was thinking, the fluctuations of mental energy around him even made him feel a little dizzy. Shaking his head, Lir shook his head. No matter why another Snake Man appeared, he just had to destroy the magic circle. He looked towards the center of the magic circle. In addition to the extraordinary Snake Man who presided over the magic circle, there was also a diamond-shaped crystal, just like the crystal he had taken out of the Snake Man Mesmer's head before. All the magic power of the magic circle is concentrated on that crystal. Staring at the crystal, Lir narrowed his eyes. A blood-red vortex condensed in his hands, wrapping up the night rose, and finally turning it into a blood-red rose. Without any hesitation, the bright red light gathered on the blood-red rose and finally turned into a blood-red spear aiming at the crystal. Lear threw it out fiercely. End of this chapter. Chapter 160. Killing the extraordinary soul master. On the battlefield in front of the fortress, many high-level professionals surrounded the two high-level monsters. There is also a gap between Warcraft and law professionals of the same level. Although the magic power of high-level Warcraft is only at a high-level level, their physical quality is far superior to that of ordinary law professionals. These two high-level monsters were enough to attract everyone's attention, and various attacks fell on the monsters. The giant tiger and the giant wolf roared, and the low-level magical beasts around them also moved towards them. A terrifying magical wave erupted around the magical beasts, flames rose up, and the low-level monsters that were burned all around roared, and their momentum suddenly rose. These two magical beasts can actually improve the strength level of low-level magical beasts. The knights on the battlefield were caught off guard and suffered casualties. The high-level professionals around were also besieged. Albert watched all this from the city wall. This kind of flame can enhance the strength of low-level monsters, and at the same time cause a lot of damage to law professionals. This is the horror of the beast tide. High-level monsters can amplify the strength of low-level monsters. Coupled with the almost endless swarms of monsters, the Pharaoh fortress will suffer heavy losses every time. His eyes scanned the war. These monsters were controlled by Snakeman mesmerists. Lear had gone to deal with the mesmerists, but now they were nowhere to be seen. There is only one possibility. Lear entered the Decision Mountains. There was a hint of worry in his eyes, but it became serious after only a few seconds. No matter where Lear went, he could only trust Lear now. Albert looked at the two giant monsters in the distance again. It was time for him to take action. He took out the giant sword from the storage items and was about to jump off the city wall, but at this moment, two high-level monsters let out painful roars. The flames burning all around began to gradually subside, and the strange light in the eyes of the two high-level monsters began to dim. They stopped attacking and fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned at this scene, except Albert on the city wall, who narrowed his eyes. He looked past the monster and into the depths of the dark Decision Mountains. There, a terrifying wave of magical power spread out. Deep in the mountains, Lear held a blood-red rose in his hand. The magic circle in the air had been broken, and the crystal in the center of the magic circle had also shattered. The extraordinary snake man who was presiding over the magic circle let out a painful sound, fell to his knees on the ground, and the snake tail behind him twisted wildly. Lear looked at the snake man on the ground. This was a snake man of the extraordinary class and met the requirements for promotion to the Blood Apostle profession. His original target was the red snake man outside, but now there is no need for that. Who? The other snake people in the cave started to make a commotion. They looked at the strange figure at the entrance of the cave passage. Damn human, how dare you destroy the magic circle? Lear glanced at the snake man in the cave. The magic fluctuations generated by the broken magic circle had spread out, and he also felt a powerful breath outside approaching rapidly. He narrowed his eyes. Time was running out and he had to act immediately. A bright red light emanated from his body, and at the same time, Aslan's royal swordsmanship was instantly activated. Lear rushed directly towards the extraordinary snake man lying on the ground. The terrifying speed directly knocked the snake man in front of him away, and in just a blink of an eye he arrived in front of the extraordinary snake man. The snake man on the ground, who was in great pain, seemed to have sensed the omen of death. He forcibly gathered his magic power, and the snake man closest to him stood in front of him desperately. The bloody rose pierced the snake man's chest and blood gushed out. Lear looked at the snake men who were pierced by the heavy sword with some surprise. The opponent could actually control other snakemen to block the gun. They are so cruel to their own people. Who is it? A roar came from behind, and someone had already arrived. No matter who you are, if you dare to destroy the magic circle, you will die here. The extraordinary snake man showed a ferocious expression, and looked at Lear with eyes full of hatred, as if he had killed his father and taken his wife. The crystal of the magic circle is the crystallization of his magic power, which was condensed after he was promoted to the extraordinary level. Now that it is broken, his rank has been reduced to the high level again. This was a gift given to him by Father God. He had only enjoyed the treatment of an extraordinary professional for a few days, and it was destroyed just like that. How could he not hate it? Lear didn't know what the snake man was thinking. He smiled and said, "Maybe I will die, but you won't be able to see it." As he spoke, Lear raised the bloody rose again, and Kostadin's figure appeared behind him. He rushed in with a ferocious sword, which exuded an evil aura and burned with bloody flames. Stop! Kostadin roared, and the next second he flashed behind the invader. The blasphemous holy sword slashed across, but the invader in front of him seemed to have turned into a phantom. Lear held the night rose in his hand, and his whole body drew an elegant arc, completely ignoring Kostadin's attack. The bloody rose's own special skill, Dynasty Sword Skill, makes it unselectable for 1 second. His figure was like a graceful dancer, coming in front of the snake man on the ground. In the other's horrified eyes, the heavy sword pierced directly into the snake man's head. It felt like it hit something hard, which then broke into pieces and pierced through the snake man's head. The blood bar above the snake man's head was emptied in an instant. A fatal blow. You killed a high-level soul crusher and gained 9,000 experience points. The system prompt appeared in front of him, and Lear took a look. Promotion mission accomplished. He thought about it in his mind, but when he looked at the contents on the panel, he was suddenly stunned. A high-level mesmerist? The snakeman in front of him clearly had extraordinary magical fluctuations, so how could he be a high-level mesmerist? Lear was a little confused, but Kostadin behind him didn't give him a chance to think. Damned blood apostle. Kostadin's eyes were bloodshot. Although Lear had his back to him, he recognized the heavy rapier, the same one used by the blood apostle before Shinji was able to be promoted to the extraordinary class with great difficulty by blaspheming the true spirit. By reaching the extraordinary class, one can enslave extraordinary level monsters. Although Shinji has not succeeded yet due to time constraints, he has increased the number of enslaved high-level monsters from 1 to 2. If Shinji was given enough time, he could have enslaved more monsters, but now Shinji is dead. Kostadin's body was trembling slightly. Now that Shinji was dead, what would happen to the two high-level monsters outside? Facing the anger of the Red Snake Man, Lear had a blank expression on his face. He was more concerned about why the snake man in front of him had turned into a high-level professional. He sighed helplessly. He originally thought that he could complete the career advancement task like this, but he didn't expect that there would be a mistake here. He glanced at Kostadin behind him. It was extremely unwise to fight with the other party in such a small space. Moreover, Lear also felt that more and more powerful auras were coming from outside the cave. Lear calmly took out the bloody prisoner mask, turned his back to the Red Snake Man and put it on his head to avoid his identity being discovered. Kostadin had already attacked angrily, and his terrifying speed forced Lear to take it seriously. However, without using the Blood Hunter's extraordinary skill, Moon Escape Blood Sacrifice, he could still handle it. With a bloodthirsty step, Lear dodged Kostadin's attack and took the life of another mesmer. As long as the crystal in the mesmer's head is shattered, the mesmer can be killed with one blow. Feeling the increasingly powerful aura outside, Lear had no intention of continuing to tangle with Kostadin. "You can't stop me," Lear said with a chuckle, his eyes unconsciously falling on the terrifying sword in Kostadin's hand. An inexplicable familiar feeling came over me. After looking for a few seconds, his eyes suddenly widened. "Desecrate the holy sword." Lear said the name of the sword in shock in his heart. This was an extremely famous weapon-type relic of law from the previous life, belonging to a legendary heretic law professional at that time. He was an extremely mysterious player, usually presenting himself as a war law professional, but some said that he possessed the power of multiple law professions. Lear had never seen it, and the matter had not been confirmed. At that time, Lear thought it was just some player's nonsense. Now it seems that the player is a law thief who blasphemes the law. Thinking in his heart, Kostadin launched another attack. Lear raised the bloody rose and collided with the blasphemous holy sword. The evil breath and the disgusting appearance so close made Lear confirm the fact this is indeed the blasphemous holy sword, but it is not as powerful as rumored in previous lives. It feels almost the same as the Scarlet Rose. Lear narrowed his eyes under the bloody mask. It seemed that the blasphemous spirit in the previous life might have lived until the later stage of the game. While thinking, Lear was resisting Kostadin's attack. A high-level snake man had already broken into the cave passage. Lear shook his head, a bright red light flashed in his eyes, and the next second, the whole person turned into a ray of blood and disappeared. Kostadin wielded the blasphemous sword and chopped it directly at the open space where Lear disappeared. The terrifying force created a big hole in the ground. The sudden disappearance of the Blood Apostle stunned Kostadin. He had no idea how Lear disappeared. The Blood Hunter's Blood Shadow Flash, the only displacement skill of the blood law profession he could think of was Blood Shadow Flash. However, Blood Shadow Flash does not have the ability to move directly through thick walls. Kostadin's face turned a little ugly. He quickly turned around and rushed out of the cave. Outside the cave, the snake people had already gathered. "Have you seen anyone else appear here?" Kostadin asked in a deep voice. "Others?" A high-level professional outside was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "Lord Kostadin, there is no one else here." After listening to his subordinate's words, Kostadin's expression became even uglier. How did the Blood Apostle leave? In the forest 1 kilometer away from the cave, a figure appeared out of nowhere, and Lear appeared in a flash of blood at the place where blood had been shed before. The Blood Apostle's skill, Blood Echo, allows him to travel to places where his own blood exists. The distance is very far exceeding the Blood Hunter's Blood Shadow Flash, and there is no cooling time. However, the consumption of magic power will increase with the increase of distance. In addition, the blood spilled also has a time limit. Only blood spilled within 1 hour can serve as the medium of Blood Echo. Lear shook his head, took off the blood prisoner mask, glanced at the snake people gathering in the cave behind him, and returned towards the fortress. These snakemen will probably launch a general attack next. He has killed many of the mesmerists in the cave. Although there are still some left, it is obvious that the beast tide can no longer maintain its huge scale. Lyre could already see quite a few magical beasts escaping towards the Decision Mountains, and some of them had already been freed from control. On the beast tide battlefield, the two high-level monsters had regained consciousness when Lear killed the snake man. Mesmer, looking at the human professional in front of him, he turned around and rushed back towards Decision Mountain. The knights around him looked at each other in surprise. Not only the high-level monsters, but most of the other monsters also began to flee in all directions, and the pressure on the Mad Lion Knights was suddenly reduced. Albert looked at this scene with a look of joy. The monsters had escaped, which meant that Lear had succeeded. Although there were still many monsters on the battlefield, it was much easier than previous beast tides. In the beast tide, it didn't take long for Albert to see a figure walking out of the Decision Mountains against the disintegrating beast tide. Lear joined the battlefield, and the horrible cold air spread instantly, freezing a large number of monsters. He did not use his full strength to cast the spell, as Lear knew that a great battle was about to begin, so he simply moved among the beasts. While recovering the magic power he had just consumed, interior of the Pharaoh fortress, many citizens set up tents near the triumphal square to treat the wounded, and many pharmacists were making potions on the spot. The knights guarded the fortress, and the citizens in the fortress were of one mind with the knights. This was completely different from the nobles in the royal city of Briefville, who each had their own ulterior motives. In the crowd, Queen Philea and Milia were helping to treat the wounded. Originally, the queen had not planned to bring Milia out. In the future she saw, Lear died in front of Milia, but Lear didn't care at all. She couldn't understand Lear's thoughts at all. Mother, do you think we can survive this beast tide? Milia asked while washing the herbs. The queen hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, of course. I wonder if Lear will be hurt. Milia showed a worried expression again, and the queen's face became even more uncomfortable. She could see Milia's feelings for Lear. Philea took a deep breath. She could only pray that Lear could change his fate, just like he had changed her fate. The queen looked up at the tower of the Arc de Triomphe and saw Lear returning to Albert. Milia, who was standing by, also saw this scene and showed a delighted expression. End of this chapter.